Light penetrated the mist, creating a colorful halo that enveloped Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu within the hibernation pod. As consciousness returned, some memories vividly resurfaced as if they were from yesterday, while others vanished forever. The first scene emerged from a place Li Ling referred to as hometown. The warm autumn sun bathed the schoolyard in gentle light. Li Ling climbed the climbing rope for a while before commencing his frog jumps. His movements were light, his toes barely touching the ground, thus avoiding attracting the teacher's attention. Upon reaching the third set, Li Ling was panting heavily, preparing to take a break. At that moment, something dark by the side of the track caught his eye, a swarm of pavement ants. Intrigued, Li Ling crouched down to observe them. He recalled reading in a book that ants were remarkable creatures, bearing countless nicknames: geologists, strongmen, meteorologists, architects, pharmacists, and surgeons, among others. Who would have thought these unassuming little beings were so versatile? Li Ling exclaimed, pulling a leftover bun from his pocket, crumbling it, and scattering it on the ground, watching the ants scramble for the morsels. Smack! Someone struck his shoulder with considerable force. Ah, scaradio, didni, lilabru. Why are you running around instead of sleeping properly? A tall student, with a mischievous grin, remarked. Watch out, or I'll punch you. Lilingraturta angrili. The person behind him was Su Hao, who had repeated a grade 3 times, towering over all his classmates and relishing in bullying the younger ones. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, little one. Su Hao defiantly raised his fist. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The ants are having a meeting. Huh. With that, he dashed off as if he had just won the lottery. Li Ling was puzzled when Su Hao reappeared, this time clutching a large handful of wheat straw and a newspaper. What are you planning to do? Li Ling inquired. Burning down the camp, over 700 miles. Is that amusing? They're just a bunch of ants. Is it not? Su Hao replied, placing the wheat straw around the ant colony. What's the matter? Do you want to flood the 7 armies? Then go fetch a kettle of boiling water. He ignited the newspaper and straw, then positioned himself to poke at the ant swarm. Li Ling noticed that Su Hao's backside was quite prominent and large, showing signs of a developing adolescent. Ugh, how disgusting. Go to hell, Li Ling exclaimed, delivering a swift kick to Su Hao's rear. Su Hao tumbled to the ground, his face and hair covered in straw and dirt. He sprang up immediately, baring his teeth and claws as he lunged at the petite Li Ling. Li Ling, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, met him heat-in without backing down. Both were aware that they had sneaked out and refrained from making a commotion. With a series of dull thuds, they soon bore the marks of their brawl, their faces bruised and battered. Li Ling, come with me. Mr. Liu, the class teacher, burst into the classroom, grabbing Li Ling and pulling him into a black SHI from a remote town. Li Ling experienced his first ride in a car, yet he felt no exhilaration whatsoever. Both Teacher Liu and the driver seated in the front wore somber expressions, remaining utterly silent. Li Ling sensed that something ominous was unfolding, though he could not discern what it was, nor did he dare to inquire. The car traversed the asphalt roads of the town, eventually arriving at the county seat, where it wound through several turns before halting in a spacious courtyard. Atop the 4-story white building loomed a large red cross emblem. Li Ling felt his legs grow weak, and Teacher Liu glanced at him, grasping his arm firmly. The hospital corridor was congested with various individuals clad in uniforms and suits, anxiously stationed outside the emergency room. Make way! Make way! The child has arrived. Teacher Liu called out as he cleared a path, pulling Li Ling forward. Li Ling, in a state of numbness, passed through the throng and was seated on a bench opposite the emergency room, still oblivious to the unfolding events. His eyes widened as he surveyed the chaotic scene around him. Everything felt both familiar and distant. He leaned his head against the back of the chair, tightly shutting his eyes to shield himself from the surrounding turmoil. Gradually, memories that had faded began to resurface with clarity. 5 years prior, his mother, Su Qing, succumbed to a grave illness. In her final moments, she confided to Li Dashin that her only concern was for their son, Li Ling. "Do not worry. I will take care of our son," Li Dashin assured her with a single statement, then patted his sturdy chest. Su Qing smiled softly before closing her eyes for the last time. That moment. Li Ling was merely 7 years old, watching as the waveform on the bedside monitor transformed into a straight line, oblivious to its ominous significance. A sense of suffocation enveloped him, rendering him breathless. Li Dashin, in the briefest time possible, arranged for his wife's funeral and then grasped Li Ling's icy little hand, saying, "Let us go for a McDonald's meal." After being discharged from the army, Li Dashin became an ordinary forest ranger in the small town, earning a meager salary. For the sake of the McDonald's feast, father and son journeyed to the county town, spending nearly half of Li Dashin's monthly wage. From that day forth, aside from his work commitments, Li Dashin devoted his time to accompanying Li Ling in playing basketball, hiking, and racing. He never pressured his son regarding academic pursuits, and fortunately, Li Ling's grades remained steady. As time passed, Li Ling unexpectedly dozed off on a bench, only to awaken in the early hours of the morning. The chaotic figures around him had long since vanished, leaving only 2 or 3 close friends by his side. With great caution, Li Ling entered the emergency room, where he beheld his father lying on the hospital bed, barely clinging to life, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, Li Dashin stirred awake. Perhaps he had been conscious all along, softly calling out for Li Ling. "I'm here, Dad," Li Ling replied, a wave of relief washing over him as he hurried to his father's side. "How do you feel?" Struggling, Li Dashin shook his head gently, saying, "You must remember, do not cry, do not be sad. There is nothing of great consequence, although it may seem harsh. Fate is inescapable." Li Ling, feeling a surge of panic, nodded anxiously, placing Li Dashin's flailing hand upon his own. This moment, Li Ling hoped to embody the unwavering optimism and strength that his father had always imparted, rather than burdening him with a need for consolation. As he endeavored to maintain this mindset, he found himself successfully holding back tears. Alas, as his father had stated, fate is inescapable soon. The electrocardiogram of Li Dashin transformed into a mere straight line. Li Ling cried out several times, prompting the swift arrival of a doctor who instructed him to step aside. It was only then that Li Ling became aware of his father's hand, which was gripping his arm with an iron-like tenacity, never relinquishing its hold. When he attempted to pry those fingers loose, they felt as if they were encased in steel. In an instant, sorrow engulfed him like a deluge. "I swear this is the last time," Li Ling silently vowed, and his tears cascaded down like a torrent unleashed from a dam. At one juncture, several impeccably dressed strangers repeatedly inquired about his intentions and desires. He could merely articulate a singular resolution: to enlist in the military. Not for any other reason, but because Li Dashin had also served. Phew. Li Ling gasped for breath as he sprinted and scaled the grassy hillside. The excessive weight upon his shoulders bore down on him, almost preventing him from standing upright, while his legs moved mechanically as though they had lost sensation. Just as he had during countless days and nights past, he incessantly reminded himself to persevere, to endure endurance cross-country. Originally a conventional exercise for the military, has taken an unusual turn this time, as the higher-ups have introduced a peculiar assessment method. All competition events have far exceeded their previous intensity, and many established rules have been discarded. The sole requirement for the recruits is to present their utmost performance and results to determine this year's best newcomer. In a novel twist, female and male soldiers are to compete together, although results will still be calculated separately by gender. For instance, in the endurance cross-country event, as long as one traverses from the starting point to the finish, irrespective of the chosen route or the weight carried, as long as there is no clandestine use of vehicles or aircraft, the result is deemed valid. In typical informal contests, Li Ling would almost certainly secure first place. However, This time he chose not to follow the usual training paths, but instead took a diagonal route along a hillside trail. Although crossing the small hilltop was immensely taxing, it reduced the distance by nearly 2/3. Due to his father's influence, Li Ling had silently vowed before this assessment not only to clinch the top position, but also to ensure that everyone would remember him as the son of the heroically dashing. He often wandered about this area with his comrade Jiang Hao, believing himself to be quite familiar with the terrain. Regrettably, he miscalculated following a light rain the previous night. Coupled with the morning dew, the grass on the hillside became slick and treacherous. Several times, Li Ling nearly tumbled down the slope. The obstacle of weight-bearing cross-country seemed an insurmountable challenge for him to secure victory. Yet he persisted with fervor, striving to minimize the gap. In all previous events, Li Ling had maintained a commanding lead. As long as the disparity in this final challenge was not insurmountable, he would undoubtedly emerge triumphant. From start to finish, he had no intention of discarding the additional burden he carried. Once I surpass that stone ledge taller than a person, a steep slope awaits. Even if I tumble down, I shall do so with haste. After stumbling once more, Li Ling contemplated his next move. With a vigorous leap, he vaulted over the thicket beneath the stone ledge, now standing at the summit of the small hill. Perhaps due to last night's rainfall, the grass on the slope shimmered a lush green, interspersed with scattered wildflowers. Li Ling whimsically sought a steep, grassy slope to glide down, offering an apology to the flora for his impending descent. "Hey!" A woman's voice unexpectedly called from behind him. Startled, Li Ling nearly lost his footing and tumbled down the slope. As he turned, he discovered a female soldier seated beside the bushes, her face contorted in a blend of excitement and distress, her wrinkled attire still managing to be quite appealing. He recognized this soldier. Her name was Qin Xiaoyu. She had captured attention at the new recruit social with her striking beauty and graceful dance, and it was rumored that her training achievements were equally impressive, embodying both talent and skill, a true paragon of excellence. As a passionate youth, Li Ling certainly did not forget her name, especially in light of his dormitory brothers mentioning it countless times each day. His close friend Jiang Hao had even managed to procure a photograph of Qin Xiaoyu from an unknown source, which he would secretly glance at during their busy training intervals. It seems she intends to take a shortcut as well. However, even if she were to sprint from the very beginning, she should not reach the summit before me. Could it be that her physical fitness surpasses mine? Li Ling mused to himself after a hasty glimpse. Nonetheless, he noticed the backpack beside Qin Xiaoyu, which appeared to carry little weight. At least it did not resemble his own, which was burdened with sandbags beyond the stipulated load. Regardless, I cannot allow myself to fall behind a woman. After taking several deep breaths, Li Ling politely nodded towards Qin Xiaoyu and hurriedly made his way to the edge of the peak, preparing to select the optimal path downwards. Even if he did not see my tightly clasped, swollen, and bruised ankle, he surely must have noticed me slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Qin Xiaoyu pondered, struggling to rise. However, as soon as she moved, she gasped and promptly sat back down. In that brief moment, she observed Li Ling donning a thick train conductor's hat before tossing his large backpack down the right slope, and then he appeared to be preparing to roll down. "Hey, wait a moment." Qin Xiaoyu could no longer afford to maintain any semblance of decorum or the pride of a pretty girl, and she anxiously shouted out that Li Ling, bent over, was striking a pose when suddenly he heard Qin Xiaoyu calling out, "Hey! Hey!" Again, lost in thoughts of the competition, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and impatiently retorted, "I am Li Ling, young lady." As soon as the words left his lips, regret washed over him. He realized that as an ordinary rookie, it was understandable that she did not recognize him. Moreover, he had heard Jiang Hao privately say that Qin Xiaoyu hailed from a prominent family, gifted in many arts. Yet unlike other children of privilege who sought to embellish their resumes abroad, she had chosen to come to the military for training, a commendable decision indeed. Perhaps my previous impression of Qin Xiaoyu as someone who craved the spotlight and was somewhat arrogant was rather narrow-minded. He pondered, his expression softening. Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Though she was strong-willed and resilient, she had been raised in a sheltered environment, and aside from her instructors and parents, no one had ever shouted at her like that. Could it be that I fell from above and not only twisted my ankle, but also mar my appearance? She thought, hastily retrieving a small heart-shaped mirror from her backpack to check her face, which was still radiant, with rosy lips and white teeth. Ah, I see. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, coming to a realization that either he had an unusual sense of aesthetics or was simply rather dull-witted. Given that, let's get straight to the point. As she contemplated, she moved her hand away from her injured ankle and candidly stated, "I am hurt. Could you possibly?" In the midst of her discourse, she suddenly fell silent. Although the hillside was gentle, it was situated in a secluded locale. To descend and summon assistance would likely result in her being enveloped by darkness. However, allowing the other party to assist her down, given their aesthetic sensibilities, would probably be deemed an inconvenience. "Are you injured?" Li Ling exclaimed, his gaze scrutinizing Qin Xiaoyu, ultimately settling upon her ankle. With a reluctant glance down the slope, he pondered that if he were to falter in this arduous endeavor, the title of Rookie King would surely slip away. That fleeting glance caused Qin Xiaoyu, inherently sensitive, to experience a tumult of emotions, her complexion shifting from crimson to pale. She had relinquished any hope regarding Li Ling's humanity and, without restraint, declared, "If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Just convey a message to those below. If it weren't for the absence of signal here and my lack of a phone." Her words grew increasingly laden with grievance, her voice trembling as she unwittingly attributed this sense of injustice to Li Ling's indifference. That simply cannot be. To her surprise, Li Ling strode over decisively, then leaped forward, landing heavily before Qin Xiaoyu. "Let me examine your injury." Initially taken aback, Qin Xiaoyu eventually nodded gently, reasoning that despite his poor demeanor, one must acquiesce when under the same roof. Ouch! A sudden surge of pain elicited a sharp cry from Qin Xiaoyu. For Li Ling, without a word of warning, seized her ankle and, with rough hands, began to manipulate it, causing her tears to cascade uncontrollably. That it seems rather serious. Li Ling furrowed his brows and cast a glance at Qin Xiaoyu's contorted face. Immediately, a glimmer of curiosity emerged in his eyes as he earnestly inquired, "Is it truly that painful?" Chapter 2. Unique burden. Qin Xiaoyu was enraged, roaring like a beast. "You fool! Can you even check for injuries? Huh?" Upon realizing her extreme loss of composure, she promptly clamped her mouth shut and covered it tightly with her hands. It's nothing to be concerned about. When one is beset by pain or the harshness of hunger and cold, emotions can easily spiral out of control, leading to feelings of anger, sadness, and other negative emotions. Li Ling, maintaining a stoic expression, attempted to offer comfort while beginning to loosen his clothing. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, startling Qin Xiaoyu, who instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing?" No sooner had she spoken than Li Ling yanked something from his chest and tossed it aside, then reached into his pant leg to extract several more items, which he flung away as well. It was then that Qin Xiaoyu discerned that these objects were all sandbags, connecting this with the large backpack Li Ling had previously discarded down the slope. Her jaw dropped in astonishment. Only at this moment did her gaze finally settle on Li Ling's face. Unlike the young men she had encountered before, his visage, streaked with sweat and dirt, bore an unsettling calm that belied his years. With a competitive spirit ignited within her, Qin Xiaoyu stubbornly clenched her teeth, yet still let out a pained grunt, internally cursing Li Ling for his lack of gentlemanly conduct. She turned her head away, dismissing him. She had encountered many young men attempting to play the part, and their fates had often been grim. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, half an hour to an hour, "Why are you helping me?" At long last, Qin Xiaoyu ventured to ask. "With your strength, as long as you don't give up, you will surely achieve a commendable rank." Her words were not intended as flattery. She had never heard of any recruit daring to secretly add weight during a burdened endurance run. However, she was acutely aware that by the time Li Ling descended the mountain and called for assistance, darkness would have long enveloped the land, and her foot injury was of secondary concern. Up here, the moonless night and strong winds were daunting. Meeting his fate, Li Ling nonchalantly replied, extinguishing the flicker of goodwill Qin Xiaoyu had just begun to feel towards him. Heh! Qin Xiaoyu forced a few awkward chuckles, her tone laced with sarcasm. Are you a monk? No sooner had she finished speaking than Li Ling lifted her posterior slightly and remarked, hold on tighter. This slope is steep. With that, he leaned forward unexpectedly, startling Qin Xiaoyu into compliance that moment. Her face flushed a deep shade of liver, contemplating that the oil she was being pressed for would eventually be repaid to Li Ling tenfold. 100-fold. Fortunately, such situations were rare, occurring only a few times at other moments. Li Ling moved with remarkable steadiness. Sometimes, Qin Xiaoyu suspected she was not perched upon Li Ling's back, but rather aboard a small boat drifting downstream. All right, enough of the idle boasting. Let us see the prowess of these new recruits, called out a jovial deputy camp leader, prompting the crowd to fall silent. Shortly, a burly new recruit, sporting a stubbly beard reminiscent of an ancient warrior, came striding over. Upon noticing that there were no recruits at the finish line, he immediately erupted in joyous exclamations. Heavens! I, Zhou Xiaodian, have finally made my grand entrance. The deputy camp leader frowned slightly, muttering to himself, this lad is a bit wild. That a single utterance provoked a chorus of hearty laughter from the surrounding veterans. As the laughter began to fade, a distant figure burst across the finish line. A whirlwind of activity. In total, there were 17 or 18 individuals, all robust new recruits. Yet, due to extreme physical exertion, those who crossed the finish line either leaned against a tree to vomit or lay on the ground. Their eyes rolled back in exhaustion. Some even collapsed straight to the ground the moment they crossed the line. Those who could still stand were already a sight to behold. Jiang Hao, have you seen Li Ling? Asked Sun Ming, their roommate, who swayed as he approached. Wait a minute. I heard that the first place in the weighted cross-country event was the perennial second-place holder, Zhou Xiaodian, that I haven't seen Li Ling at all. Could it be that he got lost? Sun Ming scratched his head, unable to believe that the madman who treated every aspect of life as training could possibly lag behind. Lost? Li Ling and I have traversed this mountainous terrain several times, my friend. Unless he encountered a ghostly wall. Yes, that must be it, for it can only be that. With that, Jiang Hao could not help but snap his fingers in delight at his own cleverness. However, based on Li Ling's previous performance in other events, as long as he completed this competition within the allotted time, he would undoubtedly be crowned the new recruit king this year. That a slight delay would not affect the outcome. Indeed, that is the only possibility. Sun Ming nodded earnestly, adding, many are worried about him. Let us hope he doesn't disappoint everyone. If Zhou Xiaodian becomes the new recruit king, it would be disastrous. Why do you say that? Jiang Hao inquired. Don't you know? Qin Xiaoyu. Sun Ming uttered those 3 words, and Jiang Hao's expression changed dramatically. Over a month ago, during a heated debate about who was the most handsome soldier in the eyes of the female recruits, particularly for Qin Xiaoyu, Li Ling, who had been doing fancy push-ups on the side, had remarked with a smirk, don't you all have mouths? His words were like a wake-up call, prompting everyone to leverage their connections to subtly inquire about the definitive answer through Lu Ting. Qin Xiaoyu's roommate at that time, Lu Ting, under pressure, relayed Qin Xiaoyu's words verbatim. The most handsome soldier? He must be young and from the same unit? I don't know. Fortunately, Lu Ting then added, mimicking Qin Xiaoyu's tone. Could it be this year's recruit king? After saying this, Lu Ting playfully blinked her eyes in an innocent manner, eliciting a round of teasing from the others, who remarked that she resembled Dong Shi imitating Pan Jinlian, similar in spirit but lacking in appearance. The final question marks were utterly insincere. It was evident that Qin Xiaoyu had merely spoken off the cuff, while everyone outwardly laughed. Inwardly, they were brimming with determination. In the last month, the military leaders, unable to resist the fervor of the recruits, astonishingly neglected their schedules, allowing for frenzied training, particularly Zhou Xiaodian, who shamelessly declared Qin Xiaoyu as his designated girlfriend, even issuing a challenge to everyone. Failure would mean relinquishing the right to pursue Qin Xiaoyu. Or else. Bah! Jiang Hao could not help but spit in disdain that he chided himself for being swept up in the heat of the moment and accepting Zhou Xiaoyan's challenge, all the while craning his neck to gaze into the distance. muttering incessantly. Why has that fellow Li Ling become timid at such a crucial moment? Does he fear being beaten by Zhou Xiaodian? Tick-tock, tick-tock. As the clock approached 5:50, no figures had yet appeared at the end of the road. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the remaining participants would complete the course within the allotted time. Even the judges responsible for recording times frequently glanced at the digital clock. Had it not been for the elderly man in the distance, who instilled a sense of trepidation in the team leader, the announcement of the race's conclusion would have been made long ago. A sudden cacophony of strange howls broke the silence. Zhang Hao glanced over to see the robust Zhou Xiaodian being tossed into the air by a throng of eager followers. It appeared that his claim to the title of rookie champion was all but assured. Sighing heavily, Zhang Hao slapped his thigh in frustration, feeling utterly despondent. Just then, a series of sharp, wolf-like howls pierced the air, jolting Zhang Hao from his gloom. He lifted his gaze in disbelief towards a small black dot in the distance, which was rapidly enlarging. He was coming. With a clap of his hands, Zhang Hao erupted in excitement. As long as Li Ling completed the race before 6 o'clock, he would retain his claim to pursue Qin Xiaoyu. He even harbored a delusion that if Li Ling emerged victorious, Qin Xiaoyu would inevitably succumb to his sweet advances. Checking the time, he noted there was still 1 minute and 40 seconds left. There was still hope. Zhang Hao raised his fist and shouted with fervor. He then seized Sun Ming's arm and dashed towards the approaching figure, determined to provide his good friend with a morale-boosting running companion. Even the new recruits, who had been tossing Zhou Xiaodian into the air, reignited their hope and surged forward. With a thud, the hefty Zhou Xiaodian crashed onto the asphalt, according to Qin Xiaoyu's original plan. Once they rounded the previous bend, she would have Li Ling set her down, allowing him to assist her to the finish line. Initially, Li Ling had teased Qin Xiaoyu for being overly sentimental and out of touch. But recognizing her status as an unwed young lady and a public figure within the military, he begrudgingly agreed. However, as they rounded the corner, a wave of cheers and a throng of new recruits surrounded them. Li Ling, go for it. King of soldiers, go for it. The thunderous cheers left Li Ling momentarily bewildered, pondering when he, usually so low-key, had garnered such popularity. Quite peculiar indeed. Qin Xiaoyu felt even more exasperated. Had she known this fellow had amassed so many fans, she would have dismounted much earlier. Now, it was too late. Jumping down in haste would only draw unwanted attention, yet remaining on his back felt equally untenable. Ultimately, she resolved to embrace her situation, pressing her flushed face against his shoulder. At worst, she could clarify things on Weibo tomorrow. Sensing the movement on his back, Li Ling could not help but inquire, "There's still a bit of time. How about we push ourselves a little?" A faint, mumbled acknowledgement reached his ears, signifying her consent. "All right, hold on tight." Li Ling exerted his strength, lifting Qin Xiaoyu slightly before breaking into a full sprint. Having traversed such a long distance with a combination of walking and running, Li Ling was utterly exhausted. His legs had transitioned from soreness to numbness, and logically, he should have been incapable of running any longer. However, he is an avid fitness enthusiast, often running tirelessly across the vast expanse of hills and fields. Coupled with a fervor burning within him, he pays no heed to whether his legs are numb or not, as his brain incessantly commands him to run faster, urging him on with the promise of opportunity. Thus, a rudimentary open-loop control system emerges, formed by the interplay between the human brain and reflex arcs, causing his speed to soar while sacrificing balance. If previously Qin Xiaoyu felt as though she were seated in a small boat drifting downstream, now she perceives herself astride a rapidly accelerating mountain motorcycle, racing through the wilderness. The thudding footsteps echo like the roar of an engine. Witnessing the revival of her pursuit, the cheers from the new recruits lining the road are particularly resounding. Yet, as Li Ling dashes past them, the recruits behind are left dumbstruck, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Look, Li Ling is not burdened by weapons or ammunition, nor by bricks or stones, but by a living person. A small bugler in the unit shouts, drawing everyone's gaze to Qin Xiaoyu. A female soldier. A female soldier. Goodness, is this even permissible? Who is that female soldier? Why doesn't she lift her head for everyone to see? Could there be a secret that must not be revealed? Let us follow and find out. Thus, Li Ling gallops away with Qin Xiaoyu on his back. The crowd ahead cheers for Li Ling, while a throng of onlookers follows closely behind. Perhaps sensing that she could not evade the inevitable, Qin Xiaoyu finally raises her head, gazing calmly towards the finish line. However, Her mindset has shifted from one of upright integrity to a nonchalant acceptance of her fate. My goodness, it's Qin Xiaoyu. With a loud exclamation, the pursuers behind her falter, stumbling and falling to the ground. As Li Ling speeds along. The new recruits cheering along the roadside also find themselves heartbroken and collapsing in dismay. Li Ling, go for it. 205. The exuberant shouts of encouragement ring out from the front as Jiang Hao and Sun Ming approach with smiles, expressing their gratitude while calling out Li Ling's and their dormitory's code name. Even the jostling Qin Xiaoyu cannot help but be affected by their enthusiasm, casting a curious glance at the two, thinking they must be what one would call die-hard fans. Yet, that fleeting glance leaves Jiang Hao and Sun Ming momentarily paralyzed. As if struck by lightning. It is not until the moment Li Ling crosses the finish line at a speed rivaling that of a world champion sprinter that Jiang Hao, in a daze, finally asks, "Did you see clearly?" "Clearly, she is my goddess." The stout Sun Ming nods, his voice tinged with a sob as he remarks, "We lost. Everyone who made bets has lost." Chapter 3. The strange test in a simple and unadorned room. An elderly man with graying hair sits, a military cap resting on the corner of the table. After a series of knocks, a young man with a straight posture enters. "Commander, she has arrived." "Very well, let her in." The old man nods, setting aside the newly presented list of outstanding recruits. Before long, Qin Xiaoyu entered, wrapping her arms around the old man's neck and playfully said, "Grandfather, I have delightful news to share with you." "Yes, I am aware," the elder replied calmly, showing no sign of excitement. A flicker of irritation crossed Qin Xiaoyu's face. "But I am the queen of female soldiers, grandfather. Even you, in your youth." "Ahem," the old man cleared his throat. "Nonsense. In my day." Do not interrupt. The elder suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and called out, "Qin Xiaoyu, stand at attention." Instantly, Qin Xiaoyu straightened up, her ankle still somewhat swollen, yet no longer a significant concern. The elder nodded, pride swelling in his heart for his exceptional granddaughter. But his expression soon darkened. "Have you made your decision?" "I have," Qin Xiaoyu replied. "Regardless of the method, the rules are set." She lifted her chin with a sense of pride. Then, in a hushed tone, she added, "I thrive on challenges, grandfather. You promised me that as long as I became the new soldier king, I could go anywhere. But that place. Alas." The elder hesitated, words caught in his throat. After a long silence, he exhaled deeply, a hint of affectionate amusement breaking through his otherwise stern countenance. "Then tell me, has your decision been influenced by that young man, the one named Li Ling?" "You too. Grandfather," Qin Xiaoyu interrupted, her displeasure evident. "Do not be agitated. I meant no offense," she scoffed. "That self-important fellow. If it weren't for my injury, he would have already experienced my prowess." Just recalling that day filled Qin Xiaoyu with resentment. In the final moments, she appeared composed, yet her heart raced as she clung to Li Ling's back, surging across the finish line. Just as she contemplated how to express her gratitude, thud, she fell to the ground, watching helplessly as Li Ling vanished into the crowd. Even now, her pelvis throbbed with a dull ache. Fortunately, that heavy fall had spared her from much explanation when she removed the jacket binding her ankle. Before she could utter a word, everyone wore expressions of sudden understanding, only concerned about her injury. However, she still caught snippets of murmurs. So she was injured. One cannot simply cast someone aside. After all, her rear sustained quite the blow. We were overly concerned. When opportunity arises, one must seize the moment. Shameless. The more Qin Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier she became, slamming her palm on the table, startling the elder. Yet, akin to those new recruits, the old man soon realized his misunderstanding and said, "Very well, my granddaughter has matured. It is time for her to choose her own path. However, during future training sessions, I hope you and Li Ling can set aside past grievances and work closely together." "Understood," Qin Xiaoyu replied impatiently, stamping her foot, thinking to herself that she was no child, fully aware of what was appropriate and what was not. The elder waved his hand, conceding, All right, you may go. I shall await your return." The elder nodded, watching Qin Xiaoyu depart. Then, the elder's once upright posture seemed to lose its support, his entire form curling into the spacious chair as he murmured softly, "That Li Ling, like you, is a child of heroes. May you both depend on each other in that world of yours." He retrieved a framed photograph from the drawer, depicting the parents of Qin Xiaoyu, both adorned in military uniform. The backdrop, a modest encampment of the peacekeeping forces in the Middle East. The elder reached out, gently caressing the photograph, wiping his eyes as he reflected on his aging and newfound sentimentality. After dinner, Li Ling stealthily slipped onto the grassy patch beside the training grounds. A blade of grass nestled between his lips, relishing the rare tranquility, recalling the scene from that day as competition. In a state of utter exhaustion, he had still managed to control his posture with precision, ensuring that Qin Xiaoyu landed on her backside to avoid injuring her right foot. It was a considerable effort on his part, demonstrating a ruthless resolve. Yet, for the past 2 days, everyone had surrounded him with incessant inquiries about what he and she had discussed, what they had done, whether their names had been mentioned, and even about the weight of Qin Xiaoyu. Sigh, I wonder if there exists a place in this world that is sufficiently serene, Li Ling murmured softly. Found it. He is here. A loud shout echoed from afar, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Ling's expression shifted as he indeed spotted a throng of vigorous youths rushing towards him, some clutching pens and notepads. Just as he was about to flee, the company commander hurriedly approached. Li Ling, I found you. Come with me. Li Ling exhaled a sigh of relief and took off running. Initially, he presumed the commander was about to bestow some kind of honorary certificate upon him. However, observing the commander's stern demeanor, he began to suspect that he was being assigned a classified task. Eventually, when they arrived at a small room enclosed by iron bars, Li Ling couldn't help but murmur, "Why do I feel like I'm about to be imprisoned?" Inside sat 2 amiable middle-aged men, one clad in a white lab coat and the other in military attire. The commander ushered Li Ling in without uttering a word and then exited. The man in military uniform held a document and began to read verbatim. Li Ling, male, aged 15, previously registered as 16 upon enlistment. Mother Su Qin, deceased. Father Li Dashan, sacrificed. Academic performance, exemplary. New recruit assessment. First. Character, well, satisfactory. Upon finishing, the officer frowned slightly, glancing at Li Ling, awaiting his reaction. Satisfactory? Li Ling's heart tightened as he feared that his age misrepresentation had been discovered. Given the current situation, it seemed inevitable that he would face repercussions. Though surely expulsion wouldn't be the outcome, it appeared prudent to be more discreet and honest in the future. After some internal deliberation, Li Ling reluctantly nodded, tacitly acknowledging the officer's words and no problem. With his solitary little secret unveiled, Li Ling reassured himself that he had acted with integrity. Thus there was nothing further to conceal. Moreover, it seemed the officers were thoroughly informed about his circumstances, leaving no secrets to speak of. Following this, the 3 of them lapsed into silence. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the officer glanced at his watch and addressed the doctor in a white coat beside him, saying, "The time is drawing near. Let us commence." Upon hearing this, the doctor rose and, with several strides, approached Li Ling. Following this, amid Li Ling's puzzled gaze, he opened a briefcase equipped with various buttons, tubes, and monitors, stating, "Relax. This is merely a scientific instrument designed to record an individual's physiological changes during emotional fluctuations." "A polygraph?" Li Ling inquired. "Indeed, one could describe it as such," the doctor unabashedly affirmed, proceeding to affix the tubes and wires to Li Ling's fingers, waist, and forehead. Li Ling noticed several red lights in the corner of the room and thought to himself that the ensuing interrogation process might be observed by others or recorded on video. Causing him to feel somewhat ill at ease, he straightened his back, racking his brain for some grandiloquent and even morally uplifting rhetoric. "Do you have feelings for Qin Xiaoyu?" the officer inquired in a grave tone. Li Ling nodded. What did you say?" Li Ling looked at the serious officer with confusion. "Just a jest, to lighten the mood," the officer replied with a feigned smile. Spreading his hands, he mused that it was no wonder the young man appeared so astonished. The old leader had indeed assigned a rather intricate personal query. "All right, let us get to the crux of the matter." The officer cast a glance at the wall clock, straightened his posture, and pressed a button on the remote control in his hand. Li Ling noticed the red lights in the corner flickering, perhaps indicating that the cameras were just now coming to life. The doctor retrieved a leather pouch, broke the seal, and laid a sheet of paper flat on the table. Then pronounced clearly and deliberately, "Li Ling, how do you perceive the relationship between humanity and other forms of life?" Li Ling felt taken aback, pondering whether this question belonged to the realm of philosophy, biology, or perhaps ethics. In any case, he found himself at a loss. The doctor, thinking Li Ling had not heard clearly, repeated the question, Li Ling contemplated for a moment, then countered, does other forms of life refer to flora and fauna? Or does it include microorganisms? What about extraterrestrial life? The scope is rather vast that I am not at liberty to provide hints. You may answer according to your understanding, the doctor replied, lifting his gaze to glance at Li Ling before returning his focus to the table. Meanwhile, the officer appeared as if turned to stone, his expression devoid of emotion. Humanity, as the pinnacle of creation, stands as nature's unparalleled masterpiece, perched atop the pyramid, surveying all lesser forms of life, Li Ling proclaimed grandiosely. Casting a glance at the display panel of the polygraph, although he could not comprehend the readings, it was evident that sharp peaks were manifesting on the graph. Very well, Li Ling rubbed his nose, a hint of warmth rising to his cheeks as he added, perhaps, as Darwin suggested, humans evolved from apes, and there should be no essential difference. Even an ant is unique. Had Li Ling's gaze penetrated the cameras to discern the faces concealed behind the wireless network, he would have noticed that his final statement elicited a chorus of disapproval, with many shaking their heads in dissatisfaction. Second question, the doctor refrained from commenting on Li Ling's response and continued. How do you perceive heroism and team spirit? Which should one choose? Once again, we encounter a question that is both broad and narrow, devoid of a definitive answer. Li Ling, this time, seemed to relax, offering a simple metaphor. All are splendid, much like lions and wolves. Yet, he scratched his head and remarked, how can one choose? Can a sheep transform into a wolf or a lion? The third inquiry came forth. The doctor in white continued, can you recall the names of a few elementary school classmates? The fourth question followed. Do you miss your parents? Li Ling swayed slightly, nearly pulling away the tubes and sensors entwined around him. A wry smile escaped his lips, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. If reunion were possible, I would pay any price. The doctor nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further dialogue. That it was only after Li Ling's emotions had gradually settled that he resumed his questioning. Chapter 4. Setting sail. Following the peculiar assessment, Li Ling neither received any special assignments nor faced any repercussions. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Nonetheless, he did not dwell excessively on the matter. He focused on his studies and training, leading a life that remained remarkably tranquil. The sole distinction was that, thanks to Qin Xiaoyu, he was consistently aware of several malevolent gazes lurking within the crowd. Particularly after Qin Xiaoyu approached him, a chill often coursed down his back and neck. That day, as Li Ling exited the cafeteria, Qin Xiaoyu intercepted him at the door. Don't you have anything to say to me? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, her tone tinged with challenge, as though prepared to escalate to confrontation at any moment. Her foot injury had completely healed, and she exuded an air of confidence, reminiscent of a fierce leopardess. Li Ling understood precisely what she meant, yet the location was less than ideal. It was, after all, a moment when everyone eagerly sought to engage in casual chatter. Glancing around, he lowered his voice. Show. Qin Xiaoyu paused, casting her gaze about. Surrounding them were pairs of glistening, obsidian eyes, some direct, others askance, while a few pretended to sip soup, all observing with keen interest, which momentarily diminished her bravado. Does it still hurt? He glanced at her foot, then shifted his gaze behind her, posing the question in a tone audible only to the two of them. His seemingly frivolous gesture was accompanied by earnest eyes, causing Qin Xiaoyu's heart to leap. The anger she had painstakingly built up dissipated in an instant. After all, he did assist me. With this thought, she was unable to discern whether she felt embarrassed or indignant. Her cheeks flushed inexplicably as she hurried away in a fluster. The selected list was announced. When Qin Xiaoyu stood before Qin Lao once more, he could no longer contain his words. That I passed? Indeed. Prepare yourself. Qin Xiaoyu was on the verge of leaping with excitement, but she immediately inquired, what about Li Ling? Pending. How can it be pending? He is sewed as she spoke, her lips pressed tightly together. So exceptional? Qin Lao glanced at her. I think highly of him as well, yet regrettably, several of his answers were rather contentious. Controversial? 3 days later, Li Ling received his assignment, instructed to pack his belongings for a flight at 3 in the afternoon. An unsmiling young officer was to escort him directly to a small jet tucked away in a corner of the airport. After a brief handover, the officer departed without a word, leaving behind a few individuals of varying ages and attire, all evidently preparing to board the aircraft. That Li Ling, feeling somewhat idle, began performing frog jumps around the plane, first in a clockwise direction and then counterclockwise. In the distance, a group approached, led by an elderly man with graying hair. Following closely behind him was a young female soldier who appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, Li Ling recognized her as Qin Xiaoyu. Spotting someone somewhat known amidst the crowd brought a smile to Li Ling's face, and he instinctively wished to greet her. However, Qin Xiaoyu's expression remained cold, as though she did not recognize him. That it was the elderly man who stepped forward, remarking, "Indeed, you are the new soldier king, Li Ling. You never forget to train." The stern-faced individuals in the distance chuckled softly. The elder nodded, patted Li Ling's shoulder affectionately, and leaned in to whisper, "Might I trouble you to look after Qin Xiaoyu?" Li Ling's eyes widened in confusion, pondering who this elder was. "Take good care of Qin Xiaoyu for me," the elder whispered again, extending his right hand to shake Li Ling's. As Li Ling felt the warmth and weight of the elder's hand, he momentarily envisioned his father's figure and realized that this man must be a close relative of Qin Xiaoyu. "Everyone is here," someone announced, approaching the elder from behind. "Let us depart." The elder nodded and turned to leave. "I will promise you," Li Ling called after him. Once aboard the plane, Li Ling took the liberty of sitting beside Qin Xiaoyu. He could sense her reluctance to part from the elder and intended to find a moment to offer her some comfort. Yet, he himself was still bewildered, unsure of the mission ahead, and found it challenging to offer solace to another as the aircraft soared above the clouds, bathing the cabin in sunlight. Qin Xiaoyu broke the silence first. "Hello, I am Qin Xiaoyu," she smiled, extending her right hand, her bright eyes and dazzling smile captivating. "Let us reintroduce ourselves." "Li Ling," he replied, and naturally, they both shared a laugh. "Time is of the essence." On the podium, a lean elder with thick glasses spoke passionately. "If I am not mistaken, Western nations have begun their final preparations, while we still have a year of intensive training ahead." In the audience, Li Ling felt a sense of bewilderment. According to the elder's earlier explanation, over 70 years ago, a Western space research institution, while analyzing dark matter several light-years away, inadvertently discovered the existence of real wormholes, boldly predicting that a planet strikingly similar to Earth existed in the approximate space on the other end of the wormhole. Regrettably, they chose not to publicize this monumental discovery, but instead secretly launched several interstellar ships, codenamed Pioneers, towards the wormhole, aiming to explore the extraterrestrial realms ahead of others. Unfortunately, those vessels vanished without a trace after entering the wormhole, severely hampering humanity's ambitions of exploring distant star systems. More than a decade ago, when all those in the know believed that matter would forever remain a laughingstock, sealed within certain classified archives, several space research institutions across the globe received messages from the other side of a wormhole, a communication imbued with both warmth and fervor, which not only provided a more precise description of its planetary coordinates and surface conditions, but also conveyed a profound yearning for humanity's widespread participation in the grand endeavor of conquering extraterrestrial worlds. Upon analysis and verification, it was confirmed that this information indeed stemmed from human intellect. Thus, a contest of time and technology unfolded among several leading spacefaring nations, with human pioneers having firmly established themselves on that distant planet. What was required were talents capable of augmenting technological prowess. However, it was not until a year ago that the Eastern leadership overseeing this project altered their strategy, opting to select a cadre of young, physically robust soldiers from the military to replace some of the aging experts and scholars, sending them to traverse the vastness of space. The selected individuals were congregated in a broad mountainous area for training, covering not only potential emergencies that might arise during their journey, but also knowledge in anatomy, psychology, first aid, and combat techniques, among other subjects. Given the constraints of time, their understanding could only skim the surface. If deemed necessary, individuals were also permitted to bring aboard approved materials. Naturally, apart from a few rigorously vetted personnel tasked with interstellar navigation, the majority were scheduled to spend the lengthy voyage in a state of suspended animation. As per the plan, they would be sent into space in batches, with the spacecraft forming a consortium known as the Supporter before proceeding toward their designated destination, in a mountainous square. A small hillock rose like a natural arena, where the selected young men gathered around, watching a formidable contender nicknamed Bear Man, who had triumphed in numerous bouts. "Next," roared Gujin, tearing off his tank top, beads of sweat glistening on his bulging muscles. Just as Li Ling stepped forward, Qin Xiaoyu intercepted him, gesturing with her chin to the side. Kerbin, the brawny fighter, had just fallen from the platform, now sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony, as if several ribs had been fractured. Hey, kid, the place you're heading to is no sanctuary. The need for support and conquest indicates we are still amidst conflict. Gujin shouted. Get up here and show us if you are worthy. In these extraordinary times, the privilege of mating is a rare commodity. Huh. Just before Li Ling could leap onto the platform, Qin Xiaoyu had already vaulted over the barrier, her silver teeth gritting as she declared, I challenge you. Ha ha ha. I never show mercy simply because my opponent is a woman. Gujin chuckled heartily, his fists colliding as he slightly bent forward. From the side, he resembled a hairless brown bear. Qin Xiaoyu found herself momentarily daunted by his imposing presence. Involuntarily retreating 2 steps, she silently chastised herself for her impulsiveness, forgetting the lessons learned from previous challengers. Let me take my turn, came a voice, as calm as ever, from behind her. Then, she was pulled back by Li Ling. Li Ling. Li Ling, a gentle voice wafted through the air, drifting as if from a distant future, almost whispering in her ear. As Li Ling blinked several times, he finally opened his eyes. After a moment, a faint glimmer of light appeared before him. He attempted to sit up, only to find his body weighed down, as though ensnared in a quagmire. After a brief interval, as he began to turn his body, a soft crack echoed above him, and something shifted aside, revealing a beautiful visage before him. Qin Xiao, Li Ling uttered this name, reminiscent of a distant past. How wonderful! You still remember my name. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. You exceeded the anticipated awakening time. I thought you would remain in eternal slumber. Where am I? Li Ling asked, still somewhat bewildered. Shaking his head vigorously on the rescuer, the spaceship in space. On the other side, we successfully traversed the wormhole and have entered the designated star system. Qin Xiaoyu explained anxiously. With a sigh of relief, Li Ling pondered the chaotic scenes that danced through his mind. Suspecting they were memories from before his slumber, why does it feel like so much is missing? Before long, we shall land on Cert, she continued. Cert, the name given to that planet by humanity's pioneers. Perhaps they have already begun preparing a feast for us. I am quite curious about the ingredients they will employ, Qin Xiaoyu said excitedly, yet there was no hint of anticipation on Li Ling's part. I apologize for my exuberance. I forgot you have just awakened. First, you should freshen up and then partake in a recovery meal. Thank you, Li Ling replied. Struggling to rise, he made his way to the cleansing chamber for a shower and consumed a bit of food until he felt his spirits rejuvenated to a satisfactory degree before joining Qin Xiaoyu in the lounge area. It was indeed hard to believe. Li Ling found himself deeply awed by the power of knowledge and technology, harboring genuine admiration for those around him who wielded knowledge to alter the fate of humanity. Chapter 5. The mechanical skeleton. He noticed a middle-aged man, in his 30s, passionately delivering a speech from a raised platform at the edge of the lounge. What is that tall, slender fellow doing up there? Li Ling inquired, puzzled that of course, he is propagating his theories. Qin Xiaoyu replied dismissively. Upon seeing the blank expression on Li Ling's face, she couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, you truly have amnesia. Li Ling shook his head and glanced around, spotting several familiar figures. No, I recognize quite a few people. Of course. Li Ling nodded and maneuvered through the throng. There stood Shinnong, the daughter of Nuwa, Enning, the consort of Xiaodian, and the dragon god born of the emperor. Inheriting the essence of Fuxi, ruling with the virtue of fire, Chen Gai seemed to reach a peak of excitement, reciting ancient texts with fervor. It appears we need to enhance our studies. We cannot focus solely on training. Li Ling remarked with a sense of reflection. Bookworm. Qin Xiaoyu lightly scoffed. Speak plainly. Someone shouted at Chen Gai. Li Ling turned to see Kerbin, a man who appeared even more robust than himself. Yet, in Li Ling's memory, apart from Gujin, no one was his match. He could not recall if he had ever faced Kerbin in combat. Chun Gui's face immediately elongated, yet he obediently began to speak in plain language, based on the information from the pioneers. The diameter of Cert star is nearly double that of Earth, with its area far exceeding that of our planet, and its climate being hot and humid. I surmise that the surface vegetation there must be flourishing and abundant. Since the pioneers from 70 years ago had not yet become the rulers of Cert star, it must be due to a lack of specialized knowledge, failing to understand the local flora's characteristics. In ancient times, Shinnong tasted 100 herbs, crafted plows, and cultivated grains, thus becoming the supreme of the 3 sovereigns. Therefore, should we not first deliberate on the leadership issues among the supporters? Li Ling began to grasp the situation. This botanist was hinting around for quite a while. only to reveal his desire to assume a leadership role. His reliance lay in the botanical knowledge he had acquired on Earth, while the intention was commendable. Was it not somewhat naive? Li Ling remarked with a peculiar expression. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly nodded, thinking to herself that he should not involve her in his self-deprecation next time. Indeed, the crowd below began to stir restlessly, and several foul shoes were hurled from the masses, one of which accurately struck the middle-aged man's nose, sending his glasses flying. All right. I shall not take on this leadership role. Chen Gui's face turned pale with fright as he hastily leaped down from the high platform and scurried to a corner. With a loud crash, a mechanical figure resembling a skeleton leapt onto the platform, startling everyone and temporarily quieting the commotion. Pardon my bluntness, but if Chen Gui were to traverse back to the Stone Age, he might be considered an intellectual. Yet, times have changed. Although Cert Star is regarded as a new celestial body, there is no need for you outdated experts and those brawny yet simple-minded security personnel to endure a transformation of societal structures. Provided you heed my counsel. A young man in his 20s ascended the platform, delivering a loud speech while strolling, and shrugged at Li Ling, who stood next to Qin Xiaoyu, saying, "Apologies, my remarks are not aimed at any individual. Thus, we should position the era of Cert Star within the post-information age, the age of intelligence. Don't mind him. He consistently looks down upon us soldiers who have been reassigned from the military." Qin Xiaoyu whispered to Li Ling his name is Wang Damon, a robotics expert, and he has even been granted permission to bring a metal head along. How could I possibly mind? I am more concerned for him. Li Ling shook his head, glancing back at a formidable figure seated diagonally behind them, whose physique was undoubtedly the most developed. To be honest, Wang Damon was quite eloquent and had successfully impressed the audience. However, Li Ling felt that if he did not demonstrate some genuine skills, someone might not be able to contain their volatile temper. Wang Damon noticed that Li Ling not only remained calm, but was also sharing laughter with the woman he had long admired. Qin Xiaoyu, even casting a mocking gaze in his direction, which only served to infuriate him further. Yet, he managed to suppress his anger with poise and passionately continued. Robots are a perfect form of machinery. They possess intelligence, strength, and can serve as excellent assistants in our quest to explore new worlds. Most importantly, they cater to human desires for control and vanity. Just imagine, would people prefer to command robots or operate belts and mechanical motors? Could it be that everyone enjoys wielding weapons like savages to carve out their domain? A wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, seemingly amused by Wang Damon's humor, except for the young soldiers. The ambitious Wang Damon proudly curled his lips, having noticed Qin Xiaoyu's focused gaze, feeling as though she was gazing at him with affection, whispering something to the clumsy giant beside her, perhaps praising his grand plan. If Cert Star were a wasteland, how could he possibly construct robots? Is that not foolish? Qin Xiaoyu quietly scoffed. Not foolish, but rather wise, concentrating limited energy on a specific field. Unfortunately, he knows nothing of other matters. Li Ling whispered in Qin Xiaoyu's ear, his warm breath causing her cheeks to flush. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. It was time to take the next step, observing the whispers among the crowd. Wang Damon raised his voice once more. I have made ample preparations for this journey, even finding ways to circumvent the review process, bringing with me sufficient materials and detailed plans. Therefore, the future lies in each of our hands. Assist me in establishing the robotic army of Cert Star, and let the menial tasks be left to mechanical slaves. The final words were nearly bellowed out with all the strength he could muster. Sparse applause began to emerge. People thought he had finished speaking and started to drink and chat amongst themselves that it wasn't that Wang Damon's ideas and passion lacked fervor, but rather that speeches like his had been delivered numerous times over the past few days. Some aspired to become emperors, while others sought to establish interstellar alliances. Some suggested abolishing monogamy, while others advocated for a grand alliance of intelligent species. That it seems that the crowd is uninterested in my masterpiece? Wang Damon shouted in discontent. Show us, you effeminate. Finally, Kerbin casually shouted. Wang Damon felt a surge of gratitude, nearly kneeling before Kerbin. He longed for someone to take the initiative rather than having to force his own show. Under the disinterested gazes of all, Wang Damon snapped his fingers and pointed at his rear. The skeletal robot behind him immediately leapt off the platform, grabbed a stool, and rushed up, lifting Wang Damon and placing him on the seat. Wang Damon then pointed at his mouth, and the skeletal machine jumped down again, poured a cup of hot coffee, and bounded back up to hand it to Wang Damon, without spilling a drop. At last, the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the platform. Douc. This iron-headed fellow is named Adai, and he is nearly omnipotent, Wang Damon declared with pride. Pray tell, what significance does this hold? Kerbin stood up, flexing his biceps. I am fully capable and have no need for such frivolous contraptions. This Kerbin is truly a headache, a soldier named Ma Chong lamented. Who told him to mock us soldiers just now? Let us see how he performs. Qin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, found a sense of schadenfreude. Wang Damon was indeed quite enraged, ignorant, more shameless. He roared inwardly. Will you help me with the aftermath? A more piercing, deeper voice inquired. Can one transform into a woman? If so, you would undoubtedly be the master here. The mocking voice echoed once more. Who dares to cause trouble? Wang Damon could no longer contain himself. He scanned the crowd several times before his gaze settled on Li Ling once again. If anyone wishes to speak, please stand and voice your thoughts. Do not hide behind women and gossip. Li Ling's expression darkened. His physical condition had just begun to recover, and he had no desire to stir up trouble. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Wang Damon's gaze remained fixated on him. The crowd began to stir, many casting scornful looks at Li Ling, especially when they noticed Qin Xiaoyu nestled beside him, their glances turning predatory. Qin Xiaoyu's face flushed with shame, wondering if it were not for her, Wang Damon would not have targeted Li Ling so vehemently. Ignore him. He is merely a technology thief. Surely, we cannot leap into a brawl every time someone utters a few words. Li Ling chuckled softly, taking Qin Xiaoyu by the hand as they made their way toward the edge of the rest area. A massive figure, resembling a brown bear, blocked their path. It was Gujin, the soldier with an astonishing physique and combat prowess who had once thoroughly beaten him in the earth arena. He scarcely seemed human. Why attempt to sneak away? He is mocking you. Brother, he is mocking us too. Gujin questioned in a deep voice, clearly embodying the archetype of a muscle-bound brute as described by Wang Damon. Those with strength should silence those who show them disrespect. However, I have no time for this. Li Ling offered a casual excuse and shrugged. Jin's demeanor suggested he would not be swayed by any conciliatory words. Li Ling recognized that the earlier crude remarks had originated from Gujin's mouth. Watch me, Gujin declared once more, striding toward Wang Damon without waiting for Li Ling to respond. Gossiping is not a commendable habit. Wang Damon sat atop the platform, sipping coffee, and pointed to his mouth, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Only foolish women would behave in such a manner. The mechanical skeleton had been observing Wang Damon's actions closely. Upon seeing him gesture toward his mouth, it promptly leaped down from the platform and poured another cup of coffee. Yet, as Wang Damon already held a cup, the mechanical skeleton had no choice but to pour the hot coffee over Wang Damon's head. Wang Damon let out a wail, kicking the mechanical skeleton to the ground. Gasps and laughter erupted from the crowd. What is there to laugh about? Flaws are inevitable. Do you fools understand dialectics? Wang Damon shouted in humiliation. Shedding his outer garment at that moment, Gujin had already leaped onto the platform, approaching Wang Damon, and, to the astonishment of all, seized Wang Damon by the neck as one would a chick. I do not comprehend dialectics, but I know how to make you beg for mercy. Wang Damon's feet flailed wildly in the air, his hands grasping Gujin's wrist with all his might. Die. His garment still obscured his head, leaving him unaware of the unfolding chaos, but he instinctively thought of his robot. Quickly, save me. The crowd's attention shifted to Adai, eager to witness a rare spectacle of man versus machine. Warning, warning, a fool approached Gujin, squawking loudly, with the red LED light on his chest blinking rapidly. Appearing rather foolish, Jin smirked sinisterly, grasping a stool from behind him with his right hand. Chapter 6. Planet Suerte with a thud. The stool struck the fool's head, shattering into several pieces that flew apart. The fool's neck twisted at an unnatural angle of 90 degrees. That moment, Gujin was left holding only a metal stool leg in his hand. The fool extended his hands towards Gujin. Jin deftly sidestepped and then brought the stool leg down with great force upon the fool's leg bone. Several gears and miniature motors tumbled down from the elevated platform along with the fool's body. TSK. What a pity. Gujin clicked his tongue, tearing off the coat from Wang Damon's shoulders, revealing his face, which had turned a deep shade of crimson. Experience has shown that electronic refuse cannot aid you, nor can it conquer the new world. Sinner. Upon witnessing the disassembled robot, Wang Damon erupted in a loud curse. You ignorant fool. You have destroyed the only mechanical specimen and shall be remembered as a sinner in the annals of Suerte's technological development. Dare you still be defiant? Gu Jin hurled Wang Damon to the ground, then delivered a punch. With a cry of agony, blood began to pour from Wang Damon's mouth, accompanied by 7 or 8 blood-stained teeth. Beg for mercy, or I shall take your life. Gu Jin crouched down beside Wang Damon, grinning maliciously. The onlookers were left in shock, the entire break area silent as a pin could drop. Qin Xiaoyu instinctively reached out and grasped Li Ling's arm. Despite her disdain for Wang Damon's arrogance and provocations towards Li Ling, a flicker of compassion arose within her. You shall not. Wang Damon's face was a mask of terror, yet surprisingly, he refused to plead for mercy. Gu Jin slowly raised his palm, his anger intensifying. Listen, we are not here to protect you. The security. We are soldiers, guardians of a mission. Now, you may find your rest. During training on Earth, everyone had witnessed Gu Jin's ruthless nature, and many secretly questioned how such a person could be chosen. Thus, no one dared to interject at that moment that it seemed that a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed was imminent. Wait, Li Ling suddenly spoke, taking several strides from the crowd to grasp Gu Jin's wrist. I have seen clearly now. The paper fluttered in the air before being tucked back into Gu Jin's pocket. Therefore, regardless of what you did before or how capable you are, from this moment forth, everyone must heed my command. Understand? Gu Jin bellowed. Understood. A resounding chorus of affirmation erupted from below, undoubtedly stemming from the soldiers drawn from the ranks. Thus, with 2 sentences, Gu Jin decisively concluded the power struggle among this group, bestowing upon those soldiers a new title, Guardians. Later, Li Ling inquired of Gu Jin why he did not reveal his identity sooner. Jin replied, those experts are highly sought after on Earth, renowned and affluent, if not for the desire to leave a legacy akin to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors or Newton, who would willingly risk life and limb to venture to planet Suerte. His words left Li Ling deeply contemplative. That is a tale for another time. At lunchtime. What are your thoughts? Qin Xiaoyu, balancing a tray, settled beside Li Ling. It was difficult to articulate whether it was somewhat rude, yet not entirely unkind. Deep down, Li Ling harbored a fondness for Gu Jin's forthright nature, not to mention his enviable physique. However, Qin Xiaoyu held a contrasting opinion. You wouldn't think I was referring to Gu Jin, would you? How unromantic. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled playfully. I was inquiring about how you find this food. Oh, aside from the beef, it's rather unpalatable. It feels as though half of it is filled with preservatives. Li Ling exaggeratedly remarked. Yet upon arriving on Cert Star, such terrestrial delicacies shall be a distant memory. Qin Xiaoyu rested her chin on her hand, meticulously separating the various ingredients on her tray with chopsticks, as if to preserve the moment. On the other hand, eagerly anticipate some novel flavors. Li Ling haphazardly shoveled a few bites of rice, swallowing forcefully. Perhaps I shall become a hunter, accompanied by my loyal companion. Hunting beneath the morning light of Cert Star, roasting game in the twilight jungle, and indulging in slumber under the starlit sky. Qin Xiaoyu paused her actions, visibly intrigued, and inquired, may I join you? I can bring salt. That won't be necessary. Li Ling pondered before replying that if you crave game, feel free to call me. I can send you some. Ha! Qin Xiaoyu erupted into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. She mused to herself. Indeed, this fellow is a simpleton. As a shy girl, have I not been direct enough? At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu noticed that Li Ling's plate was completely empty, indicating he had not had his fill. An idea struck her, and she picked up a small piece of steak, taking a bite before wrinkling her nose and saying, I don't like beef. Consequently, she placed the piece of steak onto Li Ling's plate. What are you doing? Li Ling stared at Qin Xiaoyu in astonishment. That's unsanitary. Oh. A pang of disappointment surged within Qin Xiaoyu. How disheartening. Gu Jin strode over from a distance. I have always held you in high regard. Li Ling, I never expected you to be so finicky. Watch this. With that, Gu Jin grabbed the steak and stuffed it into his mouth, cheeks bulging as he chewed. You jerk, spit it out. Qin Xiaoyu shouted angrily. She feared there would be no beef on Cert Star. Li Ling retorted irritably. What is there to worry about? Gu Jin exclaimed with wide eyes that if there's no beef, we'll eat other animals. I can hardly wait. He chuckled. So far, everyone remained optimistic. When the spaceship finally entered the gravitational pull of Cert Star, all activity ceased, leaving the remaining tasks to the few crew members aboard. Time elapsed unmeasured until Li Ling awakened from a slumber. Feeling his body jolting violently with the ship's movements, it appeared something unusual was occurring. Were they about to crash? Li Ling unfastened the straps securing him, wobbling towards the cockpit. He heard a cacophony of frantic voices. Gradually, his body began to float, as if everything had stabilized. Yet soon after, he fell heavily against the wall of the cabin, succumbing to unconsciousness. When Li Ling awoke, he found himself in an expansive lounge, where Qin Xiaoyu stood beside him, and everything seemed to have returned to normalcy. Li Ling could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, realizing that it was Qin Xiaoyu who had been caring for him throughout their journey. "You're awake," Qin Xiaoyu remarked coolly, still harboring a hint of displeasure. "Kalubin, have we arrived on the surface of Cert Star?" Li Ling asked, both astonished and elated. "We have reached Cert Star, but we are not yet on the surface. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be looking so glum." Kalubin replied, shaking his head. "You can see for yourself." Reluctantly, Li Ling rose to his feet, his steps noticeably heavier than usual. He surmised that the sensation he felt was indeed the gravity of Cert Star. In the distance, a throng of people had gathered around several square portholes. Dozens of heads were craned together, peering outside. Spotting Gujin leaning against one of the portholes, Li Ling made his way toward him, only to find himself completely obstructed by the crowd. He could only call out playfully, "Commander Go, is something amiss?" Gujin looked up with a serious expression, gesturing for Li Ling to come closer. Then shoving a few people aside, "Go away. You're just adding to the commotion." At last, Li Ling managed to squeeze in. Outside, it was pitch black, with beams of white light emanating from the walls of the cabin, constantly shifting in the darkness. Some ribbon-like structures, nearly as tall as a person, grew around them, swaying gently under the illumination. Aside from that, all was silent. Chapter 7. The conspiracy theory. "This is underwater?" Li Ling exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Gujin replied solemnly. "The spacecraft was designed for water landings, but I never anticipated it would sink to the bottom. With this inky darkness, who knows how deep it is? Not very deep. It is estimated to be about 30 meters. We should have landed at the edge of a vast body of water at this depth. It poses some complications." "But wait." Li Ling looked at Gujin in confusion. "The pioneers stated we would land in a plain area. What exactly went awry? Who knows? It could be a natural disaster or a man-made calamity that I've long maintained that clever individuals cannot be trusted." Gujin glanced back at the crowd. A chill ran down Li Ling's spine as he whispered, "Surely not. Even if someone were to despair, they wouldn't drag so many down with them." "Have you inquired with those crew members?" "Of course I have. Do you think a distinguished commander would be a fool? I nearly incapacitated those fellows, and they adamantly insisted that no one was up to any mischief, and there were no technical faults with the spacecraft. In essence, they speculate that the information we received was flawed, the very data that led us to Cert Star. In an emergency, we had no choice but to land here. Haven't you attempted to contact them? Those human pioneers? Could it be this is a conspiracy? There are no Earthlings on Cert Star. Could it be that the intelligent life here lured us in?" Li Ling exclaimed in one breath, before taking a deep inhalation. Jin's eyes sparkled with interest as he thoughtfully patted Li Ling's shoulder. "You're quite remarkable, my boy, both in physique and intellect. I did not misjudge you. Does this not bear a hint of conspiracy theory? I merely spoke thoughtlessly a moment ago." Without any profound contemplation, Li Ling yearned to soothe his own heart, reluctant to accept that it could be the truth. "Surely not. The truth often emerges in a flash of insight." That a somber voice resonated behind them, and Kerbin had inexplicably appeared beside the two. "Perhaps the intelligent beings here, lacking advanced space technology, sought to employ this method to hijack our vessel and scientists in order to augment their own power. Such imagination is rather extravagant, is it not?" Li Ling felt it was somewhat implausible, despite having initiated the discussion. "It must be so." Gujin, however, wholeheartedly concurred with Kerbin's words. "No wonder, at the last moment, the higher-ups had insisted on placing us here. Only we soldiers would be willing to sacrifice our lives for the safety of Earth. Thus, we must closely monitor those intellectuals to prevent them from becoming traitors to humanity. For instance, that Wang Damon who clandestinely brought materials aboard." Kerbin declared vehemently. "As for us, I seem to possess no knowledge that could be leaked." Li Ling found himself unable to interject. Under the harmonious exchange between Gujin and Kerbin, the conspiracy theory firmly took root. Gujin, seemingly having no intention of allowing others to partake in the decision-making, stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Listen up. I, in the capacity of Commander-in-Chief, hereby appoint Li Ling as my adjutant and Kerbin as the captain of the guard. All soldiers will be incorporated into the ranks of the Guardians. Shortly, we shall convene a special meeting to determine our next course of action. As for certain individuals, Jean cast a cold glance in Wang Damon's direction and remarked icily, "Do take care of yourselves." In a small room, Jean, Li Ling, and Kerbin gathered together. Jean likened this meeting to the summit of the three great powers during World War II, firmly believing that the enemies from Suerte Star awaited us on the shore, necessitating the formulation of a meticulous landing plan. This greatly exhilarated Kerbin, who enthusiastically contributed numerous excellent ideas. For instance, dividing everyone into several small teams, each embedding a similar number of guardians, to train together in combat skills. Then, before the oxygen runs out, everyone would surface and charge forth together. Kerbin named it the Catfish Plan. It was then that Li Ling realized, despite Kerbin's honest and simple appearance, his mind was quite agile. He merely added at the end, "Why can't these several plans be implemented simultaneously?" Slap. Jean smacked his forehead, startling Li Ling. It's settled then. As they exited, Chungu was vociferously addressing the crowd. The onlookers had not even noticed that Jean and Li Ling had stepped out. Who did they think they were? By what right did they demand everyone's attention? There were only 7 or 8 sets of diving gear, which Jean had claimed entirely for himself. Did he intend to monopolize it? At the very least, there should be a lottery. One elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached and echoed, "Exactly. Is being good at fighting so impressive?" Lu Guanzhong. The oath of the Peach Garden? We shall act collectively shortly, compelling them to relinquish the equipment. The eloquence of the two individuals was commendable, and the elder appeared to possess considerable authority, stirring the crowd into a fervent uproar as they clamored for Jean to surrender his diving equipment. Even the soldiers stationed in the corner exchanged uncertain glances, unable to make a definitive decision. These rascals, does the old man even need to don such gear? Jean muttered under his breath, forcefully pushing through the throng, his foot striking out before he had even reached his adversary. Thud! Thud! With 2 resounding impacts, both the elder and Chungu found themselves sprawled on the ground. Who else dares to challenge, step forward, and debate? I. The elder, trembling as he rose to his feet, bore the marks of his fall. His face, once pressed against the earth, was now smeared with blood, presenting a rather fearsome visage. "Even if you were to shatter my frail old bones, I would not yield." Whispers rippled through the crowd, speculating that the elder was none other than the esteemed mechanical expert Wang Defu, a former leader of initiatives such as the Fire Orange Project and the Griffin Plan, with many in the crowd having served under him. Even Jean, reckless as he was, recognized the need to temper his actions. A cornered rabbit can bite. Indeed, I shall not yield. A stout little fellow emerged from the crowd, positioning himself beside the elder. "Oh, you dare to strike my mentor? You newcomers in the military number barely 30. While we together with these few children total over 200, if it comes to a life or death struggle, the outcome remains uncertain." Slap. The elder summoned his strength and delivered a resounding blow to the stout boy. "Must you incite further chaos? We merely seek an explanation. What business do you have involving those children?" "Precisely, we seek clarification." The boy, unperturbed, covered his face and laughed amiably. I, Zhuang, shall not yield. I shall not yield. The crowd thus divided into 2 factions, one led by the elder scholars and the other by Jin's guardians. "Very well. If you refuse to yield, then I shall." Jin offered no further explanation and directly opened the door to the small storage area. "There are but 3 sets of diving equipment in total. Discuss among yourselves how to share them." The elder gazed at the eager crowd surrounding him, and a dilemma arose within him. This is not merely a case of too many monks for too little porridge. If we resort to drawing lots, chaos is sure to ensue, and my meager authority will be of no use. Here's what we shall do. Grant me 1 set of equipment, and I shall venture forth to scout the way. The stout boy, with a glint in his eye, eagerly stepped forward. "I am a skilled diver. Having once participated in the university's diving enthusiasts club," a commotion erupted in the crowd, only to quiet down as it seemed no one else had a better solution. Thus, it was agreed that since this young man proposed it first, he would assist in scouting the path. The elder nodded, signifying the group's consent. "However, do ensure you return." "Master, what do you take me for?" The boy's face flushed instantly. "If I do not return, may I never have children." The elder paused, then chuckled heartily. "Given that you've already expressed it so candidly, How could I possibly hinder you? Remember, first estimate the water depth, second assess how far from the shore, third check for any dangers on land, and fourth, I know. The stout man seized a set of gear, and with the bustling assistance of those around him. Before long, his figure appeared outside the porthole. Everyone held their breath, fixated on his every movement that a beam of white light emanated from the bulkhead, illuminating the stout man that he waved towards the porthole and strips of aquatic vegetation. Rising 2 to 3 meters above the window, writhed around him, nearly ensnaring his entire body. The stout man deftly twisted and turned a few times, extricating himself from the grasp of the water plants. Then kicked vigorously, propelling himself upward at an angle. The collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Although they could not discern the stout man's features, they surmised that the water pressure was not severe, and thus the depth was likely shallow. It seemed that diving gear was unnecessary after all. Splendid. I can hardly wait to go up, someone exclaimed, eagerly rubbing their hands together. It appeared that the diving training they had undergone was not in vain. I wonder what it's like up there. The Cretaceous period must be fascinating. Raising a few Tyrannosaurus Rex as pets would be delightful. Fool, this is not Earth. Isn't it said that the cosmos and the surface environment are alike? Otherwise, why come all this way? Similar, perhaps, but it's possible that this place is rich in spiritual energy, teeming with monsters that we might encounter an ancient demon the moment we step outside, unleashing meteor showers or chain lightning spells, leading to our immediate demise. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you not know that calamity often arises from careless words? Someone interrupted the group's chatter with discontent. Though it was a jest, that remark tightened everyone's hearts. Outside the porthole, the beam of light gradually receded with the stout man, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 8. Bravery without strategy. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Li Ling, who showed no sign of worry, and her mood gradually settled. She couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for her past diligence and training, for having chosen a shortcut during her weighted cross-country runs, and even for having sprained her ankle. Li Ling had never expressed any romantic feelings towards her, but in Qin Xiaoyu's heart, from the moment he unhesitatingly carried her for over 10 miles through the mountains, he had become someone she could rely upon. Because of that incident, no matter how indifferent Li Ling's attitude was, she had never doubted his kindness. Unconsciously, Qin Xiaoyu leaned closer to Li Ling and softly asked, "Do you think that little stout man will encounter any danger?" Qin Xiaoyu felt a twinge of surprise at Li Ling's previous silence. Why didn't you warn him? She turned to face Li Ling, gazing into his eyes. That it was his own choice. Li Ling turned to look at Qin Xiaoyu's furrowed brow. Someone had to be the first to venture out and scout. In fact, this was part of our plan. That he simply got ahead of us. But what if that person were me? Qin Xiaoyu pressed on. She had told him that the old man was her grandfather, who also played the role of her parents. Li Ling could imagine the depth of their bond. Naturally, Li Ling did not share the elder's instructions with Qin Xiaoyu, deeming it unnecessary, as it was merely an agreement between the two of them. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyu found herself caught in a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. And a sense of discomfort enveloped her, rendering her speechless. Gazing at the unwavering beam of light shooting into the distance, she began to pray for the missing fatty. Perhaps he had resurfaced. Beholding the azure skies and fluffy clouds of this world, perhaps he had reached the shore, treading upon the soft, verdant grass, inhaling the fresh air with exhilaration, and might even encounter a few adorable creatures. Qin Xiaoyu was oblivious to Fatty's true name, yet her prayers were sincere. If all unfolded as she wished, she too could ascend to solid ground unscathed. Should the day come when she and Li Ling would part ways, she would manage to survive independently in this alien realm. Abruptly, a shadow materialized at the edge of that radiant beam, only to vanish instantaneously, leaving the onlookers with merely a fleeting silhouette. No, that doesn't seem like Fatty. Someone muttered. Wait a moment. Another called out. Several beams of light converged on the spot where the shadow had appeared. Amidst the chaotic white glow, a significantly smaller shadow reemerged, but this time, it plummeted almost straight down. Sinking into the depths of the water, as it passed the level of the porthole, Qin Xiaoyu discerned the object clearly. It was Fatty's gear, adorned with a crimson ribbon, reminiscent of blood, amidst the shrill screams of the women nearby. Her heart, too, sank to the abyss. The bickering crowd fell into a profound silence. There was no doubt that the first to brave the unknown had perished. However, even more terrifying scenes awaited. Drawn by the scent of blood, creatures resembling flattened black pythons, measuring about 10 feet in length and half a foot in width, began to emerge, twisting their bodies from beneath the aquatic foliage. Illuminated by the lights, these beings gaped their monstrous mouths wide, following the trail of blood as they vanished once again into the depths. Had everyone not been fixated on that spot, no one would have noticed the ghostly figures lurking amidst the water plants. No further speeches were made, nor were there any more struggles for leadership. The grand ambition spoke of only held significance if everyone could safely reach land, establish their footing, and perhaps even locate those intrepid pioneers of humanity. Alas, I am too old and worn out. This is now the domain of the youth. Wang Dafu, the venerable elder who had previously garnered widespread support, sighed deeply, easily relinquishing his responsibilities. Those who had clustered around him moments ago exchanged glances and quietly retreated to the corners. The gaze of the assembly shifted towards Gujin, Li Ling, and Kerbin, for they were soldiers, and the finest among them that as the commander. Gujin was the first to rise. Li Ling and Kerbin exchanged a glance, each recognizing admiration in the other's eyes. Those who stepped forward at such a moment were deserving of respect. Jin did not hasten to proclaim oaths or raise his arms in fervor, but instead approached Chungu Yi, seemingly still preoccupied with past events. Li Ling suddenly realized that Gujin was not merely a congenial figure. Concern for Chungu Yi gripped him, and he prepared himself to play the role of a peacemaker once more. Go. Commander! Chungai gazed at Gujin, who stood before him, a figure towering 3 or 4 times his size, and trembled as he pleaded, I was wrong. Just tell me what to do, and I shall comply. We all shall heed your words. Why should I let everyone listen to me? Gujin furrowed his brow and demanded, provide a reason, because that I am cowardly. Chungai, ever adaptable, found a way to bend without breaking, which caused Li Ling to breathe a silent sigh of relief. Even he, under normal circumstances, would prefer to avoid a direct confrontation with Gujin. Jin shook his head, grasping Chungai by the collar, lifting him off the ground until they were face to face. Because I can protect you. Even if you were to accidentally perish, your demise would at least hold some value, much like that of the rotund fellow. With that, Gujin abruptly released his grip, allowing Chungai to slump onto the ground, and then he strode confidently toward the elevated platform. No one dared to criticize Gujin's rudeness. Silence enveloped the crowd. Their breaths stifled. They understood the peril that lurked within the water, aware that those aquatic monstrosities could claim their lives. Gujin surveyed the surroundings and continued, but do not entertain the notion of remaining here indefinitely. Both oxygen and sustenance will soon be depleted once everyone awakens. So, what shall we do? A voice called from below. It belonged to a middle-aged man in his 40s, holding the hand of a girl no more than 8 or 9 years old. This man, Miao Chuang, had led a despondent existence following the death of his wife, even resorting to exploiting privileges to secure 2 spots in the new world. Unexpectedly, his daughter, Miao Lan, not only proved to be astutely intelligent, but also demonstrated remarkable resilience. Excelling in all tests to become the youngest individual present. It was due to Miao Lan that Miao Chuang's once faltering spirit was rejuvenated, instilling in him a fervent desire to survive that surpassed all others. His inquiry silenced any lingering doubts about Gujin's authority. Any dissenters could only suppress their thoughts. My solution is quite straightforward. Typically, those with robust physiques propose equally simple solutions, Gujin remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Yet it is effective, Kerbin shouted, brandishing his fists in admiration of Gujin. The others remained silent. My approach is to leverage our numerical advantage. Jin bared his teeth like a predator and continued. Tomorrow, regardless of how long this day or night may last, we shall open the hatch at the top in 12 hours, and all shall swim out together. The uproar began to swell. Gujin suddenly gestured sharply with his arm. It sounds harsh, does it not? However, I am convinced this is the most prudent course of action. Observe the endless expanse of aquatic vegetation beyond the porthole. Who knows how many man-eating serpentine creatures lurk beneath? There may be other unseen threats as well. If we venture out individually, it won't be long before those monsters surround this vessel, treating it as a feeding trough. Furthermore, before anyone else could speak, Gujin added, I will designate a few individuals to take responsibility for protecting everyone, to the best of our abilities. Are there any objections? Hundreds of hands shot up amid the anxious cries of the crowd. Jin paused for a moment, then resignedly declared, Very well, it is settled. Having spoken, he leapt from the high platform, weaving through the crowd. Is this truly the plan you three have concocted? Commander Lida. Qin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow in discontent. It could be said so. Although the majority of it was Kerbin's idea, Li Ling replied with an awkward smile. He thought to himself that it was no surprise Qin Xiaoyu would mock him. Indeed, it did not resemble a scheme devised by a clever mind. But you agreed. Are you aware that there are several children and some elderly individuals present? I am aware. They have all undergone specialized training. Very well. I appreciate your candor. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, seemingly finding little left to dispute. Yet, she could not refrain from inquiring. And what about you? Do you intend to charge ahead or stay back? Me? Perhaps I shall remain at the rear, for those water monsters lurk amidst the aquatic vegetation, Li Ling stated, as if it were the most natural thing. Brave yet unwise, Qin Xiaoyu muttered, though she too could conceive of no better alternative. Relax a bit. Let us go and admire Gujin's collection. Li Ling extended his hand, hoping to reconcile with Qin Xiaoyu. Lead the way. Qin Xiaoyu tilted her head slightly, striving to appear as composed as Li Ling. Chapter 9. Privilege. With a loud thud, Gujin hurled a large chest to the ground and flung open its lid, revealing several light machine guns and a collection of glistening daggers. Splendid treasures. Kerbin's eyes sparkled with excitement. That I cannot fathom how you managed to smuggle these contraptions. They must be exceedingly overweight. No, Commander's privilege, Gujin replied. Alas, submerged in water, firearms become utterly useless. We shall have to rely on close combat instead. Having said that, Gujin pointed at several individuals amongst the crowd. Kerbin, Li Ling, as well as Ma Chong and Zhao Rui. We five shall take our positions at 5 distinct points if those serpentine monsters emerge. We shall retaliate with these daggers. How splendid it would be to bring these treasures to the surface, Ma Chong lamented. Eventually, the ammunition will run out, but daggers remain forever sharp. As Gujin spoke, he retrieved 6 daggers from the chest that aren't their 6 daggers. Why do you only account for 5 individuals? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. Because I shall wield one in each hand. This is also a privilege of the commander. Gujin explained. Qin Xiaoyu swiftly snatched one of the daggers. I too desire one. A woman's privilege. This. Gujin glanced at Li Ling, seemingly seeking his approval. Holding a dagger implies the potential for sacrifice while protecting everyone. Li Ling hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Very well. But this is not merely a woman's privilege. It is a privilege of beautiful women, Gujin remarked. The word beautiful coming from your lips could. Qin Xiaoyu muttered, and everyone looked at her with curiosity. It is rather jarring. She stated bluntly. Gujin's round face twitched suddenly, and he staggered toward Qin Xiaoyu. Li Ling, startled, quickly moved closer to Qin Xiaoyu. Preparing for combat. Gujin sighed deeply. When I parted ways with my girlfriend, she said something similar. You know, I used to be quite handsome, until I believe you. Kerbin gazed at Gujin with reverence, then rummaged through his pockets to produce a charming photograph of a baby. Look everyone, I have a picture of him from his childhood. He was utterly adorable. The others merely felt a wave of nausea wash over them. As the final moments approached, a suffocating and solemn atmosphere enveloped the rest area. Some individuals quietly wept, their eyes fixated on the darkness outside the porthole, trembling with fear. Meanwhile, others softly reassured their companions. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as they imagined. Perhaps the radiant sunlight was merely a few meters away. Perhaps the vanguards of humanity were anxiously searching for their trail. With half an hour remaining, all eyes turned toward the metallic door of the supply depot in the distance, each person lost in their own thoughts. The Guardians had yet to emerge. Could it be that even they had faltered? Or perhaps they had devised new plans? Or were they simply attempting to buy some time? As the final quarter of an hour ticked away, someone could no longer contain their impatience and stood up, demanding answers from Gujin and the Guardians regarding their enigmatic theatrics. Just as they prepared to take action, a loud clang echoed through the air as the metallic door swung open abruptly. 28 Guardians clad in tight-fitting uniforms emerged in 2 orderly lines, forming a V shape as they stood resolutely on either side. With determined expressions and upright postures, there was not a hint of retreat in any of them. Following closely behind were Li Ling, Kerbin, Ma Chong, Zhao Rui, and Qin Xiaoyu. Dressed in form-fitting attire suitable for underwater operations, they exuded a physical prowess and an air of confidence that surpassed that of the previous Guardians. What drew even more attention was the gleaming daggers each of them bore at their waists. Then, the imposing figure of Gujin, taller and more muscular than anyone else, emerged, wearing sunglasses and brandishing a firearm. Striding forward with purpose, the collective gasp resonated in the lounge, as everyone was clearly taken aback by the striking display. Particularly notable were the two machine guns, which, while ineffective underwater, served merely as a faude. This dramatic entrance had been meticulously planned and rehearsed, intended to instill an unwavering belief in victory among the onlookers. Observing the fervor in everyone's eyes, Li Ling couldn't help but smile slightly, once again admiring Cherubin's cleverness. And of course, there was Zhao Rui's literary talent. It was said he was well-versed in poetry, particularly excelling in the Song Dynasty verse. Once Gajin came to a halt. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze before retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket, a motivational speech penned in advance by Zhao Rui. Clearing his throat, Gajin felt it was time to rally spirits with a roar. And he bellowed, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon that do not squander time, lest you become that a white-haired youth. How tragic, the shame of Jinkong. Halfway through, he abruptly stopped, furrowing his brow and muttering, these overly sentimental lines are quite awkward. Why must they be both tragic and shameful? Commander Go, one ought not to speak so lightly, Zhao Rui exclaimed, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Well then, I shall revert to plain speech. Gu Jin crumpled the manuscript in his hand into a ball and cast it to the ground. This time, he refrained from shouting. Instead, he spoke with utmost seriousness. Comrades, in the name of Earth and humanity, we have traversed not only thousands of mountains and rivers, but also the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Now, we stand but a step away from victory. Nothing can impede our advance. He paused. Looking around, the nation watches us, the people observe us, and the Earth is also watching us. Li Ling clenched his already tight fist, feeling a surge of warmth swirling around his body, a manifestation of the power of conviction. He found himself regarding Gu Jin with newfound respect. If it were he in Gu Jin's position, he doubted he could muster words to inspire such fervor. As he surveyed the crowd, his astonishment deepened. Almost everyone, like him, gripped their fists tightly, their emotions running high. Li Ling reflected that he could never evoke such profound feelings merely through a few words. Ultimately, he attributed this to a natural charisma of leadership. A quality perhaps innate and elusive, but what did it matter? He resolved to focus on fulfilling his own responsibilities, whether those assigned by Gu Jin or those he had pledged himself to uphold. He cast a glance at Qin Xiaoyu, who met his gaze and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Jin checked his watch and announced loudly, in 10 minutes, the hatch will gradually open. Everyone, be mindful to regulate your breathing. Before the cabin fills with water, close your mouths and noses tightly, and move swiftly to the surface, following the other guardians. Above all, remain calm. Should you choke on water, the monsters lurking beneath and the threat of suffocation could claim your lives. After delivering these instructions, Gu Jin nodded to the guardians beside him. They understood and began to spread out among the crowd. Miao Chuang, a man accompanied by his daughter Miao Lan, happened to be standing next to Li Ling. With a tone that bordered on pleading, he said, Commander Li, if it is at all possible, could you keep an eye on this child for me? Of course, that was the thought that immediately crossed Li Ling's mind upon Miao Chuang's utterance. However, he could not acquiesce to the man. The underwater environment was perilous, compounded by the lurking threat of monsters, and he might not be able to spare the attention. Moreover, he could not allow Miao Chuang to place his hopes in others from the outset, for that would lead to trouble for everyone. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Li Ling firmly declined. I cannot promise you that. It is your responsibility to a father who cherished his daughter dearly. Li Ling felt his tone was too brusque. He wished to reassure the man that he would do his utmost to remain vigilant. But at that moment, a startling tremor erupted, followed by powerful jets of water cascading from the ceiling of the cabin, sending up great splashes. The crowd screamed and began to scatter. In their panic, some individuals frantically opened the remaining oxygen tanks. Gasping for as the pressure within the cabin gradually increased, several began to exhibit various symptoms of distress. Li Ling could not discern whether anyone had fainted or suffered more severe consequences. Even if they had, he knew he would be powerless to assist. There was no time to worry about the safety of any one individual now. In a fleeting moment, Li Ling recalled the herds of herbivores roaming the vast African savanna, relying on their numerical superiority for protection. It was akin to unconsciously placing their hopes for survival upon the misfortunes of their companions. They found themselves in such a predicament, where only the majority, referred to as the collective, were afforded protection, while each individual was left to fend for themselves. Li Ling struggled to fathom how many among these individuals could manage to surface alive without specialized training. The Guardians performed admirably, vociferously directing the crowd to remain in areas not yet inundated by water, ever ready to swim out of the cabin as the water threatened to fill the entire compartment. The tumultuous currents finally began to subside. Li Ling found only his head above water, and he noticed a tall figure swimming towards the cabin's exit, presumably Gujin. Before he could utter a word, a wave crashed upon him, forcing Li Ling to hold his breath and swim towards the exit. The compartment was now entirely filled with water, with beams of light extending from the opening in the ceiling. Others were swimming towards the surface, following the direction of the light. According to the plan, Li Ling and 5 others were to guard around the column of light to fend off the attacks of the water monsters. Less than 10 meters away and to his left, 2 towering figures stood in place. Li Ling recognized them as Gujin and Zhao Rui, despite the light not reaching them. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiaoyu and 2 others wielding daggers emerged from below. Qin Xiaoyu released a few bubbles, causing Li Ling to feel a tinge of concern. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyu calmly waved to him, signaling that she was unharmed. Following closely were the others and the remaining guardians, who only began to swim once the water in the cabin had stabilized. The exit at the top of the cabin had fully opened, nearly a yard in diameter, and they surged forth like a school of fish. Swiftly ascending, Li Ling, striving to remain as still as possible, continuously shifted his gaze that he needed to stay vigilant while conserving his energy and the dwindling oxygen in his lungs. That so far, there were no anomalies nearby. Not even a shadow of a water monster lurking in the depths beneath the vessel. Li Ling glanced towards the cabin's exit, feeling that the group was moving too slowly, with only about 7 or 8 individuals surfacing at a time. At this rate, it would take nearly a minute to completely exit the cabin, not accounting for the time needed to reach the water's surface. Thus, even without any delays, some might succumb to drowning from an inability to hold their breath. Just as Li Ling became lost in thought, Zhao Rui, on the left, noticed something unusual moving diagonally below and vigorously waved his arms to alert the others. Chapter 10. Face to face. As Li Ling turned his gaze towards Zhao Rui, he saw a spiraling form darting from the depths of the water directly towards Zhao Rui. Li Ling refrained from rushing to assist. As per their agreement, his duty was to guard his designated direction. Qin Xiaoyu was the only guardian capable of intervening to provide support. He hoped Zhao Rui would successfully deal with the creature. Li Ling silently prayed. If anyone were to encounter misfortune, Qin Xiaoyu would have to take their place, and the danger would significantly increase. Indeed, upon witnessing the situation at Zhao Rui's location, Qin Xiaoyu immediately swam towards that direction. Simultaneously, Li Ling discovered a similarly swirling shadow just several feet below him. Come on, let me witness the prowess of the aquatic creatures from Suerte Star, Li Ling thought, firmly gripping his sharp dagger. The water monster still required several seconds to approach him, and Li Ling seized the opportunity to glance again at Zhao Rui's predicament. He hoped fervently that Zhao Rui could swiftly and decisively eliminate that creature, while also gleaning a modicum of combat experience from him. Like Li Ling, Zhao Rui had curled his body, raising his dagger before him. Suddenly, Zhao Rui straightened up, colliding with the violently rotating figure. There was no confrontation, nor a hint of hesitation. It appeared he intended to cleave the water monster in two. Li Ling strained his eyes, but the tumultuous waves obscured his view. When the splashes subsided, Li Ling was horrified to discover that Zhao Rui had vanished. The swirling figure had transformed into a mass, swiftly sinking to the depths. Before Qin Xiaoyu could arrive, it was entirely ensnared by the aquatic vegetation. He saw Qin Xiaoyu recklessly swimming towards the direction where the water monster had disappeared. No, don't go there, Li Ling silently screamed. However, another water monster had already lunged towards him, leaving him no room for concern about anything else. The agility of a human in water paled in comparison to that of the underwater creatures. And from the outset, Li Ling had intended to adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. Anxiously awaiting, he fixated on the water monster's rotational movement and angle. It seemed he had discerned a hint of a strategy. As the current stirred up by the water monster brushed against his face, Li Ling swiftly plunged his dagger into the monster's flat, slippery body, forcefully slicing nearly a meter against the direction of its rotation. A horrifying gash appeared along the elongated form of the creature. Without time to assess the monster's fate, Li Ling immediately swam towards Qin Xiaoyu. Fortunately, he reached her just in time, as he nearly extended his hand to touch the tips of her toes. A water monster shot out from beneath the surface. Qin Xiaoyu instantly swung her hand. Repeat in the next instant. Several water monsters surged into the blood-stained waters, vying for the sinking flesh. This commotion afforded them a momentary respite. Strangely, those water monsters ceased their pursuit. Li Ling felt as though he had been swimming for an eternity. Deprived of oxygen, he was overwhelmed by a profound discomfort. He forced himself to forget all pain, as if his body were foreign to him. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. After fiercely biting down on his own tongue, Li Ling regained a modicum of clarity and summoned a flicker of strength. Yet, the weight of Miao Chuang's body felt as heavy as stone, nearly dragging him back beneath the surface. Perhaps I should let go. Only then might I survive and resurface. Even he had relinquished hope. Why should I persist? Is my life truly as worthless as my father's? The death of his daughter bears no relation to me. I never promised to care for them. That my decision to abandon my post stemmed from a prior commitment to look after Qin Xiaoyu. I must fulfill that promise that I must in a days. Li Ling seethed with rage in his heart, yet his fingers seemed to have turned as stiff as iron, refusing to loosen their grip. Perhaps I am destined to perish. Leading to such wild thoughts, at one moment, Li Ling sighed deeply within himself. His body had begun to succumb to illusions, as if someone had given him a gentle push from behind. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced through, suggesting he was on the verge of breaking the surface. Yet, an overwhelming sense of distance persisted. He attempted to struggle, but could no longer muster even a trace of strength. Farewell, this world I have never seen. Farewell, dear parents beyond the distant stars. Li Ling smiled, relinquishing his struggle, allowing his body to drift slowly with the current. That a pair of hands, as large as palm fans, pierced through the water and firmly grasped Li Ling's shoulders. The strength of those hands was immense, and with a simple yet brutal tug, they hoisted Li Ling into the air. Blinding white light cascaded down, revealing a colossal, expressionless, monstrous face. The thought flashed through Li Ling's mind, the creature of Suerte star. As that white light enveloped the entire realm, it ultimately faded into blankness. In the pitch-black night sky, lightning danced like a silver dragon, occasionally slicing through the heavens and striking the vast earth with ferocity. Wherever it struck, be it trees or stones, everything was reduced to charred remains. That a band of what appeared to be barbaric warriors raced through an unfamiliar wilderness, wielding crude knives, spears, clubs, and torches, hunting a herd of bizarre creatures that fled at high speed. When a young creature stumbled and fell, countless weapons descended upon it, transforming it into a pulpy mass in an instant. With a splash, a large basin of water was poured over Li Ling's face, jolting him awake from the terrifying nightmare. For a while, his eyes struggled to adjust to the blinding white light above. He became acutely aware of the scorching sun blazing in the sky. Having been deprived of the warmth of sunlight for so long, he greedily stretched out his limbs, allowing the sun's rays to penetrate his skin, warming his aching muscles and icy blood. He sensed his exposed skin was on the verge of being scorched. This revelation made him realize that this was not the sun he remembered. Here lay the planet Suerte. I have been rescued by my companions. A shiver ran through Li Ling, and he immediately sat up. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself beside a narrow, turbulent stream, flanked by massive white boulders. Behind him was a small expanse of flat land, beyond which loomed towering trees, their names lost to him. There was no sign of any companions. After a moment, Li Ling concluded that he had not been saved by his peers. Otherwise, he would not be alone, and Qin Xiaoyu would not have left before he regained consciousness. Could it be that I was swept away by the current and washed ashore here? Li Ling pondered that he gazed once more at the spot where he had just awakened, a protruding rock with several puddles beside it. Yet the surrounding soil remained dry. Someone must have splashed water on me. But why would they hide, startled by his own thoughts? Li Ling quickly jumped to the stone he had been leaning against while unconscious, examining the area meticulously. Just then, a deep, rumbling sound shattered the tranquility. A massive boulder across the stream suddenly stirred, gradually transforming into a creature with grayish-white skin, a robust physique, and enormous hands. However, despite its bulk, it stood at just over 2 meters tall, resembling a colossal white ape. Its legs truncated, while its arms and hands were disproportionately enlarged. As it stood there, its arms dangled down to the ground. Its laughter was a chilling, guttural sound, emanating a palpable hostility. Fortunately, It lacked multiple heads and limbs, conforming instead to the typical four-limb structure of most Earth creatures, with a single head, even featuring symmetrically placed eyes upon its upper cranium. Clearly, the information relayed by the human pioneers sent to Earth was not deceitful. This place bore a striking resemblance to Earth's broader environment, Li Ling mused. Yet, he now had to devise a plan to slip away from beneath the monster's watchful gaze. Having just escaped the terrifying underwater realm, he had yet to appreciate this new world, and he certainly did not wish to confront another unfamiliar and formidable foe. With this thought, Li Ling stealthily edged behind the boulder, and as soon as he was entirely concealed, he bolted toward the jungle. Based on his assessment, the giant-handed creature belonged to the category of strength-based monsters, its fearsome hands, seemingly composed of numerous phalanges, serving as its weapons that as for its short legs to his astonishment. The giant-hand creature plummeted from the air, landing 3 zhong away on the open ground. It then slammed its hands down with a resounding thud, and with a powerful leap, its massive form soared back into the air, diving toward him. Good heavens, it can leap using its hands. Li Ling despaired and halted in his tracks. Just as the giant-hand creature was about to crash down upon him, he crouched low. The creature nearly grazed his head as it fell to the ground. At last, man and beast stood face to face. Chapter 11. Li Ling could perceive no semblance of humanity in the giant-hand creature's expression. It was merely a savage beast, he thought, reaching for his waist, only to find that the dagger was long gone. It seems that a battle concerning life and death is inevitable. Li Ling slightly bent down, his gaze fixed intently on the movements of the great hand monster, which remained motionless. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his foot, Li Ling kicked up a small handful of dirt and immediately launched a powerful kick aimed directly at the creature's lower body. Faced with the unknown expanse of this world and a relentless beast in pursuit, he had no intention of holding back. Exerting nearly all his strength, the sound of impact echoed as the great hand monster disregarded the minuscule clump of dirt. Merely extending its hand to grasp, Li Ling's foot met resistance akin to striking a thick wooden board and was firmly caught in the creature's grasp. Alarmed, Li Ling swiftly propelled his left foot forward. A second loud crack resounded as the great hand monster seized both of his feet, clutching them tightly. Roaring with delight, the creature emitted a thunderous laugh, then began to wildly swing Li Ling around. "Let me go," he cried out, oblivious to the fact that his words were incomprehensible to his captor, a being not even of human origin. Fortunately, the great hand monster soon lost interest, and with a swift motion, it flung Li Ling away. Feeling the world spin around him, Li Ling desperately sought something to grasp. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing down with a thud. Had he not landed amidst the grass beside a pile of stones, he would have surely feared for his life. The great hand monster, exhilarated, approached him with clumsy strides, its enormous hands already reaching out, seemingly intent on repeating its earlier actions. Li Ling, disregarding the condition of his own body, lunged forward with great effort. Seizing a stone, in the instant the creature drew near, he struck fiercely at its head. Alas, in a moment of despair, the great hand monster effortlessly caught Li Ling's fist, yanking his arm with such ferocity that it felt as though it might be wrenched from its socket. He fell once more, his thigh collided with a stone by the stream, and his waist seemed to lose all sensation, as if it were broken. Despair washed over him as he lay resigned on the ground, contemplating whether Gujin and the other guardians could possibly vanquish this monster. No, even Gujin would be outmatched by the creature's sheer strength and speed. He could only submit to the whims of this great hand monster. Was this truly his destined end, to traverse vast distances only to perish aimlessly? Li Ling's gaze wandered past the low shrubs above him, fixating on the sun of Surt, ablaze with a vitality that seemed boundless. An intense curiosity spurred him to seize one last opportunity to witness this brutal alien world. Even as he lay there awaiting the verdict of fate, that a self-deprecating smile crept onto his lips, mocking either the arrogance of an ant or his own helplessness. He felt even less significant than an ant. Ant? Li Ling stared in astonishment at the creature before him, an ant identical to those on Earth. In that moment, exhilaration surged through him, and he cried out in joy, beyond the violence and cruelty. This world must harbor countless wonders akin to those on Earth, along with familiar habits and rules. Stop. Li Ling raised his arms high, signaling surrender. Perhaps that enormous hand monster could comprehend his body language. Li Ling silently prayed. In the next moment, a tremendous force gripped his calves, and his entire body was hoisted upside down by the creature. Despair engulfed him. Just then, a melodious and enchanting voice echoed from a distance. Li Ling's body jolted violently a few times before being unceremoniously dropped onto the ground. Could that monster truly understand my gestures? Li Ling was taken aback. Gradually, he felt a flicker of sensation returning to his lower limbs and struggled to rise. The great hand monster stood motionless, a good 10 paces away, fixated upon him. The melodious voice resounded once more, this time emanating from behind. Li Ling startled. He swiftly turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment at the newly appeared creature before him. Resting upon the stone where he had previously lain was a plump being resembling a gray-furred rabbit, yet its size was akin to that of a polar bear. Li Ling suspected it to be a genetically mutated rabbit. No, it was far more likely to be a genetically modified rabbit, perhaps the creation of scientists from CERT. This poor rabbit, his gaze brimmed with empathy for the weak and pity for the innocent. The rabbit's mouth moved, emitting the same sound as before. Humian. Simultaneously, it lifted its head slightly, as if attempting to converse with him. Humian. Li Ling furrowed his brow. Human, could this rabbit have become sentient and capable of speaking English? No, that was utterly impossible. A chill ran down his spine, yet he mustered the courage to inquire in English. Are you a rabbit? My heavens! Li Ling felt as if struck by lightning, springing up in shock. Despite the rabbit's peculiar pronunciation, he distinctly recognized it as English. Had the language spread to such an extent that even a rabbit from another world had to learn it? No, that defied all logic. Li Ling exclaimed inwardly, sharply tapping his head as if to shatter the illusion before him or awaken from a nightmare. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the rabbit remained a rabbit, and the hand monster still squatted in the distance. Wasi you air pu rao bu, the rabbit spoke again. You must be out of your mind, Li Ling cursed vehemently. The rabbit gazed at him, its large eyes reflecting a look of confusion. It was then that Li Ling finally realized. Those human pioneers hailed from the west, did they not? Perhaps they had taught this rabbit, who called itself Bosun, and maybe this creature was a relatively intelligent being. Cared for and trained by its human owner as a pet to it must be so. This was the only reasonable explanation, Li Ling thought. Regardless, he refused to believe that this rabbit was a human who had been transformed by magic or that English was the universal language on this planet. Thus, he once more attempted to ask in English. Where did you learn your English? Humian the rabbit affirmed his suspicion once more, saying, It was you who helped me stop that monster. Li Ling pointed towards the distant hand creature. So, humans are your friends, right? The soft, tinkling laughter resonated like that of a young girl, yet possessed a more rounded quality. No, it is the tiger eel that stands as our adversary. The rabbit articulated in English. Upon uttering these words, it raised its forepaws, its entire body stretching and elevating, its hind legs rising as well. When it fully stood upright, it resembled a proud kangaroo, chest out and head held high, ready for battle, nearly matching Li Ling in height. However, it lacked the robust tail characteristic of a kangaroo. Perhaps it had no tail at all. As Li Ling observed its more expressive visage and the garment-like covering draped over its abdomen. He reminded himself that this was not merely a beast akin to a kangaroo or rabbit, but rather a creature with long ears and a small head, a sentient being from the planet Suerte. Identifying itself as Bosun. This revelation alone was astonishing enough. Yet, even more surprising was the assertion that Li Ling was considered their enemy, an enemy of the Bosun and that monstrous hand. Not merely a source of food or a natural predator, but an actual adversary. That a sense of foreboding crept into Li Ling's mind. Could it be that a conflict had arisen between the human pioneers and these peculiar beings? Perhaps even a war had erupted? He attempted to regard this creature before him with a wary, hostile gaze. Yet, perhaps due to his fondness for small animals, particularly the gentle and endearing rabbit, he found it impossible to perceive this being as a mortal enemy. If given the chance, he would rather befriend it, sharing their vastly different knowledge and cultures, a truly wondrous experience. No, I am not your enemy, for I have never encountered your kind. Li Ling protested that it was that monstrous hand that inexplicably attacked me. What do you have to say about that? A light, tinkling laughter escaped the large rabbit's mouth. In comparison to death, what is this minor pain? The feeling of having survived is delightful, is it not? Young man? Indeed, Li Ling admitted candidly. But how does this pertain to you? The rabbit remained silent, merely gazing at him with a hint of disdain. Well, "Thank you for saving me," Li Ling said, feeling somewhat defeated. "I shall remember this kindness. My name is Li Ling. May I ask for yours, as well as that of your companion?" "Bussin. Every being like me is referred to as Bussin. We have no custom of naming ourselves. As for my rather eccentric companion, you may call him Datung." Sadobi, the rabbit's former disdain faded, replaced by a newfound interest in him. "How is that possible? Without names, how do you distinguish one another?" Li Ling inquired. Astonished by any means, appearance, voice, actions that on suerte, there is nothing identical. These traits suffice to differentiate any individual. The rabbit explained patiently, "If you were to add spectacles, it would resemble a professor. However, if you insist, you may call me Nayan." Nayan, the rabbit extended its paws, one side showcasing 5 fingers, the other 4. Chapter 12. All gone mad. Very well. Li Ling nodded, once again astonished by Nai Yin's linguistic talent and comprehension that, of course, it was also possible that Nai Yin was merely an old rabbit, having followed human masters for many years, thus acquiring the ability to speak their language. "Would you care to join me for dinner, young man?" Nai Yin's long whiskers twitched at the corners of his lips, giving the impression of a smile that Li Ling could hardly contain his eagerness to familiarize himself with this new world, all the while gleaning information about the human pioneers. How fortunate the Bussin people were to encounter a rabbit with whom they could communicate effortlessly. He nodded vigorously. "I Dao Bai." Nai Yin's melodious voice rang out once more. The giant hand creature leaped up and down, preparing to strike Li Ling again. Li Ling sidestepped, his expression turning grave. Gurgling sounds emanated from Nai Yin's mouth, indistinct yet commanding. "Roar, roar." Si Dao Bai waved its fists at Li Ling a few times before obediently following Nai Yin, seemingly having conceded. What a peculiar duo, Li Ling mused in the following moments. Li Ling was exposed to a world of wonders. Nai Yin babbled away, and Si Dao Bai, in a fit of irritation, pounded the ground a few times before plucking a large, heavy leaf from a distant tree and placing it atop Li Ling's head. Li Ling was secretly astonished that this seemingly docile rabbit could command such a robust beast with mere simple notes. It must be the power of incantation. He began to entertain fanciful thoughts, pondering whether he and his companions could join forces to defeat rabbits skilled in magic and spells. He had once read novels where protagonists conquered magical realms through martial prowess. Regardless, they had just saved my life. Li Ling expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. He contemplated the purpose of his journey alongside his companions. He felt a flush of embarrassment. They had come to assist the human pioneers in conquering this planet. Li Ling believed that the pioneers had inflicted some harm upon these wise and benevolent beings. Otherwise, they would not have harbored such animosity towards him from the outset. However, there was another possibility. The humans, having arrived from distant Earth, were the ones who felt threatened that if Cert was a conscious entity, then humans might be akin to airborne bacteria, struggling for survival while evading the onslaught of an immune system, truly bearing a heavy burden and navigating through thorns. Looking at these two clever and formidable creatures, how could a mere 100 or so human pioneers pose any threat to the wise beings who had thrived here for countless ages? Of course, nothing was yet conclusive. Only if he and his companions successfully reached their destination and witnessed the descendants of the human pioneers would the truth be revealed. Regardless, Li Ling hoped that the human pioneers would emerge as the relatively stronger faction. This way, their group of invited supporters would endure less hardship. At the very least, he believed that the wise and powerful humans would not barbarically eradicate these intelligent species, but would instead provide them with the necessary space and status for survival, perhaps even as pets or slaves. Li Ling pondered. Just then, Si Dao Bai happened to turn its head and glance at him. Li Ling, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze. The trio meandered along the creek, traversing a considerable distance downstream, until they finally halted in a slightly open area. There stood a waterfall with a 5-meter drop, beneath which lay a small pool of water. Nain mumbled a series of longer, more intricate notes, far more complex than the commands humans typically use to train pets or call livestock. Li Ling began to suspect that these utterances were not mere spells, but rather a language intrinsic to these creatures themselves. Curiously, Nain and Sadobi appeared to be distinctly different species. How could they communicate so effortlessly? Sadobi also muttered a few sounds and leaped into the pool beneath the waterfall. Li Ling bent down to observe, discovering that these beings possessed eyes the size of mung beans and numerous transparent fins and tails. It seemed they were a type of fish. Meanwhile, Nain dashed toward the distant forest. His posture, with legs crossed as he ran, was somewhat comical, yet he was not significantly slower than a human. However, when he crouched down to sprint, his speed and agility astonished Li Ling once more. Li Ling presumed these creatures were meant for consumption. Despite his stomach growling with hunger, he remained cautious and refrained from recklessly attempting to catch one. Indeed, moments later, those yellow berries burst open with a pop, some even igniting into flames that set nearby dry twigs ablaze. As twilight descended, Li Ling fortuitously realized part of his ideal, roasting wild delicacies in the dimming jungle. Yet, he was not in the role of a hunter, nor was he accompanied by Qin Xiaoyu or any familiar companions, but rather by these two peculiar beings, mimicking the movements of a large rabbit. Li Ling clumsily skewered the fish with twigs and then placed them over the roaring fire. He had undergone survival training in the wild, yet it was evident that both Nain and Soulbreaker were experts in this domain. As the fish began to char, Li Ling blew gently upon them before taking a cautious bite. The succulent flesh instantly filled his mouth. This was food from Surtet Star. A wave of emotions washed over him. He cast a grateful glance at the two creatures feasting before him, pondering whether Qin Xiaoyu and the others were equally fortunate, savoring the delectable offerings of this world at that moment. "What is this? Is it not to your taste?" Nain inquired, his gaze fixed on Li Ling, who appeared lost in thought. "I have seen your kind catch fish to eat, so I assumed you would enjoy such fare." "It is delicious. However, I usually sprinkle some salt and spices on top. That enhances the flavor," Li Ling replied candidly, considering that the large rabbit had indeed interacted with human pioneers, and resolved to inquire further about it later. "What is salt?" Before Li Ling could respond, Nain asked, perplexed that it is a colorless, transparent cubic crystal, scientifically known as sodium chloride. Li Ling answered casually. "What is sodium chloride?" The rabbit's mouth ceased chewing, displaying an eager thirst for knowledge. It is an ionic compound with a salty taste. Li Ling felt that if he continued, he would confuse not only the large rabbit, but also himself. Ionic compound. Nain gently tapped the stone slab before him with his finger, lost in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, Nain gathered a handful of grass and laid it beside himself, then said, "Come, elaborate on this. What is an ionic compound?" "Hiss. Well, this is quite a lengthy tale." Li Ling inhaled sharply. Explaining ionic compounds in an accessible manner to a large rabbit was certainly not his forte. Nonetheless, the Busan people are endowed with ample patience. Nain curled up, transforming into a fluffy ball. Li Ling felt as if a 3-year-old child were asking a housewife to elucidate the intricacies of aircraft engine repair. Furthermore, he harbored concerns about the rabbit's potential intentions of pilfering human knowledge. Despite his understanding being vastly inferior to that of the accompanying experts and scholars, he resolved to baffle the creature and, feigning a lack of clarity, hastily declared, "All right, it is a compound composed of cations and anions. That's all." While internally chastising himself for his loquaciousness, he helplessly drew a circle in the dirt, grimacing as he mused. "I surmise they are merely tiny spheres." This time, Nain finally nodded, refraining from interrupting him. Perhaps out of arrogance or a desire to showcase his own knowledge, or perhaps due to the rabbit's earnest and humble demeanor, Li Ling soon found himself uncharacteristically verbose, even enthusiastically boasting about Earth's cultural and technological achievements, albeit fabricating much of it. Nain emitted a few murmurs, and the slumbering Soulbreaker promptly brought Li Ling some fresh water in a leaf. "Apologies, it seems I have digressed." Li Ling accepted the water and drank it in one gulp. "No worries. Your discourse is quite fascinating. Moreover, you humans appear remarkably intelligent and brave." Nain scrutinized Li Ling with its round, glistening eyes. Li Ling puffed out his chest with pride, reflecting that the days when humans lived like rabbits, braving the elements and foraging for sustenance, had long since faded into history. Yet another inquiry arose. Nain, still unsatisfied, pressed on. "You and the other humans I have encountered seem somewhat different. How did you come to this vicinity and nearly drown in the process?" The rabbit, without deliberately leading him, managed to elicit a steady stream of conversation from Li Ling, who began to feel an unsettling sense of being scrutinized. Vowing to divulge no further secrets, he deftly shifted the topic to his companion. "How do you and Soulbreaker communicate? Is it through incantations, or perhaps a form of conditioned reflex developed through training?" "Incantations? Reflexes? No. Know that I understand what humans mean by pets, but But our relationship is not as you presume. Nain shook its head that we are equals. All beings on Suerte are equal. We merely share a cooperative bond. What a preposterous notion. Li Ling thought to himself, yet he refrained from immediate rebuttal, instead patiently listening like the rabbit. Moreover, we certainly communicate using the language mastered by Soulbreaker. Could it be that you are fluent in many languages? Even those of different species? Li Ling exclaimed, utterly astonished. But how is that possible? This is simply unfathomable. He had once regarded polyglots as extraordinary, but now he found himself in the presence of someone even more remarkable. This is a talent inherent to the Busan people. I merely excel at it a bit more. Nain replied with a matter-of-fact tone. Just as you humans triumph through might and knowledge, we prevail through our tongues. Having spoken, Nain opened her mouth and let her long tongue flicker. Yet, when faced with danger, one cannot solely rely on one's tongue, can one? I shall do my utmost, Nain replied. Why not use your fists? Li Ling cast a glance at Nain's arms and legs, then revised his statement. What about using claws to scratch? That is the rule of your world. However, on Cert Star, wisdom and impulsiveness are inversely proportional. We are not as brutish as you might think, but I am curious. Have you ever attempted to resolve issues through force? Li Ling inquired, pondering that if the intelligent beings of Cert Star harbored such thoughts, humanity's pioneers would likely have met an untimely demise. Giggle. Certainly, even the gentle Bosun people have their share of exceptional individuals, those who stand out. They have suggested this approach and have ardently advocated for it. Then Nain's eyelids drooped, her tone soft and slow. Went mad. Without exception, they all went mad in the end. Li Ling found himself perplexed, wishing to inquire further, but noticed that Nain had become utterly still, as if she had fallen asleep. Chapter 13. Remain calm. The night breeze rustled through the jungle, creating a symphony of whispers. The mist from the waterfall drifted with the wind, threatening to extinguish the flickering campfire. Li Ling rubbed his goosebumps-covered skin vigorously, feeling damp and chillingly cold, unable to suppress a shiver. This weather is rather bizarre. I senti it. It nearly scorched us during the day, Li Ling murmured. Hush, Nain placed a finger to her lips. Li Ling, puzzled, glanced around. It was pitch dark, with nothing visible. The stars twinkled above, yet the moon was nowhere to be seen. Soulbreaker had also awakened, alertly scanning the surroundings. However, Nain gestured for him to remain quiet. The tension between the two heightened Li Ling's anxiety. As he fixed his gaze deep into the thickets, a shadow denser than the night itself caught his attention, and just as he endeavored to discern its shape more clearly, whoosh! A sudden commotion erupted, and the shadow ascended into the sky like a whirlwind, spiraling once before vanishing. Only a towering tree remained in its place. What on earth was that? Li Ling exclaimed. Merely a flock of birds. Nain replied. Perhaps we startled them. Quickly, go to sleep. If you keep fretting, you won't get any rest tonight. Li Ling wished to ask further questions, but Nain had already lain prone on the ground, completely still. Reluctantly, he followed suit. Yet sleep eluded him as he pondered Nain's words that it was only when dawn was on the cusp of breaking that he began to drift into slumber. However, he was abruptly roused by a rustling sound. Under the starlight, he saw Nain walking into the distant jungle in the next moment. A series of eerie howls emanated from the direction she had ventured. This time, Li Ling could no longer find sleep. His mind conjured an absurd image of a large rabbit suffering from somnambulism, attempting to howl like a wolf in the pitch-black jungle. More importantly, this rabbit possessed extraordinary intelligence. Its round, glistening eyes seemed to penetrate the very soul, as if concealing some profound secret. Otherwise, he felt he might very well lose his sanity at the break of dawn. Li Ling was eager to take his leave. Have I been a poor host? Nain expressed her astonishment. According to our plan, we were supposed to spend a considerable amount of time together. I would assist you in gaining a deeper understanding of this world. What could possibly be more important than searching for my companions? Li Ling retorted. Even if you saved me, you have no right to restrict my freedom. No, please do not take offense. It is not worth it. Nain appeared reluctant to offend Li Ling. If you truly care for your companions, you ought to heed the advice of a Busan elder. Li Ling, somewhat incensed, found Nain not only attempting to curtail his freedom, but also exhibiting an air of arrogance, and thus sarcastically replied, I had no intention of taking advice from a somnambulant rabbit. Somnambulism? Nain's eyes widened. Are you referring to my outing last night? I merely persuaded a pack of foraging beasts to leave. Persuaded? Spare me the exaggeration. Even with remarkable linguistic talents, do you truly believe you could dissuade a pack of ravenous beasts with mere words? It seems the moment is not yet ripe. You are not prepared to comprehend this world, just as I cannot fathom yours. Nain lamented, shaking her head in anguish and slightly turning her body. Signaling that Li Ling could depart, Li Ling stood momentarily dazed, then saluted Nain with solemnity, stating, "Regardless, I shall remember your kindness and hospitality." With a sigh of relief, Li Ling felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Under the gaze of the large rabbit, it felt as though a shroud of gloom perpetually loomed overhead. The glaring sunlight slanted down, causing Li Ling to sense a rapid increase in temperature, prompting him to wonder if there were indeed cold viruses on Cert Star. If so, merely catching a cold would be enough to trouble everyone at present, aside from a remarkably flexible short shirt. He possessed nothing of substance. Thus, he hastily fashioned a suitably sized branch into a makeshift weapon for self-defense. Fortunately, he encountered no ferocious beasts along the way. Only a few nameless small creatures boldly approached, appearing both curious and clever that a casual wave of his branch sent those creatures scattering in disarray. Throughout his journey, Li Ling lamented his forgetfulness in inquiring about the human pioneers at midday, while contemplating whether to adopt Nai Yin's method of catching fish or small animals for roasting. He caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Nai Yin was alone, curled up on a nearby piece of bluestone, seemingly having been there for quite some time. This evoked a sense of shame within Li Ling. His pace had been too slow. "Nai Yin," he greeted reluctantly, "were you waiting for me? I am aware you are a newcomer among humans, and that the spaceship fell into the lake," Nai Yin stated directly. "Therefore, I have some advice for you." Li Ling should have anticipated this, so he was not particularly surprised. Instead, he straightened his posture and responded gravely, "Please, go ahead, Nain. First and foremost, remain calm. Always maintain your composure." Nain insisted earnestly, "I will do my best. I have undergone rigorous training and have been deeply influenced by Taoist philosophy." Li Ling replied half-jokingly. "Why?" Li Ling immediately retorted, for that was their foremost task following a successful landing. "Because," Nain paused momentarily and continued, "they have become utterly lost." Li Ling wished to inquire further, but Nain interjected, "I cannot divulge too much. No one can withstand the harrowing truth." Upon finishing her words, Nai Yin's form suddenly elongated and then contracted. After a few leaps, she vanished from sight. Throughout the journey, Li Ling pondered Nai Yin's words, speculating that a conflict had erupted between the pioneers and the Bissonians. Thus, he found himself as a potential target for seduction. Such thoughts were mere fantasies. After all, he regarded himself as a soldier of great principle, Li Ling muttered to himself. Yet, to err on the side of caution, he resolved to treat Nai Yin and her counsel as a secret. If by misfortune his suspicions proved correct, at the very least, he would not be regarded as a traitor by his comrades and the pioneers. However, he quickly dismissed his own thoughts. If that were the case, Nai Yin could easily have invoked some poignant tale of the Bissonians to stir his sympathy and incite his ire against the pioneers. Rather than uttering such bizarre and cryptic advice, his mind was a tangled mess. Yet Li Ling was at least certain that the human pioneers had indeed arrived on this planet, and they were not lured here by the planet's intelligent inhabitants. Regardless, I must first reunite with my companions that I asked for the rest. It seems I have little say in the matter. Li Ling wrapped his swollen head and quickened his pace once more. Along the way, he sought a spot where the water flowed gently, hoping to catch a few fish to eat, but ultimately, he only managed to snare a handful of soft, unappetizing worms. Left with no other choice, he rummaged through the underbrush for some thick-skinned, meager-fleshed berries that tasted sour. Fortunately, at the end of the thicket, he stumbled upon a towering tree adorned with brightly colored fruits. Starving, Li Ling climbed up without a second thought. Yet, as he reached out to pluck the fruit, he froze in place. Perched on a branch of the same tree, a mere 10 feet away, a pair of eyes were fixated on him. The owner of those eyes was a creature unlike any he had ever encountered. Instinctively, Li Ling began to draw upon Earth's creatures to assess the potential danger. It squatted on the branch, its gray fur resembling that of a baboon, with a protruding snout, claws on its limbs, and formidable fangs, presenting a rather fearsome visage. Yet, it bore little resemblance to any creature he could envision. Strangely, its fierce gaze held an air of caution and warning. Clearly, it was an exceptionally intelligent being. To make matters worse, it sported a pair of fleshy wings upon its back, devoid of feathers, akin to those of a bat. He recalled the grotesque gargoyles perched on the eaves of Western cathedrals. Without a doubt, this was a creature capable of both speed and strength. Beads of sweat gradually emerged on his forehead. Li Ling suspected that he had already caught its attention. Otherwise, it would not have remained silent while he ascended. He had no choice but to prepare himself defensively against the massive trunk. Slowly, Li Ling positioned his right hand atop the wooden stick resting on his shoulder, chiding himself for not sharpening one inch sooner. A piercing shriek nearly shattered his eardrums as the beast bared its formidable jaws at him. It seems that as soon as Li Ling draws the weapon from his back, it will immediately charge forward. Stay calm, Li Ling recalled Nai Yin's warning. Struggling to resist the impulse, he withdrew his hand from the wooden stick resting on his shoulder, adjusting his stance while remaining vigilant to the movements above. The ferocious beast indeed ceased its shrill cries, once again perching motionless on a tree branch. Li Ling began to descend slowly, and when he was less than a yard from the ground, he leaped, rolling upon landing to immediately assume a defensive posture. Through the gaps in the foliage, Li Ling observed the beast springing into the air with a powerful kick, extending its wings to glide into the depths of the dense forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Ling resolved to locate Gu Jin and the others before nightfall. Otherwise, who could tell what bizarre creatures he might encounter after dark as the sun dipped below the horizon. The anxious Li Ling finally discovered numerous disordered footprints, extending into a more open area. He hastily followed the trail of prints. After roughly 2 hours of travel, Li Ling stumbled upon a vast clearing. Clearly a place where others had rested. Some dried bloodstains on the ground caught his attention. Could someone have been injured? Li Ling speculated, a shiver running down his spine. Fortunately, after a brief inspection, he found a large, gnawed skeleton and several remnants of extinguished campfires, which eased his mind somewhat, prompting him to quicken his pace. Chapter 14. Enjoying the challenge along the way, he occasionally encountered strange and peculiar creatures. Yet, standing firmly on solid ground, Li Ling felt that only abominations like sea deity could pose a threat to his life. He also noticed signs of chaotic skirmishes. Broken branches and splinters littered the area. The traces left by his companions bolstered Li Ling's confidence as he hurried along. When darkness enveloped the land, he finally spotted a large bonfire flickering in the distance, surrounded by a gathering of people. Their laughter and chatter filling the air. Some were dancing around the fire, hands clasped together. The enticing aroma of roasting meat wafted towards him, tantalizing his senses. Everything appeared so splendid. It was a stark contrast to Nai Yin's ominous portrayal of the world, filled with incomprehensible dangers and unbearable truths. He even caught sight of Qin Xiaoyu, sitting cross-legged on the periphery of the crowd, seemingly a bit disheartened as she sharpened a pointed stick with a dagger. Likely for self-defense, Li Ling could surmise the reason for her melancholy. She must have been worried about him. As this thought crossed his mind, he found Qin Xiaoyu even more enchanting. Her fair face, illuminated by the crimson glow of the bonfire, appeared strikingly radiant. Qin Xiaoyu. Before he reached her side, Li Ling called out. His voice, loud and filled with excitement, drew everyone's attention. Li Ling, where have you been for the past 2 days? Gu Jin bellowed jovially, stepping forward and extending his broad palm. Li Ling slightly sidestepped, deftly evading Gu Jin's exuberant welcome, and made a beeline for Qin Xiaoyu in the brief span of 2 days. He felt as if he had not seen her in ages. Li Ling. Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly dropped the dagger and wooden stick in her hands, rushing towards Li Ling. Li Ling opened his arms and naturally embraced Qin Xiaoyu, overwhelmed with emotions that were difficult to contain. Stay calm. In his mind, Nain sternly pointed a finger at him. To hell with that giant rabbit. Li Ling kicked at Nain, regaining his clarity once more. What did you say about a giant rabbit? Qin Xiaoyu tilted her chin and inquired, her demeanor infused with the unique shyness of a young girl. Nothing. Li Ling calmly shook his head. Are you all right? Yes. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, but then shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, No, not at all. I thought you were dead. Rest assured, I was merely swept downstream by the current. The time spent alone without companions was truly excruciating. You cannot fathom how much I longed for you. Li Ling gently patted Qin Xiaoyu's head. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiaoyu realized this was the first time she had heard Li Ling sincerely confess his feelings to her. And she eagerly asked, How much do you long for me? Very much, Li Ling replied honestly. With a playful smile, Qin Xiaoyu playfully punched his chest. Are you hungry? Have a piece of roasted meat. Without waiting for Li Ling to respond, She fetched a piece of roasted meat and a pot of boiling water for him. Though Qin Xiaoyu was also a member of the guardian team, she was fortunate enough to receive a piece of fur, freshly skinned from an unknown creature. Due to the privileges of beauty, generously, she shared this square foot of genuine fur blanket with Li Ling. Thus, another of Li Ling's wishes was fulfilled, to enjoy a deep, restful slumber beneath the starlit sky of this otherworldly realm. However, it was even more splendid than he had imagined. From the envious and jealous gazes of those around him, Li Ling understood what this meant. If previously, the bond between him and Qin Xiaoyu was forged by promises, he now felt it was also intertwined with love. That a melodious sound of a horn jolted Li Ling from his slumber, just in time to witness Qin Xiaoyu hastily remove her hands and feet that had been resting on him. Under the starlight, a tall figure approached, holding a horn. "What is happening?" Li Ling immediately stood up and inquired of those nearby. At that moment, he recognized the figure holding the horn as Kerbin. "The early bird catches the worm. We must set off promptly." Kerbin triumphantly raised the horn in his hand and addressed everyone. "A splendid item. Isn't it? This is Miao Chuang's masterpiece. He truly is a master craftsman. I must request Commander to appoint him as my advisor." "Miao Chuang," Li Ling exclaimed excitedly, recalling how he had clung to that man's arm while escaping from the lake, only to lose consciousness before surfacing, which had led to numerous dangers. He once thought he had ultimately failed to save that man. Yet here he was among the crowd. Wonderful. He is alive. Li Ling felt genuine joy from the depths of his heart. Had he not abandoned his post out of concern for Qin Xiaoyu's safety, perhaps Miao Chuang's daughter would not have fallen victim to the water monster. Now hearing that Miao Chuang had been rescued by him brought a measure of psychological solace to the guilt-ridden Li Ling. "Yes, he is alive. And I am alive too." Qin Xiaoyu tightly grasped Li Ling's hand. She vividly recalled the scene from that moment, when she recklessly charged towards the water monster that had slain Zhao Rui, only to be ensnared by the creature after a mere glance. Had it not been for Li Ling's timely arrival, she feared she would have been left with not a single bone intact. Previously, Qin Xiaoyu had always felt that Li Ling's care for her was excessive yet lacking in genuine concern. From that instant onward, she resolved to devote her entire being to him. What she did not anticipate was that while she successfully made it to shore, Li Ling would go missing. The thought of facing this unfamiliar world alone pushed her spirit to the brink of collapse. She firmly believed that it was the power of love that sustained her. Surely he was alive. Kerbin, upon hearing Li Ling's whispers, obnoxiously shouted at him. "You owe me for this, don't you? You disregarded Commander's orders and left your post without permission. If I hadn't intervened at the last moment, both Miao Chuang and his daughter would have perished." Some bystanders, drawn by Kerbin's raucous outburst, hurried over to join the fray. "Kerbin," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed with disdain, yet she found herself at a loss for words. To claim that Li Ling acted to save her would likely backfire. "That I saved Miao Chuang's life, and that is why he is grateful to me," Kerbin shamelessly continued to shout. "Thus, I intend to appoint Miao Chuang as my advisor. What do you think, Deputy Li?" The surrounding gazes converged upon Li Ling. He was taken aback by Kerbin's sudden audacity. He had once considered Kerbin to be fairly astute. Surely, there was something amiss. Applause rang out from behind. And it was Miao Chuang, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines. He seemed to have entirely forgotten Li Ling's last-minute rescue. Instead addressing him with a venomous tone, "No wonder you are the deputy commander. Your rhetoric is quite persuasive. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. I can serve as an advisor to anyone, but you lack the qualifications." If Kerbin's previous remarks were mere sarcasm, Miao Chuang's behavior was nothing short of blatant provocation. "What are you even worth?" While Li Ling fell into contemplation, Qin Xiaoyu preemptively struck back. "Your daughter's death was merely an accident. There are other victims, and we all mourn for them. But no one wished for their demise." "Huh. You would naturally speak in his defense, as far as I know. Deputy Li left his post for your sake." "What? How could that be possible? Is this not sheer infatuation?" Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd as they began to murmur among themselves. Under Gu Jin's commendable leadership, the Guardians had been exceptionally effective in ensuring everyone's safety these past few days, earning their trust. If Miao Chuang spoke the truth, it would severely tarnish the Guardian's reputation. "You," Qin Xiaoyu seethed, gritting her teeth but unable to articulate a response. The others, witnessing her flustered demeanor, became even more convinced of Miao Chuang's claims. "You all see it. They are at a loss for words." Miao Chuang pressed on audibly. "My daughter should be here, full of life. Yet she is now dead, with not a trace left behind. Yet these two supposed guardians of my daughter's safety are instead joyfully nestled together, relishing in the warmth and merriment of their collective company. The clamor of gossip buzzes around, and the envious glances that once admired Li Ling for Qin Xiaoyu's beauty have subtly morphed into jealousy and animosity. No one notices Gu Jin observing the scene from a distance. He seems disinclined to intervene, preferring instead to watch how Li Ling resolves the predicament before him. His brows are now tightly knitted, redirecting his interest towards Kerbin. Even Qin Xiaoyu cannot refrain from casting a glance at Li Ling, wondering if, despite his reluctance to engage in a quarrel, he might at least defend himself. However, unlike Gu Jin, she firmly believes that every reaction from Li Ling is justified. She holds this conviction deeply. It cannot merely be attributed to coincidence. Li Ling remains oblivious to the unfriendly gazes surrounding him. Meanwhile, Miao Chuang is eagerly proclaiming his declaration of victory. Thus, I assert that Li Ling is no longer fit to serve as a guardian, let alone to hold the position of deputy commander. No one voices dissent. Miao Chuang, seemingly invigorated, continues with malevolence. He should even remove himself from our midst, opting for self-exile in the wilderness of Surt Star to atone for his transgressions. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd, as they grapple with the unimaginable fate that awaits an individual in this utterly foreign world, a fate that would undoubtedly be excruciating and fatal. You shall not, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in fury. I challenge you. If you are a man, come at me. Undoubtedly, as a guardian, Qin Xiaoyu could easily subdue Miao Chuang. Did I apologize? But as an advisor, I see no reason to entertain the provocation of a guardian. I prefer to engage my intellect. Miao Chuang shamelessly pointed to his own forehead. Chapter 15. Neil, I was momentarily distracted. Could you please repeat that? Li Ling calmly inquired of Miao Chuang, though somewhat lost in thought. He recalled Miao Chuang's incessant snarling amidst the crowd, particularly the derisive smirks directed at Qin Xiaoyu. What? Miao Chuang momentarily stunned, then erupted as if grievously insulted. Do not feign ignorance, I said. If you possess even a modicum of shame, you should depart from us and find a secluded spot to reflect upon your wrongdoings. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd, all taken aback by Li Ling's composure and poise. Of course, a few felt sympathy for Qin Xiaoyu. A man incapable of protecting his own girlfriend is truly alas. What? You call me a mad dog? You have caused the death of my daughter, and yet dare to label me a mad dog? Do I resemble a mad dog? Miao Chuang raged like a lunatic, venomously declaring, You should perish. At last, Li Ling, provoked beyond measure, cast aside Na Yin's counsel, seizing Miao Chuang by the collar and growling in a low voice. Frankly, in your current state, you are even beneath a mad dog. I truly wonder why I risked my life to save you in the first place, were it not for your utter fragility. I would have long since left you searching for your teeth after a thorough beating. With that, Li Ling forcefully pushed with his long arm, causing Miao Chuang to stagger backward for several paces before landing unceremoniously on the ground. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily taken aback by Li Ling's sudden eruption of fury. Only Kerbin remained composed, seemingly unfazed, as he awaited the unfolding drama. He believed his combat prowess rivaled that of Li Ling, and in terms of sheer physicality, he certainly surpassed him. Thus he was convinced that Li Ling would never dare to provoke him. And you? Li Ling raised his arm, pointing his right index finger at Kerbin's nose, and spoke in a voice as calm as he could muster. Should you dare show me any further disrespect, I will kill you. As he struggled to contain his emotions, the final words escaped his lips with a chilling nonchalance, as if discussing a trivial matter. Buzz, Kerbin felt a tingle run down his scalp, his legs inexplicably weakened, and he hastily shifted his footing to regain his balance, forcing a nervous grin as he replied, Why? Of course, Deputy Li, I am but eager to heed your commands. Commander Gu has arrived, someone announced, parting the crowd to allow Gu Jin to stride into the center at that moment. Miao Chuang had just regained his feet. Glaring furiously at Li Ling upon seeing Gu Jin approach with purpose, it was as though a chastised child had spotted their father. He immediately rushed forward, indignation spilling forth. Commander Gu, you must stand up for me. Bang! Gu Jin delivered a sharp kick to Miao Chuang's abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground. Without a glance back, he turned to face Kerbin. Kneel, Gu Jin suddenly commanded, leaving everyone bewildered. Commander, what do you mean? I cannot comprehend your words. Kerbin was incredulous, for Gu Jin was clearly addressing him. That I command you to kneel. This is an order from a superior. You must comply unconditionally, Good Jean declared with firm authority. What? This is an affront. I shall never acquiesce, Kerbin shouted enraged. Do you not think that even a mere commander, let alone the emperor himself, can dictate terms to me? Very well, I shall present you with two choices. Good Jean pressed his substantial forehead against Kerbin's point. One is to withdraw from the group and live in solitude. The other is to accept my challenge, allowing me to pummel you until you beg for mercy. Aye, Kerbin's face flushed crimson, yet his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He had faced Good Jean before and had nearly been left incapacitated. After a prolonged internal struggle, Kerbin gritted his teeth and lowered his left knee to the ground. Half kneeling, the atmosphere fell silent. With Kerbin's submission, who would dare defy Good Jean's authority? In the absence of discovering the human pioneers, this realm was a lawless world, governed by the mightiest fists, where power was dictated by strength. Excellent. In perilous circumstances, one must grasp their own identity, Good Jean declared. Therefore, Kerbin, you ought to pay your respects to my deputy. He is, after all, your superior as well. Reluctantly, Kerbin offered a military salute. Not like that. Clever Kerbin, do you still not comprehend my intent? Good Jean frowned. Am I to kneel before him as well? Kerbin exclaimed hoarsely. Indeed, you must demonstrate your loyalty to him. Otherwise, I fear you are showing contempt for your superior's authority. The morning breeze rustled the withered leaves as it swept past the onlookers, producing a soft whispering sound. All the guardians quietly gathered, eager to witness how the formidable Kerbin would contend with Good Jean's tyranny. No one dared to voice dissent, yet the solemn expressions on their faces revealed that none wished for Kerbin to comply. Otherwise, they would become the next Kerbin. Even Qin Xiaoyu and Li Ling themselves found Good Jean's demands somewhat excessive. Let alone the typically assertive Kerbin, he shall not succeed. I will challenge him. Kerbin abruptly straightened his posture and turned to Li Ling, saying, Do you have the courage to accept my challenge, vice officer? Ha! Are you too afraid? Kerbin laughed heartily. I shall never bow before a defeated foe, much less before those lacking the courage to accept the challenge. Jean maintained his silence at the opportune moment. Having achieved his aim, to establish absolute authority among the crowd and incite a duel between the two subordinates, he believed Li Ling would not reject Kerbin's provocation. Otherwise, his standing among the people would undoubtedly suffer another blow. Moreover, the few lovely young ladies who discreetly observed him would abandon their aspirations entirely. That I hope you do not let me down, he thought. What am I to do now, with a brawl imminent? How can I remain calm? At that moment, while Li Ling appeared outwardly composed, inwardly he was vehemently cursing Kerbin for stirring up trouble and Good Jean for provoking conflict. Of course, he primarily cursed Nain for her foul tongue. Deeming the demand for perpetual calmness excessively harsh, that it was simply more than he could bear, he remembered his father's last moments, gripping his arm and advising, Do not cry, do not be sad. I am no longer a child. The fury and peril of a duel pale in comparison to the anguish of losing a father. I am merely disturbed by the tempest of emotions before me. Li Ling reflected. He believed he had discovered a method to view the current predicament from an indifferent perspective, such as through different identities or in diverse temporal contexts, to regain control over his emotions. As he attempted this, Kerbin, who stood nearby mockingly deriding him, became much more tolerable. Our commander Li truly lives up to his name. Kerbin exaggeratedly howled. If I were to pay homage to such a person, the term guardian would become our collective disgrace. A disgrace, someone echoed loudly from behind Kerbin. We shall never accept the cowardly commander, another proclaimed. Indeed, those who dare not accept the challenge should leave the guardianship. Several guardians standing behind Kerbin began to shout, as if they themselves had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Soon, everyone joined in the clamoring. The scholars, even louder than the guardians, expressed their disapproval of any form of homage, preferring to persuade through reason. The crowd surged towards Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu in a frenzied manner, intent on shattering his confidence while he hesitated. Even Qin Xiaoyu found herself the innocent target of numerous insults. Overwhelmed by the scene before her, Qin Xiaoyu was gripped by fear. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, merging into a glistening sheet. Due to her family's circumstances, she had always been strong-willed. Since joining the military, she had garnered numerous accolades. Yet, her life had been one of strict adherence to rules. She had never truly faced any significant setbacks. What to do? Think of a solution quickly. Qin Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she tugged at Li Ling's sleeve, retreating repeatedly. Yet the crowd pressed on mercilessly, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Why not just give up being a commander? All right. Qin Xiaoyu turned to Li Ling. This glance was a grave mistake, nearly causing her to choke with rage. Li Ling's expressions fluctuated between abject sorrow, reminiscent of a bereaved child, to the contemplative furrow of a philosopher pondering life's intricacies, and then to the naive curiosity of a 3-year-old gazing at the furious throng. Of course, he quietly gripped her heart in the process. Has this fellow become intoxicated with his newfound power, perhaps overstepping his bounds? Qin Xiaoyu felt a surge of anger. This was hardly a time for frivolity. She needed to take decisive action. Li Ling, she cried, abruptly pinching his ear and yanking it sharply. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "What are you doing? Think of a way out." With that, she cast a fierce glare at the bewildered crowd that continued to advance, contemplating whether it would be best to pull Li Ling away and wait for the situation to calm down. I accept. Li Ling, who had remained silent, suddenly covered his buzzing ears and spoke up. The shuffling of feet and the clamor of voices gradually subsided, with the crowd casting unexpected glances in his direction. That a glimmer of hope flickered in Gu Jin's previously disappointed eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, Kerbin's face twisted in rage as he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu, tears of excitement streaming down her face, inwardly chastised herself for her lack of composure, realizing she had been led by the nose by this fool. Li Ling paid no heed to the varied expressions of the crowd and slowly approached Kerbin, speaking with a detached indifference. "But before that, I am still your superior, and I command you, kneel." Unlike Gu Jin's tyranny or Kerbin's arrogance, Li Ling's words were delivered with the calmness of an observer. "You." Kerbin's already flushed face contorted further. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Ling, his body coiling like a spring, seemingly ready to lash out at any moment. "Hold on," Gu Jin bellowed. Li Ling is right. "Kerbin, follow the order." Kerbin's tightly clenched fists alternated between rigidity and looseness, his teeth grinding audibly. "What are you baring your teeth for? Does this help your dignity or the duel in any way?" Li Ling asked, his gaze fixed on Kerbin with earnest intensity. "Hissed shameless." This sentiment echoed in the minds of nearly all present, rendering a collective judgment upon Li Ling. Here he goes again. This guy. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes internally, yet her body and spirit gradually began to relax. At this moment, Li Ling resembled the person he knew on Earth. He refrained from revealing his intentions and acted solely according to his own thoughts. From the initial coldness of their first encounter to the concern he showed upon discovering her injuries, culminating in the final sprint and that harsh fall after crossing the finish line. Indeed, Kerbin was on the brink of losing control over his fury, yearning to leap forward and shatter the seemingly profound Li Ling with his honed combat skills and robust physique. However, before he could do so, in order to prevent the bewildered Gu Jin from scheming beside Li Ling, Kerbin resolved to clear the obstacles first. Thus, with a thud, Kerbin knelt down, both knees hitting the ground. Then, bang, 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 he bowed 3 times with resounding reverberations. Witnessing this forceful display, everyone understood that Kerbin was serious. All eyes turned to Li Ling, eager to see how he would retaliate. Li Ling, belatedly grasping the situation, nodded and took several large steps back, casually stretching his limbs before declaring, "Come on, come on." Those simple words landed like sparks on gunpowder, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Kerbin bent his legs and propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust, his formidable tendons and muscles taut as a drawn bowstring, launching him into the air. Perhaps fueled by his overwhelming rage, Kerbin's leap eclipsed even the highest achievements of world champion high jumpers. Subsequently, like an eagle diving for its prey, he swooped down, his massive hands clenched into fists, crashing down with the force of a heavy hammer. Meanwhile, Kerbin mentally calculated the impact of this strike, having captured the hearts of countless youths with this awe-inspiring move, which had become his ultimate secret weapon. Yet now, to ensure absolute certainty, he felt compelled to unleash it prematurely. Regardless of how Li Ling might defend himself, my colossal fists would not falter, coupled with my commanding height and relentless momentum. Perhaps a single strike. Kerbin was stunned to find Li Ling's figure vanishing right beneath his very eyes. At that moment, as Kerbin soared high into the air, Li Ling seemed to catch sight of a ferocious beast with enormous fleshy wings, which had once sent chills down his spine. The only difference was that while the beast spread its wings after leaping into the sky, Kerbin did not. just as a fish swims freely in the ocean and a bird soars in the sky. The instant Li Ling slipped away from beneath the gaze of the flying beast, he realized that only solid ground could allow him to immerse himself fully in battle. He first rolled forward on the spot, precisely as Kerbin passed overhead. Unable to leverage any force while airborne, Kerbin continued to descend towards Li Ling's original position, blinded by rage and oblivious to the fact that Li Ling had rolled beneath him. In an instant, Li Ling sprang to his feet, his hands darting forward with lightning speed, while his feet grounded themselves firmly. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Kerbin's nearly 2-meter-long frame had already passed overhead, leaving only his legs swiftly sweeping by. Crack! Before Kerbin could react, Li Ling's body seemed to stretch several inches as he firmly pressed down on Kerbin's ankle. Kerbin bellowed, flailing his arms, waiting for the moment he could retaliate upon hitting the ground, while simultaneously kicking backward in a frenzy that he felt Li Ling push his legs abruptly, causing his body to spin nearly half a circle. As he realized that his face was rapidly approaching the ground, a downward force surged through his legs. Thud! Kerbin tumbled heavily onto the ground, collapsing and losing consciousness. Great divine physician BNK, Apollo, Asclepius. Please bestow upon me the supreme art of healing and compassion. After a brief silence, a trembling young female physician was the first to respond. However, she clasped her hands together and silently recited a long string of names of her idols. Only then did she cautiously approach, gently turning the unconscious Kerbin over. His features were distorted, and blood continued to ooze profusely. The female physician, reputed to be from an island and skilled in both Eastern and Western medicine, initially closed her eyes and murmured a few more names before gradually relaxing and beginning to assess Kerbin's condition. How is it, Qingzi? Another male physician, equally adept in medicine, inquired as he approached. There is hope. The female physician confidently replied that a collective sigh of relief escaped many lips. Qin Xiaoyu excitedly wrapped her arms around Li Ling's neck, nearly kissing him in public. Unfortunately, Li Ling maintained a serene demeanor, inciting her frustration as she stomped her foot, thinking it was already generous of her not to bite him. After a moment, Li Ling exhaled. Just as Gujin was walking towards him, be cautious. Punches and kicks no eyes. Relax a bit. Gujin patted Li Ling on the shoulder. There's no choice. A life is priceless, especially in our situation. Li Ling shook his head and added, I truly cannot comprehend what this Kerbin fellow is causing such a commotion about. Where has his previous cleverness gone? I anticipated you would inquire thus. If you wish to know, follow me. Gujin replied, leading the way towards the periphery of the crowd. Go on. I shall await your return. Without waiting for Li Ling to speak, Qin Xiaoyu thoughtfully nudged his arm. Seemingly unfazed by her own curiosity that moment, the sun of Cert Star had just broken free from the embrace of the distant mountains, casting its blazing white light across the vast land. In the distance, the roars of wild beasts rose and fell, seemingly due to the biting cold and darkness of the night that had compelled the animals to hibernate. Yet, when the sun rose, they would awaken and become active in an instant. Jean took long strides, exuding strength and the beauty of life under the sun's rays, pausing beside a lush, leafy tree. Look at this magnificent tree. Now gaze at the sun above. Gujin shaded his eyes with his hand, facing the direction of the rising sun. Take a moment to truly feel it, including the sky and the atmosphere, and you shall find your answer. Li Ling complied, though in truth, he had previously come to marvel at this world many times with astonishment and excitement. Aside from the sunlight being more dazzling and the nights colder, it was almost identical to Earth, though the myriad of peculiar creatures could certainly be considered a shared trait. For instance, not far to the left, a few small creatures were quietly observing them. As he attempted to discern their nature through the lens of earthly experience, he felt that two of them bore a striking resemblance to diminutive fire pigs. What do you think? Have you made any discoveries? Gujin urged anxiously. What a beautiful world this is. Li Ling could not help but exclaim. You are absolutely correct, Li Ling. Gujin exclaimed, playfully thumping Li Ling on the chest. And it is even more splendid than I had imagined. Look at the towering trees surrounding us. Listen to the calls of those creatures in the distance. Planet Suerte is welcoming us. Kerbin is a clever fellow, but he lacks your composure. Gujin nodded. In the 2 days you lagged behind, we have gathered resources and hunted. We encountered vast meadows and flourishing trees, countless gentle creatures, both large and small. We are living the life of primitive man. Haven't you noticed? Gujin gazed toward the expansive valley in the distance. This place is akin to a blank canvas, and we are the artists wielding the brushes. Jin's eyes glistened with excitement. Just think of the squabbles among the intellectuals aboard the spaceship. Each one desires to establish their own legacy here, to inscribe their own history. How exhilarating is that? A blank canvas. That is, of course. Until you encounter the peculiar beings and oddities of this place. Li Ling hesitated to reveal anything about Naiyin. However, he was taken aback by Gu Jin's metaphor. Even someone he considered a roughneck could conjure such a profound analogy. Let alone others. A grand endeavor. But what of our mission? We are guardians, tasked with protecting everyone and ensuring a convergence with the pioneers. Under the guidance of those intellectuals, we shall transform this into humanity's second home. Li Ling looked at Gu Jin in confusion, trusting that he would not easily abandon his mission. Regardless of how distant this place may be from Earth, they carry the hopes of all humanity. The issue is that we have lost contact with the pioneers. Jin's words left Li Ling utterly despondent. Our spacecraft lies submerged at the bottom of a lake far from the designated landing point, and both Wang Dafu and another individual, who possessed the location of the pioneers, perished at the lake's depths. We have completely lost our sense of direction. So, we are to explore this world on our own? Rather than hastily seeking out those unreliable pioneers, Li Ling deduced Gu Jin's plan. The others agree. Are they equally bereft of options? No, this matter remains known only to the two of us. After Wang Dafu's demise, many were gripped by fear, and I had no choice but to feign knowledge of the pioneers' whereabouts, leading everyone onward toward a false objective. Otherwise, if tragedies like that at the lake were to recur, people would surely descend into madness for lack of purpose and confidence. Li Ling's heart raced. This was a benevolent yet monumental deception. He shook his head emphatically. No, Gu Jin, this is madness. I understand your good intentions, but you must not bear this burden alone. Chapter 17. The Primitive Clan. Therefore, I have resolved to share this secret with you and to bolster your standing. I am certain you can shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. Until we establish a truly secure base or fulfill our mission to rendezvous with those pioneers, why must it be me? Li Ling shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps Kerbin would be more suitable as your deputy. He seems to possess an inexhaustible enthusiasm. This was originally a secret I intended to take to my grave, yet it appears I can no longer keep it. Gu Jin grinned widely, then somewhat reluctantly stated, because you defeated me in the arena. Li Ling recalled a fragment of the encounter, perplexed as he remarked, I remember you ultimately threw me several yards from the ring. Well, perhaps you have forgotten, or perhaps you are intentionally mocking me. Yet I must admit, there was a moment when you struck my forehead, leaving me dazed for quite some time. Fortunately, you refrained from launching a fierce attack and instead waited just a little while, allowing my embarrassment to transform into a comeback. All right, it seems you are earnest. Li Ling did not respond with the excitement Gu Jin had anticipated, but rather countered. What do you intend to do? Is there a feasible plan? Of course there is, and it is quite simple. First, we must establish a solid foothold, then gradually gather intelligence on the pioneers. Considering the timeline, the pioneers have only been here for a mere century. Without any foundational support, it is unlikely they have achieved anything remarkable by that time. It may well be uncertain who leads whom. But what about the present? Li Ling increasingly admired Gu Jin's audacity. Gu Jin stepped into the center of the crowd. Raising his hands high, he did not even need to ascend a platform to ensure that his tall, robust figure was visible to all. Sensing he had something to convey, the crowd gradually quieted. Qin Xiaoyu approached, leaning against Li Ling, blinking at him as if inquiring about Gu Jin's intentions. Li Ling shrugged his shoulders, indicating his own confusion. However, in recent millennia, societal development has progressed at an astonishing pace. While human genetic evolution has lagged far behind the rapid changes of the era, our bodies remain akin to those of primitive beings. This has led to a plethora of issues. For instance, hypertension. Gu Jin scratched his head and said, Kerbin, why don't you take it from here? Although Kerbin was unaware of all of Gu Jin's secrets, he had ardently supported his views. He was in a daze. The female doctor, Qingzi, softly remarked, her shy face turning crimson, as she seemed averse to speaking in front of so many eyes. I know. A short, stout man in his 40s adjusted his glasses and approached Gu Jin. However, he was too short for anyone to see. Jin frowned and lifted him up. High blood pressure. high cholesterol, high blood sugar. Of course, these are merely the tip of the iceberg. There are also strokes, obesity, myopia, depression, athlete's foot, and a lack of sexual desire. Enough. Satisfied, Gujin set the man down and inquired, "What is your name?" "Little fatty." "I am Yin Chong, but I haven't finished speaking yet," the man exclaimed, jumping up. "That I know what you are about to say. I am indeed an expert in this field. I belong to the primitive faction." Gujin stifled a laugh as he lifted him up once more. He did not anticipate that his speech would proceed so smoothly. "What a clever fellow," Gujin silently admired, nodding in agreement with the man's discourse. Seemingly forgetting that he was the one who had initiated the speech, the panda serves as a prime example. They have long been on the brink of extinction, surviving only through the benevolent intervention of humanity. Unable to procreate independently, just like this fellow cradled in my arms, Gujin interjected with a hearty laugh, before unceremoniously tossing Yin Chong to the ground. "Would you prefer to be a panda? Or a true man or woman?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. Qin Xiaoyu and several young ladies couldn't help but blush. "So, what shall we do? Shall we gather and hunt like primitive humans?" a voice from the ranks of the guardians inquired. "Why not?" Gujin retorted. "That is not feasible," someone countered. "Sooner or later, we would merely replicate the trajectory of human societal development. We must at least temper our pace." Gujin suggested, "We are the experienced ones, and we shall use stories and books to caution those who wish to disrupt the established order. We should live in close communion with nature. Future generations will be grateful for our efforts." Yet, numerous scholars raised objections, clamoring in protest. "But have you considered the sacrifices made by primitive humans? We should hasten to locate the pioneers and contemplate how to transform this world. The pioneers have toiled here for over a century. Why must we endure such hardships again? The supplies aboard the spacecraft have sunk to the lake's depths. We are no match for primitive humans. This is quite troublesome." Gujin gestured for silence with a wave of his hand and continued, "I have pondered your questions. I merely advocate for a simple and unadorned lifestyle. But we are not savages. We can employ our intellect to lead a life that is both wild and comfortable." It was evident that Gujin was well prepared with his rhetoric. "And what of our mission?" The task of locating those pioneers was raised, echoing a question posed by Li Ling this time. An unusual cheer arose from the crowd. "Then let us commence our journey towards our predetermined goal," Gujin declared, raising his fist. "Should there be any uncertainties, feel free to consult me or Deputy Li." The guardians immediately began directing everyone to pack their belongings, preparing to embark in a particular direction, as if they had long since conspired to do so. "So, I shall become the chief's wife?" Qin Xiaoyu gazed at Li Ling in astonishment. "Will I learn to call out like them?" "Wu la la." Li Ling, unwilling to burden Qin Xiaoyu with Gujin's secrets, responded with jest. "Relax. Just look at the other guardians. They are as invigorated as if they have been injected with adrenaline." After pondering for a moment, Qin Xiaoyu replied, "Regardless of what he says, I only wish to remain by your side." Deputy Li, Ma Chong happened to pass by Li Ling, standing at attention with utmost respect. "Shouldn't we leave some marks at every place we pass through to signify that this territory belongs to us?" The image of lions and dogs urinating on their domain flashed through Li Ling's mind, yet he suppressed a smile and replied, "I concur. It must be sufficiently conspicuous. Execute the order." Ma Chong saluted and promptly set off to carry out the task. His name is Wang Yu, an honest young man. Aware of Li Ling's selective amnesia, Qin Xiaoyu whispered to him. Li Ling was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he had failed to consider this issue, and could only stammer, Well, why don't you ask Commander Go? How many do you want?" Qin Xiaoyu gazed at him with curiosity. Wang Yu's face flushed instantly, and he cast furtive glances at Qingzi, who was attending to Kerbin, before quickly stating, "Naturally, it's like Han Xian deploying troops. More is always better. However, point one would suffice, as long as it isn't akin to a matriarchal society where several men share a single wife. You greedy fellow. Just get lost." Qin Xiaoyu laughed as she rolled her eyes dramatically at Wang Yu, sending him away. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." After a while, Qin Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. "Are you hiding something from me?" Li Ling patted the back of Qin Xiaoyu's hand, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, and after much contemplation, finally said, "No matter what happens, stay calm. But look over there." Qin Xiaoyu pointed into the distance. Following her gesture, Li Ling soon felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Ma Chong was supervising a group of men, instructing them to disperse into a vast circle and relieve themselves to leave their mark. A rather refined gentleman appeared reluctant and was slapped several times by Ma Chong before he obediently left his scent. These fellows are getting into character far too quickly, Li Ling stammered. Let us set off. Due to Kerbin's injuries, Ma Chong eagerly took over the responsibilities of the guard captain. Before long, this contingent of fewer than 300 individuals commenced their journey toward the highest peak in the distance. According to Gujin's public explanation, the settlement of the pioneers lay beyond the undulating summits of those mountains. Enthusiastically, everyone named that mountain range the Jinling Mountains, though under Gujin's modesty, it was subsequently altered to the Lingjin Mountains. People strive for higher ground. Gujin discreetly informed Li Ling moreover. Everyone could see their destination, the continuous Lingjin Mountains and the towering main peak. Without even looking up, the supporters did not advance recklessly but, after much deliberation, divided the crowd into several smaller groups. Some were tasked with recording the terrain and weather, others with crafting tools and weapons, while others still were responsible for making fires, cooking, and gathering resources. In essence, everyone was assigned a role seemingly befitting their previous occupations. For example, a mathematician took on the duty of tallying numbers each morning and evening, while a geologist was responsible for scouting the path ahead. Before long, they discovered a bountiful stream and, under Gujin's orders, proceeded upstream. Surprisingly, the animals here were predominantly docile and easily subdued. They effortlessly secured sufficient meat. Even the occasional fierce beast dared not approach the large assembly of humans. The nights in this world were always remarkably tranquil and secure. The only drawback was that, perhaps due to the absence of the moon, the darkness was often overwhelmingly thick. Chapter 18. The Behemoth, as the saying goes. The mountains are high and the horses tire, and the group deliberately slowed their pace. Thus, after more than 10 days, reaching the Lingjin Mountains still seemed a distant prospect. Yet, each individual was assigned a simple garment crafted from animal hide, complemented by the elastic fabric they donned, rendering the harshness of the night no longer a concern for warmth. In the hands of every guardian lay a spear fashioned from a dagger or a resilient bow, and arrows made from hardy vines and hardwood. It was as if they formed a primitive tribe in the midst of migration. According to the plan, they would establish their encampment upon the expansive grassland terrain beneath their feet, engaging in prolonged rest and training. All were diligently occupied, leveling the ground, felling trees, crafting rudimentary cooking utensils and tents, and even erecting a rudimentary palisade of sharpened stakes around the highland. Everything was proceeding according to plan and appeared remarkably orderly. Most importantly, over the past fortnight, aside from a few minor injuries sustained during hunting, there had been no casualties. Perhaps, this place would become another cradle of civilization for humanity on the planet Suerte. Li Ling crouched down, gently grasping a handful of brown soil. As he turned, he beheld Qin Xiaoyu seated upon a felled tree trunk, intently mending his rather rudimentary clothing with a sharp thorn. Due to the merciless sun above, a large leafy canopy shaded her head, yet her sunburned cheeks continued to glisten with beads of sweat. Li Ling could not help but marvel at the warmth and beauty of this scene. Feeling grateful for this transcendent bond across time and space, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed softly, seemingly pricked by the thorn, but she quickly brushed it off, feigning indifference, as though fearful of being perceived as clumsy. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Ling inwardly chastised his own selfishness. He was merely a child of the mountains, while Qin Xiaoyu, though seasoned in the military, had been raised amidst the bustling city, and was quite the sensitive young lady. How could she possibly acclimate to such a rudimentary existence? Li Ling silently vowed not only to protect Qin Xiaoyu, but also to attend to her feelings, ensuring she could seamlessly integrate into this new life. Of course, as the deputy officer, he bore the same responsibility towards the others. A series of hurried footsteps approached from a distance. The honest Wang Yu rushed over in haste. From his staggering gait and heavy breaths, it seemed something urgent had transpired. Report to Deputy Officer Li. As per Gujin's orders, Wang Yu said, hastily yet respectfully saluting. Everyone, the hunting team has encountered a situation. Commander Ge has already gone ahead, and I was sent to gather all guardians for assistance. Are there any injuries? Li Ling was taken aback. If even Gujin could not handle the beasts, they must be formidable indeed. Not at the moment. Wang Yu gasped for breath before continuing. Do not misunderstand. We have surrounded those two creatures. Captain Ma Chong said that bringing down those two beasts will yield enough hides for several large blankets. Let us hurry. Then lead the way. Li Ling relaxed as he spoke, gripping a spear tightly in his hand. That I shall go too. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, casting aside the garment she had been mending and brandishing her dagger. Appearing even more eager than Li Ling, no need, fair maiden. Your task of mending the officer's clothing is already a significant contribution. Li Ling jested, in his mind. Qin Xiaoyu has always been the beautiful and proud young girl in need of protection. Ever since their first encounter. What? Do you look down on me? I am a guardian, a soldier with the title of a king of warriors, Qin Xiaoyu declared, brandishing a dagger with a few swift movements. The sharp blade carving brilliant arcs in the air, a sight to behold. It was a perfect amalgamation of strength and speed. However, Li Ling still felt it was inappropriate. He trusted Qin Xiaoyu's combat abilities. Yet he believed she would struggle to adapt to the gruesome scenes of slaughter. One you could not help but urge, it's fine, Deputy Li, just have sister-in-law stand back a bit later. We wouldn't want those beasts' blood to tarnish her beautiful clothes and beloved dagger. With that, Wang Yu dashed ahead towards the distance. What did you say? Just watch me deal with you. Qin Xiaoyu laughed as she chased after Wang Yue. Li Ling shook his head, thinking it would be good for Xiaoyu to witness the hunt. She would eventually grow accustomed to it. With that thought, he ceased his insistence and followed closely behind. Before the trio could reach their position, a bone-chilling howl pierced the air from afar, causing the ground beneath Li Ling's feet to tremble under the impact of the sound waves. In the distance, he spotted two colossal beasts, much larger than African elephants, surrounded by a throng of people. Their bodies were covered in long white fur, even their faces obscured by the thick mane, rendering their features indistinguishable at that moment. Numerous arrows were embedded in the bodies of the giant creatures, which leaned against a protruding rock, seemingly determined to resist until the end. Li Ling knew without a doubt that if those two behemoths decided to flee, no one could stop them. Yet, oddly, they lingered by the boulder. My heavens! What kind of animal is this? It's even taller than an African elephant. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. You're absolutely right, madam, Ma Chong shouted from beside her. That must be a short-nosed, white-haired elephant. I once read about it in an ancient book. Stop talking nonsense. Captain, you didn't even graduate from middle school, and you've read ancient books? Wang Yu teased, lifting his bow and aiming at the giant beast. Perhaps it was luck, but Wang Yu's arrow struck the neck of one of the colossal creatures, provoking another roar. Everyone instinctively covered their ears. Everyone, stay back. Maintain a distance of 10 zhang and engage in ranged attacks. Gujin shouted from another direction. Soon, more arrows and spears rained down like a deluge, nearly blanketing the ground beneath the giants. As one of the long-haired beasts howled protectively, shielding the other behind it. Look, there's a smaller one, someone shouted. Li Ling took a closer look and indeed spotted a cub, less than a meter long. Hiding beneath the boulder, the two adult long-haired giants were evidently its parents. Judging by the stark difference in their sizes, the cub must have been born recently, cowering in a corner in terror. Refusing to rise despite its parents' attempts to coax it seemed this was a family of 3 from the wilds of Surt Star, once enjoying a tranquil life on their territory. Yet now, their peaceful existence was shattered and was on the brink of being brutally extinguished by these intruders. To speak frankly, Li Ling has never been fond of such matters. Even the struggle for survival displayed by a mere insect evokes a sense of empathy within him. How much more profound must be the plight of such large beings? Perhaps this is the law of nature, the destiny bestowed upon individuals by the Creator. Li Ling sought solace in excuses. As a respected and trusted officer, he could not, in good conscience, remain sheltered in the rear while others united against a common foe, merely awaiting the fruits of their labor. Stop! Quickly, stop! Without warning, Qin Xiaoyu screamed and rushed forward, halting mere paces away from the colossal beast. They are caring for a baby, did you not see? A chilling wind seemed to sweep through, leaving everyone frozen in place. Those ostensibly gentle creatures would not comprehend Qin Xiaoyu's goodwill. They might well launch a sudden attack upon her. Yet, at that moment, Li Ling knew he must not act recklessly, for the injured giants could easily go berserk, fearing that a stray arrow might harm Qin Xiaoyu. The others too lowered their bows. Ma Chong looked quizzically at Li Ling, stammering his complaints. Li, Vice Officer, what in the world is this? Every life possesses emotions. Gujin exclaimed impatiently. We have already inflicted harm. If we do not end their lives, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, Qin Xiaoyu recognized Gujin's truth, yet she thought to herself that she could not simply abandon the situation. She must strive for something. Otherwise, her conscience would be troubled. Young lady, for Li Ling's sake, Gujin urged patiently. We promise to grant these three giants a swift and merciful end. What do you say? A flush of red and white crossed Qin Xiaoyu's face. Her anger palpable as she turned away, adopting an air of indifference. Others had begun to grow impatient, voicing their dissatisfaction loudly. Yet, Qin Xiaoyu, willing to risk her life to protect the giant family, would not easily yield. She needed to feel that she had aided those unfortunate creatures, even in the slightest manner. That I promise. Li Ling called out to both Qin Xiaoyu and the others that I vow to ensure that no harm comes to the young one. Will that suffice? Qin Xiaoyu wished fervently that those words had come from Gujin, as it would spare her beloved Li Ling from trouble. Yet she understood that no further concessions could be made due to her obstinacy. During the standoff between Qin Xiaoyu and the others, the two long-haired giants remained curiously silent. Now, with a series of thunderous roars, the two creatures rose, positioning themselves to shield their young behind them. An odd sensation washed over Li Ling that it seemed as if the long-haired beasts comprehended their dialogue, prepared to face death in exchange for their offspring's survival. That a rain of arrows descended from the sky, piercing their wall-like bodies in a relentless barrage. Chapter 19. The assault blood seeped from the bases of the arrows, staining the white fur of the two giants a deep crimson, rendering them akin to bloodied hedgehogs. Yet they no longer howled as before. It appeared they had succumbed to exhaustion. According to Ma Chong, this colossal beast is massive in size yet lacks speed. Its demise amidst the encirclement of hunters is merely a matter of time. Regrettably, as the sun descended towards the horizon, two of these giants remained steadfast beside the boulders, resembling two bloodied statues, defiant even in death. What should we do? The encroaching darkness has us in a state of urgency. Ma Chong expressed anxiously. Our arrows have been depleted, and we are left uncertain as to whether those two behemoths have perished. Li Ling glanced at the ground beneath the two creatures, where arrows lay scattered, nearly forming a mound half the height of a person. Very well. I shall venture closer. You gather a few nimble-footed companions to follow me closely, ready to act as the situation demands. Understood. Ma Chong immediately darted to the side. Li Ling exchanged his spear for one bound with a dagger from a nearby guardian, cautiously maneuvering towards the two giants. He prepared to strike with all his might, plunging the spear into the beast's neck before swiftly evading. The closer he approached the two shaggy giants, the more astounded he became by their enormity. The thought of such vast life being extinguished at his hands ignited a fervent heat within him. Just as elephants are bestowed with a sacred aura and a transcendent status among the creatures of the earth, these two giants were far more than mere animals. For a fleeting moment, Li Ling felt an overwhelming dread that he might perish here, crushed beneath the frenzied trampling of the beasts. How could his diminutive form stand against such titanic creatures? If I were to meet my end, surely Xiaoyu would mourn for me. Perhaps she would even forgive my prior cruelty in wanting to slay the entire family of giants. If that were the case, I hope she does not blame herself. My demise would not be her burden. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, Li Ling recalled his father's final words. Remember, do not cry, do not grieve. Nothing is truly catastrophic, though it may seem rather inhumane. Fate is inescapable. That he wished to convey these two sentiments to Xiaoyu, yet he was uncertain if he would have the opportunity. Thus, he resolved to proceed with utmost caution and vigilance. Calm down. Stay composed. As he stealthily advanced, he tightened his grip on the spear. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Ma Chong and the other guardians, equally fixated on him, anxiously awaiting Li Ling's decisive strike to issue their assault orders. Time was of the essence. The sun had entirely vanished beneath the horizon, and an endless shroud of night descended from the sky, poised to engulf the earth in darkness. Night had fallen, bringing with it an abyss of shadow. There could be no further hesitation. Li Ling admonished himself, suddenly leaping several large strides forward before the giant could react on cert. Li Ling's body felt considerably heavier than on earth, and despite exerting all his strength, he could only leap a little over half a meter. It was only now that he comprehended the astounding leaping ability of the Kerbin. Nevertheless, his explosive power was remarkable as well. Li Ling summoned all his might, directing the spear's tip towards the beast's neck. Regardless of whether this creature was alive or dead, he was prepared to retreat at once. With a resounding thud, the giant unexpectedly swung its head around with an alarming swiftness. Li Ling's heart raced, yet he intensified his grip. The spear's sharp dagger plunged fiercely into the giant's forehead. In that fleeting moment, Li Ling appeared to behold a pair of eyes, round and clear as copper bells. He momentarily lost his composure, nearly forgetting that he stood before a colossal beast, which could easily crush him with a mere charge. Got it. A chorus of cheers erupted behind him. Startled awake, Li Ling stumbled away amidst the jubilant shouts of the crowd. He noticed Gu Jin on the opposite side, leaping up as well, poised to drive a spear as thick as an arm into the body of another enormous creature. His bear-like physique seemed diminutive compared to the beast. Yet he exhibited an extraordinary explosive power, launching himself like a cannonball towards his target. Under the intense gaze of the onlookers, Gu Jin's spear plunged into the beast's neck. However, he did not relinquish his grip. Perhaps aware that it would not be fatal, the spear astonishingly pierced through the creature's neck, entering from the left side and exiting from the right. It appeared to strike an artery, as a copious amount of blood sprayed forth. Adhering to the spear, the previously hushed crowd erupted once more into deafening applause, celebrating Gu Jin's valiant strike. A resounding boom suddenly reverberated from the direction of the beast. The accompanying tremor nearly caused Li Ling's heart to leap from his throat. The crowd fell silent again, staring in terror at the beast and Gu Jin. If anyone had been as focused as Li Ling, they would have witnessed the horrifying scene unfold. Along with Gu Jin, who had yet to release his grip, the beast violently slammed against the rocky terrain, causing the very ground to tremble. If Gu Jin found himself caught in between, no matter his strength, his demise would be inevitable. Everyone stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Just as Li Ling picked up a spear discarded by someone, he caught sight of a staggering figure. Thud! Thud! Gu Jin stumbled out from beneath the beast. "Brothers, let us slay that damned creature," he shouted frantically. Though the light had dimmed, everyone could clearly see his mangled form, with his left arm gruesomely shortened. Without waiting for Li Ling to speak, the crowd surged forward in anger. Seemingly convinced that the two beasts posed no further threat, thick spears plunged mercilessly into the bodies of the creatures, only to be withdrawn and thrust in again, repeatedly. Night had fully descended. The moon was absent, and stars were nowhere to be seen as the sun dipped below the horizon. An overwhelming darkness and chill enveloped the world. Even now, Li Ling felt that the two beasts were not yet dead. He sensed that the creature he had struck still gazed at him through its massive eyes, obscured beneath a curtain of fur. This unsettling sensation chilled him to the bone, penetrating his very soul. Qin Xiaoyu noticed Li Ling's trembling form and rushed over to offer him a torch before darting towards the frenzied crowd, shouting for everyone to be cautious and not to harm the cub. Had Gu Jin not been injured, as a lovely girl overflowing with compassion, Qin Xiaoyu's actions would have been entirely justifiable. Yet now, amidst the chaos, her behavior seemed somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, Li Ling had promised her to spare the young beast, and he felt compelled to honor his word. Reluctant to involve himself in the farce unfolding before him, Li Ling hastily approached the nearest guardian, gripping his shoulder and imploring, "Relay this message to those individuals. They must not harm the offspring of that colossal beast, or they shall face consequences akin to those inflicted upon the young creature." "Why?" the guardian inquired, bewildered, seemingly oblivious to Li Ling's prior public assurances. "This is an order." Li Ling forcefully shook the man's neck, bellowing with intensity, "Why, yes, understood." The man, trembling with fear, scurried away to disseminate Li Ling's command among the crowd. Before long, Wang Yu appeared, clutching a bloodied, severed arm, shrieking as she dashed towards the camp. Yet, it was evident that reattaching the severed limb was an impossibility. Aside from the cacophony of the guardians attacking the beast, a temporary silence enveloped the surroundings as Li Ling stood on the periphery, lost in thought. He recalled Nai Yin's large rabbit, which he regarded as an intelligent being due to its ability to speak human language. But did that mean all animals that could not communicate in such a manner were mere mindless creatures? Creatures like the giant hand monster, the flying beasts, and the colossal beast before him. Another wave of cheers erupted. Li Ling observed as the two enormous beasts collapsed to the ground, their forms now a gruesome mess. On the verge of being dismembered by the guardians, Li Ling sensed a shift in the tone of the captain of the guardian team. But he was keen to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Merely nodding in acknowledgement, Ma Chong shouted a few commands, and several advisors and surplus guardians joined them, forming a collective with Li Ling and the others. Similarly, the gazes directed at him brimmed with respect, and they addressed him with honorifics. "Vice Officer Li, your striking blow just now was truly astounding." One individual approached, expressing admiration We later discovered that the arrows fired at the colossal beast caused negligible harm. It must have been your spear that delivered the fatal strike. Indeed, Commander Go is formidable. His spear pierced the beast's neck with ease, truly a display of innate strength. Alas, it lacked the finesse exhibited by Vice Officer Lee. Another interjected before lamenting, "If only it hadn't been enough. Do you dare speak ill of the esteemed commanders behind their backs? Are you courting death?" Ma Chong admonished, "Not at all. I wouldn't dare, not just myself. But anyone who disrespects either of the two esteemed individuals, I would be the first to object." Listening to the incessant flattery surrounding him, Li Ling felt an overwhelming urge to silence them. "Where is Qin Xiaoyu?" He abruptly halted, realizing he had completely forgotten about her. Chapter 20. Unease that woman, someone remarked with a mocking tone, but upon meeting Li Ling's cold gaze, he instantly altered his tone to one of respect. "Rest assured, esteemed officer, she is attending to the young one. Perhaps she intends to keep it as a pet." Li Ling sensed a dark cloud looming overhead, glancing up to find an expanse of pitch black. Why had these individuals suddenly appeared here? Were the flying beasts merely observing from a distance while they hunted the two colossal beasts? He could not fathom it. Yet one thing became evident to him. It would be best to refrain from hunting such gargantuan creatures. There were ample berries and docile animals in this vicinity. They were not worth the risk to everyone's safety. Perhaps before receiving accurate news from the pioneers, the supporters must promptly commence planting and herding, utilizing plant fibers as substitutes for leather garments. Additionally, it may be prudent to encourage procreation, though that is a matter for the future. Only by first addressing the basic needs of sustenance can one find the tranquility to contemplate the path ahead. Ultimately, they are denizens of modern civilization, not the savages of yore. Shaking his head, Li Ling expelled those tumultuous thoughts from his mind. The one sentiment that lingered was his conviction that life here would inevitably encounter difficulties, perhaps even precipitate some dreadful occurrences. He and Gujin must prepare everyone. "It is imperative. Swiftly. Ma Chong," Li Ling commanded loudly. "Retain 3 individuals to remain near the camp's edge and continue observing the situation here." Understood. Ma Chong immediately saluted and relayed the order that he assigned a towering figure named Ho Kan to stay behind with 2 other guards. Li Ling placed a hand on Ho Kan's shoulder and said gravely, "I sense that something is about to transpire. You 3 must keep a vigilant watch, particularly towards the direction of that massive boulder." Li Ling pointed towards the site where the 2 colossal beasts had been dismembered, their hides and meat having been carted away as spoils, leaving behind a large pool of dark blood. "I will, Commander." Ho Kan stood at attention, saluting as if in military ranks. The torch flickered in his grasp, swaying unsteadily with his steps. Li Ling drew the torch closer to his body to ward off the night's chill. Several times, the flames nearly singed his hair. From a distance, Li Ling observed that several towering bonfires had been kindled within the camp, their roaring flames reaching for the heavens, standing out like lighthouses in the inky darkness. The jovial scenes of people gathered around the bonfire had been supplanted by a somber atmosphere. Eugene lay upon the ground near the fire, the thick blanket beneath him now stained crimson with his own blood. "How is it?" Li Ling pushed through the onlookers and approached to inquire. "Not dead yet." Eugene slightly turned his head, his gaze landing on Li Ling. His complexion was pale, yet he remained eerily calm, seemingly unconcerned about his own injuries. In contrast, the physician Han Chunyang and Qingzi, trembling and drenched in sweat, crawled beside Gujin, as if they were sharing in his agony. Li Ling nodded and glanced towards Gujin's left arm. Just a glance sent a wave of nausea through Li Ling's scalp, prompting him to avert his gaze. In the next moment, Li Ling kicked Han Chunyang forcefully and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "You imbecile! After all this time, what have you 2 been doing?" "Huh?" Under the excruciating pain, Han Chunyang curled up like a shrimp, his mouth emitting only incoherent sounds. "And you?" Li Ling leaned down, glaring furiously at the panicked and muttering Qingzi. "Are you a doctor or a pastor in a church? What good does mere prayer do?" Li Ling had never before expressed such fury. In truth, he was known for his rare good temper. But circumstances had changed, and he felt an overwhelming sense of losing control. "We have no tools, nor any medicine," Haruko stammered, having grown accustomed to the sight of Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu laughing and frolicking together in a display of affection. She never anticipated that he possessed such a brutish side. "What need have we for a doctor if we have medication? Are we to merely consume plain rice? Think of a solution, quickly." As Li Ling spoke, He kicked a burning log, causing the towering bonfire to topple over, eliciting a chorus of screams that in that moment. No one dared to approach him to offer counsel. Yes, there is a way. Clearly startled by Li Ling's frenzy, Haruko seized a dagger from beside her and trembled as she approached Gujin. Hurry, cut it, Li Ling shouted from behind her. Haruko's body jolted, and the dagger slipped from her grasp, narrowly missing Gujin's face before clattering to the ground. Calm down, Gujin said. Did you hear that? Be cautious, you priestess, Li Ling bellowed. I am speaking to you. Li Ling, summon your courage. Gujin took a deep breath and declared loudly. What skill is there in frightening a young girl? Li Ling stiffened, glancing around. Every gaze was fixed upon him. Kerbin, Ma Chong, Wang Yu, Yin Chong, Chenggu Yi, Wang Demin, and the hurriedly arriving Qin Xiaoyu, who had just settled the massive beast cub. The expressions of all present, beyond a smattering of lingering respect, were rife with tension and confusion. Li Ling's anger flared, and he recklessly retorted, I am perfectly calm. What need have I for courage? The injury is on you, and you may very well perish from it. No, it is you who requires courage. Li Ling, you are our commander. If I die, your demeanor will lead us all into an everlasting abyss. Therefore, you must summon your own bravery and sense of responsibility. Gujin grinned, his mouth splitting into a smile. You know what I mean, he added weakly, closing his eyes. That I concede that I have boarded your ill-fated ship, but you shall not evade your duty. Li Ling spat fiercely. Then let it be, Gujin urged, parting his lips. Here, Haruko pointed a finger, then gently raised it a notch. Upon witnessing this, the others hastily drew their own daggers and held them over the flames to sear. Li Ling clenched his teeth and swiftly sliced through Gujin's arm. Thanks to the unparalleled sharpness of the dagger forged from meteorite iron, the wound was remarkably clean. The others immediately proffered their searing daggers, and Li Ling quickly pressed one against the bleeding injury. With a horrifying sizzling sound, the bloodied surface turned to black scabs, and Gujin succumbed to unconsciousness. After a cursory examination, Li Ling felt reassured that all was well and sighed softly. Pray for him. Priestess, I am not a priestess. I am a doctor, Haruko corrected him, yet obediently clasped her hands together and began to murmur that I call upon the divine Apollo, Asclepius, Aceso, and all the gods of heaven and earth as witnesses. I solemnly swear, my sole purpose is to seek the welfare of the afflicted and to keep myself in check, that I shall not engage in any harmful or malevolent acts, as long as I steadfastly uphold this oath. I beseech the deities to grant my life and medical skills the highest honor. Should I violate this oath, may heaven, earth, and the spirits jointly punish me. She continued to murmur for quite some time before finally pausing. And to Li Ling's astonishment, he had been listening attentively all along. The look of surprise in his eyes gradually transformed into one of admiration. Regardless of their medical skills, the oaths they took were enough to command respect. Ahem. After regaining his composure, Li Ling wished to apologize, yet he felt awkward and was at a loss for words. It's all right. You have done nothing wrong. It is my own inadequacy. Qingzi interrupted him, her shame rendering her unable to meet his gaze. But I have seen it, and I know what must be done. Thank you, and Commander go. As she spoke, Qingzi lifted her head. Her cheeks remained flushed, yet her eyes burned with fervent light. That is good. Li Ling stood up. Take good care of your patients. Otherwise, I shall consider you utterly useless. A chorus of gasps echoed around them, as everyone was taken aback by her boldness, given Li Ling's current standing. No one dared to casually address him by name, except for Qin Xiaoyu. With the camp momentarily settled, Li Ling felt the pressing need to calm his mind and contemplate several matters, so he strolled to a distant clearing. Ma Chong, Ma Chong. His voice reverberated in succession. Before long, Ma Chong hurried over, saluting Li Ling. I have a premonition that something will transpire tonight. Though I am uncertain, I cannot articulate what it may be. Li Ling spoke with deliberate caution, aiming to discuss forthcoming arrangements with this captain of the guard. If he were to act solely on his own conjectures, he would struggle to convince even himself. He required the support of others. After a moment's reflection, Li Ling added, in any case, it is prudent to be cautious. I have never felt so unsettled before. Do you understand what I mean? Unsettled. Ma Chong pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. Rummaging through his pockets, shall I roll a cigarette? I made it myself. Ma Chong grinned as he produced a crudely fashioned roll, rubbing it between his palms once more. Not very well. Li Ling begrudgingly swallowed his frustration. Ma Chong promptly ignited the roll with kindling and handed it to Li Ling upon inspection. It was composed of dried grass and leaves. He took a couple of puffs, only for the flame to rush into his mouth. Damn it! Li Ling felt his lips burning, and in irritation, he delivered a kick that sent Ma Chong stumbling back. Chapter 21. Enemy attack. That is your intuition, Deputy Li. You must trust your instincts. A resounding voice rang out. Li Ling looked up to see Kerbin striding towards him and Ma Chong. His injuries seemingly healed. If not for the two ghastly scars, he would undoubtedly present a visage of resilience and confidence. You are correct, Kerbin. That is sufficient, Li Ling resolved firmly, rising to his feet and commanding Ma Chong. Inform everyone to gather near the bonfire. Have the guards remain on the periphery, ready their weapons, and prepare for battle at a moment's notice. Enemies? Li Ling recalled the enormous shadow that had flashed overhead, certain it was the flying beast he had encountered before, though uncertain if an attack was imminent. Noticing Li Ling's silence, Kerbin bellowed at Ma Chong. Do you dare question the commander's orders? Are you tired of living? The towering figure of Kerbin, marked by his fearsome scarred visage, exuded an extraordinary ferocity. With a single utterance, he caused Ma Chong to stumble back 2 paces in fright. Wait, Li Ling deemed it necessary to clarify the situation. Extending his hand to obstruct the boorish Kerbin, he addressed Ma Chong. I am not entirely certain, but I just noticed some commotion in the sky, possibly indicative of ferocious flying beasts. Our current discourse leads us to adopt cautious measures. Therefore, you know what to say, correct? Ma Chong's mouth fell agape, seemingly taken aback by Li Ling's remarks. Yes, sir. Out of trust in Li Ling, he bellowed like a soldier in a parade. Li Ling was startled, yet he felt gratified, reflecting upon the fact that these guardians were hand-picked elite from the military. Although the youth lacked the experience and knowledge of scholars, their fervor was unparalleled. Ma Chong glanced at Li Ling, who nodded, affirming the point he intended to convey. Yes, Ma Chong acknowledged the command, and although his voice lacked the earlier thunderous resonance, he evidently recognized the significance and urgency of the matter. Swiftly making his way toward the distant crowd, Li Ling exhaled a sigh of relief, having articulated his instructions clearly, and he was confident that Ma Chong would manage everything adeptly. Now, it was time to allow his taut nerves a brief respite. Noticing that Kerbin had not yet departed, he jested. Kerbin, you certainly know how to keep a low profile. What do you mean? Sir? Kerbin appeared somewhat astonished. He seemed unperturbed by the incident of being knocked unconscious by Li Ling previously. Where did you learn such rhetoric? What subconsciousness? What instincts? You've managed to astound everyone. To be frank, have you ever attended university? University? Kerbin was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly chuckled sheepishly. I haven't even graduated from middle school. According to the selection criteria for our guardians, attending university would practically render one overage. Oh, that makes sense. Li Ling nodded, realizing that he was indeed a self-taught individual. It was an Jia, that psychology lady. I overheard a few snippets of her conversation and decided to apply them. Kerbin seemed to have perceived Li Ling's thoughts and added an explanation. Would you like me to summon the lady for some advice? No need. Perhaps another time. Li Ling hastily waved his hand. What is needed at present are soldiers like you, who can apply their knowledge practically, rather than eloquent ladies. Very well. I will check on whether that young rascal Ma Chong is executing orders diligently. That captain of the guard truly raises my concerns. Kerbin shook his head and dashed into the crowd. What an odd transformation Kerbin seems to have undergone. Almost like a different person, Li Ling muttered to himself. He then speculated that Kerbin's discontent stemmed from having been replaced as captain of the guard by Ma Chong after his injury, leading him to strive to assert himself. In no wonder he had been vociferously invoking Li Ling's name to intimidate Ma Chong. He was merely leveraging someone else's authority. That damned fellow, Li Ling cursed inwardly. Bemused that I apologize, Li Ling. Once everyone had departed from Li Ling's vicinity, Qin Xiaoyu approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist. It is my impulsiveness that has caused you so much trouble. Perhaps it is my own weakness that prevents me from bearing witness to the cruel slaughter of those sentient creatures. Li Ling perceived a slight tremor coursing through Qin Xiaoyu's body. She is a beautiful and kind-hearted young woman, he mused, perhaps a tad willful, but is that not precisely what distinguishes her as a woman, setting her apart from men? It is difficult to envision how such a lovely lady, who is resolute and commanding, could ever find a suitor. Truly, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. But why do you appear so troubled? Why must we resort to such drastic measures? In truth, we could capture more of those creatures resembling wild boars, dry them into jerky, and gather wild fruits. There is absolutely no need for a massacre in this beautiful place. Indeed, everyone is far too eager, hastily seeking to amass more resources, Li Ling explained. Yet tonight's endeavor is not merely about that. I have witnessed some peculiar occurrences, and I sense that something ominous is on the horizon. What could possibly happen, Li Ling? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, bewildered. This is merely our temporary encampment. We shall soon depart, crossing the Lingjin mountain range to meet with the vanguards. Things are not as simple as you envision. Xiaoyu, Li Ling's patience waned, his gaze fixated on the distant cosmos, sensing that danger loomed. Why? What is it that you are concealing from me? I yearn to share every thought with you, yet you persist in your evasiveness. Do you believe that your repeated acts of kindness grant you license to disregard my feelings? Qin Xiaoyu lamented. Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback. It felt as though thunderclaps reverberated across the sky, the very heavens threatening to collapse. She could scarcely believe that Li Ling would raise his voice so harshly at her. Since her earliest memories, both her parents and her formidable grandfather had showered her with affection, never once reprimanding her. Moreover, he is but a stranger. Have I erred in mistaking an exceptional man for my beloved? He is ultimately not my kin. A profound heaviness settled within Qin Xiaoyu, as she felt utterly adrift in this unfamiliar world. The distant horizon flickered, and she gazed up in confusion, pondering how the night on Sudal Star had never been so luminously bright. Crack! A thunderous sound erupted. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly realized that the thunderclap was not merely a figment of her imagination. It was indeed real. The lightning grew ever more frequent, becoming thicker and brighter, seemingly racing toward the encampment. Wherever it passed, the sky was engulfed by rolling dark clouds, resembling a prison that confined the earth. A fierce wind swept through, stirring up the soil beneath, causing Li Ling to involuntarily retreat a few steps. Yet he remained steadfast in his gaze toward the heavens. Another flash of lightning illuminated the tumultuous clouds surrounding them. A vast shadow emerged beneath the distant clouds, hastening toward the encampment in enemy attack. Li Ling summoned all his strength, letting out a piercing cry towards the direction of the camp. With no spear or bow at hand, he was left with no choice but to draw his dagger from behind. The overwhelming shadows surged toward the encampment with alarming speed. Several flying beasts took notice of Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu, who were situated in the open area, and swooped down towards them. Evidently possessing remarkable night vision capabilities, Li Ling observed that Qin Xiaoyu was lost in thought. He sprinted towards her while calling out, simultaneously recognizing that the flying beasts bore a striking resemblance to those he had encountered earlier, albeit in a significantly smaller size. One of the creatures was the first to reach Li Ling. Its sharp claws descending fiercely upon him, Li Ling ducked to evade the attack and continued his dash towards Qin Xiaoyu. Despite the horrific scene unfolding before them, where the crowd around the bonfire had descended into chaos, shadows looming ominously and the piercing screams of people fraying her nerves, Qin Xiaoyu was resolute in her determination to no longer be the one in need of protection. Never again. Chapter 22. Friendship. To Li Ling's astonishment, he found himself grappling with one of the flying beasts, which displayed razor-sharp claws and teeth, appearing exceedingly menacing. Demonstrating his prowess, he swiftly pinned the creature to the ground. However, his dagger inadvertently slipped from his grasp and fell to the earth, compelling him to tighten his hold around the beast's neck in an attempt to strangle it. See, you still need me to, Li Ling. Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed as she stood. She noticed that Li Ling's back was torn with several deep gashes, blood seeping from the wounds. In a blink, he had saved her life once more. Get away! You're going to get me killed, Li Ling shouted in fury, brandishing the dagger and striking at another flying beast that had ambushed them. What did you say? You think saving my life gives you the right to berate me at will? Let me tell you, I don't care. Qin Xiaoyu felt herself teetering on the brink of madness, unable to refrain from retorting. Quick! Quick! The lieutenant and Miss Qin are isolated. Kerbin, brandishing a spear and flanked by 3 guards wielding sturdy bows, rushed forward. The 3 immediately seized Qin Xiaoyu and began escorting her toward the camp. Who permitted you to abandon your post? Kerbin, there are more lives to protect in the camp, Li Ling retorted without gratitude. Yet he cast a guilty glance at Qin Xiaoyu's retreating figure, hoping she hadn't overheard him. Fear not, my lord. The situation is under control. Those bat-like creatures have been thoroughly intimidated, and we have only sustained a few serious injuries on our side, Kerbin shouted exuberantly. You should have seen. I easily punctured several of those bat people. Bats? Li Ling inquired loudly. Indeed, I cleaved open the skull of one of their corpses, and a biological expert remarked that its cranial capacity is comparable to that of a human, hence the name. Well then, it appears we have our hands full. Li Ling directed his gaze towards the camp, where shadows continually flitted overhead, sending chills down his spine. Fortunately, the crowd below brandished countless torches and spears, deterring the bat creatures from descending easily. They merely circled above, transforming into living targets for the archers. Occasionally, a bat would be struck down, and the crowd below would surge forward, knowing all too well that the corpse would be swiftly pierced like a sieve. How about that? My idea. Having everyone prepare torches and spears. If we run short, we'll use sticks and branches instead. Who would have thought these brutes would actually come? Kerbin approached, eager to take credit. Observing Li Ling's expression still fraught with gravity, he hastily added, "Of course, it is primarily due to your intuition." Kerbin let out a cruel, sardonic laugh, closely following in Li Ling's footsteps. "Let us cheer for our hero." Ma Chong bellowed, raising the spear in his hand, and the other guardians immediately echoed his fervor. Inspired by Ma Chong and the guardians, the supporters too raised their sharpened sticks and clubs, roaring in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Intimidated by the sheer might of this collective force, the batmen retreated beyond the range of arrows, gradually disappearing from sight. The assault had come swiftly and departed just as rapidly, seemingly dissolving the crisis. Qin Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy for Li Ling, yet was simultaneously taken aback by the madness surrounding her. But a few younger ladies shrieked and jostled, pushing her into a corner of the crowd. Suddenly, one older woman rushed forward and embraced Li Ling, showering him with fervent kisses. Fortunately, Kerbin, with remarkable agility, seized the woman's arm and brought her tumbling to the ground. Ji Jin, with the support of Qingzi, approached unsteadily, his complexion pale as parchment, perhaps due to excessive blood loss. Yet he clutched a sharp stick firmly in his hand. Li Ling pressed his palm down, and gradually, everyone calmed. He wiped the saliva from his face, feeling a touch of embarrassment as he addressed Gujin. "I apologize for waking you. I haven't sunk to such weakness yet. In fact, I just personally ended the life of a batman." Gujin's body was frail, yet his voice was deep and resonant. "However, I am now contemplating whether to pass the title of commander to you." Without hesitation, Li Ling chose to decline. "What a fanciful notion. I shall not accept unless you are deceased." Li Ling smirked cunningly, relishing the moment of outwitting Gujin. The burden of being deputy commander was already quite sufficient for him. "But you have proven yourself and earned the support of all. Just look at the eyes of the crowd. You are the best candidate for commander." Gujin urged once more. "That I care not for what others think. I am their superior, but you, Gujin, will forever be my commander." They both laughed heartily, reveling in their shared responsibilities and mutual secrets. "Very well, let us escort our commander to rest. The wind seems to have intensified." Li Ling instructed Qingzi, turning to glance into the distance. "You are injured," Qingzi exclaimed upon noticing the wounds on Li Ling's back. Her voice filled with alarm. "3 dreadful gashes marred his skin, but it's nothing to worry about." Li Ling waved dismissively and turned to Ma Chong, inquiring, "Have those 3 stationed at a distance reported anything?" Ma Chong shook his head. "Not a word. Could they perhaps be asleep due to the lack of activity? Maybe the thunder frightened them into hiding. Or perhaps there are too many bat creatures, and they dare not emerge recklessly." Ma Chong rambled, noticing Li Ling's displeased demeanor. "Enough. I shall go and see for myself. Let us not have those 3 meet their demise due to one of my commands," Li Ling declared. Simultaneously, he reflected on his unwavering commitment to accountability for his every action. Perhaps the reason he could not embrace the pursuit of power with the same zeal as Gujin and Kerbin. "I shall accompany you." "Commander," the honest Wang Yu suddenly sprang out from behind. "You're going alone. You might perish in the wilderness, and there will be no one to collect your remains," he exclaimed. "You little rascal, do I truly seem that pitiful?" Li Ling retorted with a laugh, feeling the searing pain from the wound on his back. "Well, I must admit I do look somewhat disheveled," he added with self-deprecating humor. I shall go as well." Ma Chong, though reluctant, recognized that as the captain of the guard, he could not afford to appear overly timid, especially with Kerbin waiting for him to falter. "I will join too." To Li Ling's surprise, a guardian he had never paid much attention to stepped forward. "I will go as well." Yin Chong, the plump scholar from the team, clumsily squeezed his way forward. "We shall all go." Soon, a chorus of voices, both resounding and hoarse, began to rise. Except for a few injured, everyone else eagerly crowded forward, expressing their support for Li Ling through their actions. As Li Ling beheld the familiar and unfamiliar faces, he was unexpectedly moved. The sentiment of a single individual may evoke only a slight stir, but when countless affections converge, they can create an emotional force capable of shaking everything to its core. Those who have not experienced such a bond may never comprehend its depth. At this moment, Li Ling felt that the goodwill of these individuals was worth any sacrifice. He finally understood the choice his father made in that inferno. His father undoubtedly loved him deeply. He had once promised his ailing mother to take good care of him, carrying him for an entire day just to treat him to a McDonald's meal, clutching his arm tightly until his last breath. There were countless such moments. He must have thought of Li Ling in that fire, envisioning his son left helpless should danger arise. That it must have been a tremendous dilemma for him. Yet, he chose what he believed to be right, risking his life to save more innocent souls by bravely entering the blaze. That he never imposed upon Li Ling what he should or should not do. Instead, he embodied through his actions, through his life, everything he wished to convey. Suddenly, tears welled up in Li Ling's eyes, and he hastily wiped them away. In that very instant, he resolved to tread the same path as his father, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Yet, he dared not expect too much, simply issuing a loud command at the farewell. "No, I command everyone to stay here and safeguard your own lives and those of your companions. Tomorrow, right beneath our feet, we must ensure the camp is established, and it must be sturdy enough to withstand any peril." Ma Chong was the first to solemnly nod in agreement. Feeling inspired, Li Ling reiterated, "Furthermore, let me emphasize this once more. We have come from afar, with barely 300 of us. Losing even one person is a tremendous loss. Thus, I must go." A rumble of thunder interrupted his speech. As the previously subdued storm clouds became agitated once more, faint cries filtered into the ears of the crowd. Darkness enveloped them again, and Li Ling heard many sigh in relief. That he smiled, reflecting on the preciousness of their bond. Ho Kan and the others would indeed take pride in this. Chapter 23. Responsibility. Soon, a more brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the horizon. Once again, the crowd beheld the figures of Ho Kan and his companions, as well as the swarming shadows that encircled them. It appeared that the previous assault had merely served as a probing attack by the bat-like beings. The formidable army now descending upon them had arrived in full force. Gasps of astonishment and the sound of stifled sobs echoed through the crowd, causing Li Ling's nerves to tense once more. We must save them. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a spear from a nearby guardian and prepared to charge forward, assuming that the other guardians would follow suit. "Wait," Kerbin suddenly interjected, stepping in front of him with arms outstretched. "I believe you should stay back." "Step aside." "Kerbin," Li Ling exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you suggesting we stand idly by while those three perish?" "You must understand your duty, Commander. They are but 3 individuals, while we number nearly 300. You should know better than I what truly matters." Kerbin stood his ground, unwavering and resolute, embodying the same brashness he had displayed throughout the day. The others remained silent, clearly sharing his sentiments. Li Ling was perplexed by the absence of the Kerbin who had previously ridiculed and provoked him. He found himself preferring the earlier, more boorish version of Kerbin to this ostentatious facade. He nodded at the captain of the guard, acknowledging that while Kerbin might be somewhat petty, he remained steadfast and reliable. He recalled Gu Jin's words, "Wise men are often untrustworthy." Perhaps Kerbin was simply too clever for his own good. "You needn't look at me with such gratitude, my esteemed commander." Ma Chong suddenly spoke up. That Kerbin's demeanor was arrogant and unreasonable, yet he was not incorrect. "You ought to remain here." "What?" Li Ling felt as though he had misheard. "Repeat that." "At your command, my lord." "I can say it 3 times, 10 times if you wish," Ma Chong declared. "Our defense here cannot falter in light of the 3 outside." "Scoundrel!" Li Ling shouted indignantly. He could neither comprehend nor accept their intention to so readily abandon the lives of their comrades. He scanned the faces around him, seeking to gauge their sentiments. These individuals had once respected and even revered him. Surely, there must be a few who would fervently support him without reservation. Regrettably, none did. Instead, he was met with gazes that were either indifferent, fearful, or pleading, as though his desire to act without responsibility constituted an egregious error. Could it be that I am in the wrong? Li Ling was engulfed in confusion, unable to move from his spot. Though he understood that the 3 in the distance were in imminent peril, and believed he could easily push past Ma Chong and Kerbin to rush forth and save them. As a commander, especially with Gujin gravely injured, he bore a far greater responsibility. This meant he could not disregard the opinions of the majority and act solely on impulse fueled by passion. Such actions would be reckless and selfish, at the very least. He needed the support of some individuals to validate his decision to take such a risk. He anxiously searched the crowd for allies. He did not find Gujin's shadow, and surely he had grown so weak that he succumbed to unconsciousness. With a sense of reluctance, he searched once more. At last, he caught sight of a pair of eyes in the corner of the crowd. Those eyes, usually imbued with gentleness, now reflected resentment and concern. Yet when Li Ling turned to her, silently seeking her counsel, she subtly averted her gaze. Li Ling had once believed that Qin Xiaoyu would always stand by his side. But now, his heart felt shattered. More than the loss of face and dignity, he was engulfed by a profound sorrow, one that resonated deep within his soul. That he recalled the madness of the crowd when they besieged the giant beast, along with Qin Xiaoyu's kindness. But when true danger struck, the so-called madness and kindness swiftly transformed into calmness and selfishness. If drained of all strength, Li Ling despondently let his shoulders slump. Throughout it all, he had never considered his own safety, nor had he even been aware of it. If that were the case, then let everyone remain indifferent together, Li Ling thought, resigning himself to watch the three figures in the distance fleeing in disarray. Crying out for help, the supporters encountered the tempest of Suerte Star for the first time. It was a bizarre spectacle of thunder and lightning, with fierce winds raging yet no raindrops falling. It obscured the already dim starlight, while the wild dance of lightning illuminated the land shrouded in darkness. Time and again, the distance to the direction where Ho Kan and his companions were fleeing grew smaller. 200 meters, 100 meters, close enough for those in the camp to hear their cries for help, even catching glimpses of their panic amidst the flashes of lightning. Had it not been for the profound impact of Gujin and Li Ling's audacity in slaying that beast, Ho Kan doubted he would have had the courage to flee. Now, if the three of them could endure just a few more breaths, they would be able to preserve their lives. Ho Kan sidestepped an attack from a Batman, mustering his strength to call for help, while also urging those in the camp to prepare for battle. That he believed that the lieutenant would lead the loyal guardians to drive away these monsters, just as he had dealt with the giant beast. Yet, curiously, no one came to their aid. The surrounding world brightened once more, as if it were midday. In despair, Ho Kan beheld an incredulous sight. Less than 100 meters away, on the high ground, a large group of people stood neatly behind a barrier of sharp wooden stakes. Bathed in the white light of the lightning, their expressions were stiff, as though their souls had been stripped away. Standing frozen in place, they bore no injuries, as Ho Kan could see in that hurried glance. He even spotted two towering figures on the outskirts of the crowd, Li Ling and Kerbin, compared to the physical wounds. The anguish of despair within was far more tormenting. That he longed to rush forward, seize Li Ling by the collar, and vociferously demand. How could he so easily abandon three companions, abandon brothers who had once fought side by side? This was not the conduct of a soldier, absolutely not. He had even heard it mentioned that Li Ling's father was a valiant martyr. The tiger does not father a dog. How could Li Ling dare? Ho Kan vowed that he would seek clarity before meeting his end in battle. Regrettably, when they were merely 50 or 60 meters apart, the circling Batmen seemed to lose their patience and commenced their descent, launching vicious attacks with their claws, as if intent on torturing their victims slowly. In a moment of desperation, Ho Kan and the two other guardians pressed their backs together, resolutely resisting the onslaught. Their advance had come to an absolute halt. Look, esteemed Deputy Commander, Kerbin chuckled with triumph. Those flying beasts could easily have dispatched the three guardians in an instant, yet they refrained from doing so. What does that signify? It indicates that these creatures are toying with them, mocking our inability to rescue our comrades, Li Ling pondered. Yet he did not wish to engage in the discourse, for the truth was that everyone, including himself, had chosen indifference for a myriad of reasons. It suggests they are waiting for us to walk willingly into their trap, Ma Chong exclaimed in sudden realization, casting a glance of admiration towards Kerbin. Then, he looked at the silent Li Ling, thinking how utterly disheartened he appeared, devoid of the demeanor expected of a leader. The crowd, in a state of panic, scanned their surroundings, hoping to find a modicum of solace in the presence of their composed and powerful comrades. Clearly, the strong and arrogant Kerbin had become their new beacon of hope. Many began to shout Kerbin's name in expressions of respect and support, akin to their previous treatment of Li Ling. Lord Kerbin, there are only a meager 30-some guardians. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. This is clearly a scheme devised by those beasts. Lord Kerbin, your previous tactics were impeccable. We must not allow our formation to falter. Li Ling forced himself to divert his attention from the distant battle, only to overhear these shameless proclamations. His ears felt as if they might bleed, mischievously wondering where that enthusiastic elder sister had gone. Should he provide this esteemed Lord Kerbin with a baptism of mites and saliva? If only she wouldn't be deterred by the hideous scar marring Kerbin's visage. Lord Kerbin, another voice surged forth. Laced with venom and self-importance, Li Ling recognized him. It was Miao Chuang, the middle-aged man who had narrowly escaped death because of him. Li Ling could surmise that this man's words would be devoid of wisdom. Yet soon, he realized how naive he was. He had not anticipated that a person could stoop to such depths of shamelessness. This man must be cursed, for he would never coexist with him. Sharing meals and sleeping in the same quarters, standing in the same place, breathing the same air. Li Ling felt a profound sense of shame for associating with such a person. Lord Kerbin, Miao Chuang's voice boomed, rivaling that of the guardians. The beasts have now entered our range. I propose we commence shooting with our bows immediately. That might not be prudent. It could inadvertently harm Ho Kan and the others. Remarked the honest Wang Yu. What do you know? Am I speaking to you? Do you possess the authority to represent all supporters? Miao Chuang retorted arrogantly, once again advising Kerbin, my lord, we must not feign benevolence like certain individuals, only to end up with nothing to show for it. We can convey our stance to Ho Kan and those 3 individuals, urging them to swiftly distance themselves from the camp, forbidding them to encroach upon our range. Otherwise, they shall be left to their own devices. Thank you for your suggestion, Advisor Miao. Kerbin patted the flatterer on the shoulder, seemingly satisfied with him, yet his words took on a different tone. However, there is a limit to shamelessness. Miao Chuang's expression shifted from excitement to malevolence. His gaze fixed maliciously on the 3 figures in the distance, as if he wished for their swift demise, or for them to retreat far enough to allow the Bat people to depart without delay. Chapter 24. The choice. During the brief altercation within the camp, the Bat people had thoroughly obstructed the advance of Ho Kan and his companions, continuously swooping down from the skies, probing for an opportunity to strike. The trio huddled closely together, their weapons swinging in a desperate defense, having reached the brink of exhaustion, with no chance to catch their breath. A minor misstep could result in the Bat people shattering their frail defenses, tearing them to shreds with their razor-sharp claws. Yet, in Li Ling's eyes, the Bat people increasingly resembled performers, inciting the fury of the audience within the camp. For a fleeting moment, he questioned if Kerbin was indeed correct, until a bolt of lightning struck a distant tree, flames erupting immediately thereafter. This was not a forest, but rather a sparse scattering of large trees. As the son of a forest ranger, the sight of flames in the wilderness instantly reminded him of his father, conjuring an image of his father amidst the blaze, heroic yet slightly disheveled, bearing the ominous herald of death. No, this outcome should not be so. Li Ling let out a voiceless howl, as if among the 3 desperately struggling figures lay the shadow of his father. As the lightning faded and thunder rumbled, the 3 were once again consumed by darkness, leaving only the flickering flames reflected in Li Ling's pupils. He resolutely retrieved the spear he had discarded on the ground. What are you doing? Miao Chuang was the first to question. Do you wish to venture out and meet your demise? Let me tell you, dying is not so simple. We have fewer than 300 people. Each loss is a significant blow. Have you forgotten your own words? I stand by my promises. Every life matters. Li Ling brushed past Miao Chuang, forcefully shoving him aside with his shoulder, whispering fiercely, but the death of any number of beasts does not constitute a loss. Miao Chuang was nearly knocked off his feet by Li Ling's shove, crashing heavily to the ground. His face turned a deep shade of rage, his eyes glinting with malice. He attempted to rise, but found himself powerless. Kerbin appeared restless, prompting Li Ling to aim his gun at him first. One word for you. Scram. Kerbin's face fell to an extreme pallor. Recalling the lessons of the past, he obediently sidestepped to clear the way. Li Ling. Qin Xiaoyu burst forth from the crowd, positioning herself in front of Li Ling, weapon in hand. Are you also going to stop me? Why? Li Ling shook his head with a bitter smile, his patience at its breaking point, his hands trembling slightly. No. If you wish to seek death, please take me with you. Unexpectedly, Qin Xiaoyu declared, her eyes locked onto Li Ling's, as if to etch his visage into her memory. Then, she gently traced the scar on Li Ling's back with her fingers, speaking softly with a pained tenderness. Please forgive my earlier selfishness, though I am acutely aware of the choice you would make. I selfishly yearn for your survival. Yet, how terrified I am of losing you at that moment. Li Ling was so overwhelmed with emotion that words nearly escaped him. You believe I have done nothing wrong? Certainly. How could kindness ever be a fault? Qin Xiaoyu comforted him by reflecting Li Ling's own words back at him, adding, I stand by you. Li Ling's heart pounded fiercely against his chest, as if it were a drum reverberating with significance. He had never fathomed that a simple affirmation could hold such profound meaning, especially coming from the one he cherished. He stole a glance into the abyss of darkness ahead, his resolve solidified, and shouted boldly, Thank you for your goodwill, but I shall manage on my own, rather than carry an anchor. Behold the wound upon my back. It serves as testament. He observed Qin Xiaoyu's body stiffen, her gaze rife with confusion and disbelief, but predominantly filled with a woman's fury. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Ling seized the long spear from her hands and charged forth, in the fleeting flash of lightning. He aimed toward his destination. Given their elevated position on the vast terrain, Li Ling took great strides as he advanced, lest he stumble forward. At a mere 50 meters was a distance he could traverse in mere breaths. He even raised the spear in anticipation, eager to impart a lesson upon the heedless beast. With each stride, he leapt across several meters, as if propelled by an unseen force. Hao Can, catching sight of Li Ling's lofty form illuminated by the campfire, erupted in jubilant cheers. They have arrived, Li Ling and his companions. We are saved. I knew it. The other two, upon hearing his exclamation, turned hastily toward the direction of the camp. In that brief glance, a bat-like creature swooped past, its talons sinking deeply into Hao Can's ribs, dragging him away into the distance. No, Li Ling bellowed, hurling the spear with all his might, but it met nothing but air. Back to back. Focus, Li Ling shouted to the other two, unwilling to relent as he pursued the bat creature. The distance between them widened, yet Li Ling dared not abandon hope. Fortuitously, the enemy soon faltered and descended to the ground. Hao Can struggled valiantly, breaking free from the creature's grasp, rolling onto the earth. The bat-like creature ascended into the heights, yet Hao Can's ribs bore a grievous wound, flesh torn away in a gaping expanse. Li Ling I had informed those two terrified young companions that help would undoubtedly come for us, and that we would emerge unscathed, eventually marrying and raising children on the planet Cert, establishing a home. Yet here I am, facing death, never to witness that day, and I refuse to betray my own words. Two bat-like creatures have detached from the main force, circling ominously above them. It appears that I am destined to experience a sky burial. I hope the path to the underworld on Cert is not as dark as it is now. Hokan closed his eyes, seemingly exhausted to the point of slumber, but he murmured, We must leave. It will be too late if we delay any further. This is not surrender. This is fate. Li Ling thought bitterly. The two companions, as youthful as Li Ling, were utterly worn out, their bodies marred with deep lacerations. As Li Ling approached them, he could no longer support himself and collapsed to the ground. Rest well. It's my turn now, Li Ling whispered, tightening his grip around the spear. The suppressed emotional power within him erupted in an instant. Roaring wildly as the spear's tip pierced through one of the bat-like creatures, the creature's body pressed against Li Ling's spear, leaving a deep wound upon his chest. With great effort, Li Ling swung his fist, striking the creature's head with a force that rendered it unconscious. The price of impulsiveness, Li Ling thought, recalling Nayan's admonition to remain calm. Having learned from his lesson, Li Ling adjusted his strategy. Whenever a bat creature dared to approach him or his exhausted companions, he would preemptively swing his spear, slicing through the creature's flesh with the blade-like tip. The bat creatures were exceedingly cunning, always launching simultaneous attacks from both sides, and upon sustaining injuries, they would be immediately replaced by their comrades. Thus, while many bat creatures were wounded, only the one that Li Ling had pierced through perished. Nevertheless, the creature's blood continued to rain down from the sky. Li Ling did not shy away from the warm, metallic liquid. He allowed it to cascade over him, mingling with his own blood. Life is equal, even that of an ant. Even at this moment, Li Ling did not lose his rationality. Instead, he became acutely aware that every life has its own significance. yet must also bear the consequences of its actions. Just like the fearsome bat creatures before him, Li Ling did not perceive them as particularly evil, nor did he consider his actions as a means of vengeance or catharsis. He simply could not bear to watch his companions perish in their struggles. He wished for them to live on, full of hope. However, to those hiding within the camp, Li Ling appeared as a frenzied beast, having lost all reason to slaughter indiscriminately. Even the two guardians, collapsed beside him and fiercely shielded by his efforts, were taken aback, questioning whether Li Ling had gone mad. Yet, they soon realized that his seemingly chaotic spear thrusts always found their mark at the most opportune moments, piercing the soft underbellies of the bat creatures and inflicting grievous wounds. They understood that Li Ling was risking his life to protect them, and their expressions turned grave, wishing fervently to rise and fight alongside him. But they were utterly drained, unable to do anything for the time being. When Qin Xiaoyu finally grasped that Li Ling was toying with her, the sight of him, drenched in blood, fighting valiantly alone, pierced her heart deeply. "You fool, you always strive to be the solitary hero. Do you really believe that I would simply stand by and watch you perish?" Qin Xiaoyu spat through clenched teeth, rushing towards the throng. "Wait, what are you planning to do now?" Kerbin interjected, blocking her path. "What do you think?" Qin Xiaoyu retorted, her expression cold, a reflection of her resentment from past betrayals. "Going there would be futile." Kerbin stated, "So, what you're implying is that everyone intends to assist me." Qin Xiaoyu sneered, surveying the crowd. Any discerning observer could see that Li Ling had managed to endure thus far alone, indicating that those bat-like creatures were not insurmountable foes. Deep down, Qin Xiaoyu harbored hope that others would indeed come to her aid, as well as that of their pitiful, imperiled commander. Chapter 25. Betrayal on the contrary. What I mean is that no one should entertain the thought of aiding him. Otherwise, they would fall victim to the schemes of those beasts. Kerbin grinned maliciously, commanding, "Ma Chong, keep a close watch on her." "As you command, Lord Kerbin," Ma Chong signaled, and 7 or 8 guards encircled Qin Xiaoyu. She brandished her dagger, attempting to force back the guards obstructing her. However, Ma Chong struck her from behind, with a cry of pain. Qin Xiaoyu dropped her dagger to the ground. Several guards surged forward, overpowering her without mercy. Despite her being a woman, she struggled. Her limbs and head were firmly pinned to the ground, now lying on her side. Immobile, she could still catch glimpses of the solitary figure battling valiantly through the gaps in the bars whenever lightning flashed. So isolated, so resolute. "Forgive me, Li Ling. I can no longer assist you." Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks to the ground. For a fleeting moment, Qin Xiaoyu recalled the images of those who had committed suicide by biting their tongues on television. "No, how could I harbor such cowardly thoughts? I am a soldier, a guardian, tasked with the mission of establishing humanity's second homeland. Let me show you how my beloved Li Ling fights." Thus, Qin Xiaoyu shouted, "Release me at once. Your commander is gravely injured and unconscious, and your vice commander is equally at risk of death. Soon, you spineless cowards will become a flock of headless flies, slaughtered in panic and helplessness, rotting upon this unfamiliar land." Some individuals lowered their heads in shame, seemingly swayed by her words. "Look at what you have become. I truly pity you all. Have you not heard that saying? Would you prefer to live as a coward for eternity or be a hero, even if only for a minute?" A ripple of unrest stirred within the crowd. Qin Xiaoyu recognized that if just a few individuals were roused, the rest would follow. "Do not let this woman deceive you." Miao Chuang shouted from the side. "Those who seek to play the hero are all dead. It is the ordinary who remain to make history. That is the reality. Miao Chuang, if your daughter knew of her father's current actions, I wonder what she would think." Qin Xiaoyu was aware that hope was slim, yet she still endeavored to awaken this man. "Executioner, what right have you to mention my daughter? She died because of you." Miao Chuang was utterly incensed, shrieking like a frantic woman. "The injury to Gu Jin's left arm was also a result of your false compassion, merely for the sake of a savage creature's offspring. While you tend to its needs, have you ever considered that the commander might lose his life because of it? You shameless wretch of a woman." "No, it is not so." Qin Xiaoyu shook her head frantically. Initially, her sole intention was to save that cub. She never imagined that Li Ling and Gu Jin would act alone and encounter peril. Moreover, what Miao Chuang stated was far from the truth. Yet, she could not help but dwell on this notion, questioning whether she truly was as selfish as Miao Chuang claimed. If that were indeed the case, she would accept any punishment. she observed Li Ling's body beginning to sway. As a bat-like creature swooped in from behind, knocking him to the ground, Li Ling fought back valiantly, successfully repelling the beast. Surely, another wound had been inflicted upon him, and it was evident that he was on the verge of collapsing. Qin Xiaoyu silently resolved that if Li Ling were to fall once more, she would take the lead and await him on the path to the underworld, sincerely apologizing to him as the tempestuous thunderclouds gradually subsided. A glimmer of light emerged in the east. Dawn had arrived. "What are your names?" the blood-soaked Li Ling suddenly inquired. "Fine names," Li Ling bellowed, once again driving back the ambushing bat creature. "My father chose them," Niu Fahua replied. "Then do not disappoint his expectations. Once you regain your strength, head towards the camp. If this continues, we shall all perish." Li Ling grinned, contemplating that it was time for those cowards in the camp to taste the flavor of blood. If these monsters could obliterate the supporting troops, then even if the three of them perished here, it would hold no significance. Qingzi, hiding behind the crowd, tended to the unconscious Gujin. She held firmly to the task Li Ling had entrusted to her. "Take good care of your patient. Otherwise, I shall deem you useless." She could hear the quarrel unfolding ahead and was aware that some harbored doubts about their vice commander. She had not witnessed all the events and could not comprehend the reasons for their dispute. Yet, one thing she was certain of: Li Ling was a good man. Such a person should not meet his end. Her conclusion was not drawn from any favors Li Ling had bestowed upon her, but rather from the moment when he had mocked and scolded her, even striking her partner Han Chunyang, while everyone else was helpless regarding Gujin's injuries. However, from Li Ling's furious gaze, she discerned his concern for the commander's wounds and the trepidation of losing a leader for the entire support team. As a doctor, she acutely recognized the kindness hidden beneath Li Ling's anger and assertiveness, an admirable nature often overlooked or scorned by modern society. In that instant, Qingzi was profoundly moved, for she had always been regarded as a kind-hearted girl. She loved small animals, considered others, and chose the profession of a doctor, yet found herself unable to perform the bloody and brutal surgeries due to her compassion. She even believed herself to be utterly worthless. She dared not raise her head in front of others, much like the pastor's daughter whom Li Ling had derisively described as merely a girl who prays. Yet, since yesterday, she felt she had found a role model, a man equally kind, yet capable of leading the supporters through the unfamiliar world. The man possesses a beautiful girlfriend, yet she pales in comparison. However, this does not deter her from privately regarding Li Ling as her confidant, for she feels that the world of Cert Star has become less foreign to her. Yet now, the odious Han Chunyang incessantly approaches her, relaying the myriad slanders and injustices faced by Li Ling. She yearns to cover her ears, yet finds herself unable to resist listening repeatedly. Li Ling has forsaken everyone to rescue others. It seems Li Ling has lost his reason. Li Ling is on the brink of disaster, and Kerbin is set to become the new commander. Li Ling's girlfriend has been struck down, and she will face repercussions for her prior reckless actions. Li Ling's girlfriend is to be expelled from the ranks of the supporters, while poor Li Ling remains there, lamenting in despair. Han Chunyang harbors feelings for Qingzi and resents Li Ling for having assaulted him in her presence. He has also discerned Qingzi's secret affection for Li Ling, which he finds intolerable. Thus, whenever he maliciously informs Qingzi of Li Ling's various humiliations, witnessing her feigned calmness coupled with the slight tremors of her frail shoulders brings him a sense of vindictive pleasure. Yet, he fails to notice Qingzi's hands at that moment. Her pale, slender fingers are fiercely gripping Gujin's form. It is unimaginable that the gentle and timid Dr. Qingzi would treat her patient in such a manner. Cough, hiss. Gujin awakens from his slumber, gasping sharply. He appears utterly depleted, aptly described as a flickering flame nearing its end. Qingzi feels a pang of guilt, yet she hastily states her purpose. "Commander, Li Ling is about to die." Gujin immediately springs to his feet with the agility of a monkey, his bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings. "Where is he?" Qingzi trails behind Gujin, her heart racing as she observes the dagger clutched in his hand. They approach the periphery of the crowd, drawing near a rudimentary wooden barricade. Qingzi spots Qin Xiaoyu pinned to the ground. Surprised by how disheveled she appears, the once radiant figure is now face down. Her face, soaked in either tears or sweat, marred with dirt and blades of grass. Qingzi cannot help but feel a twinge of regret for having roused the severely injured Gujin. If he charges recklessly, it would be tantamount to seeking death. More assistance is imperative. She glances once more at Qin Xiaoyu, whose vacant gaze is fixed into the distance, and it is evident that her heart bleeds, yearning to rush forth and fight alongside her beloved. If only Qingzi's heart races even more fiercely. She never imagined she would make such a bold decision. I too shall wield a spear, like a true man, and join Gujin and the others in their rescue. Gujin also comprehends the scene before him, yet he merely furrows his brow and immediately shouts at the guardian pressing down on Qin Xiaoyu. Release her. The guardian hesitates momentarily, prompting Gujin to swiftly draw his dagger. Lord Gujin. Miao Chuang rushes over. You may not yet grasp the situation. This wretched woman. Swish. Gujin plunges the dagger into Miao Chuang's body with his feeble right hand. Miao Chuang widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the dagger embedded in his chest. Yet he persisted in explaining, she caused you to lose your left arm, she must be held accountable. With a swift motion, Gujin seemed entirely oblivious to Miao Chuang's words, yanking the dagger from his chest only to plunge it back in. Miao Chuang slowly collapsed to the ground, unable to fathom that merely a minute ago he had been well, and now he faced death. How could life be so fragile? Gujin leaned down, extracted the dagger from Miao Chuang's body, wiped it clean, and then uttered, Rest in peace, traitor. Chapter 26. Worth it. Qing Zi and the surrounding individuals recoiled in fear. Gujin, what madness has overtaken you? He is my personal advisor, Kerbin shouted at his commanding officer. Ignoring him, Gujin called out to everyone around, to protect your brethren of equal standing. Your commander is fighting valiantly not far from here. Yet you, the so-called guardians, cower in the camp, bullying his woman. Gujin's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with his customary commanding presence. The guardians were compelled to lower their heads. Now, I must go to their rescue. Should I find any guardian lagging behind, I swear, the cold body beneath my feet shall be their fate. However, time was of the essence, and he bellowed again, If I perish, you shall never locate those pioneers. Consider your own fate. Swish. A Batman darted swiftly towards Ma Shiyu, and Li Ling rushed forward to save her, only to be torn by its claws across his shoulder. Though he stumbled slightly, he quickly regained his footing. Persevere, persevere. Li Ling gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body, tirelessly wielding his spear that he could no longer discern whether the blood flowing was that of the Batman or his own. All that remained in his heart was the conviction to survive alongside Ma Shiyu and Neo Feijia. Yet, at this rate, even if the Batman refrained from striking lethal blows, he would bleed to death. Exhausted, Ma Shiyu and Neo Feijia exchanged glances, aware that Li Ling was nearing his limits. Realizing their inevitable demise that day, they discarded their weapons. Commander, you must flee. Do not concern yourself with us. Commander, we shall never forget your kindness even in death. But now, we seek no more futile struggles. Let us die swiftly. Their tone seemed to reproach Li Ling for the torment they had endured. Li Ling felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing once more. And he erupted in anger. Damn it. You two fools think yourselves brave? Do you believe I fear death? Is it not for the promise I made to Hokin to ensure you both marry, bear children, and prosper? Enough? Commander, we truly wish for no more. We do not wish to burden you. Ma Shiyu implored sincerely, if we survive, my life belongs to you, Commander. But now that Shiyu stammered, perhaps losing the support of his conviction. Li Ling felt his strength rapidly depleting. His head growing heavy, he swung his spear in a wide arc once more and, with all his remaining might, hurled it toward the nearest Batman. The long spear, light as a feather, soared through the air for 7 or 8 meters before plunging into the ground. It was utterly devoid of strength, rendering even the act of standing a Herculean task. Gritting his teeth and persevering, Li Ling shouted frantically at the sky. Come on, you beasts! Whoever cries out in pain is a little dog. A particularly robust bat-like creature dove towards Li Ling. He spread his arms wide and gently closed his eyes. I have exerted every ounce of my strength. Surely there are no regrets left. He mused that it seemed as though he were speaking to Qin Xiaoyu, and perhaps also to himself, as he softly uttered that unforgettable phrase. You must remember, do not cry, do not be sad, there is nothing of great consequence. Though it may seem inhumane, fate is inescapable. Bang! A muffled thud echoed in his ears, followed by a piercing scream. Li Ling opened his eyes in astonishment to behold the scene before him. The burly bat creature was impaled by a spear, firmly pinned to the ground. Clearly, it had been slain by a javelin descending from the heights. Could it be? Li Ling turned around, and indeed, he spotted a figure as formidable as a grizzly bear. Perhaps only he possessed the strength to deliver such a devastating blow. Yet, preceding him was an even more agile and swift silhouette racing towards him, Li Ling. Before she even arrived, Qin Xiaoyu could barely contain her urgency. "Watch your back." Li Ling felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing him to stumble forward, a fresh wound adding to his back. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyu had rushed in just in time, catching his feeble body. "This time, you shall not play the hero that I would like to, but I fear I can no longer hold on," Li Ling replied. Yet, everything had been worth it. He thought Yi Jin also arrived at Li Ling's side, effortlessly dispatching several bat creatures with a single hand, while dozens of guardians surged past them, forming a protective barrier around him and Qin Xiaoyu. More figures and a cacophony of sounds followed closely behind. Other supporters, bereft of the guardian's protection, hurriedly pressed forward. Each individual brandished their weapons high, shouting loudly to bolster their courage. Li Ling found the clamor somewhat overwhelming, but soon, the surrounding noise diminished, as if everyone were performing a silent play. Their faces contorted into grotesque masks that were neither human nor ghostly. For some inexplicable reason, Li Ling was suddenly reminded of Nai Yin's words about the Forerunners. They have already lost their way. We must hurry. Grasping Qin Xiaoyu's wrist, Li Ling strained to finish his sentence. Another pale and slender figure appeared above him, holding a spear in her left hand while tearing at his shirt with her right. "If you wish to live, shut your mouth at once." Just before plunging into unconsciousness, Li Ling recognized the spirited young girl, Qingzi. When Li Ling awoke from his stupor, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, emitting a scorching white light that made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Qin Xiaoyu was attempting to pour a bitter medicinal concoction into his mouth. Her complexion was pale, clearly exhausted. Upon seeing Li Ling regain consciousness, a faint smile graced her face. Haruko stood beside him, her brow furrowed in concern as she gazed intently at him. When she noticed Li Ling had regained consciousness, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed her face, only for her to swiftly turn away. "I am going to gather herbs," she exclaimed, hastily making her exit. Li Ling felt an unsettling itchiness and numbness enveloping his body, as if it were coated in a layer of mud that he glanced down to find that his wounds had been stitched closed. With dried herbs applied to the larger injuries, to his astonishment, he realized he was only dressed in garments that protected his vital areas. He mused. No wonder Haruko had been so eager to flee. Just as he attempted to move, Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly pressed him down. "Don't move." Haruko said, "You need to bask in the sun. We barely managed to turn you over." Li Ling reclined once more, reflecting on the fact that he had indeed survived, and that Qin Xiaoyu was sitting before him in good health, which brought him a sense of relief. Before he could even inquire about other matters, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. That he has awakened. The voice was deep. It belonged to Gujin. "Yes, Commander," Qin Xiaoyu replied, her eyes filled with gratitude towards the officer. "We owe much to Haruko and Han Chunyang. Especially Haruko. Had I not opposed her, she would have stitched Li Ling's wounds with her own long hair." Li Ling sensed that Qin Xiaoyu was teasing Haruko for her excessive concern for him. Yet there was not a hint of jest on her face. That he thought to himself. The depths of a woman's heart are indeed unfathomable. Yi Jin carelessly waved his fist, unperturbed, and retorted, "I've told Haruko long ago. If she doesn't diligently treat my aid, I'll smash her head." How crude. Li Ling turned his head away. Unable to bear the bluntness, Yi Jin glanced over Li Ling's form and scoffed derisively. "Brother, your physique leaves much to be desired." Li Ling chuckled softly. "I certainly cannot compare to you, Mr. Bearman, but I suspect you didn't come merely to mock me. Also, what was the outcome of last night's battle? I regret not holding out until the very end." He believed there had not been significant losses, as he detected no unusual expressions on Qin Xiaoyu or Gujin's faces. Yi Jin widened his eyes, his expression peculiar as he said, "Last night, more accurately, it was the night before last. It seems you've been out of it that I was unconscious for 2 whole days and nights." Li Ling abruptly sat up, feeling something in his back give way, followed by a sharp, tearing pain. "Heavens, be gentle. The wounds will reopen." Qin Xiaoyu cried out. That Li Ling grimaced in pain yet threatened the two. "If you wish for me to lie still, you had better tell me the results quickly. To speak frankly, the losses were not severe, but they are beyond our means to bear. 7 lives were lost, and we've only been in this world for a week. Yet, it takes at least 9 months to add a new person, and they would be nothing more than a helpless infant." Good Jean continued, grumbling in a rough voice. I truly cannot comprehend how those with even fewer numbers than us have managed to survive in this world. It seems we must swiftly implement Plan B. Plan B? Yes. The preliminary idea is for everyone to remain here, continue constructing our camp, and then send out small teams to scout the area. Venture forth to uncover those latent dangers and more habitable locales. I have appointed Kerbin to take the lead, and all supporters are collaborating to formulate this plan. A commendable idea, yet we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to act recklessly. This world is far more intricate and perilous than we can fathom. This is the very reason I sought you out. Li Ling. Unlike others, you consistently possess your own unique insights and convictions. Once your injuries have healed, we shall meticulously finalize Plan B, you and I. Gujin gestured towards Li Ling, implying that while others could partake in the planning, the final commands could only emanate from him and Li Ling, the two commanders, were it not for the circumstances on Cert Star. This might have been a mark of honor, a display of authority, yet here, Li Ling comprehended that Gujin merely wished to share this burden with him, but I concur. Gujin, Li Ling replied readily. Recalling the moment before his unconsciousness, feeling grateful that his life had been saved by Gujin, what room was there for hesitation? Furthermore, while Kerbin is rather coarse, given his rare enthusiasm, I have decided to appoint him as our third commander. What are your thoughts? Chapter 27. Rumors. Li Ling furrowed his brow, privately deeming this a poor decision. Kerbin was indeed valiant and astute, yet his selfishness and darkness would inevitably bring calamity to all. Gujin presumed Li Ling would reject this proposal due to Kerbin's failure to rescue him, and urged once more. You must understand, the moment we board the spacecraft, personal grievances and romantic entanglements are no longer of paramount importance. Survival is our foremost concern. Thus, you require two divergent perspectives, cautious and reckless, fervent and cold-blooded. For your consideration, correct. Gujin felt somewhat awkward as Li Ling unflinchingly exposed his reasoning, yet soon his countenance hardened, as if to assert, indeed, this is my decision. After all, I act for the benefit of all, not for my own self. Gujin was taken aback, though he concealed it, and simply inquired, how long until departure? He scrutinized Li Ling intently, seemingly pondering whether his words were sincere or merely an attempt to thwart his appointment of Kerbin as vice commander. Li Ling, with a resolute expression, nodded in affirmation. Very well, I require differing voices, and I also need diverse actions. Even if it contradicts my original intent. Jean likewise nodded, his gaze fixed on Li Ling. Take good care of your injuries. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to speak. Li Ling shook his head in distress. He had always prioritized the collective interests of the supporters, even to the brink of losing his life. Yet still had not won the trust of his comrades. However, what could be done? Time would vindicate all, he mused. Turning around, Li Ling noticed that Qin Xiaoyu's complexion had grown even paler. He thought to himself that she must be utterly exhausted. Xiaoyu, you should rest for a while. You must be worn out after these past few days, but that you need not worry. I am not severely harmed at present, yet I do not wish to leave you. To be away from your side. Li Ling, Qin Xiaoyu grasped Li Ling's hand, shaking her head repeatedly. Are you concealing something from me? Li Ling sensed an unusual expression on Qin Xiaoyu's face. However, Qin Xiaoyu merely shook her head, remaining silent. All right, Xiaoyu, please listen to me and take some rest. Isn't Qingzi here to take care of me? Li Ling gestured towards the distant tent, but aren't you concerned about her? She is quite the meticulous girl. With a long sigh of relief, Li Ling thought that once Xiaoyu had a good sleep, her spirits would surely improve. Xiaoyu feeling a tinge of jealousy. Qingzi giggled, observing Xiaoyu's hasty departure. But is it really necessary to display it so overtly? What does she take me for? Li Ling had no time for jesting. He turned to Qingzi and said, please pause your tasks for a moment and help me find someone. But this medicinal liquid needs to be applied to your wounds immediately. Qingzi's gaze flickered for a moment. Then she suddenly broke into a cheerful smile, pleased that Li Ling had assigned her a task in such a serious tone, which at least indicated she was not deemed useless in his eyes. At your service, my lord. Qingzi mimicked the salute of the other guards, quickly wiped her hands, and dashed toward the camp, as if she had just won a 5 million prize. Li Ling watched her skip along, only to trip and fall, before getting back up and continuing her run. This little girl. Sigh. Li Ling couldn't help but smirk, pondering when this shy girl would learn to be a bit more composed. In comparison, he preferred seeing her wielding a spear and shouting at him. Commander, Wang Yu, covered in dirt and sweat, saluted with utmost seriousness, casting a glance over Li Ling. Wonderful. You are still alive. Dealing with honest folk is truly comforting. Li Ling praised, then inquired, after I lost consciousness, did those bat people attack our camp again? No. It seems they have achieved their goal. There has been no activity for the past 2 days, and it's unclear where they have vanished to. Commander Ge has dispatched personnel to investigate, so news should arrive soon. What about our camp? This is a fine location. Has everyone done their utmost to fortify it? Indeed, my deputy. Everyone has been tirelessly working under the guidance of experts. They are practically transforming our camp into a fortress. Whether it can withstand the enemy remains uncertain, but it should hold up against an 8-point earthquake and a 16-point typhoon. Seeing Li Ling's astonished expression, Wang Yu continued with even more enthusiasm. Ever since that night when a few lives were lost, everyone's motivation has surged tremendously. Cured meat, wild fruits, fresh water, timber, unidentified herbs, and other supplies. They have even started collecting waste, claiming it can be turned into natural gas and generate electricity. Isn't that amusing? Li Ling's lips curled into a smile to resonate with Wang Yu's exuberance, encouraging him to elaborate further. But who cares? I am but a small figure, focused solely on my tasks. Sometimes, when I reflect privately, I realize that the rapid development of our camp owes much to those bat monsters, Wang Yu boldly declared, seemingly oblivious to the fact that those bat people had once taken the lives of his comrades. However, this was precisely to Li Ling's liking, and he could not help but exclaim, there are no insignificant individuals. Wang Yu, each person possesses their own purpose of existence. Just like you, diligent and honest, simply perfect. Thank you, sir. I truly am a hard-working individual. Just now, I was supervising the construction of a large cesspool. I even jumped down a few times myself. You jumped down yourself? To dig, sir. Wang Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. It's still not completed. Oh, Li Ling felt the conversation had veered off course, and, regaining his composure, inquired about another matter. Have you found out why those bat people attacked us? Wang Yu paused for a moment, reluctantly responding. Well, that it's still under investigation, and there is no conclusion yet. Just some disorganized rumors that Lord Gujin has ordered to be prohibited. I see. Actually, I've spoken with several individuals and learned that everyone is quite motivated. Yet those private discussions have left me feeling somewhat. With a hint of shame, Li Ling feigned a worried expression. Are you aware of this? Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Commander Ge has forbidden everyone from discussing these matters. I thought it was to avoid disturbing your recuperation. Alas, Li Ling sighed deeply. As Qingzi was applying medicine to him, she nearly spilled the medicinal liquid upon hearing the sigh. Sir, please do not take it to heart. It's merely some gossip, Wang Yu implored. The commander has already issued orders that no one is to discuss this privately, especially not to you and Qin Xiaoyu, or there will be severe consequences. What gossip? Li Ling felt an ominous premonition and immediately pressed for more information. Wang Yu widened his eyes, looking at him with suspicion. Deputy, you aren't trying to extract information from me, are you? If this reaches the commander's ears, no. Gujin is the superior, and you are the subordinate. Li Ling clicked his tongue, reflecting that earnest individuals could be rather difficult when they were serious. A change of approach was necessary. Enough with the trivialities. Speak quickly. Otherwise, I shall inform the commander that you came to me intending to report, and I scolded you. Isn't that deceitful? Wang Yu looked at Li Ling incredulously. Indeed, Li Ling shamelessly nodded, pondering whether he had erred in this matter and if it would leave Wang Yu with any lingering psychological shadows. Yet, he was eager to know the specifics, especially as they pertained to Qin Xiaoyu. He did not wish for her to face difficulties after he was gone. Fortunately, Wang Yu was not inflexible. Rubbing his hands, he mumbled, in weighing 2 benefits, one must choose the greater. In comparing 2 harms, one must choose the lesser. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. Very well, I shall speak. Qingzi observed the interplay between Li Ling and Wang Yu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her thoughts inadvertently drawn in as she clumsily smeared the medicinal liquid across Li Ling's back, failing to apply it to the wound, while making a mess elsewhere. She bent down to retrieve the wooden bowl that had fallen to the ground. Her face flushed. Considering my injuries, please do not keep me in suspense, Li Ling lamented, hoping fervently that no more peculiar incidents would arise. Is there something unusual? Indeed, The place where the cub was confined bore no traces of blood, no footprints, and no signs of struggle. There are suspicions that it was taken away by the Bat People. Chapter 28. The honest man Li Ling nodded, contemplating the likelihood of this occurrence. He deemed it entirely plausible. During the collective hunt for the monstrous beast, he had observed the dark figures circling above, which prompted him to issue a warning to everyone. With a sigh, Li Ling expressed, "It appears my conjectures were indeed correct. This world is intricate. We ought to observe it carefully rather than hastily endeavor to alter it. You are overthinking, Commander. Perhaps it would be wise to consider our current predicament." Current predicament? Are you referring to Qin Xiaoyu? Li Ling's expression turned cold. Are you suggesting that those Bat People came to rescue the monstrous cub, and that Qin Xiaoyu has faced blame from everyone because of this? These are merely private speculations and grievances. Commander Gujin has already commanded that no one should speak of it openly. Yet, people continue to connect various events, and some individuals, Wang Yu began, glancing at Li Ling's increasingly frosty demeanor, unable to refrain from adding, "But I remain firmly on your side, dear Vice Officer." Li Ling waved his hand, signaling his understanding, and said, "Continue. I wish to hear how shameless they can be." Ahem. Then I shall speak plainly. Wang Yu hesitated momentarily before continuing. "It is unclear who instigated it, but there are claims that you vanished for 2 days from the very beginning, disappearing without reason only to reappear suddenly. Then you engaged in a series of peculiar actions." Peculiar actions? A series? Li Ling exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, for instance, during the confrontation with Kerbin, you often seemed lost in thought, as if. Wang Yu shook his head before saying, "As if afflicted by a soul separation syndrome." Nonsense. The clinical manifestations of schizophrenia do not resemble this. Qingzi could not help but interject. "I merely spoke the truth, Pastor Dada, Dr. Qingzi." "Let him continue," Li Ling directed towards Qingzi. "Certainly." Wang Yu nodded respectfully. You recall the orders you issued after slaying those 2 monstrous beasts?" Li Ling pondered, recognizing the validity of this statement. To prevent a conflict between Qin Xiaoyu and the Guardians, he had indeed given an order. No harm should come to the cub, else severe punishment would follow. He had not anticipated that his casual remark would become fodder for some individual's gossip. Furthermore, at this point, Wang Yu seemed disinclined to conceal anything further. "That night, how did you know those creatures would attack our camp?" "What?" Li Ling could no longer restrain himself and sprang to his feet. Had it not been for his own request for Wang Yu to speak candidly, had he not personally summoned him, his hands might have already been around the honest man's neck. "Calm down. Remain composed. There is nothing of great consequence." Li Ling repeatedly reassured himself. "Please proceed, Wang Yu. I wish to hear all the discussions, no matter how absurd." "Yes, Commander." Wang Yu could feel a cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Some people, those suspicious souls, were saying that he had disregarded the safety of everyone, ignored the mission of the distant supporters, and turned a blind eye to the evident ploy of those monsters to lure them out of the camp, inciting all to take the perilous risk of rescue. Consequently, as he reached this point, Wang Yu found himself unable to continue. That he feared that Li Ling might lose control of his emotions and harm him, or worse, expose the information he had divulged. If that happened, his future would be fraught with difficulty. Consequently, what? Honest Wang Yu. Li Ling suppressed his anger, leisurely lifting the wooden bowl before him to take a sip. Wang Yu noticed that it was an empty bowl, and terror coursed through him, rendering his legs weak. Li Ling had expected his hands to tremble violently, but was astonished to find them steadied. He recalled Gujin's words, that he already possessed the demeanor of a leader, and he smiled wryly as he said, "Rest assured, the moment you utter your last word, I shall forget what you have said. I am a commander, not a ruffian throwing a tantrum." Finally, beads of sweat formed on Wang Yu's forehead, cascading down like a fine stream to the ground. As he trembled and said, "For your sake," everyone ventured out of the camp, resulting in the deaths of 7 comrades. "You and your beloved Xiaoyu are traitors to the supporters, traitors to traitors." The words resonated in Li Ling's mind like a resounding gong, causing a buzzing in his head, and he instinctively wanted to cover it. Yet his limbs remained stiff and unresponsive, trembling lightly instead. The blazing sun bore down upon him, yet he felt an overwhelming chill enveloping his body and soul. As a soldier, as a commander burdened with great expectations seeking to prove himself, and as one who vowed to dedicate everything like his father, nothing could be more terrifying than hearing those 2 words. Could it? Even if others deemed his actions as erroneous and reckless, He could understand that no one is perfect. No one can guarantee they will never err. Yet the label of traitor was something he could not bear. Absolutely not. Nor should he. It felt as though everything he had done was utterly repudiated. The sensation was indescribable. Beneath the profound despair lay rage, an urge for destruction. With a sudden force, the wooden bowl in Li Ling's hand shattered into fragments. The last remnants of his sanity urged him to utter something that would allow Wang Yu to escape, but he could not articulate a single word. He feared that should he open his mouth, he would unleash a furious shout that would draw the attention of those in the distance, bringing trouble to the honest man. You may leave, Guardian Wang Yu. The icy voice of Qingzi echoed in his ears. The adjutant must carefully consider the words you have spoken, then make a decision. You should know that the questions posed by the commander are not to be publicly disclosed at this time. I know. Wang Yu nodded, casting a glance at the still enraged Li Ling before hurriedly fleeing the scene. Thank you, Qingzi. I apologize for the spectacle. After a considerable time had passed, Li Ling buried all his emotions deep within, at least allowing himself to speak again. You know that he wished to explain just how deeply saddened and enraged he had been, which led to his earlier embarrassment. Yet, as he spread his hands, he found himself at a loss for words. As a commanding officer, he should not utter any lamentable words in front of a bashful young girl that I know. Of course, I know. Haruko interrupted him, as a girl who dreams of becoming a physician yet feels utterly useless as a pastor. I am acutely aware of your disappointment and frustration. I empathize with your sentiments. Li Ling was taken aback, sensing that everyone around him had transformed except for himself. If he had been justifying his feelings internally until now. Haruko's words struck him like the final straw that broke the camel's back. I am sorry, Li Ling said earnestly. No, I do not require your apology, for you have merely spoken the truth. Unexpectedly, Haruko rejected his contrition. Each of us harbors our own convictions. It is precisely through various hardships that the value of these convictions becomes apparent, does it not? Li Ling gazed at her intently, absorbing her insights. He perceived a subtle change in the young girl before him. Once so timid and shy that she would blush at the slightest utterance, she now appeared radiant and resolute, emanating an aura of sanctity. Perhaps this is the brilliance of an angel in white. Over the past couple of days, I have reflected deeply. Haruko continued. If a person can casually become a renowned physician, a hero, or even a saint, then what significance do these titles hold? Much like soldiers who have not endured the crucible of war and death. No matter how rigorous their training, they remain mere flowers in a greenhouse. Without the experience of building a business from the ground up, even the most impressive achievements are but embellishments. Am I correct? Li Ling? Li Ling listened, almost entranced, completely captivated by her melodious voice that he felt his anger dissipating gradually. Why do you share such heartfelt words with me? Li Ling inquired. I mean these sincere confessions. Because, Haruko playfully winked. It is a secret that we share, but do not overthink it, okay? You will. Haruko set down the wooden bowl in her hands, and, using a strip of cloth procured from an unknown source, skillfully bandaged the wound on his back. There, I know you can hardly wait. Shall I fetch Qin Xiaoyu for you? She has been by your side for the past 2 days, seemingly in the dark as well. No, I will go myself. Li Ling rose to his feet. I will attempt to persuade her, and together we shall confront the entirety of this situation. No one. Li Ling gritted his teeth and declared, shall harm her even a fraction in my presence. Haruko regarded the injured man before her and thought, go forth, protect your loved ones with your life, and rescue those who have strayed with your kindness. Let the brilliance of humanity shine upon the world of Suerte Star. From a distance, Li Ling spotted a figure bathed in white light, stunningly beautiful and stirring his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having won Xiaoyu's affection. Xiaoyu, what thoughts occupy your mind? Why aren't you resting properly? Li Ling inquired with concern. Qin Xiaoyu turned around and replied with a double entendre. Do you think I can sleep soundly while Haruko takes care of you? Yet, I feel I am recovering well, and Dr. Haruko shares the same opinion. Li Ling offered an awkward smile, pondering the formidable prowess of a woman's intuition, capable of detecting even the slightest hint of ambiguity. Yet, he felt a sense of delight that Qin Xiaoyu could jest with him, indicating her spirits were high. That was reassuring. Qin Xiaoyu meticulously examined his wound, ensuring the bandages knot was secure and the fit was just right. It seemed she regarded Qingzi as somewhat careless. Xiaoyu. As Qin Xiaoyu busied herself, Li Ling had already formulated his words and spoke up. There are some despicable rumors. I wonder if you've heard of them? Rumors? A trace of disdain flickered across Qin Xiaoyu's delicate face. If they are mere rumors, why bother concerning ourselves with them? That's good. Li Ling exhaled deeply, reflecting on the day's peculiarities. Both young women appeared remarkably composed. While he felt somewhat overly sentimental, however, in contrast to Qingzi's remarkable transformation, he sensed that Qin Xiaoyu harbored some unspoken worries. Chapter 29. The speech during dinner. Everyone gathered together when Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu emerged into the crowd. He could feel the furtive gazes and the whispers that accompanied them. Given the potential dangers, Li Ling resolved to confront this alone, at least for the time being, to avoid those loathsome stares. The one thing that troubled him was Qin Xiaoyu. Regardless of her apparent indifference towards the rumors, he deemed it necessary to clarify the situation rather than allow her to silently endure the disparagement from behind. As dinner progressed, Li Ling rose and made his way to the center of the gathering. He had contemplated discussing the forthcoming matters with Gujin or asking him to keep an eye on Qin Xiaoyu, but ultimately opted for the simplest method to address the issue. Friends, thank you all for standing bravely with me during my time of peril. I shall never forget your kindness, Li Ling proclaimed loudly. Scanning the crowd, Gujin, Qin Xiaoyu, Qingzi, Ma Chong, Kerbin, Ma Xiu, Niu Feijia, and all those he knew and did not know. All conversation ceased, and nearly 300 pairs of eyes focused intently upon him. We hail from the same origin. Earth, sharing the same identity. Humanity. I believe that each person standing here has undergone rigorous trials, both physical and psychological. Our shared purpose is to forge a second home for humanity. N01 interrupted Li Ling's address. Apart from the crackling of the campfire, the square was enveloped in silence. He continued. Before our arrival, the scant and ambiguous information provided by the human pioneers was all we had. We knew only that this land possessed a sky, a terrain, and water sources akin to Earth, yet lacked substantial, useful knowledge. With fervor, dreams, and the courage to face death, we ventured into this world. Each one of us is a hero of humanity. Once again, silence enveloped the gathering. Yet Li Ling could perceive the heavy breaths emanating from behind him, and he could discern the excited faces illuminated by the crimson glow of the bonfire. His speech flowed seamlessly, precisely the scene Li Ling had yearned to witness. He had never deliberately trained in the art of oration, but he understood that as long as each word he uttered stemmed from genuine emotion, he would not falter. We are outsiders. Just as we have often imagined tales of extraterrestrial invasions on Earth, we are inevitably destined to face rejection from the native beings of Cert. We are but a pitiful band of 300. Our ship and supplies have tragically sunk into the depths of the lake, and our rendezvous with the pioneers remains a distant aspiration, compounded by the loss of a dozen brothers and sisters. Therefore, we must unite. Every supporter is a cherished member of our great family. There exists no justification that could compel us to abandon their lives or forsake our mission that brought us here from afar. Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Yet, Li Ling could discern that the majority were nodding gently in agreement with him. Seemingly acknowledging his sentiments, it appeared that the rumors targeting him and Qin Xiaoyu had begun to dissipate among the masses. However, this was insufficient. He needed to articulate his thoughts with greater clarity. Although his previous words had been heartfelt, what followed was the essence of his message, and he hoped that everyone would listen as attentively as they had thus far, embracing his words with sincerity. Likewise, as outsiders, we must comprehend our identity. We must tread carefully in this world, avoiding harm to those creatures that appear sufficiently intelligent, and convey our intentions to the beings here. Our purpose is to establish a second home for humanity, not to become tyrants wielding life and death. The crowd erupted into chaos. Some voices rose in discontent. Are you suggesting that we are colonizers? Shouldn't we eradicate those bat-like monsters? If we cower in fear, does that not render us cowards? How then can we hope to conquer this world? Li Ling furrowed his brow, pondering how these individuals, when faced with the bat people, exhibited such caution, yet now seemed to embrace a brutal disposition. Li Ling, your speech is remarkable. However, I advise you to cease at once. Gujin shouted from the sidelines. Li Ling paid no heed to him. He was nearing the conclusion of his address. Perhaps some would never grasp his perspective, but there would always be those who could understand him and stand in solidarity with him. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Humanity is inherently kind and loving. This is why I comprehend Qin Xiaoyu's decision to save that juvenile beast. It also leads me to surmise why the bat people might come to attack us. Had that young creature been slain, perhaps the Bat People would not have brazenly advanced against us. Yet more likely, we would provoke the genuine wrath of those numerous Bat beings. Perhaps we have already been completely eradicated by the Bat People from Surt. Gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Many were taken aback by Li Ling's words. Initially, those Bat beings could not possibly attack them without cause. Shortly after the humans departed from the camp, the colossal beast's young vanished, indicating that this entire situation was orchestrated and had been anticipated by Li Ling. Gujin could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. If those overwhelming creatures truly intended to engage them in a desperate struggle, the supporters would stand no chance of victory. Especially in their precarious position, this fellow is indeed increasingly exhibiting the qualities of a leader, Gujin murmured to himself. However, not everyone shared Gujin's rationality. Many began to shout baseless accusations. According to your reasoning, the 7 individuals slain by the bat-like creature perished in vain. If you seek compassion, perhaps you should refrain from consuming meat and stick to grass. No, grass is a form of life too. Perhaps you should subsist on soil. I possess love as well, but I cannot extend it to a beast. Haha. Li Ling glanced at the raucous crowd, most of whom were gathered around Kerbin, evidently colluding with him. Shaking his head, Li Ling made his way back to his position. He understood that he could not persuade everyone, but as long as the majority remained silent in opposition, they would ponder his words and grasp his meaning. Gujin patted Li Ling on the shoulder and, in a tone only the two could hear, remarked, "Well said, Li Ling, yet it is rather cerebral. You need to employ more inflammatory rhetoric and less heartfelt sentiment. That is the essence of oratory. Watch me." Gujin grinned widely and stepped into the center of the crowd. The MY deputy is exceedingly compassionate. This is an indispensable virtue, and should anyone dare to speak ill of it, I shall use this remaining arm to crush their vile head. The crowd indeed fell silent. Furthermore, I intend to appoint an additional new deputy to share the burdens I carry with Li Ling. Kerbin's recent conduct has earned my approval. If anyone disputes this, step forward and challenge Kerbin. Those who fall shall be deemed defeated, and the one who remains standing will be our new deputy. Exaggerated cheers erupted from the direction of Kerbin that I pondered. Aside from the 2 esteemed commanders, who else would dare to challenge me? Kerbin grinned maliciously, swaggering forward with an air of nonchalance, exuding arrogance. Aside from the frenzied screams of his supporters, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, as if everyone anticipated that no one would dare confront him. Kerbin dramatically tore off his fur coat, revealing a sculpted torso adorned with sharply defined muscles. Moving in an exaggerated fashion that it seemed everyone was eager for me to become your new commander. Henceforth, matters such as waist massages and bedmaking will fall upon your shoulders. Li Ling refrained from commenting on Kerbin's clownish behavior. Since Gujin intended to adopt a balanced strategy, he would certainly select someone whose character was entirely antithetical to his own. Someone brash, malicious, and sinister. Gujin furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing that Kerbin's display had become excessive, and called out, "Enough is enough, Kerbin. Since no one objects, there is no need for further humiliation." Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, the previously silent Qin Xiaoyu stood up. "That I challenge you." "Kerbin, Xiaoyu." Li Ling extended his hand in an attempt to intervene, but Qin Xiaoyu deftly sidestepped, making her way toward the center of the crowd. "Qin Xiaoyu." Kerbin pronounced each syllable with deliberate emphasis, casting a glance in Li Ling's direction. "That I have heard you are a kind-hearted young lady. I advise you to withdraw quickly. Do not let your own blood terrify you, scoundrel." Qin Xiaoyu spat out through gritted teeth, then cried out, "Strike." Caught off guard, Kerbin received a punch to the face from Qin Xiaoyu. The corner of his left eye was immediately torn open, crimson blood flowing down the scar on his face, rendering him grotesque. Chapter 30. The new deputy officer excellent. "Now the fun begins," Kerbin sneered. "Rest assured, I will not take you down with a single blow. I will beat you until you concede and plead for mercy." In response, Qin Xiaoyu delivered a fierce flying kick that barely missed his nose. Had it connected, Kerbin's entire nose would likely have been obliterated. Enraged, Kerbin retaliated with a powerful punch. Qin Xiaoyu agilely pivoted and struck at the back of Kerbin's head. "You truly are ruthless." Kerbin ducked to evade, grinning malevolently as he lunged at Qin Xiaoyu. "Li Ling, you must think of a way." Qingzi rushed toward Li Ling. It was evident to everyone that Qin Xiaoyu was no match for the burly Kerbin. Li Ling rose, intending to interrupt the contest. "Li Ling," Gujin called out to him, Please respect the rules I have established, as well as our future deputy officer, whether it be Kerbin or Qin Xiaoyu. Li Ling clenched his teeth and halted. He understood Qin Xiaoyu. Her reckless approach was certainly for a reason. If he intervened blindly, she would undoubtedly not let it go easily. That I cannot disclose that. The officer exclaimed, waving his hands in protest. Kerbin is a strict commander. He would punish me for this. Am I not capable of punishing you? Li Ling seized Wang Yu by the collar. Speak. Wang Yu shook his head, seemingly resolute in his silence. Xiu. Li Ling recognized the young guard, whose injuries had yet to heal, but appeared far better than Li Ling. Yes, sir. During your 2 days of unconsciousness, I remained with everyone and inadvertently overheard much about that night. Ma Xiu, if you wish to live, keep your mouth shut, Ma Chong threatened from the side. This matter not only concerned Kerbin, but also implicated him and several other guards who followed Kerbin. Li Ling shot a glance at Ma Chong, who wisely fell silent. Commander, I know Kerbin is a ruthless man. However, my life was granted by you, so I will divulge everything I have heard, Ma Xiu declared fearlessly. Rest assured, no one will dare to harm you. Li Ling glanced at Qin Xiaoyu, who was fiercely battling under Kerbin's command. Speak quickly. Yes, my lord, Ma Xiu replied. That I have heard quite a bit of gossip over the past 2 days. It is said that on that fateful night when you risked your life to rescue the 3 of us, Miss Qin had contemplated venturing out to save you, only to be thwarted by. Who dares to gossip in my presence? Good Jin approached. That I have warned that if anyone mentions these trivial matters again, I shall sever their tongue. Good Jin. Li Ling lifted his head, casting a cold, piercing gaze upon him. From the moment he awoke from his stupor, he sensed that Qin Xiaoyu was harboring some deep-seated concern, and it now appeared she had indeed suffered an injustice. What? Your injuries have nearly healed. And you believe you can challenge the commander? Good Jin remarked, seemingly attempting to quell the matter with his authority. Let him continue. Li Ling replied with a facade of composure. Jin was a commendable leader, and he had bravely emerged at the last moment to save his life. Li Ling had no intention of clashing with him. However, matters concerning Qin Xiaoyu were an exception. No one can defy my orders. Good Jin seethed, gripping Li Ling's collar with a low, gravelly voice. Do not presume that my regard for you grants you the liberty to disregard my commands. Li Ling, unity is of utmost importance at this juncture. You must understand your responsibilities. The battle in the center of the square raged fiercely. Yet, numerous gazes gravitated towards Good Jin and Li Ling, for the conflict unfolding here was equally captivating. Li Ling met Good Jin's eyes without flinching, striving to diminish his imposing presence. Yet he discovered he could not. Jin, with the bulk of a grizzly bear, loomed over Li Ling, baring his teeth, his eyes ablaze, as if he intended to swallow Li Ling whole. In that fleeting moment, a wave of sorrow washed over Li Ling. This man, who had been undeniably strong and fearless since the day they met, had now resorted to posturing, attempting to intimidate with bared teeth rather than fists, and appointing a shameless rogue to unify those harboring ulterior motives. Li Ling's gaze descended to Gu Jin's vacant left arm, and he pondered that perhaps it was the strength of his robust limbs that had bestowed upon him such confidence. Thus, losing one arm rendered him so feeble that Jin keenly perceived Li Ling's scrutiny. Bastard, do not regard me with such pity, Gu Jin thundered. Even with but one arm, I can crush you brutes into a pulp. I am departing. Gu Jin, tomorrow morning, Li Ling replied languidly. After I leave this place, do you believe you can find another capable of balancing Kerbin's ambitions? Gu Jin's body trembled slightly, yet he stubbornly refused to release his grip. If he were not taught a lesson, I fear that as soon as I depart, Kerbin would dare to trample you underfoot. He dares, Gu Jin exclaimed furiously. The human heart is inscrutable, Li Ling remarked. Observing this man who feigned continued strength, Jin staggered slightly, relinquishing his hold, and with a sense of despondency, uttered, Be cautious. I do not wish to witness any loss of life. Ma Xiu recounted everything she had heard with utmost urgency, concluding with heartfelt sentiment. It is truly unimaginable that such a beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Qin could be conspired against by a band of coarse, cowardly men, even to the heinous extent of being trampled underfoot. How helpless and mortified she must have felt at that moment. Had I been present, I would have rushed forth without hesitation, subduing those wretched scoundrels and forcing them to kneel before Miss Qin, begging for mercy. Qin Xiaoyu had already fallen countless times, yet she stubbornly refused to concede. Like a woman possessed, she charged once more at Kerbin. madwoman. If you do not yield, I shall show you no mercy. Kerbin finally exclaimed with impatience. Bang! Another heavy blow struck, and blood trickled from the corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth as she stumbled backward, only to be caught by Li Ling. The sudden appearance of Li Ling behind Xiaoyu made it clear to everyone that this contest was unlikely to conclude without further turmoil. Fool, you have endured such great humiliation for my sake. Why do you remain silent? Li Ling gently wiped the blood from the corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth, speaking with heartfelt concern. You never asked. Qin Xiaoyu replied. Why did you not inquire? To truly love someone is to offer warmth and care, to be attuned to their feelings. But you need not torment yourself this way, because I wish to stop him. Li Ling, Qin Xiaoyu struggled to articulate. Did you not intend to leave this place in search of the truth? A higher authority can be oppressive. I feared being bullied, and therefore pressed on. You need not fear, Xiaoyu. As long as you are willing, I shall take you with me wherever I go. But you never express that. You always make decisions unilaterally and act upon them. What you do is invariably right. Yet you never consider my thoughts. To you, I am perhaps merely a burden, yet I truly wish to be by your side. Li Ling felt a wave of guilt and was rendered speechless. To hear such vulnerable words from a proud and headstrong young girl must have taken immense courage. That night, when you deceived me into staying at the camp while you dashed out alone to play the hero, did you ever think about what I would do if you perished? Do you believe I would simply linger on, weeping for you daily, cherishing your heroism? Li Ling shook his head, unsure of how to respond. No, I would curse you. Curse you for aspiring to be a hero while abandoning the woman who loves you wholeheartedly. And then, I would forget you entirely, you selfish wretch. I understand, Xiaoyu. I promise. Li Ling smiled, his eyes moistening. This was the most beautiful and tender declaration of love he had ever heard. Gazing into Li Ling's eyes, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to believe him, and she inquired, when shall we depart? I eagerly anticipate exploring this unfamiliar world with you. Just the two of us, embarking on a simple adventure. Now, I find myself increasingly averse to the cacophony surrounding us, and I have no desire to discuss grand plans with anyone. Tomorrow, Xiaoyu, when the sun rises above the horizon, we shall set forth along the river. Within the forests and valleys downstream, there should lie what we seek. Li Ling explained patiently. But before we leave, I have a matter to attend to. As he spoke, Li Ling cast a glance towards Kerbin, who stood at the center of the crowd. Hey, what are you two doing? Do you think this is a matchmaking event? Kerbin sensed Li Ling's gaze and mockingly remarked. Qin Xiaoyu, will you admit defeat or not? Just give me a straightforward answer. For the sake of Lieutenant Li, I'll spare you the humiliation of begging on your knees. Thank you. She concedes. Li Ling interjected on behalf of Qin Xiaoyu, then carefully entrusted her to the waiting hands of Qingzi and Han Chunyang. Now, is there anyone else willing to step up and challenge? If you have the guts, come forth quickly, don't dawdle. Kerbin declared with an air of bravado. Gujin, witnessing the increasingly cold demeanor of Li Ling, was filled with a desire to slap Kerbin several times, and he urgently shouted, Step down. Kerbin, you are our new lieutenant now. How utterly tiresome, Lord Gujin. I had thought the position of commander was one of great honor, yet it seems so easily attained. Kerbin shrugged and made his way into the crowd. Wait a moment, Kerbin, as silence enveloped the square. Li Ling spoke calmly. Chapter 31. Departure, however, upon noticing the myriad of injuries adorning Li Ling's body and the blood-soaked bandages, he immediately broke into a mischievous grin. Lieutenant Li, do you intend to stop me? But Lord Gujin has already declared me the new lieutenant. No, I wish to challenge you, and this is unrelated to any competition, Li Ling stated. After a brief silence, a murmur of speculation rippled through the crowd. Li Ling had previously vanquished Kerbin before everyone, even rendering him unconscious for several days. Yet now, as Kerbin continually demonstrated his prowess, no one believed that the recently awakened Li Ling, still recovering from severe injuries, stood a chance of victory. Absolutely not. As your attending physician, I believe your condition does not permit any strenuous activity, let alone a duel. Qingzi immediately positioned herself in front of Li Ling, glaring at him. Commander, Neophagia also hurried over. If you must go, allow me to take your place. Li Ling remained undeterred, simply asking, can you defeat him? With that, disregarding the crowd's protests, Li Ling strode towards Kerbin. Are you seeking death? Or merely aiming to humiliate me? A flicker of seriousness finally crossed Kerbin's previously arrogant countenance. Regardless, bring it on. Think as you will, Kerbin. If you lack the courage, then just bow your head and admit your mistakes. As you did last time. You scoundrel. Kerbin recalled that moment of disgrace, veins bulging on his forehead and limbs, and without hesitation, he hurled a punch at Li Ling. Li Ling swiftly evaded. Having previously clashed with Kerbin, he knew that Kerbin's physique was even stronger than his own, and considering his numerous injuries, he could only adopt a defensive counterattack strategy. He had to remain composed and react swiftly. This was a battle he could not afford to lose. He needed to provide an explanation to Qin Xiaoyu, to teach Kerbin a harsh lesson, and to give a stern warning to those who were oblivious to their own limits. Should he fail, perhaps Qin Xiaoyu would not blame him. Yet Kerbin would certainly become even more arrogant, disregarding Gujin, who had lost his left arm at that point. The supporters would be at his mercy. These thoughts raced through his mind. Li Ling continued to retreat several large steps, evading Kerbin's fierce onslaught. Suddenly, his left foot landed in a shallow pit, causing him to stumble uncontrollably. Li Ling hurriedly bent down, but he was still a moment too late. Kerbin's fist struck against his back. The wound, which had yet to heal, tore open once more. Li Ling deftly evaded using the force of the impact. A piercing pain shot through his back, accompanied by the warm sensation of blood seeping from the injury. Unable to see the wound on his back, he remained unaware of its severity. However, from the terrified expressions of those around him and the gasps of shock that echoed in the air, he surmised that it must be a horrific injury. Another bout of struggle ensued as Li Ling took the risk of colliding with Kerbin, exchanging 2 punches. Even though Kerbin's fists did not land on his injury, several other wounds had been violently aggravated by the tremors of the clash. Li Ling noticed crimson streaks of blood trickling down his pant leg. The surrounding crowd ceased their cheers. Qin Xiaoyu appeared to shed tears. Qingzi gazed at Li Ling in horror, as if he were on the brink of death. Ma Shiyu and Yo Feijio were also among the crowd, poised to rush in and forcibly pull Li Ling away at any moment. There was no time to waste. Even if he could endure a little longer, he feared they would drag him away against his will. Li Ling thought grimly, realizing that would signify a defeated battle. But how could he possibly triumph over Kerbin? He calculated rapidly within his mind. If only Kerbin could leap high once more, allowing him to employ the same trick again. How advantageous that would be. He even feigned a few openings deliberately. Yet, having learned from their previous encounter, Kerbin was resolute, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he relentlessly advanced towards Li Ling, his fists raining down in a relentless barrage. Intent on clashing head-on with the injured opponent. Not particularly clever, but undeniably effective, Li Ling maneuvered in circles, retreating continuously. Feeling on the verge of collapse, he found himself nearing that shallow pit once again. The very spot that had led to his earlier misfortune. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He moved his feet swiftly, seamlessly gliding over the pit's edge based on his memory of its location. Kerbin, still frenzied in his assault, believed that if he could land just 2 more solid punches, Li Ling would fall at his feet, allowing him to erase the humiliation of their last encounter. But Li Ling, like a slippery fish, evaded with remarkable agility, infuriating Kerbin further. Undeterred, Kerbin intensified his attacks, inwardly mocking. I shall see whether my strength wanes faster than your blood flows. As Kerbin's left foot slipped into a lower position, his body tilted to the left instinctively, his arm raising slightly to maintain balance. In that brief moment of vulnerability, he caught sight of Li Ling lunging towards him with remarkable speed. The sight of Li Ling's right fist loomed larger in his vision. No! Kerbin roared, crossing his arms to shield his face. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Li Ling's strike connected with the side of Kerbin's head. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his legs weakening. He was on the verge of losing consciousness, yet he gritted his teeth, desperately holding on that a blurred figure swayed before him, and he instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp his opponent in an effort to steady himself. Bang! 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 A more ferocious assault descended upon Kerbin like a relentless downpour, and he could no longer hold on. Collapsing heavily to the ground in times past, Li Ling might have exhibited a certain grace, waiting for his opponent to regain consciousness before continuing the contest. However, at this moment, he was consumed by a singular desire to deliver a merciless blow to the fallen adversary in an instant. The image of Qin Xiaoyu being struck down, her helpless predicament vividly etched in Li Ling's mind, was as clear as if he had witnessed it firsthand on Earth, where the rule of law is firmly established. Kerbin might have been granted a measure of clemency. Yet, on Cert Star, within the seething rage of Li Ling, there was no doubt that it warranted the gravest of penalties. Bang, 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 in the next moment. Li Ling was atop Kerbin, raining down a barrage of fists upon him, striking with reckless abandon to his head and body that it was uncertain whether Kerbin had lost consciousness or not. But one thought consumed Li Ling. Strike. Strike again. Keep striking. He felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the man beneath him. If he did not eliminate him, he would inevitably come to regret it. With each punch, Li Ling felt his own wounds tearing open anew. Yet he paid no heed, his arms flailing wildly that a sharp pain pierced his skull, as though a sharp spike had been driven into it. Li Ling clutched his head, letting out a deep, anguished roar. His face contorted in a terrifying grimace. The crowd of onlookers was stunned by this horrifying scene, murmuring and clamoring, many rushing forward yet uncertain of what to do. Kerbin lay unconscious, being carried away by Ma Chong and another guardian. Qingzi took the risk of administering a few injections to Li Ling's head, finally transforming his desperate struggles into pained moans. Cold sweat mingled with blood rendered his body a grotesque sight. Were it not for his extraordinary physical resilience and the hard-earned herbal remedies, the external injuries alone would have kept Li Ling bedridden for 10 days or more. Now, the sight of Li Ling's sudden madness during the duel left those surrounding him in deep concern. Qingzi carefully tended to Li Ling's wounds, meticulously bandaging them. After a while, she turned to Qin Xiaoyu, who was dazedly staring at Li Ling, and advised, "Xiaoyu, it seems your journey together will need to be altered. Li Ling's injuries will surely not allow for recovery by tomorrow." Qin Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. She recalled the expressions of fear and doubt on the faces of others as Li Ling clutched his head in agony, and the gloating smiles of Ma Chong and some guardians, shaking her head as she replied, "Actually, I don't know." Shortly after, Ma Shiyu and Niu Feijia arrived, bustling about to build a fire for Li Ling and the others. Preparing luggage while exclaiming about sending off the commanding couple the next day, Han Chunyang curiously inquired, "Did Ma Chong not assign you any tasks? I heard the guardians have been busy scouring for traces of those bat people." Ma Shiyu and Niu Feijia chuckled sheepishly, stating that they could never forget Li Ling's life-saving grace, and that no task could be deemed more important than the farewell. "You two must have been sidelined, right?" Qingzi questioned. No one dares to offend that fellow Kerbin now that Li Ling was once again preparing to depart. "You two will undoubtedly have a rough time." Ma Shiyu scratched his head awkwardly and, after a moment, replied earnestly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you peering at people through a crack in the door?" Niu Feijia, brimming with excitement, nodded fervently, his back straightening even more in the early morning. Li Ling awoke, drenched in sweat. The sun's rays enveloped him in a gentle warmth. Though his body still felt frail, he moved his limbs, sensing that traversing the journey should pose no significant challenge. After all, there was no pressing urgency, and he had the companionship and care of Qin Xiaoyu along the way. His purpose was simply to walk and observe, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. He intended to locate Nain, that large rabbit, to inquire about more information in every conceivable aspect. There were also those things that were currently beyond his sight or comprehension. He recalled Nain had once mentioned that if he wished to find it, he should follow that stream. "Are you ready?" Li Ling noticed Qin Xiaoyu standing nearby, gazing into the distance. "That I can hardly wait to broaden my horizons," he expressed eagerly. "If I remain here any longer, I'm afraid the headache will claim my life." The recollection of last night's excruciating pain sent a shiver through him. "Very well then," Qin Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head in resignation as she picked up the large bundle at her feet and slung it over her shoulder. Li Ling looked at her in astonishment, thinking she clearly appeared to be in a state of impatience. "When the sun rises above the horizon, we shall set off along the river. The forests and valleys downstream should hold what we seek." Qin Xiaoyu recited Li Ling's promise from the previous day, her sweet smile illuminating her face. "That I know that as long as you are able to walk, you will surely embark on this journey." Chapter 32. A bath at the designated time. A considerable number of figures had gathered around the perimeter of the camp, numbering in the hundreds. At the forefront stood Gajin, his expression grave. Following closely behind were all the guardians, along with familiar companions such as Qingzi and Han Chunyang. "That I knew you would set off on time," Gajin exclaimed upon spotting Li Ling, a smile breaking across his face as he gently thumped Li Ling's shoulder with his robust right arm. "Even though you incessantly espouse notions of compassion and kindness, you never falter in a fight. That fellow Kerbin is still unconscious. After all." Lord Gujin, Li Ling replied with an uncommon seriousness. If you believe my duel with Kerbin was purely a matter of personal grievance, then you have yet to recognize the underlying dangers. This was precisely why he felt compelled to leave and seek answers on his OW. In truth, I have sensed that Kerbin has been acting rather strangely of late. Yet, everyone is undergoing change, are they not? Before we can transform this world, we must first transform ourselves. Before Li Ling could counter his argument, Gujin continued to defend Kerbin, stating, during those days you were unconscious. Kerbin performed admirably. He even led a team to uncover traces of the Bat People and eliminated those ferocious beasts that posed a threat to the camp's safety. Rubbing his head, Li Ling hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal Nian's existence to Gujin, along with its alarming statements regarding the ancestors and its fellow bosun. However, Li Ling felt deep down that such a revelation would not be a prudent choice. Gujin observed Li Ling, who seemed hesitant to speak, and thus pulled him aside to a secluded spot, sincerely inquiring, "Have you discovered something, my brother? Given my unwavering trust in you, remain composed," without a moment's hesitation. Li Ling divulged the words that Nian had conveyed to him. Inform everyone to maintain their composure in any situation. Gujin scrutinized Li Ling's expression and discerned that he was not indulging in theatrics. He nodded gravely. "I shall, brother. However, you must promise me one thing." "Speak, esteemed commander," Li Ling responded with a respectful salute, whether out of gratitude for Gujin having once saved his life or for his steadfast dedication to the welfare of all supporters. He held immense appreciation for this proud companion before him. "I understand." Li Ling stifled a grimace, feeling his injuries intensify slightly. After a brief moment, Gujin smirked and remarked, "Isn't this a bit sentimental? You know this is not my style. Spare me." Li Ling extended his hand, grasping Gujin's remaining strong right arm firmly. Initially, having separated from the main troop, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu exercised great caution. They expended nearly half of their thoughts on locating a sufficiently safe camping spot, be it a small cave by a hillside, a sturdy and level patch of grass, or the canopy of a lush tree. They meticulously examined all the novel sights around them: the brown earth beneath their feet, the unidentifiable insects, the sun that reigned supreme in the sky, and the previously unheard-of flora and fauna surrounding them. Most of the small creatures appeared gentle, and had it not been for the necessity of sustenance, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu could hardly bring themselves to harm any of them. Their pace was notably slow, almost akin to a leisurely stroll. After approximately a week, they ceased to be overly vigilant or excessively alarmed. They began to adopt a mindset of exploration regarding their journey. During the day, the sun continued to blaze intensely, making it difficult for them to keep their eyes open. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu donned hats crafted from local materials and meandered along the areas adjacent to the river, concerned that sweat might dampen his wounds. Li Ling decided to remove the bandages, allowing the sunlight to bathe them. Whether it was the medicinal herbs or the sun's rays, within a few days, the wounds on Li Ling's body began to scab and heal, revealing tender new skin underneath. Li Ling mused that this existence felt akin to a fairy tale, brimming with beauty and freshness at every turn. The unblemished natural landscapes held a beauty unimaginable to any garden master fixated on symmetry or asymmetry, complexity or simplicity. The small creatures that occasionally appeared before them, or quietly sat beside them, always prompted exclamations of delight from the two. Li Ling felt fortunate to have Qin Xiaoyu as a companion, rather than journeying alone. Otherwise, the so-called beauty and novelty would only amplify his sense of strangeness and solitude. He pondered that perhaps this was the reason humans prefer to congregate, to seek solace in one another's company. Now, they found themselves in a glade, where the stream meandered, forming a small pond. The lake's waters were crystal clear, illuminated by the radiant sunlight that danced upon its surface, casting a shimmering blue glow reminiscent of the legendary abodes of mythical beasts or ethereal spirits. Naturally, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu affectionately referred to this crescent-shaped, nameless lake as the crescent moon. A few vividly colored birds and butterflies, the size of a palm, fluttered their wings upon the verdant grass that bordered the tranquil waters. Qin Xiaoyu skillfully captured several of them with her straw hat, marveling at their beauty before releasing them back into the azure sky. As Li Ling contemplated the passage of time, he felt confident that they could traverse several more hours before needing to find a suitable camping spot. However, Qin Xiaoyu insisted on pausing to rest for half a day. Reluctantly, Li Ling decided to explore the surroundings in search of edible treasures, Whether they be small creatures or fruits, if fortune favored him. He might even stumble upon a few bird eggs. You stay here and ensure my safety, Qin Xiaoyu instructed. As she gracefully approached the lake, the dazzling sunlight refracted off her skin, rendering her as enchanting as a celestial nymph. Glancing at himself, Li Ling couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment and hurriedly dashed toward the water. Stay away from me, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, startled. Yet, even without her warning, Li Ling would have dared not to venture too close to the water's edge. It was only when the sun began its descent that he emerged from the lake, invigorated and radiant, as if the worries and fatigue of the previous days had been washed away along with the grime. On the shore lay his unexpected bounty from the refreshing swim. Several apple fished. As Li Ling skewered the fish over the fire to roast, Qin Xiaoyu had already constructed a spacious makeshift shelter using collected branches. She thoughtfully lined it with hay and blankets, even adorning it with a few delicate flowers. Compared to the arduous conditions they had endured in recent days, the little hut appeared as opulent as a royal palace. The aroma of the roasted fish wafted through the air, more tantalizing than any gourmet delicacy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dark velvet of night descended slowly, revealing a vast sky adorned with twinkling stars. It was a truly beautiful evening. Qin Xiaoyu approached and nestled beside Li Ling. The flickering firelight danced upon her smooth face and illuminated her bright eyes, enhancing her charm. The night is beautiful, but the person beside me is even more so, Li Ling exclaimed. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly replied, I have never heard such enchanting words before. I am merely stating a fact, Li Ling said, handing her a perfectly roasted fish. Eat up, we should rest early tonight. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, slightly flustered. But you must mind your manners. Perhaps they had been overly cautious before, or perhaps their hearts had drawn closer together. In the days that followed, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu experienced almost exclusively the harmonious beauty of this world. The so-called dangers and conspiracies seemed as though they had never existed. The two relaxed completely, their feelings blossoming rapidly as they truly enjoyed their self-indulgent, platonic world of two. It was only when they became aware of a pair of eyes concealed within the thicket that their tranquility was disrupted. Initially, Li Ling assumed it was merely a curious small creature nearby. However, the naturally perceptive Qin Xiaoyu held a different belief. She was resolute in her determination to capture that elusive creature, whatever it may be. It has arrived, Qin Xiaoyu stealthily signaled from beside a large tree next to Li Ling, a prearranged code between the two. Li Ling squinted his eyes, perked up his ears, and listened intently to the sounds behind him. Just as he detected a faint noise, he saw Qin Xiaoyu abruptly lean forward. Batman, she cried out. This is bad. Li Ling sprang to his feet, vexed by Qin Xiaoyu's recklessness. If it truly was the Batman, she should have remained concealed rather than loudly alerting him. Li Ling swiftly scanned the surrounding trees and boulders. He noticed something stirring behind a great tree and immediately pursued it, drawing his dagger as he did so. Chapter 33. Quirks worried about Qin Xiaoyu being attacked by the Batman. Li Ling made no effort to muffle his footsteps. When he was a mere 10 meters from the tree, a massive shadow emerged from behind it. The Batman spread its wings and soared over Li Ling's head. However, it did not fly far, nor did it attack Qin Xiaoyu, instead landing on the flat ground nearby, gazing intently at the tense Li Ling. Li Ling swallowed hard and approached the Batman. Had this creature appeared unexpectedly, he might not have felt compelled to strike first, but now, Qin Xiaoyu's words had been validated. This Batman may have been stealthily observing them for several days. The thought that their recent idyllic existence had been under the scrutiny of such a monster sent chills down Li Ling's spine. When he was about 20 meters away from the Batman, Li Ling glanced around once more, confirming the absence of any accomplices. That it appeared to be a solitary creature, perhaps due to its peculiar and unsavory habits. Unintentionally, Li Ling began to regard the Batman as distinct from other low-intelligence animals. After all, if a small bird or wild boar stumbled upon his secrets or embarrassing moments, he would not feel the slightest discomfort. Qin Xiaoyu rushed over to stand by Li Ling, who gestured for her to remain back, assuring her he could handle it alone. That he then advanced step by step towards the Batman. The creature did not seem particularly fearful, nor did it snarl or bare its teeth. It simply stood there, its wings tightly folded. Its physique was evidently more robust than those Li Ling had previously encountered, not only taller but also possessing significantly sturdier limbs, possibly a variant adept at flight. Regardless, this creature appeared formidable. Li Ling felt a sense of deja vu. He recalled having encountered a Batman alone before, identical to the one before him. Yes, it must be it. It has been spying on me all along. That shameless creature, Li Ling cursed under his breath, agitated as he charged toward the Batman. Before he reached it, he began to ponder. How should he deal with it? Should he pierce its heart and kill it? Or should he strangle it and warn it never to spy on him again? Li Ling believed that if the other supporters were privy to his current thoughts, they would likely conclude that he had lost his mind. In their hearts, perhaps confronted with such a fearsome creature, whose language they could not comprehend, the instinctive response would undoubtedly be to flee or to charge forth and slay it. Yet, Li Ling found himself unable to do so. He needed to concoct a justifiable reason for his actions, even if it were merely due to hunger. However, he lacked the appetite to consume the grotesque being before him. It was precisely this moment of hesitation that robbed Li Ling of his momentum. The Batman suddenly yawned wide, revealing its sharp teeth while emitting a piercing shriek. Li Ling nearly felt his eardrums shatter from the sound, and his hand, clutching the dagger, trembled slightly. The Batman spread its wings and swooped towards him at an angle. Its claws aiming directly for Li Ling's face, he instinctively dodged, simultaneously angling the dagger upwards in an attempt to strike back. With a resounding thud, Li Ling's dagger collided with something hard, perhaps the Batman's razor-sharp claws. The dagger slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Li Ling bent down to retrieve it. He caught a glimpse of the Batman swinging its arm menacingly towards him. He dismissed it, believing the distance between them was sufficient to keep him safe from harm. However, just as his fingers brushed the hilt of the dagger, he heard a deafening bang, and a wave of pain and force sent him crashing to the ground. A fist-sized rock had been hurled at him by the Bat-Man. Li Ling felt as though his neck might snap. He saw Qin Xiaoyu rushing towards him, valiantly engaging the creature in a bid to protect him. It wasn't long before the capable Qin Xiaoyu was also bested by the Batman. But unlike Li Ling, she fell victim to its bare hands. The creature did not possess the sharp claws of its kin, but instead fought with its fists, akin to a human. The Batman's hands moved with the grace of a martial arts master. Li Ling's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The creature that should have been light and airborne had forsaken its greatest advantage, opting instead to cultivate a robust physique and combat skills. Yet, this was no time for idle musings. Come at me, you beast, Li Ling bellowed, hoping to draw the Batman closer. The creature paid no heed to his words, for it could not understand. Nevertheless, it ceased its attacks, its mouth twisting into a grin as it fixed its gaze upon Li Ling. Li Ling felt as though it were mocking him. Damn it. He seized the dagger nearby and hurled it with all his might. The Batman merely sidestepped, and the dagger sailed past its sharp fangs. With another grimace, the Batman leapt, soaring 2 zhong high, and then spread its wings. Gliding away into the distance, Li Ling glanced at the fallen Qin Xiaoyu. She appeared to have sustained no serious injuries, mirroring his own expression of disbelief. What astonishing leaping ability! It was noteworthy that with Li Ling's physical prowess, he could scarcely jump a meter under the gravity of Cert Star. It's fine, but if that beast were any more ferocious, my neck would be broken. Li Ling touched his neck, his hand immediately stained with blood. And you, Xiaoyu, how are you? I'm fine, just got hit on the head by its little fists, nearly blacking out. My eyes look a bit puffy to you. Li Ling scrutinized Qin Xiaoyu closely, and indeed, her eyes had turned red and swollen. Without hesitation, he exclaimed, This is not good. I shall fetch some cold water for you to apply, lest you transform into a panda. A flurry of activity ensued. After a considerable time, one had a cloth bandage wrapped around her neck, infused with medicinal paste, while the other pressed a damp cloth against her eyes, both concealed in the cover of the woods. Only then did they exhale in relief, exchanging glances of dismay, reflecting on how a solitary Batman had left them in such a disheveled state. Next time we encounter that fellow, we must refrain from acting impulsively. It would be wiser to flank him from both sides. Qin Xiaoyu, vexed, covered her swollen eyes, which were now tinged with a bluish hue. It is entirely my fault for being so careless. That Batman wielded hidden weapons. Had I been more vigilant, the outcome might have been quite different, Li Ling admitted, feeling a twinge of shame, pondering that if Qin Xiaoyu had indeed sustained any injury, he would never forgive himself. In retrospect, he felt oddly grateful that the Batman had not dealt a fatal blow. To be cautious of its fists. They are as hard and powerful as 2 hammers in motion. I dread facing it again. Those Batmen soaring through the skies are far easier to contend with, Qin Xiaoyu cautioned. Very well. Let us strategize further. Today has been utterly humiliating. I am a warrior of the army, the commander of the support battalion. I cannot be vanquished by such trivial obstacles, Li Ling declared with a smile. Otherwise, what right would I have to protect my beloved and our future children? Children? Qin Xiaoyu paused, her face instantly flushing with color. How could there be children without that? Upon seeing Li Ling's astonished expression, she immediately lunged at him playfully. Shoo! Li Ling raised a finger to his lips and gestured toward the distance. Understanding his cue, Qin Xiaoyu obediently sat down but fiercely pinched Li Ling's thigh in response. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself and asked, "Why do you think that Batman was following us? Could it be, as you suggested, that it is a peculiar creature? Quite likely. Otherwise, what would compel a beast to wander alone? A creature of that sort," Li Ling replied. Hiss. Qin Xiaoyu's expression shifted, contemplating for a while before reluctantly conceding. You may have a point. Yet, why did it flee without warning after thoroughly defeating us? It should not have been afraid of us, Qin Xiaoyu inquired earnestly. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, it is 8. Wait. Qin Xiaoyu mischievously pressed her finger against his lips. Do not even think of using words like peculiar or psychologically twisted to brush me off. I demand the truth. All right, perhaps that wandering Batman is unaware of the conflict between its kind and us. Perhaps it is merely curious about us. Or perhaps that it simply wishes to befriend us. Friends, spare me, Qin Xiaoyu replied, somewhat amused. Would a friend attempt to break your neck with a stone? However, we did strike first, Li Ling countered in truth, the moment I charged at it. I was already contemplating how I should deal with it. Did you kill it simply because you felt offended? It is certainly not a creature of simplistic intellect. How could you entertain such a notion? Qin Xiaoyu gazed at Li Ling with a look of bewilderment. Regardless, we are not at fault. It was the creature that first spied upon us. Perhaps it bore no malice at all. Li Ling shrugged, implying that he was merely speaking the truth. Just wait and see. There will come a time when you find yourself at a disadvantage. Qin Xiaoyu huffed in discontent, turning away to lie down, ignoring him for the entire night. The following day, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu continued their journey towards their predetermined destination. However, just as they managed to catch a large bird and were preparing to feast upon their hard-earned roasted meal, that Batman reappeared. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu executed their previous strategy, encircling the Batman in a pincer movement. They exchanged glances, poised to charge together, when the Batman fortuitously circled around the campfire. With a swift extension of its long arm, it seized their roasted food and leaped into the air, gliding away into the distance. Chapter 34. The thief, what a scoundrel! It actually came to pilfer our food, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, both infuriated and amused, stamping her foot in frustration. Well, let us consider it an act of conservation for wildlife, Li Ling stammered, taken aback, as he retrieved 2 dry and hard pieces of smoked meat from his pack. You still have the audacity to joke? That beast has toyed with us, treating us like fools, Li Ling. Well, it could be worse. At least we're not sporting panda eyes or a crooked neck. Li Ling feigned nonchalance, though his teeth chattered audibly. Very well, you can gnaw on your smoked meat. I refuse to swallow this indignity. Qin Xiaoyu angrily crossed her arms. That I must ensure that beast pays dearly for this. But you must fill your stomach first. Otherwise, how will you have the strength to confront it? Li Ling advised. In a way, I want to eat. Unless you devise a plan. Qin Xiaoyu deliberately turned her head away. A plan, you say? That's quite simple. Li Ling chuckled, whispering a few suggestions into Qin Xiaoyu's ear. Can that truly work? Rest assured, I caught several wild chickens in my youth. How can wild chickens be compared to a Batman? Why not? They are all diminutive creatures hindered by their physique when it comes to flight. Let us get to it. Li Ling spent the entire night without rest, transforming a hollow area into a large pit, then covering it with a layer of dry twigs and leaves. That I must remind you, that creature possesses wings. Qin Xiaoyu expressed her skepticism. Have no fear, I have observed it carefully. Each time it takes flight, it must leap a bit, and that is its most fatal weakness. As Li Ling patiently roasted a hard-won spotted wild boar, he hoped for the Batman's swift return. When the meat began to sizzle and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the figure of the Batman indeed appeared atop a distant treetop. Li Ling cautiously placed the roasted pig atop the trap, ensuring it would not fall, then slowly retreated to a distance of 10 feet. Standing guard with Qin Xiaoyu at either end, the Batman swiftly soared over, gradually making its way toward the tantalizing roasted pig under the expectant gazes of Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu. Then, under the rapt attention of the two, it extended its claws. Yet, it could not reach it. Cautiously, it shuffled several steps forward. Still out of reach, it advanced again, just a little further, just a tad more would suffice. Li Ling's fists clenched gently, poised to pounce at any moment, ready to ensnare it effortlessly that he noticed that not far away, Qin Xiaoyu was also crouching stealthily. The Batman lifted one foot and stretched it forward. Then gently descended. Li Ling came to an abrupt halt, his body frozen mid-motion. The Batman turned its head to glance at Li Ling, smirking, before extending its foot once more. Li Ling lunged forward again. The Batman turned to scrutinize his movement, its bulging eyes widening in apparent astonishment. Li Ling found himself in a quandary. If he charged forward, he feared losing the opportunity and jeopardizing their efforts. Yet, if he hesitated, it seemed the creature had already sensed something amiss. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyu was undeterred. Seizing the moment while the Batman's attention was diverted, she dashed forward, attempting a stealthy ambush from behind. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted, and the Batman ceased its forward advance, instead ascending into the air without any leap in its sweeping flight. Not only did it snatch the roasted pig with its claws, but it also sent the covering debris of the trap scattering in disarray. Good heavens, behold the cunning scheme you devised. We have been outsmarted once more, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing to stand before Li Ling. Both exasperated and anxious. Stay calm, Li Ling reassured her repeatedly. Let us contemplate other strategies. If we cannot even deal with a large bat, what hope do we have of discussing the establishment of a second human base? Let alone dominating this world? Perhaps that if we simply switch to a vegetarian diet, it will no longer come near us. Li Ling mused with a hint of self-mockery. The response he received was a pronounced eye roll. The following day, the two were fortunate enough to discover a nest of bird eggs nestled in the branches of a large tree. In the evening, Li Ling deliberately sought a concealed spot. Donning a hat crafted from tender twigs, this is called camouflage, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. The Batman will not be able to find us, Li Ling declared with confidence. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, albeit with some skepticism. In a matter of moments, Li Ling used a stick to sift through the ashes, cleaning the eggs and placing them on a leaf. "Shoo, let us eat," he whispered softly. Upon turning his head, he discovered Qin Xiaoyu engaged in a silent standoff with the martial arts-capable Batman. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ling charged in, and the three were soon embroiled in a chaotic flurry of punches and kicks. Li Ling ultimately experienced the Batman's swift and powerful blows, feeling as though his head might explode. Before long, the two strategically collapsed onto the ground. The Batman grinned broadly, merrily taking a few bird eggs from the leaf. "Your so-called friend has taken our bird eggs," Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, visibly furious. Consider it a weight loss plan," Li Ling replied somewhat sheepishly, pondering how his image in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes had been tarnished by a mere beast. "Are you implying that I am too overweight?" Qin Xiaoyu seemed eager to find an outlet for her frustration. "No, wait. I have an idea." Li Ling tapped his forehead. "Surely, there must exist a nemesis to the Batman, or a life form it cannot contend with. We ought to investigate. Investigate? Whom shall we inquire of? Apart from the supporters and the pioneers whose whereabouts remain a mystery, can we truly find anyone else? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Just follow my lead, for it is merely the itinerary I had previously devised." With that, Li Ling set off with palpable eagerness. "Rest assured, you shall be left utterly astounded. Just remember not to let your eyes fall to the ground." "Keep boasting," Qin Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly. Yet, unable to suppress her curiosity, she quickened her pace to catch up with Li Ling after enduring 2 more days of hunger. Li Ling finally brought Qin Xiaoyu to the very spot where he first encountered Nain. There lay that small, deep pool, the massive stone capable of accommodating a person lying down, and even remnants of smoldering campfires. Everything felt so familiar, as though it had transpired just yesterday. However, Nain's large rabbit and the monstrous figure with elongated arms were nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Qin Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the scorched marks on the ground, her breath quickening. "Signs of the pioneers. Have you found them?" "No. These are peculiar local creatures I encountered after we became separated. Far more intelligent than those giant bats," and indeed Li Ling hesitated to admit, but spoke the truth. "They are, in fact, many times more intelligent than we humans. These campfires were ignited by them using explosive magical berries. So that's it. They are indeed quite clever. One must acknowledge that primitive humans evolved into beings like us so swiftly largely due to their mastery of fire, Qin Xiaoyu remarked teasingly. Seemingly skeptical of Li Ling's assertions in her heart, she yearned to witness those pioneers who had bravely forged their own path on Suerte's star, rather than mere beasts that had learned to kindle flames. Li Ling could comprehend Qin Xiaoyu's reaction. Almost every supporter harbored great respect for the unknown pioneers, curious about what kind of societal forms they had developed over the past century and more. Eager for the supporters to collaborate with them in crafting a prosperous world after being welcomed and embraced, he could only smile, thinking it futile to elaborate further. There would be a time for her astonishment. However, I am somewhat intrigued. What do these intelligent creatures actually look like? Are they akin to the cave dwellers or the Yuanmo people? Qin Xiaoyu inquired again. You must understand that this is not Earth. I have already stated that they are not human and bear no relation to humanity, Li Ling explained, but he quickly corrected himself. Actually, there is a slight connection. That creature mentioned it had once interacted with human pioneers. Well, let us hurry. I suspect that Batman is hungry again. Look at the sky. Li Ling pointed towards the setting sun. Typically, this is their dinner time. Yet, whenever they lit a campfire and cooked their food, that Batman would always come to cause a ruckus. However, during these past 2 days of their vegetarian diet, that solitary Batman had consistently arrived in high spirits only to leave disheartened. It had been a full 2 days since they had last seen it. It is somewhat disheartening that the two had traversed a considerable distance without uncovering any trace of Nine. The brook's waters ultimately converged into a small river. From the riverbank, visibility across to the opposite side was obscured, leaving them uncertain whether Nine might be found on the other bank. And no matter how splendid the scenery or how captivating the novel experiences, once one gazes upon them for too long or encounters them too frequently, they inevitably lose their allure. The two began to reminisce about their companions in the support team, wondering if they were faring well, whether they had transformed the campsite into a village-like settlement, and if they had dispatched scouts to explore the area, or even sent a team across the Lingjin mountain range in search of the trail of the pioneers. On this day, in a fit of frustration, Li Ling lay idly in a shaded spot, when suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu rushed over, brimming with inexplicable excitement, vigorously shaking Li Ling's shoulder. Heavens, guess what I have seen. What? Li Ling exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of Xiaoyu, her brow glistening with sweat. A large rabbit. Qin Xiaoyu squeaked, her voice rising in pitch. Tonight, we can feast lavishly. Li Ling chuckled, thinking perhaps she would be disappointed. Believing he was skeptical, Qin Xiaoyu insisted, never mind. You won't believe me anyway. Just come and see for yourself. It's on the hillside, not far away. Chapter 35. Reunion. Qin Xiaoyu led Li Ling up a small hillock. The wind atop the slope was vigorous, causing the wild grasses to sway like waves. A few azure birds circled overhead, emitting their chirruping calls. Look there, next to that little tree, Qin Xiaoyu whispered, covering Li Ling's ears. Li Ling followed the direction of her finger and beheld a solitary, crooked tree beside a large white boulder, with a fluffy mass nearby. As the gentle breeze swept by, the gray tufts of hair began to quiver softly. It was indeed a curious sight. Li Ling discerned a hint of profound meaning within it, a flavor that lingered between solitude and tranquility. In truth, it was a rabbit. Qin Xiaoyu murmured. I spotted it when it lifted its head just now. This is my first time seeing such a hefty rabbit. Yet it resembles one from Earth perfectly. I wonder how it would taste. Li Ling suppressed a chuckle and replied, actually, there are 2 creatures there. One of them has escaped your notice. Where? Right next to the large rabbit. That boulder is actually another type of Cert Star creature. How do you know? Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, but she quickly realized, her eyes widening in surprise. Could it be that this is what you have been searching for all along? Indeed, the intelligent being I mentioned is that large rabbit. As Li Ling spoke, he rose and began to approach Nine. Heavens! Qin Xiaoyu followed closely behind, cautiously placing her right hand on the dagger at her back. Hello, Nine. Naza rabbit Maika, Li Ling called out, when he was about 5 or 6 paces away from Nine. Nine turned her head, her elongated face displaying a look of surprise that swiftly morphed into a squint. As if she were smiling, Sadobi immediately stood up, waving his arms angrily. Naza rabbit meat sai, spit it out, Nine declared. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her hands tightly covering her mouth. A look of disbelief etched across her face. Even more astonished than when Li Ling first encountered Nine. After all, Li Ling was preoccupied with battling Sadeo at the time, and took a considerable while to realize that Nine could speak English. The lady, utterly taken aback, Was remarkably beautiful. Is she your master? Nain inquired, glancing at Qin Xiaoyu, who stood behind Li Ling. Master? No, she is my wife. Qin Xiaoyu. We are merely awaiting a formal wedding. Li Ling replied. Do you humans not hold women in high regard? Nain asked, perplexed. Master, perhaps such a situation existed, but that was eons ago. Li Ling shook his head. Indeed, Nain. I rushed away last time and did not have the opportunity to truly absorb your teachings. Li Ling doubted whether his humility was excessive. You need not feel ashamed to seek counsel from someone like me. Li Ling, I am over 100 years old, undoubtedly your senior. I am more than willing to share my stories and insights with anyone eager to listen. That's wonderful, Li Ling exclaimed, clenching his fist with excitement, almost yearning to embrace the large rabbit warmly. However, he restrained himself, pondering that in Nain's eyes, he might merely appear as a child. Apart from the years spent in the cryogenic chamber, his life had barely spanned 2 decades, while Nain was nearly several times his age. Nain chuckled. Let us eat. Ah, Qin Xiaoyu gasped, immediately drawing a dagger from behind her and positioning it defensively in front of Li Ling. Do not be afraid. With me here, Sadeo Bai will not harm you. Nain gently waved her hand, signaling everyone to remain calm. The wind had intensified. Come, let us retreat to my abode for a brief respite. Qin Xiaoyu approached, gripping Li Ling's hand tightly with excitement. How marvelous! How extraordinary! Those human pioneers actually taught a rabbit to speak English. Well, one might say it is self-taught. If you have the time, perhaps you could teach it Chinese. I shall certainly give it a try. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu were led by Nain to a large cave at the foot of the hill. It had no doors or windows and appeared to be a naturally formed cave with slight modifications, sufficient to shield against wind and rain. Qin Xiaoyu took a moment to survey the surroundings, wondering if she might find some food, perhaps cabbage or carrots, but saw none. To their astonishment, there was a clay-sealed fire pit inside, and in the corner, neatly stacked firewood and hay, presumably for boiling water and cooking. Aside from that, the cave was rather empty. Uncle. Despite the considerable age of the other party, Qin Xiaoyu felt a sense of awkwardness when she spoke. You may simply call me Nain. Names are but mere designations. Nain casually reclined on the ground and gestured towards a flattened pile of hay, inviting them to sit. Exhausted, Li Ling sat down without hesitation. However, Qin Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment longer, standing there and pointing at the fire pit in the cave, asking, Do you also consume cooked food? Of course, we Bosun people delight in roasted delicacies. Only those barbaric bat people prefer to gnaw on raw flesh. Yet, I have heard that a scarce few of them have begun to try cooked food. Bat people. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu simultaneously exclaimed, Are you referring to those flying beasts, resembling my stature, with enormous wings and sharp fangs, possessing an unsightly appearance and despicable nature? Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Nain's eyelids twitched, seemingly startled by Qin Xiaoyu's fury, yet she patiently elucidated. While I shall refrain from commenting on their despicable nature, I must concede that they are indeed quite ugly. Nain, I wish to inquire about the progenitors. Where exactly are they now? What is their current state? Impatience does not become you, young one. Nain shook her head. It appears I must revise my initial piece of advice. You must maintain your composure and cultivate a tranquil mindset. I am calm, yet I am besieged by countless questions. How can I not be impatient? Quite simply, Nain replied. From this moment forth, each of you may pose but one question to me each day. I assure you, I will provide satisfactory answers, but strictly limited to a single inquiry. In this manner, you shall gradually find your peace. But we have searched for you for so long. We did not come merely to waste time. I have numerous matters to attend to. Li Ling expressed his agitation. You. Qin Xiaoyu stepped forward, visibly irate. At that moment, Dao Bai leapt into action, vigorously swinging his fists, creating a formidable attack radius that encompassed the entire cavern. Several times, as the gust of his punches brushed against Li Ling's face, he silently rejoiced in having narrowly escaped disaster. Until tomorrow, Nain, Li Ling said, pulling Qin Xiaoyu away decisively. The two spent the better part of the day constructing a sufficiently sturdy little abode outside the cave, preparing to linger there for some time. That night, as they lay together, they quietly whispered about their plans for the following day. Do not feign politeness with that enormous rabbit. It does not respond to such tactics. Li Ling advised. Indeed, I share that sentiment. It's rather blatant. Qin Xiaoyu concurred. We must clarify our questions and refrain from asking something as foolish as have you eaten. What then do you intend to ask? Li Ling inquired. I shall ask where the progenitors are and how we might rendezvous with them. Isn't that 2 questions? Li Ling remarked. Hista, don't rush me. Let me sort it out. After a moment, the small dwelling resonated with their disgruntled murmurs. The following day, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu rose at the crack of dawn, standing vigil at the cave's entrance while the sun struggled to rise above the horizon. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Nain lazily emerged from the cave. Without hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu charged forward. Hey, Great Rabbit, my question is that you must divulge all information regarding the progenitors. Nain narrowed her eyes, stroking the long whiskers at the corner of her mouth, and after a considerable pause, she inquired, is that a command or a question? Drawing a deep breath, Qin Xiaoyu swallowed her indignation and replied, very well. Can you provide me with all information concerning the human progenitors? She deliberately elongated the final word. Nain shook her head. I cannot. Why not? Qin Xiaoyu retorted angrily. Wait, Li Ling interjected. Doesn't why count as a question? You must provide us with an explanation. Go ahead. Qin Xiaoyu hissed. I am all ears. I am on the brink of madness. Qin Xiaoyu covered her ears and exclaimed, remain calm. Li Ling instinctively recited a phrase that Nain often had on her lips. At this moment, to provoke it would be a grave mistake. After a quarter of an hour, Nain finally cast aside the wooden stick in her hand and solemnly seated herself before the two. Perhaps to gather her thoughts, Nain closed her eyes for a considerable time before finally reopening them, speaking in a tone imbued with a unique sorrow characteristic of the Bosun people. The so-called pioneers you speak of have lost their way. Chapter 36. Memories. Are you implying that they have strayed? Qin Xiaoyu sensed the gravity in Nain's demeanor, though she still harbored doubts regarding Nain's proficiency in English. No question mark. Li Ling cautiously interjected. Souls? He asked, bewildered. That is alarmist. Qin Xiaoyu muttered. Indeed, I am well acquainted with many tales of those human pioneers. I almost arrived in this world alongside them. The distinction lies in the fact that I was born from my mother's womb, while they fell from the heavens. So, at that time, you were still an infant and not fully aware of humanity's initial arrival on Cert Star, correct? Qin Xiaoyu ventured to inquire, regardless of Nain's assessment of them. The mere fact that a handful of individuals managed to survive in an unfamiliar world surely speaks to remarkable deeds worthy of emulation. Yes, I was indeed an infant, but I have heard many stories from my forebears and still retain some memories. Nain replied, lifting her gaze to the distance. That I in my youth, my people inhabited the Bosun Plains, a land abundant in water and grass, which is also the origin of our name, with exceptional linguistic abilities. The Bosun communicated with various reasonably intelligent animals, securing their assistance while delineating territories from fierce carnivores. That I in summary, we led a carefree existence. Li Ling attempted to imagine the scene of communicating with various animals, an experience unfathomable to those who deemed themselves the pinnacle of intelligence, akin to a wondrous form of magic. That he recalled the night he first met Nain, during which she described how she had deterred a pack of foraging beasts with a cacophony of wails. Li Ling felt that Nain's tone was excessively calm, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He sincerely hoped that the arrival of humanity had not wrought disaster upon these innocent native beings. Nain continued, perhaps the overly tranquil life of the Bosun rendered us inherently incapable of anticipating danger. My father witnessed the descent of the human spacecraft with his own eyes. For the Bosun at that time, it was akin to the advent of a miracle. All the Bosun gathered around the elliptical vessel in excited throngs, lighting bonfires, singing, and dancing, venerating it as a wondrous phenomenon. And what of those pioneers? How did they react? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. They emerged the following evening. At that moment, the Bosun were celebrating around the spacecraft, attempting to examine what they had regarded as a miracle. The humans then stepped forth. They were adorned in garments of vivid hues, donning ornaments that radiated with a brilliance akin to stars. They subsequently guided some Bosun through the astonishing interior of their craft, which shimmered with strange runes. LED, in the minds of Qin Xiaoyu and Li Ling, vivid images of the pioneers, adorned with luminous diodes, conjuring an air of mystique, unfolded. How did you communicate? Li Ling inquired. Initially, they endeavored to engage in a form of communication through pictorial representations and gestures. Yet it was not long before some among us, possessing a keen intellect, acquired snippets of their language and attempted to converse with humanity. The human pioneers were both astonished and exhilarated. They conveyed to those Bessonians who understood them that they were messengers of the divine, here to assist in the transformation of our world. Exchanging glances, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu discerned a hint of amusement intertwined with disdain in each other's eyes. However, from the perspective of humanity, Li Ling found this reaction entirely justifiable. If these pioneers had brazenly emerged, proclaiming their intent to seize this world and reshape it into a second home for humanity, that would indeed have been an act of folly. The Bessonians, accustomed to a life of carefree leisure, were not particularly enthusiastic about human proposals. Nevertheless, the flamboyant attire and highly persuasive rhetoric of the pioneers captivated a segment of the younger Bessonians, inspiring them to ardently assist in the establishment of a sizable town around the spacecraft. They even summoned other creatures to lend a hand, utilizing their linguistic talents that in return, humans introduced the Bessonians to unique customs and practices, such as dressing elegantly, adorning themselves with ornaments, and dining upon chairs rather than reclining on the ground at a mere exchange of trifles. Thought Li Ling yet. He felt a sense of joy in witnessing the mutual assistance and learning between humanity and these seemingly affable and gentle Bessonians. Without warning, a fierce gust of wind swept through, cloaking the sun, which perpetually belched flames in ominous clouds. Amidst the dark gray sky, faint flashes of lightning flickered between the clouds. Anxiously, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu rose, scanning their surroundings. They had encountered such eerie weather once before, on the night the Bat people attacked the supporters. Just some thunderclouds, a common meteorological phenomenon, Nain remarked nonchalantly, resuming its tale. This period of tranquility endured for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps half a lifetime. I even forged friendships with some remarkably kind and intelligent human companions. Among them was a little girl named Mia, a year my junior. During our childhood, she often teased me for my lack of clothing. While I mocked her for her absence of fur, we frequently chased each other in playful antics and games. Secretly, I had developed a fondness for that little girl that a chill coursed through Qin Xiaoyu, causing him to shiver. My interactions with the adults were limited. In my recollection, the human women were invariably encumbered with large bellies, preoccupied with childbirth. The men busied themselves constructing enclosures for the captured animals and tilling the soil to plant their preferred flora. Gradually, some beings capable of communicating with the Bessonians began to denounce humanity's transgressions, cautioning the Bessonians about the consequences of humanity's rapacious incursions. Li Ling's brow furrowed in concern, for he sensed that Nain was about to unveil truths he was reluctant to hear and even more hesitant to accept. Naturally, the Bessonians would not intervene in human affairs. They were accustomed to freedom and lethargy, and moreover, humanity appeared to them as divine emissaries. One spoke on behalf of the other unfortunate beings. Until one fateful day, Mia sought out my father. She was younger than I, and also my dearest friend from another race. However, her intention was not to find me, but to approach my father directly. At that moment, I realized that Mia had already ascended to the position of leader of the human pioneers. Did this deeply affect you? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, sensing that the large rabbit was troubled by this matter. She perceived that males often wished to appear stronger than those whom they admired. But was Nain truly male? She was astonished to notice that Nain was adorned with a small piece of cloth for modesty. Indeed, the term leader carries an air of grandeur, commanding the obedience of all. The Buzan people do not have a leader, yet they heed the counsel of those with greater prestige, such as my father. And here I was, merely a teenager, hardly an adult, preoccupied with playing in the mud. Qin Xiaoyu and Li Ling exchanged smiles, envisioning a charming little rabbit in a state of disarray. However, in comparison to her spoken words, the blow to one's status seemed utterly trivial. Nain's face twitched slightly, as though in pain. Qin Xiaoyu glanced again at Li Ling, realizing he was intently scrutinizing Nain's countenance, and she couldn't help but wonder how much trust Li Ling had in the words of a beast. Nain's tale continued. I still vividly remember that day that I was rolling in the mud, excitedly greeting Mia, who had come to visit, beckoning her to join in my play. Yet, it seemed Mia did not see me and walked right past, engaging in conversation with my father. What a sorrowful tale, Qin Xiaoyu remarked teasingly. She always assumed Nain might utter disparaging remarks about humans and the pioneers. Naturally, she was reluctant to believe it, nor did she wish for Li Ling to fall into the other's snare. Li Ling gently shook his head at her, signaling her to remain silent. Nain, undeterred, continued. Mia informed my father that the human population was rapidly increasing, and their towns and territories were too small. They had dispatched individuals to locate more suitable habitats for us at the remote valleys and wetlands along the plain's edge, demanding that we vacate the places we had long inhabited. Even more egregiously, Mia told my father that many of their companions clamored that the Busan people occupied too much territory and were eager to wage war against us. Did your father acquiesce? Li Ling initially expressed astonishment, but soon he appeared to come to terms with it. Much like the tale of the farmer and the golden fish, people are perpetually inclined to demand more. Moreover, a span of several years is ample time for individuals to forget the assistance they once received. Nain nodded. The Busan people have grown accustomed to comfort and stability, to the extent that they scarcely comprehend the implications of warfare. They are utterly impressionable. Only my father, out of respect for the past ties with humanity, leaned towards acquiescing to the demands of the human leader, even though in his eyes, Mia was merely a child. Did you not resist? Qin Xiaoyu asked in astonishment, her expression rife with skepticism. That we did not resist. My father persuaded the others, and we all relocated to those remote areas that I recall the moment I departed from my home, burdened with but a scant few belongings, when those companions of my childhood offered not a single word of farewell. This left me despondent for quite some time, even directing my frustrations towards my father, blaming him for acquiescing to Mia's request. That in retrospect, I realize how willful I was in that moment. Why do you say such a thing? Nain, you have done nothing wrong. Li Ling empathized, disregarding the astonished gaze of Qin Xiaoyu. Yet it was precisely due to my sentiments, alongside the indignant protests of other young bosun companions, that my father gradually altered his stance. When humanity once again demanded our complete evacuation from the Bosun Plains, he resolved to confront the human pioneer, that very Mia, in earnest discussion. That he ventured into human territory accompanied by several of the most esteemed Bosun elders. What was the outcome? Li Ling was eager to learn the answer. Although reluctant to admit it, he hoped that the Bosun had triumphed in this negotiation. They were annihilated, without exception. What? Li Ling could not suppress a low growl of outrage. Regardless of its veracity, this was a vile tale. Chapter 37. Verses despicable. Qin Xiaoyu spat vehemently, her ire directed at Nain. How can you demean humanity in such a manner? And how could I have endured your ramblings for so long? Let me tell you, I shall not believe a single word you utter. I do not believe it either. To everyone's surprise, Nain declared this. I grew up alongside my human companions. Although they were competitive, they were as innocent and spirited as my other friends, filled with compassion. So what is the meaning behind your disparagement of the pioneers? Qin Xiaoyu retorted sharply. Once I locate them, your lies will be laid bare. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu's hearts sank once more, now filled with concern for the fate of the pioneers. Initially, the Bosun advanced with remarkable momentum, swiftly breaching the towns that humanity was incessantly constructing. But then, a horrifying event transpired. Nain paused to collect her thoughts before continuing. Those Bosun warriors at the forefront fell to their knees, clutching their heads and wailing in agony, while the remaining Bosun, gripped by terror, hastily retreated, unable even to carry away their wounded comrades. Had humanity employed some peculiar form of assault? Li Ling inquired, speculating whether it was some sort of sonar or nuclear radiation, perhaps derived from the devices aboard the human spacecraft. And in the end, who emerged victorious? The dreadful aspect lies here. Neither side won, nor did they lose. That it was merely a senseless slaughter, even relished by some. Soon, the majority of Bosun recognized the madness and malice of this conflict, and they no longer wished to heed the commands of the zealous few who reveled in battle, beginning to stealthily retreat to more remote corners. Fortunately, this world is vast enough, allowing the Bosun to disperse across its many reaches, pursuing the lives they desired. Perhaps like me, they wandered, or perhaps they formed small, secluded communities. And now, do you possess any knowledge of the current state of those human pioneers? Li Ling felt a pang of sympathy for Nain's plight, but he was evidently far more concerned about the fate of the pioneers. I possess a considerable understanding, even to the extent of being well-versed, as I had an encounter just a few days ago with a leader of the Bat people, whose kin are currently embroiled in conflict with your kind. The Forerunners have gone to war with the Bat people? Exclaimed Qin Xiaoyu in astonishment. That in truth, the war has been waged for many years. The fighting remains fierce to this very day. Why has there been no resolution after so many years? The Forerunners are not numerous. Can they truly rise from the dead? Li Ling inquired. This has long been a source of my perplexity. Yet now, I believe I have found the answer. Li Ling instinctively leaned forward, aware that the truth of the Cert world might lie within Nian's next utterance. The war between humanity and other races shall never cease, because Nian too leaned in, seemingly intent on confiding solely in Li Ling, because the leaders of both warring factions understand the necessity of moderation. They fight not for victory, nor for slaughter. Rather, it is that Li Ling observed Nian's previously downcast eyes suddenly widen in surprise, becoming exceptionally bright, a fleeting spark of electricity flashing within their depths. What could it possibly be for? The answer was imminent, and without regard for anything else, Li Ling shouted amidst the thunderous clamor. Nian responded with equal fervor, striving to overpower the resounding thunder so that Li Ling could hear clearly. The negative emotions spawned by war have driven those individuals to madness. To satiate their grotesque desires, to indulge in the passion, glory, and even the pain, suffering, and myriad emotions that war brings, they fight for the sake of fighting. Their souls have become lost, adrift upon our world. Cert, therefore, abandon your companions. They are beyond redemption, destined, in the words of humanity, to descend into hell eventually. Scoundrel, Cert is not a domain for beasts like you. You have no right to pass judgment upon any human. The curses from Nian, coupled with the oppressive storm clouds behind, caused Li Ling's emotions to spiral out of control in an instant, erupting in vehement invective. Maintain your composure, young man. Nian's tone grew sharp and commanding. If you cannot even master your own emotions, you shall inevitably meet the same fate as they. Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback by the sudden fury of both Li Ling and Nian. She had always believed Li Ling to be convinced by Nian's words, unaware that he had merely concealed his true feelings. He ultimately understood his stance and recognized the principle of distinction. Qin Xiaoyu mused. Li Ling forced himself to regain his composure, casting a scornful glance at Nian. You truly have a way with words, great rabbit that I in my homeland. You wouldn't even qualify as a pet. Yet here you are, clamoring for humanity to descend into hell. You must comprehend your own position. I understand. Li Ling, I merely wish to assist you. This is not your homeland that I suspect you have not encountered this phrase. A recent poetic refrain circulating on Cert. In human terms, it goes. Nian paused, adopting an even more mysterious and somber tone. The devil gazes upon your soul, and when it ripens, it shall swallow it whole. This is a curse. You vile creature. Qin Xiaoyu retorted furiously. A more intense lightning bolt rent the heavens. Daylight momentarily revived only to be swiftly engulfed by darkness. Li Ling suddenly recalled the eerie scene following the last thundercloud, where the faces of the supporters contorted grotesquely like apparitions. Could those bizarre shadows be the very demons lurking beside them? Or perhaps they embodied the repulsive souls of those individuals? Unable to fathom it clearly, Li Ling vigorously shook his head, attempting to shatter these thoughts in his mind, only to discover they had already taken root. Nian paid no heed to Qin Xiaoyu's scolding. She merely glanced at the struggling Li Ling and bid farewell, saying, "We have discussed the previous matter sufficiently. It would be best for you to relax and rest for a while. Any questions can be addressed tomorrow." Nian departed, her steps light and her silhouette exuding an elegance that belied her age. For a fleeting moment, Li Ling felt as if Nian were on the brink of death, or rather, that her spirit had already succumbed. The trials she endured had robbed her of the courage to resist, leaving her to cloak her frailty in sensational rhetoric. What was she truly trying to convey? Why had she gone to such lengths to approach him, revealing so many secrets harbored within her heart? What ulterior motive did she possess? Li Ling was fervently eager to uncover the truth. He felt a wave of heat course through him, beads of perspiration trickling from his brow, merging into droplets that formed lines, cascading to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the thunderclouds had dissipated, and the scorching sunlight once again bathed the expanse of sky and earth. Unlike the usual vibrant and fulfilling glow, the sunlight now appeared somewhat pale and feeble, as if it could no longer fill the desolate void of the world, especially in those shadowy corners and within the gradually chilling heart. The two shared a simple meal of rations. Beginning to ponder earnestly the words Nian had spoken and their implications, that it was not until the sun began its descent that Li Ling suddenly voiced a statement that sent a shiver through Qin Xiaoyu. I have a gut feeling that Nian was not lying. Are you suggesting that the souls of the pioneers are under the control of the demons of this world? Qin Xiaoyu inquired, her voice barely escaping her lips. Li Ling neither nodded nor shook his head. He found himself at a loss for words. But do people truly possess souls? Qin Xiaoyu questioned, reflecting upon her indoctrination in Marxist thought. Startled, she edged closer to Li Ling, seeking the warmth of his presence. I merely sensed that Nai did not deceive us. Yet I do not concur with her conjectures and exclusionary views. Li Ling reassured her that I adhere to the principle of seeing is believing. What shall we do then? Are we to remain here? Yes, of course, Li Ling replied. Since Nai has divulged so much, there must be a purpose behind it, regardless of whether the pioneers are lost or not. It cannot hurt to heed the advice of the Great Rabbit. Qin Xiaoyu nodded. Then let us contemplate the questions for tomorrow that I hope we can obtain the answers we seek before any significant upheaval occurs within the ranks of the supporters. Chapter 38. The turning point. The next day, as Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu stepped out of the small dwelling, they found Nai waiting for them not far away. Follow me. Allow me to extend the hospitality of a host to see Dao, Nai exclaimed warmly to Li Ling, and Qin Xiaoyu followed Nai to a clearing by the stream that Dao busied himself in the kitchen, employing his seemingly clumsy and oversized hands to prepare a meal. Scattered across the floor were rudimentary cooking implements, crafted from unknown materials, alongside cooked meats and berries. While the spread was not particularly lavish, it was sufficient to satiate one's hunger. Qin Xiaoyu observed that their utensils bore a resemblance to the bowls and dishes used by humans on Earth, leading her to speculate that these two were lessons learned from the human pioneers. At the very least, humanity had not imparted solely war and suffering to the Buzan people. Nai had concealed many truths. She pondered, as a girl who had experienced the comforts of modern Earth civilization, and who cherished cleanliness and comfort. Qin Xiaoyu could not help but wonder, why had these seemingly intelligent beings not developed their own technology and civilization? Were they truly content with such a primitive way of life? Or did they possess a peace of mind, an unachievable state of being, akin to the vastness of the ocean in spring? It was incomprehensible, with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. She felt an urgency, which dulled her appetite for the meal before her. Li Ling appeared calm and unabashedly utilized the questionable utensils. Once he had finished eating and rinsed his mouth, he began to inquire. My question is how my new companion and I can survive in this world, avoiding the same misguided path as the pioneers. In truth, Li Ling's concern extended to everyone, not just the supporters. However, Nai had informed him the day before that the pioneers were beyond redemption. Thus, Li Ling had to rephrase his question. As for the remaining inquiries, he would have to seek the answers himself. The tone in which it uttered the word human resembled the way Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu spoke of the Great Rabbit. While its mention of destruction was as mundane as eating and drinking, Li Ling felt a sting of indignation. Before Qin Xiaoyu could retort, he suddenly stood up. Li Ling found his thoughts somewhat self-serving. Yet, Qin Xiaoyu flashed a sly smile and gave him a thumbs up. Even if I wished to, it would be impossible, Li Ling chuckled wryly, shaking his head. After all the turmoil, it became clear that Nai was subtly urging them to leave. As for the pioneers, their spacecraft had not plunged into the depths of the water, or perhaps you could construct a similar vessel. If you require assistance, Nai eagerly suggested, but it was too impatient. And even a fool could see its eagerness to expel humanity from Cert Star. Constructing a spacecraft capable of spatial leaps is not as simple as you think. Nai, Li Ling interjected, bemused by the naivete of the Great Rabbit. If these are your suggestions, I already know what to do. Thank you for your hospitality. If any other foolish individual upsets Qin Xiaoyu, a beating will suffice. Li Ling muttered to himself. Qin Xiaoyu looked at him with a beaming smile. No. At the very least, we have come to understand that certain individuals do not welcome our presence. Qin Xiaoyu reassured, speaking without any intention of lowering her voice. Li Ling pondered for a moment before addressing Nai, who was still indulging in her meal. If I recall correctly, my companion has one more opportunity to pose a question. Speak freely. I have committed to this matter and shall not retract my promise. Nai, with a calm yet proud demeanor, responded without any sign of anger at the disrespect shown by the two. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their teasing smiles now stiffening. Where is the bosun playing? Qin Xiaoyu inquired. We need to ascertain its precise location. Nai picked up a slender twig, hastily sketching a few lines on the ground before pointing to a particular spot, and saying, to the north, behind this unbroken range of mountains. Li Ling was taken aback as he recognized that the undulating lines Nai had drawn bore a striking resemblance to the Lingjin mountain range. and the location she indicated was precisely where Gujin had casually speculated, albeit slightly shifted to the east. That Gujin is utterly unreliable. I distinctly remember his finger pointing directly north. Qin Xiaoyu complained that it's still quite commendable. How could a bear man possibly possess a detailed map in his mind? Li Ling jested, contemplating how astonishing it was that Gujin's haphazard indication was so close to the correct direction, if luck could indeed be considered a form of talent. With that, Qin Xiaoyu nudged Li Ling's arm, eager to make their exit from this place. Please wait. Nain stood up slowly, her tone unwaveringly calm, yet resonating with a heightened intensity, before I grant my consent. Both of you must remain here. Li Ling halted, gazing at Nain in confusion. That I beg your pardon. I must have misheard. Are you intending to imprison us, just based on your own authority? Qin Xiaoyu, who had never held a fondness for Nain, was the first to react, immediately adopting a defensive stance as she declared, "Allow me to handle this, Li Ling. I had not anticipated engaging in combat with a mere rabbit. Be cautious. A rabbit can bite when provoked." Li Ling admonished warily. "Fear not." Qin Xiaoyu offered Li Ling a reassuring glance, perceiving no reason to dread this large rabbit. Even if it were to bite her, she believed it would not be of grave consequence. Nevertheless, she drew her dagger and advanced step by step, intending to offer Nain a chance for reprieve. "If you apologize for your earlier indiscretion, I shall forgive you. Come now, young one. Let me see what distinguishes you from those early pioneers." Nain's long whiskers twitched as she muttered a few words to Saidabida. Li Ling tensed, silently reprimanding himself for forgetting that Sadabi, who had remained in the background, was likely the strongest fighter present. As Li Ling attempted to move, Sadabi immediately placed both of his large hands on the ground, fixing a steadfast gaze upon him. Clearly acting on Nain's command, he was tasked with guarding him. Li Ling regretted not informing Xiaoyu about Sadabi's prowess earlier, which led her to charge forward recklessly. Yet now was not the time for regrets. He needed to subdue this long-limbed creature before Qin Xiaoyu fell to Nain. The two pairs of individuals and beasts faced each other, the only sound surrounding them being the gentle murmur of the flowing stream as a fish leapt from the water, sending a few droplets splashing into the air. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to react. Just as her right foot extended, Nain's astonishing maneuver left her utterly dumbfounded, rendering her body rigid. That Nain's head shot upward, her form elongated and slender, like a spring coiling into the sky. In the moment of Qin Xiaoyu's bewilderment, Nain's legs propelled downward with force, sending Qin Xiaoyu's dagger flying. As she bent to retrieve her weapon, a slender wooden stick was pressed against her neck. With no alternative, Qin Xiaoyu raised her hands in surrender. Behind her, a dull thud resonated ominously. Shortly thereafter, Sadobi approached, dragging Li Ling by his feet. Roaring and grumbling, Sadobi paraded Li Ling before Nain, as if to flaunt his conquest. "Not bad. He is not as feeble as I had imagined." Nain discarded the stick in her hand, uttering a few words to Sadobi. Sadobi scratched his rear with his free hand and carelessly dropped Li Ling to the ground. Chapter 39. The Head. Li Ling. "Are you all right?" Qin Xiaoyu's immediate concern was for Li Ling. "My body is fine, but my pride has taken a hit," Li Ling replied, flashing her a reassuring smile while swiftly surveying their surroundings. The stream, the thicket, and the scattered rocks formed a small clearing, clearly a domain where wild animals excelled in their sprinting. "Stop looking around, young man. That I have lived here for quite some time. Neither of you will escape." Nain chuckled, her expression sinister. "From today onward, you two shall be my students, just like him." She gestured towards Sadobi. "What? Am I to be at the beck and call of a giant rabbit? How humiliating!" Li Ling exclaimed dramatically, seeking a way to flee. "Dream on. I would rather die," Qin Xiaoyu countered, threatening her adversary without the slightest hesitation. Li Ling noticed Sadobi watching them cautiously, seemingly vigilant until his master issued a command. Realizing they were momentarily at a standstill, Li Ling pondered. Enduring hardship was one thing, but he could not allow Xiaoyu to suffer. Perhaps, when Nain was absent, he could incite a rebellion in Sadobi. The poor creature was evidently being treated like a servant by Nain, who shamelessly referred to him as a student. It seemed that all of Sadobi's earlier mystique was merely an act. How could he have placed his trust so easily in a mere beast? While Li Ling was consumed by these thoughts, Qin Xiaoyu unceremoniously seated herself on the ground. "I'm hungry. Prepare me a meal," she declared, seizing a piece of roasted meat and devouring it with fervor, as if to convey that if she were not released, she would consume him into poverty. Nain squinted and chuckled softly. Little girl, as long as you refrain from crying or causing a fuss, I shall not trouble you. After all, we are to be friends. Then, with agile leaps, Nain ascended to the top of a large tree. Gazing into the distance while murmuring, they should be arriving soon. These two tardy individuals, Li Ling inwardly lamented, dreading the thought of being escorted by a horde of rabbits to a subterranean lair, where he might be condemned to subsist on mere grass and wilted vegetable leaves. Regardless of the potential risks, he resolved to attempt an escape before Nain's accomplices made their appearance. Sadeabi, under the directive of Nain, ventured to gather branches in the vicinity for Qin Xiaoyu to boil water and prepare meals. Li Ling dashed forward, swatting the roasted meat from Qin Xiaoyu's hands and forcefully pulling her away. However, Qin Xiaoyu abruptly halted, yanking Li Ling's momentum to a standstill. Wait, what is that ahead? She cried out in despair. Following the direction of her outstretched finger, Li Ling beheld a colossal shadow enveloped in sunlight, rapidly approaching them from the low sky, a creature that had been a persistent source of disturbance throughout their journey. Within mere moments, the bat-like figure folded its wings and landed not far from them. The two stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. I have many esteemed friends, and this one is among them. Nain approached them, offering a brief explanation before continuing onward. In the clearings by the forest's edge, two otherworldly avian beasts stood face to face, seemingly poised for a serious and sincere exchange. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the surreal scene, illuminated by the glaring sun, which felt like a dream yet was palpably real. Suddenly, a cacophony of chirps erupted, interspersed with sharp shrieks, indicating a minor squabble had ensued. Regrettably, it did not escalate into a confrontation. Li Ling, filled with dread, pondered that their chattering might be deliberations on how to deal with both him and Qin Xiaoyu. How terrifying! Before long, Nain, accompanied by the bat-like creature known as Qin Yi, approached the dazed Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu. This is the great, former leader of the bat people, Qin Yi, Nain solemnly introduced. Li Ling surmised why this imposing bat creature preferred not to fly, having instead honed a robust physique. That he glanced at Qin Yi's back, and the creature, noticing Li Ling's gaze, unfurled its expansive wings. Only then did Li Ling discern that the membrane of Qin Yi's wings was not natural but had been stitched on. It appeared as though the original membrane had been forcefully torn away and replaced with some leather substitutes. Qin Yi emitted a series of hissing sounds. Qin Yi tells me, you are already old friends. Nain temporarily assumed the role of translator. Qin Yi's lips curled upward, revealing sharp teeth and a fierce gaze, presenting perhaps the most brutal smile Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu had ever encountered. Despicable and shameless, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth in indignation, yet she understood that she was no match for these two creatures, realizing that even Li Ling was at a loss. Once Qin Xiaoyu had calmed down, Nain spoke. Very well, since you are all old friends, I need not elaborate further. We must await the arrival of the last esteemed bosun, after which we will hold a simple meeting. He will arrive shortly. Another accomplice, and one of high repute? Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, her heart sinking. Let us adapt to the situation. At least they Haven Tea can find us in a cage, Li Ling whispered reassuringly, casting a glance at Qin Xiaoyu. Gradually regaining her composure, she feigned nonchalance, scanning their surroundings. Nain's eyelids began to droop. Seemingly on the verge of slumber, Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu suddenly dashed towards the nearby thicket from a distance. Sadeabi leaped forth with an air of inevitability, resulting in both individuals once again being easily subdued. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu relinquished their resistance, growing increasingly curious about the yet-to-appear bosun individual and whether this figure might kindly persuade Nain to grant them their freedom. As twilight deepened, casting a bloody hue upon the horizon, a figure more elongated than Nain approached from afar. This entity resembled a wounded spotted kangaroo, its fur matted with dark, blood-like substances. It bore a stick upon its shoulder, from which dangled a bulging bundle. It is my kin, the most exceptional among us, Kais, Nain proudly introduced to Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu. Then, with a series of guttural sounds, she called out to the approaching Kais. The residual wings hissed menacingly, revealing a fierce visage, seemingly displeased with the newcomer, perhaps resenting its tardiness. Kais remained silent, only letting out an impatient growl as it finally stood before the group. The residual wings immediately fell silent, exhibiting a hint of trepidation towards the newcomer. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu were equally startled by this bosun figure. If the plump Nain appeared to be a docile herbivore, than the tall, slender Kai's resembled a bloodthirsty beast. The disparity between them was almost beyond belief. Particularly striking were Kai's small, sharp eyes, which seemed to emanate a faint aura of murderous intent and an arrogant disdain for all. More terrifying still was the fact that, as it approached, its gaze did not linger on Nian or the residual wings, but was fixed intently upon Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu. This is a formidable and proud bosun. Li Ling mused inwardly that in comparison to the cunning Nian, he found himself preferring to engage with such straightforward and brutish individuals that he thought to himself that as long as it possessed a modicum of reason, it would not harm him or Qin Xiaoyu without cause. However, this was merely his wishful thinking, soon to be ruthlessly shattered by reality. Nian and Kai's began conversing in their peculiar guttural sounds. Then, Kai's unfastened the bundle from its shoulder and tossed it carelessly aside. With a thud, several bloodied objects fell to the ground. They rolled about, nearly colliding with Qin Xiaoyu's feet, startled as though struck by lightning. Qin Xiaoyu jumped back, glaring angrily at Kai's, oblivious to the gruesome nature of the fallen items. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Ling discerned the horrifying truth: 3 severed heads, although partially concealed in the grass. One of them, with golden hair obscuring much of its face, was unrecognizable, but the other 2 were unmistakably the heads of youthful women. Even in a horror film, Li Ling had never encountered such a ghastly sight. Their faces appeared drained of blood, pale and rigid, their wide eyes devoid of life as if their souls had been stripped away. Li Ling's immediate instinct was to prevent Qin Xiaoyu from looking down. He could scarcely fathom how gentle and sensitive Qin Xiaoyu would react upon witnessing such a horrific scene, and how many nights she would awaken in terror. However, he had not yet acted nor uttered a word before Qin Xiaoyu began to glean an unusual significance from the surrounding gazes. Some filled with astonishment, others with sinister glee. With a slight movement of her eyes, Qin Xiaoyu absorbed the horrific scene that lay just within reach. In an instant, her heart constricted, and her entire being felt as if countless needles were piercing her, rendering her breathless. Li Ling, she moaned, clutching at her clothing with one hand while extending the other. Li Ling stepped forward, supporting her frail frame. I'm cold. Qin Xiaoyu trembled in abject terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Li Ling removed his fur coat and draped it around her shoulders. That he comprehended her feelings at that moment, just as he was beginning to grasp the unsettling truth. The peculiar beings surrounding them, whether sentient or not, were ultimately not human. Their thoughts and actions defied human reasoning. Perhaps beneath their serene exteriors lurked despicable schemes, or perhaps they were inherently evil to the core. Li Ling glanced up at the sky. The setting sun was slowly obscured by the distant mountains, heralding the arrival of a frigid night. If it weren't for the rising fury within him, he felt he too would succumb to the encroaching chill. Chapter 40. Do not do anything foolish. Meanwhile, all Qin Xiaoyu could perceive was an abyss of darkness and cold. She seemed to have forgotten the figures of Kes, Nian, and Kanying, fixated solely on Li Ling's arm, sobbing incessantly. That is the Forerunner. Trembling, her teeth chattered. It has these. She could not finish her sentence. Yes, Xiaoyu, I saw it, Li Ling asserted, gripping her arm firmly to quell her shivers. He had witnessed death many times. His father lying on a hospital bed. Ho Kan, who resigned himself to his fate. Each memory etched painfully in his heart. Yet now, as a savage beast discarded a human head like a trophy at its feet, Li Ling felt only rage and humiliation. Countless times, when faced with pain or the specter of death, he recalled his father's final admonition. Remember, do not cry, do not grieve. Nothing is insurmountable, though it may seem harsh. Death is inevitable. Simple words devoid of embellishment, yet as monumental as a mountain. Now, he was prepared to convey the same sentiment to Qin Xiaoyu. To this person who intended to safeguard life at the cost of her own, that he pondered for a moment before softly saying, Relax, Xiaoyu, it's not such a big deal. Though it may seem cruel, everyone must eventually face death. But Qin Xiaoyu had more to say. Perhaps the tragedy before her could not be compared to ordinary death. The murder, steeped in conspiracy and humiliation from another world, another race, could not be easily forgiven. Yet she saw the warmth in Li Ling's smiling eyes, a gaze reminiscent of the rare tenderness and solemnity she had encountered in her own parents. For a fleeting moment, she was lost in thought, forgetting all she intended to express. Night had fallen. It was time to rest. Li Ling gently took Qin Xiaoyu's hand, leading her toward the makeshift shelter they had constructed. Wholly indifferent to the astonished gazes and the head ensnared in the grass behind them. Before long, a rumbling sound echoed from behind, and Li Ling pondered that perhaps those individuals were deliberating on how to dispose of or humiliate him and his dear Xiaoyu. Yet, he had grown indifferent to it all. After all, these beasts would soon face retribution for their misdeeds. As he slipped into the small cabin, Li Ling finally voiced the thoughts that had been swirling in his mind. "Well, I trust you, Li Ling," Qin Xiaoyu replied, nodding obediently, seemingly having recovered from her earlier fright. "Ever since I met you, you have always been this way, speaking only after thorough contemplation. But have you ever considered how vexing it is to keep people in suspense like that?" Li Ling chuckled softly, his spirits lifted slightly by Xiaoyu's playful banter. "If you have any plans, just wake me up. I'm feeling a bit sleepy." "Li Ling," Qin Xiaoyu murmured gently. Li Ling felt a sense of relief. He had been contemplating how to lull Xiaoyu to sleep, and to his surprise, she was already succumbing to fatigue. However, a trace of sorrow crept in as he thought that perhaps it was due to Xiaoyu's intense emotional turmoil that she felt so weary. Qin Xiaoyu clung tightly to Li Ling's arm, her breathing gradually growing heavier. "Don't do anything foolish," she murmured drowsily before drifting off. On Cert Star, there was no moon, and the cabin was shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Yet, even with his eyes closed, Li Ling could envision Xiaoyu's delicate visage, now likely pale, her slender brows furrowed tightly. Li Ling realized he must take action. While Qin Xiaoyu slept, he intended to unleash his full potential to confront those fiends who had slain humans and sought to imprison him and Xiaoyu. He was uncertain whether this constituted the foolishness Xiaoyu had alluded to, but he understood that should he fail, the repercussions would be unbearable for both of them. He could scarcely envision how Xiaoyu would cope with those three erratic beings, nor how she would endure the ensuing solitude and uncertainty. He dared not even think of it. "What should I do?" Li Ling quietly asked himself after a long period of contemplation. "That I in the stillness of the night." His voice rang out distinctly, fortunately not awakening Xiaoyu. Though Xiaoyu was remarkable and strong, never once belittling anyone due to her beauty or lineage, she was, after all, still a young girl. Li Ling mused inwardly. The utterance of such a seemingly mature sentiment did not stem from arrogance. Rather, he was acutely aware of when he had grown up. Maturity sometimes requires a protracted journey, even a lifetime, while at other times, it can be achieved in an instant. The day his father, having exhausted all his strength, uttered his final words and departed from this world, Li Ling felt he had crossed the threshold of childhood. No longer the carefree child frolicking on the school playground. Amidst the sympathetic or pitying gazes of those around him, Li Ling clearly understood what he desired and what needed to be done. Consequently, he resolutely turned down many well-meaning offers, steadfastly choosing the same path and aspirations as his father, eating heartily to promote his growth, training diligently to live up to the expectations of certain individuals. Ultimately, he became the youngest king of soldiers and was fortunate enough to meet Qin Xiaoyu. Upon reaching this realization, Li Ling began to reproach himself. Had it not been for his companionship and care, Qin Xiaoyu might have transformed into a steadfast supporter with a heart as unyielding as stone. Perhaps they would already be scheming their revenge and escape, and she would not have been so easily frightened. With a twinge of sorrow, Li Ling lowered his gaze into the impenetrable darkness, yet he could distinctly hear the faint sound of Qin Xiaoyu's breathing and feel the warmth of her gentle exhalations against the back of his hand. In the next moment, he found himself engulfed in self-reproach, pondering whether he had become somewhat callous. Perhaps the sight of Xiaoyu, curled up beside him in a state of panic and deep slumber, epitomized the innocence of a young girl. Ultimately, Li Ling came to terms with the fact that, regardless of the circumstances, he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He yearned for a comfortable night of rest, to ease his weary body, and to spend more time with Qin Xiaoyu until the sun of Cert Star illuminated the earth, warming the air. Yet, reality was often harsh, since Nain had curtailed their freedom and summoned two ruthless accomplices. It was evident that she had her own ulterior motives. Perhaps by the time dawn broke, it would be too late. For his own sake, for Xiaoyu's, for the mission of a supporter, and even for the nameless pioneers he had yet to meet. Li Ling vowed to eliminate these malevolent beings, and to eradicate every creature in this world that harmed humanity. Li Ling wished to leave behind some comforting words for Xiaoyu, or to justify why he must embark on this perilous adventure alone. However, he felt he should muster all his courage, leaving no room for hesitation. More importantly, In the event that he did not return, he did not want Xiaoyu to be burdened by his so-called last words and the pain they might cause. Gently withdrawing his hand from Xiaoyu's embrace, Li Ling quietly covered her with a blanket from their supplies and retrieved a dagger from his pack. "A life for a life," he whispered. Stepping out of the small dwelling, the night was heavy, the chill palpable. Fortunately, the sky was adorned with a myriad of brilliant stars, illuminating the darkness of the cabin. The moment Li Ling stepped outside, he spotted a hulking figure lurking not far away, its coarse outline and ashen skin unmistakable. Without a doubt, Sadobi was under Nain's orders, tasked with monitoring both him and Qin Xiaoyu. Based on his observations, Li Ling believed that unless explicitly commanded by Nain, this brutish creature would remain ever vigilant until its demise. He hoped to silently eliminate it. Though such a feat seemed nearly impossible, the being was a formidable mass. A robust and savage entity. To make matters worse, it had already detected Li Ling's silent approach, cautiously bracing its large hands against the ground to avoid alarming Qin Xiaoyu. Li Ling resolved to draw the confrontation slightly farther away. He began to make his way towards Sadobi. Beneath the starlight, Sadobi remained motionless, scratching its back, seemingly perplexed by Li Ling's actions. Perhaps its orders were to prevent Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu from escaping into the night, rather than to guard against an assault from him. How pitiful for this rough and ignorant beast to remain so unsuspecting. 10 meters, 5 meters. Though proceeding with utmost caution, Li Ling never halted his steps. Under the starlight, he could discern the visage of Sadobi. Its features were rugged and grotesque, as if chiseled by a furious hand. As Li Ling advanced further, Sadobi's body sank slightly, sensing the scent of danger and preparing to strike. Li Ling paused, surveying his surroundings in search of advantageous conditions. 2 zhang away stood a large tree. Perhaps in a critical moment, he could seek refuge behind it or even swiftly ascend its branches. Regrettably, debris littered the ground beneath the tree. He vividly recalled the moment when a fragment of the remaining wing nearly severed his neck, and he knew that Sadobi possessed significantly greater strength. With no option left, he hoped that the iron dagger he gripped tightly was sufficiently sharp to easily sever the monster's thick neck or pierce its heart. Without further contemplation, Li Ling took a bold step forward. A low, hoarse growl reverberated from Sadobi's throat as it bent low, its arms curved. Before it could leap high or unleash a warning roar to its companions, Li Ling surged forward as they crossed paths. The dagger in his hand sliced swiftly across Sadobi's neck. Chapter 41. A life for a life. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Li Ling sensed from the force transmitted through the dagger's tip that Sadobi's neck was as tough as hardened leather. Yet he also felt that the blade had sunk deeply into its flesh, creating a significant gash. Sadobi did not collapse or howl in agony. Instead, it raised its massive hands, sending a torrent of mud and grass crashing down upon Li Ling. Caught off guard, he felt the earth rain upon his head and face, obscuring his vision. Before he could clear the debris, a dull thud echoed. Sadobi must have leapt into the air, with no time to ponder. Li Ling thrust the dagger upward with all his might that he felt it penetrate something, nearly embedding itself to the hilt. Just as he struggled to open his eyes, caked in mud, a fierce blow struck his chest. The excruciating pain forced his fingers to loosen their grip on the dagger, and his body involuntarily flew backward. Li Ling felt as though his ribs were about to shatter, yet he endured the agony and stood ready to face Sadobi's more ferocious assault. Fortunately, Sadobi did not pursue, but remained still. Gritting his teeth, Li Ling bravely stepped closer. Under the starlight, Sadobi stood motionless, appearing utterly wretched. That it seemed to have perished, the dagger lodged in its eye socket. Blood gushing from its neck. Perhaps due to the dim light, the blood appeared black. Strangely, this beast still stood on its hind legs, its hands hanging limply to the ground, as if unwilling to accept its fate. Perhaps it had never imagined that on such a frigid night, it would succumb to a human from light years away. Li Ling was filled with profound reflections, pondering whether this was indeed fate. With a swift motion, Li Ling extracted the dagger from the head of the massive creature, wiping away the dark, congealed blood with his palm as he surveyed his surroundings. Though the recent skirmish had been relatively quiet, he was acutely aware that Nain and her 2 sinister companions would certainly not be oblivious to the commotion, should they still be lurking nearby. The instincts of beasts often surpass those of humans. Particularly that treacherous Batman known as Kan Yi, who had once insidiously tracked him and Qin Xiaoyu all the way Taking a moment to steady his nerves, Li Ling began to make his way toward Nian's resting quarters. Situated halfway up a hillside, the night breeze caressed him, causing the grass beneath his feet to sway violently, while the chill gradually cooled his fevered mind. This location was sufficiently distant from where Xiaoyu lay asleep. Even if a confrontation were to erupt, it should not disturb her repose. Treading lightly, Li Ling halted just before the entrance to Nian's abode. The door was closed, and no sounds emanated from within. Instinctively, he sensed that the three beasts were not inside. This sudden thought struck him with unexpected intensity, sending a shiver down his spine. Abruptly, he turned around, fixating on the direction from which he had come. Sure enough, a few paces behind him, three distinct figures stood silently in the shadows. Indeed, in less than 2 encounters, one of the rock beasts had been slain. Unlike Nian's smooth voice, Kai Ci's English was rough and hoarse, reminiscent of the sound produced by gravel scraping together. You all witnessed it? Li Ling clenched the dagger tightly. He had anticipated that the earlier battle would attract the attention of the three creatures before him. Yet he had not expected that his every move had remained under their watchful gaze. Yes, we witnessed you murder my friend. This deeply saddens me. Nian spoke softly. This is a capital offense, she added with raised voice. Li Ling let out a cold chuckle, his demeanor bordering on madness as he provocatively replied, Very well, since you are aware of my true strength, let us engage together. As he spoke, his eyes discreetly glanced toward the small dwelling where Qin Xiaoyu rested. Nian dismissed his provocation, continuing, Subduing you will be a trivial task, Li Ling. However, my two companions insist on granting you a chance for redemption. I hope you seize it wisely. Spare me the pleasantries. I shall not acquiesce to any of your demands. Li Ling retorted, A life for a life. If you dare entertain any ulterior motives, you would do well to first sever your own heads to demonstrate sincerity. Nian chattered animatedly to Qin Yi. Seemingly translating Li Ling's words, Qin Yi erupted in laughter, the harsh sound piercing the night air like a screeching shard of glass. Suddenly, with a resounding flap, Qin Yi unfurled his wings and swooped toward Li Ling. Li Ling swung his dagger, slicing through the air, and as the blade raked across the wing, he tumbled onto the grass below. A barrage of attacks rained down upon him, and he narrowly evaded the majority of them. Then, employing the same tactic, he lunged the dagger forcefully toward Qin Yi's head. Qin Yi, caught off guard, opened his mouth to bite down, clamping his teeth onto Li Ling's wrist, wrenching the dagger from his grasp amidst a surge of excruciating pain. Enraged by Li Ling's vicious assault, Qin Yi raked his claws deeply across Li Ling's chest and abdomen, leaving behind 2 gaping, bloody wounds. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Li Ling summoned every ounce of his strength and unleashed a fierce left punch. Striking the head of the beast, Qin Yi, for a moment, Qin Yi appeared dazed, momentarily forgetting to resist, allowing Li Ling to withdraw his right hand. Fortunately, the bones remained intact, albeit marred by several gaping wounds. With life hanging by a thread and 2 feral creatures lurking nearby, Li Ling disregarded the pain radiating from his chest and abdomen, as well as the agony coursing through his wrist, and relentlessly pounded his fists against Qin Yi's grotesque skull. With a series of resounding thuds, the cruel beast finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground with a thud, without a moment's hesitation. Li Ling immediately bent low, groping through the underbrush for his dagger, prepared to deliver the final blow to this wretched creature. Just one strike would ensure Qin Yi's demise, leaving only Nian and Kai Ci as adversaries. With heightened caution and ferocity, he could emerge to see the sun of Cert shining brilliantly upon him the next day. A vivid image flashed in his mind, basking in the sunlight. He would hold Qin Xiaoyu's small hand, reunite with the support troops, and unveil to Gu Jin the conspiracies and hostilities of the Bat people and the Bosun people, before embarking together towards the northern outpost of the pioneers. A sudden gust of wind rustled behind him, tightening Li Ling's chest with apprehension. Frantically, he searched for the familiar position in his memory, finally feeling the sharp edge of the dagger, which he swiftly grasped. With a weapon now in hand, a wave of reassurance washed over him. Yet, simultaneously, he discerned Nian standing before him, almost pressed against him, its eyes glowing ominously red, staring intensely. Instinctively, Li Ling recoiled a step. With a resounding crack, a wooden stick suddenly struck his wrist, sending the dagger tumbling to the ground once more. In a moment of desperation, Li Ling unleashed a powerful punch, but Nian swiftly shrank back. Evading the full force of his strike, Li Ling retaliated with a flurry of kicks, attacking with reckless abandon, fully employing the martial arts he had mastered. Unfortunately, Nine was no match for the comrades with whom he had previously trained. Its movements were far more agile, and its strength rivaled that of any human. What infuriated Li Ling further was that every time he aimed for an opening, throwing a punch or delivering a flying kick, Nai Yin's wooden stick would, as if by magic, strike his wrist or ankle from the most unexpected angles. Before long, Li Ling found himself retreating, rendered hesitant and nearly immobile by the opponent's exquisite staff techniques. Strangely, when he remained still, Nai Yin's stick refrained from attacking him. Initially, Li Ling assumed this was a flaw or a weakness in Nai Yin's staff skills, or perhaps a result of specialized training aimed at countering swiftly moving limbs, possibly stemming from Nai Yin's inherent sensitivity to rapid movements. Much like a frog, that he realized that these beasts could not be judged by ordinary standards. In the next moment, Li Ling stood there, constrained and contemplative, pondering whether a more effective method existed, ideally one that could deliver a fatal blow. Nai Yin approached with a low chuckle, standing face to face with Li Ling though night had fallen. The dim light was sufficient for Li Ling to discern its form, a hypocritical head adorned with malevolent, blood-red eyes. Once regarded by Li Ling as a mentor, he now stood transformed into a mortal enemy. Useless, utterly worthless. Nain's mellifluous voice turned jarring, akin to the shattering of glass. Why are human emotions so frail, so easily plunging into madness? Reflect upon the deeds of those whom you exalt as pioneers, and behold what you have accomplished this very night. Had it not been for my command, had it not been for the intervention of the rock beast, you would have perished in the waters long ago. Young man, Nain continued to advance upon Li Ling, mercilessly humiliating him. You fancy yourself great. Do you fight, disregarding life and death? For what purpose? Did you witness with your own eyes as Kes severed the heads of those 3 women? Or do you wish to prove that you can plunge a dagger into the eye socket of your savior? No, it is not as such. Li Ling stepped back, convinced he had committed no wrong. Yet there were threads here that needed unraveling. Chapter 42. Run. Nain chuckled again, her scorn becoming more unabashed. Is it truly for the sake of frolicking shamelessly in the fields with that opposite sex lying in the small room? Li Ling paused, his gaze falling upon the fallen remnants beside him, and in an instant, everything became clear. It must be this utterly shameless beast mocking their affair. Li Ling could hardly contain his urge to leap forth and strike. There was no need for subterfuge. Old friend, Kes, who had been observing with a cold demeanor, taunted Nain further, calling out provocatively to Li Ling. Listen, human, those 3 women's heads were indeed severed by my hand. Their bodies have been cast into the river to feed the fish. Furthermore, should you carelessly forfeit your life, and your woman prove insufficiently wise, I will not hesitate to sever her head as well. Come now, coward, slay that man before you, and me as well. Then, as you wish. Enraged, Li Ling charged forth as if bereft of reason, heedless of the consequences. A blow struck his head, a piercing pain nearly suffocating him. Another hit his abdomen, causing him to involuntarily bend at the waist. Yet, he successfully ensnared Nain's neck with both hands. Die, vile creature, Li Ling growled through clenched teeth, exerting every ounce of strength. Nain struggled fiercely. Her neck, once encircled by his grip, now reduced to the thickness of a fist, hard and unyielding, as if flesh had vanished, leaving only bone. Li Ling felt that with just a bit more force, he could snap Nain's vertebrae. It was somewhat mad, somewhat cruel, but he had no other choice. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Ling fell to the ground. A blow struck his shoulder blade, his entire body stiffening. Immobilized despite his desperate efforts, he opened his eyes wide, attempting to discern the silhouette of his foe, but was met with blinding light that rendered everything a blur. As his vision cleared, the dark night transformed into a sky adorned with countless stars. Beautiful as the nights spent in childhood, cooling in the company of family, did he yearn to locate familiar constellations, only to find a figure looming above him. Sleep now, young man. Judgment will soon follow, Kes murmured softly, raising his fist to strike Li Ling's face. With a resounding thud, Li Ling felt a sharp pang of pain and instantly lost consciousness. Chaotic dreams enveloped him, starlit skies, vast earth, ominous clouds, and flashes of lightning. Gentle and endearing creatures morphed into terrifying beasts. Roaring with fury as they surged toward Li Ling, he brandished his longsword, fiercely slashing in a desperate attempt to shield the indistinct human figures behind him. Bathed in blood, he stood amidst thunderous cheers, resembling an invincible deity of war. Terrifyingly, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly appeared among the monsters, glaring at him with IREL. Ling cried out, urging her not to fear, promising he would rescue her at once. Yet, Qin Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly, retreating step by step, swallowed by the tide of beasts. The scorching sun jolted Li Ling awake. The blazing orb rose anew from the east. A tremendous sense of oppression weighed upon him, making it difficult to breathe. As he attempted to move his limbs, he discovered he was bound to a tree trunk. Not far away stood his adversaries from the previous night's deadly struggle. Nian and Canwing bore significant injuries, especially Canwing, whose grotesque visage was so distorted that his features were unrecognizable, yet he still bared his teeth. Fixating on Li Ling, only Kaisi wore a tranquil expression. But where was Xiaoyu? Li Ling anxiously scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of Qin Xiaoyu that he hoped she had managed to escape, yet a gnawing doubt lingered. She was no match for these three malevolent fiends. Did he wish she, like him, were bound to the tree beside him? For at least then he would know she was safe. Could it be that she had met with misfortune? A buzzing filled Li Ling's head as he struggled fiercely against his bindings. Kaisi noticed the commotion and approached Li Ling. Where is Xiaoyu? Li Ling demanded, clinging to the remnants of his sanity. Kaisi paused, then realized Li Ling referred to his companion. She is still alive. That is all I can divulge. You scoundrels, if you dare harm her, I swear I will flay you alive, Li Ling declared fiercely. Very well, Kaisi nodded, seemingly pleased with Li Ling's defiance. That I look forward to that day, but for now, perhaps you should contemplate how to preserve your own life. Nian also approached, his neck slightly askew. Do not let your temper flare so, young man. Your journey is still long. Remember to remain composed. Furthermore, you have slain my student, and I intend for your companion to take his place. You have no objections, I trust? Despicable, Li Ling spat defiantly. Yet, considering that Qin Xiaoyu had not been brutally slain by these fiends, he felt a flicker of solace. There was still a chance. Enough with the idle chatter, Nian proclaimed. Now, let me announce your judgment. Li Ling coldly regarded the solemn Nian, feeling a blend of helpless despair and absurdity. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a tumultuous theatrical performance. Nian, with a chilling indifference, declared, You shall be taken to the final sanctuary of this continent, the Iron Wall Gorge in the west, where you will face your fate, survival or death. Li Ling felt an itch in his throat, and as he coughed, he spat phlegm onto Kaisi's nose. The sputum was tinged with crimson, stretching into slender threads. Kaisi leaped forward, bringing his staff crashing down upon Li Ling's head. Li Ling's vision blurred momentarily. He vaguely perceived a figure darting towards him from the distance. Regardless of whether it was Xiaoyu or not, Li Ling struggled to utter, Xiaoyu. Hurry, before he could fully articulate the word run. He was met with several more brutal blows. Li Ling felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, blood trickling from his forehead into his eyes. No, he could not succumb to faintness, nor to death. You worthless wretch, Li Ling roared inwardly, clinging desperately to the last vestiges of clarity. That a soft touch brushed against the corner of his eye, wiping away the blood that had pooled there, revealing a familiar visage, beautiful yet panicked, tears streaming down her face. Run, get away. With unwavering determination, Li Ling summoned his final reserves of strength to utter these words. More blood cascaded down from his forehead, obscuring his vision once again, as Qin Xiaoyu frantically attempted to wipe it away. But to no avail. The world before Li Ling transformed into a sea of scarlet. When he emerged from the haze of confusion, he found himself surrounded by an endless expanse of verdant green. The sound of the wind rustling around him, his astonishment. He was face down, suspended high above, with a boundless range of towering mountains below, glistening under the sun like the shimmering surface of the sea. Strangely, his clothing remained intact, his mind clear, and the blood at the corner of his eye seemed to have been cleansed. Could it be that he had been rescued? Had Qin Xiaoyu vanquished those three beasts? Li Ling attempted to move his limbs, yet they remained tightly bound. That he wished to raise his head to see above, but the pressure around his neck was constricting. It dawned on him that he must have been captured by the remnant wings, being taken to another location. The thought of Qin Xiaoyu rushing to him unprepared in those final moments made his heart ache even more, momentarily overshadowing his own peril. After a brief pause, Li Ling suddenly recalled that if the remnant wings struggled to fly on their own, how could they carry him to such heights and distances? Straining to twist his neck, he gazed upward. Two bat-like figures clutched the ropes binding him, flapping their wings with great effort. Not far above them, for more bat-like creatures were accompanying them. Where on earth were these colossal bats taking him? Li Ling pondered anxiously. He remembered Kai Si's words before his unconsciousness. If he sought to end it all, Qin Xiaoyu's fate would be even more tragic. What did Kai Si's words truly imply? Did he wish merely to torment his enemies, desiring that they do not perish swiftly? Li Ling's thoughts raced, yet he remained utterly perplexed. Hey, put me down! In desperation, Li Ling shouted towards the bat-like creature grasping him. A cacophony of high-pitched screeches echoed above him, yet none of the creatures paid him any heed. You beasts, let me go! Li Ling yelled again, shifting his body slightly. However, he dared not struggle too vigorously. For if the ropes were inadequately tied or the grip of the bats too loose, he would surely meet a gruesome end. Another series of screeches erupted, and suddenly, Li Ling felt a weightlessness. His entire body plummeting downward like a cannonball. No. Li Ling let out a desperate cry, attempting to struggle with all his might. However, his hands were bound too tightly, rendering him utterly immobile, forced to succumb to the whims of gravity. In his state of panic, he glimpsed a bat-like creature fluttering its wings as it soared towards him, extending its limbs to seize him just as it drew near. Perhaps it was the sheer velocity of Li Ling's descent that caused the creature to plummet alongside him. Yet, at least, the speed of their fall began to diminish. Ultimately, Li Ling and the legion of bat creatures alighted upon a mountain peak. In a fit of rage, Li Ling unleashed a torrent of curses. While these bat beings might possess remarkable flying skills, such perilous maneuvers were not to be repeated. They could very well cost him his life. Casting his gaze over the bat creatures, he noted the absence of any with damaged wings and, with a hint of desperation, inquired, "Can any of you comprehend my words?" Chapter 43. Devoured alive, he yearned to discern the bat beings' intentions regarding his fate or how they planned to torment him. Naturally, the most pressing concern remained the whereabouts of Qin Xiaoyu. To his dismay, the cacophony of the bat creatures' raucous antics filled the air, their voices echoing in a disheartening fashion. One of them staggered over, carelessly tossing a putrid morsel of flesh at his nose that Li Ling, of course, had no intention of consuming it. Before long, the boisterous bat creatures seized the bound Li Ling once more, lifting him into the sky as they veered westward. The following day unfolded in much the same manner. After 2 arduous days of enduring hunger and thirst, Li Ling finally capitulated, partaking in food and drink alongside those savage beings. Over the course of these 2 days, the landscape below transformed repeatedly, from majestic mountains to lush jungles and serene lakes, from verdant meadows to desolate wastelands. Seemingly an endless journey without conclusion. Li Ling, however, began to acclimatize to being tossed to the ground or whisked up into the air by the bat creatures, gradually allowing himself to relax and admire the beauty of this planet from above. Even when the bat beings occasionally performed acrobatics or inadvertently dropped him mid-flight, Li Ling remained composed, reassured by the knowledge that one of the creatures would swiftly swoop in to catch him once more. As the scenery below shifted once again, revealing a vast canyon, Li Ling felt his descent slowed. It was time to eat. His stomach grumbled reflexively, protesting its emptiness. The cold, raw flesh was difficult to swallow. But he had no alternative. This, he mused, must be the essence of primal existence. After their meal, the bat creatures, for the first time, refrained from immediately resting or soaring back into the sky, instead dispersing in various directions. Upon entering the canyon, the mournful wind howled like a wailing infant, its pitch growing sharper as he descended, ultimately transforming into a harrowing shriek. Soon, Li Ling discerned the canyon floor, devoid of vibrant trees or beautiful flora, littered instead with withered branches. One of the bat beings swiftly glided behind him, raking at him with its claws, prompting all the bat creatures to flee skyward in terror, vanishing from sight. After struggling momentarily, the ropes binding him slackened and fell away. Was this truly the last sanctuary, the iron wall canyon that Kes spoke of? He rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. The dark, bluish-black stone walls on either side resembled metal, their unnaturally smooth surfaces evoking an eerie sensation. Some stout, grotesquely shaped black trunks haphazardly lay half-buried at the canyon's base. Li Ling crouched down, his fingers brushing against the ground beneath him, which resembled a thick accumulation of iron rust, underlain by solid rock. It was no wonder the winds in the canyon were so fierce, while the valley floor appeared so orderly. although he could not fathom why the bat-like beings had abandoned themselves in this peculiar location. He sensed that it was fraught with peril. Raising his gaze to the narrow strip of sky above, he noticed only scattered rays of sunlight. It was already afternoon. He needed to explore the surroundings swiftly, seeking a place to rest before darkness fell, and then contemplate how to escape the canyon. That if fortune favored him, he hoped to discover some edible provisions and water as well. Ling spotted a suitably thick dead branch and intended to pick it up as a makeshift staff. However, despite his efforts, he could not lift it. It turned out that these were not mere dead branches, but rather plants that had seemingly grown there, their roots embedded firmly within the rock, providing them with such stability. After a moment of reflection, Li Ling sighed in relief and retrieved the meteorite dagger from his back. That had likely been fastened to his waist by Qin Xiaoyu, carefully wrapped in a piece of supple leather. As he unwrapped the leather, he noticed 3 hastily scrawled characters written in crimson blood. Survive. Indeed, those words must have been penned by Xiaoyu in a moment of haste, the final strokes left unfinished. Perhaps it was this very dagger that had pierced her fingertip. With a gentle sigh, Li Ling meticulously tucked the leather into his bosom and bent down to hew at the branch-like plant, investing considerable effort to transform it into a staff. Enduring the increasingly harsh winds of the canyon, Li Ling traversed a considerable distance, yet he found nothing, his heart growing colder with each step. There was not a single morsel that appeared edible, not even a ferocious beast or a meager wild fruit in sight. It was truly a desolate wasteland. More alarmingly, the towering stone walls on either side were exceedingly hard, devoid of any vines or slopes to climb. In other words, without the assistance of those winged creatures, he feared he might never escape. No, that could not be. There must be an exit. Reluctantly, Li Ling urged himself, abandoning his earlier cautious exploration to stride purposefully along the canyon floor, hoping to find something that would soothe his restless heart before dusk. Yet, the winds within the canyon swiftly intensified, whipping against his back and compelling him to run forward. If such fierce winds could stir at the valley's base, there must surely be an exit. Li Ling pressed on, allowing the powerful gusts to propel him onward. Several times, he felt as though he might be swept into the air, only to clutch desperately onto a sturdy branch near the stone wall. The winds grew ever stronger, and soon, even the rust-like soil beneath him was lifted and pelted against his head and face. Stinging like countless needles, the shrill howls of the wind drowned out all other sounds, and before long, Li Ling's ears were ringing. Leaving him with nothing but the cacophony of the wind, did he manage to find a spot where the winds were less fierce. Gripping tightly to a branch close to the stone wall, hoping for the tempest to pass swiftly, the onslaught persisted for nearly half the night before the winds gradually subsided. Li Ling, having lost the last vestiges of his strength, collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a drowsy slumber. The following morning, it was not the chirping of insects or the melodious calls of birds that roused him from his deep sleep, nor the gentle caress of warm sunlight, but rather the sharp, piercing howl of the wind that had returned with a vengeance. Fortunately, Li Ling reacted swiftly, pressing himself against the stone wall while clutching a tree trunk, thus avoiding being swept away by the fierce gusts. When the wind eventually subsided, he found himself utterly drained of energy, his body rendered immobile as if frozen in place. As midday approached, the scorching sun bore down relentlessly from above. Li Ling struggled to rise, determined to press onward in search of a glimmer of hope. This time, within less than an hour, he discovered a significantly more open vista ahead and, filled with excitement, hastened towards it. However, the expansive view before him appeared somewhat peculiar, as if it were a void. Cautiously, he advanced a few more steps, feeling as though he stood on the very edge of the heavens. That moment, he beheld the scene before him. The canyon in which he found himself seemed to have been cleaved by a colossal axe, with a bottomless chasm looming not far from him. Should he leap, the likelihood of death was alarmingly high. The terrain within the canyon was relatively flat, yet it was larger than Li Ling had imagined. By evening, he still had not located any exit, nor did he see the end of the canyon, though the wind had grown sharp once more. This time, Li Ling was prepared. He had sought out a sheltered nook to shield himself from the gusts, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, he was uncertain whether his famished belly could sustain him through another night. On the afternoon of the second day, fortune finally smiled upon him as he discovered a small pool of water nestled against the stone wall. The water appeared alive, seemingly flowing gently in a specific direction. Starved and parched, Li Ling wasted no time. After a brief test of the water's temperature, he plunged in, quenching his thirst to the fullest. The spring water was refreshingly sweet, and after drinking his fill, he resolved to rest for the night before continuing his search for an escape the next day. Divine Providence smiled upon him once more, for shortly thereafter, he noticed several plump rodents emerging from beneath the spring. Perhaps accustomed to the tranquility, the mice regarded this place as a paradise, displaying no fear as they frolicked in the water, splashing and squeaking playfully, oblivious to Li Ling, who watched with bated breath. After a while, one small mouse, likely exhausted from its antics, decided to venture ashore, making its way towards a nearby piece of driftwood, where it began to nibble. Li Ling, disregarding any hesitation, stealthily spread his fingers, waiting for more mice to join before making his move. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, his hands grasping at the little creature. The mouse squeaked in alarm, frozen in place, resembling a startled rodent-person. Li Ling silently cursed his own heavy-handedness, nearly crushing the terrified mouse in his grip. Yet, driven by hunger that gnawed at him relentlessly, he could not afford to entertain mercy. With a swift motion, he severed the mouse's neck. "O little mouse, do not blame me. You are but a dish in this world." He recalled how his fellow villagers would chant such words while slaughtering chickens back home. Consequently, he echoed, "O mouse, do not blame me. You are but a dish in this world." Unable to overcome the mental barrier within, Li Ling released the warm mouse blood. The blood was dark, perhaps laden with some pathogens or lethal toxins. Li Ling seized a dagger and vigorously drilled into a nearby dead tree, intending to kindle a fire before the fierce winds of night descended, allowing him to feast. Unfortunately, after much toil, he could not even coax a spark from the parched wood. Damn it! He wondered how the primitive society under Gujin's leadership was faring. Were there any brothers as primitive as himself? Li Ling cursed vehemently. With his eyes closed, he began to consume the flesh raw. Perhaps driven by hunger, the texture was surprisingly tender and juicy. Chapter 44. The statue. The following day, having endured 2 bouts of biting winds, Li Ling still found it hard to part from the small puddle beneath him. He recalled the terrified gaze of the little mouse before its demise, pondering that these mice must be quite clever, naturally forming bonds amongst themselves. Would its parents notice their offspring's prolonged absence and venture out at dawn to seek it? Perhaps even plotting revenge? If that were the case, he could seize the opportunity to capture 2 plump rats for a delightful meal. Furthermore, would its parents, friends, brothers, mentors, and sect members take turns seeking vengeance upon him? The callous slayer of innocence? If so, he would no longer fear the lack of sustenance and could focus entirely on the paramount task of finding an escape. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, fortune had arrived, and it was unstoppable. Soon, 2 robust rats emerged from the puddle, swimming to the shore. Li Ling held his breath, patiently awaiting the moment. Alas, the 2 rats merely sniffed around with their noses before lazily returning to the depths. Reluctantly, Li Ling lunged forward, reaching into the water, but grasped only emptiness. The 2 rats instantly vanished beneath the surface, never to resurface. Undeterred by failure, Li Ling jumped into the pool. To his surprise, the puddle, which appeared only a yard wide from the outside, was vast and deep below, and the 2 rats had long since disappeared from sight. Left with no choice, Li Ling abandoned his plans to sate his hunger and continued to wander the canyon, hoping to find an exit that morning. The second day, the third, he nearly scoured the entire canyon, and not only could he not find an exit, but even a hole the size of a fist eluded him. Only that unfathomable cliff and the small puddle seemed to lead outward. To survive, he could only rely on this little spring and the occasional mouse that he might capture every few days. What vexed him was that the few mice he managed to catch were always those the size of his fist, while the cunning, large rats seemed never willing to take risks. This wouldn't he do. It was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs, he muttered to himself, no longer able to contain his growing agitation, stripped off his clothes, and plunged into the puddle, meticulously searching within. Only when he could no longer hold his breath did he surface for air, before diving back down, inch by inch, examining every crevice. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, as Li Ling's body was enveloped in a wave of discomfort. His heart ablaze with heat, aware that he could not endure much longer without succumbing to the frigid waters, he suddenly perceived a movement beneath the surface, suspecting it to be the elusive water rat he had been desperately seeking. Li Ling gritted his teeth and swam upwards. After propelling himself forward for what felt like another 10 meters, he began to rise to the surface, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. He finally broke free from the water's grasp. Before him lay a realm entirely distinct from the one he had just emerged from. Though considerably smaller, it was adorned with an array of unfamiliar vine-like plants. Naturally, there were also the skittering rats. Overcome with joy, Li Ling's mind was no longer preoccupied with capturing them. Instead, he circumnavigated the area in search of an exit. After several fruitless circuits, he found that only one area, thick with vines, remained unexplored. With a heart brimming with trepidation, Li Ling carelessly wielded his dagger to sever some of the tangled branches and withered vines. Before him appeared a fairly spacious cavern. Grasping the dagger tightly, Li Ling cautiously ventured inside. For reasons unknown, his heart raced violently, as if something extraordinary lay within. His footsteps, pressing down upon the solid, even clay at the cave's mouth, left deep imprints, suggesting no creature had entered this space for a considerable time. Straining his ears, he detected no sounds, leading him to surmise that no living beings resided within. As he contemplated this, Li Ling stepped further inside. The cavern was vast and roomy, yet an unsettling sensation washed over him as he entered. When he lifted his gaze, his blood seemed to freeze as a tall, indistinct shadow loomed before him, an apparition resembling a human figure. Towering nearly 10 feet high, seemingly leaning forward, fixated on his unexpected intrusion, Li Ling stood frozen for several breaths. Gradually regaining his composure, the shadow remained unmoving, perhaps a statue or some other inanimate object. In the dimly lit cavern, the sight of such a colossal entity sent shivers down his spine. Slowly, he began to retreat, stepping back from the cave's entrance. Yet he understood that he could not remain indefinitely in that tempestuous gorge. Qin Xiaoyu's exhortation to survive was not a call for mere existence. He must confront all adversities head-on. Gazing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching. It was likely that the outside gorge had once again succumbed to howling winds. Yet within this space, tranquility reigned. In a distant corner, several water rats nestled quietly, voicing no sound. Relieved, Li Ling set about using his dagger to cut away the vines that had encroached upon the cave's mouth. In a short while, he had cleared the entrance. With the last vestiges of twilight illuminating the cave, Li Ling beheld the interior, grand and spacious, with a depth of less than 2 yards. Against the innermost wall of the cavern stood a statue towering a full yard high, intricately carved and lifelike, seated regally upon a broad stone pedestal. Inexplicably, despite being merely a statue, its mere presence exuded an aura of indomitable strength. Li Ling found it difficult to fathom how he would react if the statue's true form were to materialize before him. Fortunately, it was a mere inanimate object, perhaps an idol from ancient myths. Never having known life, steeling his resolve, Li Ling began to ponder the origins of this giant stone effigy. Based on his experiences on the planet Cert, humanity can undoubtedly be classified as an alien species. Thus, this colossal statue must surely be the masterpiece of those pioneers. Terms like master's creation fail to encapsulate the extraordinary nature of this sculpture. Li Ling speculated that the statue likely represents a hero from certain mythological tales of Western society, perhaps crafted collaboratively by several of the most skilled artisans among the pioneers. After all, such a monumental figure could not be effortlessly completed by just 1 or 2 individuals. But what of those pioneers? How did they depart? During his earlier inspection, Li Ling had found no trace of humanity, not even the remnants of fragmented bodies. This led him to ponder that those human pioneers, or their descendants, must have left safely after creating this magnificent work. Surely, there must be a way to escape this cursed place, one that he had yet to discover. Excitedly, Li Ling resolved to conduct a thorough examination of the surroundings the following day, believing that perhaps the answer lay nearby. With this thought, he relaxed considerably, his agility returning as he effortlessly caught 2 of the plumpest rats. After his meal, Li Ling reclined comfortably on the stone platform, his back resting against the towering statue. Since this statue was crafted by human hands, it undoubtedly represented some divine protector of humanity. In every way, he felt an endearing and reassuring sense of comfort. Moreover, the rare absence of the tormenting winds that night allowed him to succumb to the fatigue that had plagued him, drifting into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, he encountered no dreams, nor did the fierce winds arise at dawn. When he finally awoke, the fatigue and tension that had accumulated over the days had vanished, Slowly opening his eyelids and moving his stiff fingers, Li Ling felt as though he had been reborn. Exiting the cave, he noticed that daylight had already broken as he approached the pool to wash his face. He was startled to catch a glimpse of a disheveled, grotesque wild man reflected in the water. However, he quickly realized it was merely his own reflection, the result of not having washed his face after dinner the previous night. Li Ling felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting on how despair had led him to neglect even the military discipline of maintaining his appearance. Though he could not claim to be particularly striking, he considered himself at least presentable, if not handsome. Even if not handsome, he at least had well-defined features, did he not? While indulging in these self-affirmations, he took a dagger to trim his long hair, shave his cheeks, and meticulously groomed himself. When he gazed at his reflection once more, he couldn't help but smile charmingly at himself. That was his habit. Li Ling swiftly prepared his lunch, consuming it heartily, and diligently brushed his teeth afterward. He then meticulously scrutinized every possible escape route in the area. Even using his dagger, he chipped at the stone walls surrounding the valley floor, producing only the sound of clinking sparks and a few shallow scratches. It seemed that the notion of carving his own escape was impractical. Some peculiar engravings on the wall caught his attention. Chapter 45. The Baptism. Initially, Li Ling assumed that those rudimentary lines were mere doodles made by the masons in their moments of boredom. Yet those engravings were far from few, nearly saturating every corner of the cave. Some carvings distinctly depicted familiar images, resembling factories, buildings, and even spacecraft and colossal machinery commonly found on Earth. However, a greater number portrayed absurd representations of humans and animals, alongside vague, crude lines reminiscent of phantoms. Certain scenes depicting the slaughter of animals appeared ritualistic in nature. Li Ling recalled Nai Yin's words about how the pioneers informed the Busan people that they were messengers sent by the deities, and found solace in this understanding. Perhaps they sought to intimidate the beasts that dared to oppose humanity through such divine worship and the act of sacrificing a fowl as a warning. Avoiding those overly peculiar or seemingly meaningless murals, Li Ling's gaze was drawn to a series of specific portraits, as the encounters of recent days allowed him to instantly recognize certain scenarios depicted within the paintings. A tall, bare-bodied human stood at the heart of the stone-walled canyon, arms raised skyward, enveloped by the fierce gales. In the subsequent image, he tore a diminutive creature in half, allowing its blood to cascade down over his head, as if undergoing a baptism of wind and blood. Previously, Li Ling had scoffed at such self-mutilating and perverse performances of art. Yet, he was acutely aware of the terror wrought by the raging winds, thus secretly admiring the figures captured in those artworks. Of course, admiration was all it was. He had no intention of imitating the frenzied actions envisioned by those sculptors. That he needed to preserve his life to rescue Xiaoyu, to protect those scholars and experts, and to fulfill the mission of a supporter. Whenever he pondered this, Li Ling would rush out in a fit of anxious urgency, scrutinizing every nook and cranny of this confined space. Just as he had in the canyon outside the pond. After half a month, he remained at a loss. Gradually, he sank back into despondency. In moments of despair, he would find himself rambling incoherently to the towering stone statue seated within the cave, venting his frustrations, even leaning against the statue to doze off. Regardless of the time, he always felt a sensation of being observed, whimsically imagining that the statue was not merely the product of the sculptor's imagination, but rather a giant that had once existed. Each time this notion crossed his mind, a shiver would run down his spine. On this particular day, in a state of listlessness, Li Ling found the first moment of stillness to closely examine the imposing stone figure before him. With its broad nose and ringed eyes, a long face and large mouth, its elongated features showcasing distinct facial traits that conveyed remarkable strength, he had never encountered such an oddly unique visage, yet inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. In the next instant, Li Ling sprang to his feet, hastening towards the cave wall behind the statue. As the afternoon light dimmed, he nearly pressed his body against the stone wall, scrutinizing the bizarrely depicted figures in the murals. The lines of the figures were bold, most merely sketched in rough outlines. But through Li Ling's days of intentional and unintentional observation, those images gradually began to converge with the statue seated at the center. It appeared that this statue was indeed not a mere figment of imagination, but rather a representation of a once-living individual, and these murals chronicled his deeds and life. Li Ling mused that he suspected this statue might be the most formidable among the pioneers. A sudden surge of excitement coursed through him. Though somewhat mad, he believed that this formidable giant would not be captivated by exaggerated performance art, and the stonemasons had no reason to expend their efforts to harm an unrelated passerby. Finding no avenue of escape, with a mindset of avoiding loss and deception, Li Ling strode forward with determination that a hearty meal would replenish his strength. Before dusk arrived, he shed his garments, neatly folding them together. He waded downstream from the pool. Entering the stony canyon, he lifted his legs high, performed frog jumps, push-ups, practiced Tai Chi, and alternated with military-style exercises, before randomly striking his body until every inch turned crimson, ceasing only when he required rest. Soon, the murmuring winds of the canyon grew piercing. Fierce gusts battered Li Ling's form as if they were tangible entities. But this was merely the beginning. After the sun set, the entire canyon plunged into utter darkness. Tiny, sand-like particles were ensnared by the tumultuous winds, piercing his skin like needles. Should he lose his grip, Li Ling felt he would either collide with unyielding rock or plunge into an unfathomable abyss. The shrill howls were equally unbearable, nearly tearing his eardrums asunder. Li Ling clenched his jaw tighter, embracing the tree trunk in a desperate hold. Several times, he contemplated the consequences of relinquishing his grip, pondering that perhaps he might miraculously survive, or be swept out of the canyon by the hurricane, landing softly. Yet reason cautioned him against surrender. He must not, could not, give up. Each time he felt he could endure no more, he would cruelly pierce his tongue or lip, rousing himself from the stupor. Ultimately, Li Ling's body became numb to pain, unaware if the canyon winds had intensified or diminished. He only sensed an incessant force battering against him, penetrating his very being. Like a destitute gambler, Li Ling was wagering, betting that he could persist until the winds ceased, with his sole life as the stake. Time trickled away, slow as sand through an hourglass or drops from a vessel. When focused upon it, time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet the moment attention wavered, it would slip away in an instant. Uncertain of how long had passed, Li Ling's body and consciousness reached the brink of exhaustion. He could not discern whether he was awake, only reminding himself to hold on, to grasp tighter. The piercing cries erupted once more, jolting Li Ling from his foggy slumber, awakening him to the realization that he had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. It was now dawn, and another terrifying hurricane loomed on the horizon. His body felt nearly numb, his arms devoid of strength. Yet he understood that to survive, he must find shelter from the wind before its ferocity escalated. Fortuitously, he was alone, and there was no concern for appearances. Li Ling pushed through, dragging his feet across the ground, rolling toward the edge of the pool. This place offered an excellent refuge from the wind. And Li Ling finally exhaled in relief, beginning to regret his earlier reckless behavior. By midday, as the sunlight poured down from above, he sensed a modicum of strength returning, but his body burned with pain. Looking down to inspect himself, he was taken aback by his own wretched state. Dense clusters of ebony spots intermingled with dried blood stains nearly covered every inch of his skin. He recalled the figures depicted in the mural, raising their arms in a fervent call against the howling winds, seemingly dousing themselves with the blood of animals. Yet here, apart from the rats, there were no other creatures. The image of himself bathed in the blood of these rodents made Li Ling grimace involuntarily. However, he soon remembered that for the past few days, he had relied on them for sustenance. How could he possibly care about a little extra bloodstain? This thought elicited a chuckle from him. He found humor in the notion that, to those pitiful rats, he might resemble a demon, in stark contrast to the universally despised rats of Earth. These tender little creatures possessed bright, round eyes that sparkled with cunning and innocence. Perhaps in this world, they bore a more melodious and meaningful name. Yet Li Ling was not inclined to dwell on such trivialities. After all, these tiny beings were merely his means of satiating hunger, and assigning them an unflattering name might even alleviate his guilt. One prominent distinction between them and the rats was their clumsiness. They often raised their upper bodies and waddled about like ducks. Li Ling found that he required no particular skill to catch them. A mere swipe of his hand would suffice to transform them into his meal. As he pondered this, several rats emerged from beneath the water's surface, wobbling their way to gnaw on the black, branch-like trunks. A cruel smile crept across Li Ling's face as he flexed his sore arms and approached them, upon seeing him suddenly appear before them. The little creatures trembled and cowered, too terrified to move. This piqued Li Ling's curiosity. Although he usually caught them without fail, why did they lack the courage to resist today? Never mind, he thought, dismissing the matter. With what astonishing resilience this is. Even with the most miraculous elixirs in the world, and even if merely adorned with minor scars, it is exceedingly improbable that one could restore themselves to perfection within a single day. What remains are only the emotions of joy and anticipation, accompanied by an uncontrollable surge of excitement. Indeed, all the apparent madness serves merely to pave the way for the next moment of composure. Li Ling casually uttered this phrase, the origin of which he could not recall. Reluctant to squander even a moment longer, he leapt into the water's depths at dawn. The starlight above the canyon gradually faded away. The shrieking winds, accompanied by an onslaught of unknown black sand and gravel, swept through the stone-walled gorge, plunging the valley floor into a darkness as profound as night. A figure, ensnared by resilient vines binding its legs to a dark tree trunk, was howling desperately against the tempest, its hands flailing vigorously with two indistinguishable objects. Wild as a madman, it was not until the sun reached its zenith that the valley floor, seldom kissed by sunlight, finally basked in its warmth, and all dust and sound vanished into silence. As if this place were an absolute dead zone. As dusk fell, the piercing winds and the howling figure once again emerged in the center of the valley, replaying the morning scene until the depths of night 1,000 miles away, amidst the mountains and forests, in a clearing meticulously crafted by human hands. A young maiden grasped an assortment of unknown berries in one hand, while stirring a stone pot with a wooden spoon in the other. Her expression was one of utmost concentration, as if she were concocting the most delectable porridge for her beloved. The rising steam caressed her pale, delicate face, while dappled sunlight danced upon her slightly slender figure, exuding a beauty that was both captivating and heart-wrenching. She devoted the better part of half an hour to crafting the pot of porridge before rising to approach the humble dwelling at the edge of the clearing. Gently, she knocked 3 times on the door, announcing in a soft voice, "The 8-treasure porridge is ready, Nine." No sound came from within the cottage. Growing increasingly anxious, the maiden was on the verge of kicking down the door when, with a creak, it swung open. Nine, with a blissful expression, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "I can hardly contain myself. Xiaoyu, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so exceptional." "Thank you," Qin Xiaoyu replied flatly, secretly thinking that a mere beast could be so easily pleased by her simple stew. "Didn't you claim to be among the worst cooks of women? How terrifying it is to ponder how much time and energy humanity expends merely to fill their bellies. It is truly a dereliction of duty," Nain mused, gazing eagerly as Xiaoyu ladled out the porridge, shaking her head in disbelief. "If you're not hungry, I might as well flip the pot over," Qin Xiaoyu retorted, exasperated. Wait. Nain quickly extended her hands to protect the scalding stone pot, entirely shedding her usual composed demeanor. "I admit my lack of discernment. Is that sufficient? Very well, please make yourself at home." Qin Xiaoyu tossed the wooden spoon into the stone pot and turned to leave. "Don't forget the promise you made to me." Any observer from the support team witnessing the earlier scene would be utterly astonished. Qin Xiaoyu had actually labored to brew porridge for a uniquely peculiar giant rabbit. Even more astonishing is the fact that the rabbit can remarkably converse fluently in Mandarin. It even had a quarrel with Qin Xiaoyu. Even as Qin Xiaoyu walked away, Nain incessantly murmured in the Chinese it had learned that it still could not grasp the rich meanings and profound thoughts expressed in idioms and proverbs, yet it relished the novelty and satisfaction that this new language brought. Just as Qin Xiaoyu had once mocked it by saying it was merely a parrot mimicking speech. "I love learning. Learning brings me joy." Setting aside the teasing, Nain found great fondness in this phrase, believing it was tailor-made for itself and most of the Bosun people. Although the little girl feigned composure, ever since that day, Qin Xiaoyu had not once wished to end its life, but instead, she sat down obediently, earnestly listening to its teachings or conversing with it in Mandarin. This little girl, how many times must I tell her that haste makes waste? She insists on repeatedly reminding me to deliver some letter. Do we, 3 formidable creatures, truly need to deceive a mere girl? Nain grumbled in dissatisfaction while sipping the sweet 8-treasure porridge. However, at recalling the time when Li Ling was taken away, and Qin Xiaoyu had frantically clawed and bitten at herself in despair, almost costing her own life, Nain still felt a lingering dread. Moreover, given the saying that one should not bite the hand that feeds them, Nain resolved that the next time it encountered the remnant wing, it would certainly offload the hot potato that was Qin Xiaoyu onto it. Dozens of zhang away, Qin Xiaoyu concealed herself among the flourishing branches of a towering tree, observing Nian's every move. Each time she recalled how those beasts had brutally knocked Li Ling unconscious, even hastily abducting him before she could tend to his wounds, leaving her in ignorance of his whereabouts and fate. Her heart felt like it was being mercilessly twisted by a knife. Wishing for mutual destruction with Nian and its two beastly companions. Unfortunately, she was far from being a match for Nian and its allies, often easily subdued and defeated. Even now, her wrists and cheeks bore numerous bruises and scratches. In the initial days, when she realized that she could not avenge herself nor escape the clutches of the remnant Wing and Nian, she once contemplated ending her own life. Yet, the unfolding events far exceeded her expectations. Nian displayed immense patience and perseverance in learning her mother tongue from Qin Xiaoyu, repeatedly instilling in her the narrative of how humans, under the influence of fanatics, harmed the innocent Bosun people. Even the fearsome Bat people were portrayed as pitiable victims in its tales. Qin Xiaoyu consistently rebutted it without reservation, pointing out various discrepancies and contradictions in Nian's stories. However, she found it difficult to ignore Nian's grave tone and serious gaze. Gradually, even Qin Xiaoyu herself began to waver in her steadfast stance, leaning towards embracing Nian's perspective, accepting its account of the transgressions committed by human forerunners. Yet, she firmly believed that the majority of forerunners were merely misled by a select few. Finally, after a conversation, Qin Xiaoyu voiced the question that had been hidden in her heart. If humanity is so wicked, why do you keep me imprisoned by your side? To save my kin. Xiaoyu, I have never described your kind with the term evil. I merely articulated the atrocities they have committed. Now, it is with great sorrow that I discover a minority of the Bosun and a majority of the Batmen have similarly succumbed to tyranny. Nian's face fell, revealing his anguish. Well, so? Nian hesitated, his round, glistening eyes fixated intently on Qin Xiaoyu. The suggestion of my esteemed kin, Kai's. We are in the process of forming a resistance that as he uttered these words. Nian's stature gradually rose, and he turned his back, as if he had spoken a name of unparalleled nobility. Resistance against whom? Against individuals like myself and Li Ling. Qingxi scoffed, her disdain evident. No, it is against all. Nian's voice was unusually piercing. A slip of the tongue. Nian awkwardly scratched his beard before continuing. It is against everyone, and those among our kind whom Kai's would deem as fallen. Qing Xiaoyu instinctively leaned back, her body taut. She found herself leaning forward, for if what Nian spoke was indeed the truth, it resonated with her deepest desires. She awaited Nian to elaborate. Thus, our plan is one of cross-operation. Nian continued. The Bosun shall purify humanity. The Batmen shall purify the Bosun, while humanity shall be responsible for purifying the Batmen. Purify, that means to eliminate those fallen beings and sever their heads. Chapter 47. The Graveyard. That horrid squeaking sound? Only a witch would speak in such a manner. Qingxi remarked with a peculiar expression. No, learning the languages of other races is a delightful experience. You will soon come to cherish that sensation. Nian stroked his beard, speaking confidently. It may seem difficult at first, but let us not forget that the Bosun are excellent teachers in the art of language. Come, follow me to a place. And you will understand. Nian's ears drooped perfectly, covering his ear canals, shielding Qingxi from the crude expressions of braised, stir-fried, and stewed that escaped her lips. The destination Nian led Qingxi was not far. It was the very hillside where she first encountered him. Before long, the pair stood beneath the crooked tree at the summit. The slope beneath them was steep, and from the top, they beheld the lush, towering trees swaying gently in the breeze. They could also see a nearby stream, resembling a silver ribbon stretching into the distance. Everything was beautiful, just as the entire falling star forest seemed when Qingxi gazed upon the resplendent night sky, hinting at the supporter ship having fallen into the lake at some point within the woods. The only anomaly was a vast clearing at their feet, scattered with low grass and sparse shrubs, with patches of freshly turned soil visible. Strangely, at the center of each tilled patch, there sprouted a stunted, unidentified sapling. Due to the distance, Qingxi could not discern clearly, only noting that the branches were crooked and adorned with white buds. That it was a pity that none of those blossoms had fully opened. Otherwise, this would have been an exquisite vantage point. Qingxi pondered. You see the newly planted saplings in that clearing. Nian suddenly extended her finger, pointing towards the direction where Qin Xiaoyu was gazing. We refer to this vacant expanse as the Graveyard of the Fallen. where beneath each tree lies a severed head. Qin Xiaoyu was taken aback when she glanced again at the crooked saplings. A chill coursed down her spine. Come, let us approach and take a closer look. Nain found a narrow path and descended, with Qin Xiaoyu following closely behind. As they drew near, Qin Xiaoyu discerned that those white objects were not flower buds, but rather the oval-shaped leaves of the saplings, glistening under the sunlight like miniature skulls. What are they called? The eternal life tree, capable of consuming the essence of vengeful souls, facilitating the swift liberation and reincarnation of the departed. Hence its name. Observe, here lies merely a fraction of the malevolent and cautious beings buried. Most have been disposed of by the valiant warriors of the resistance with casual efficiency. Butchers, gazing at the crystalline saplings standing close together. Qin Xiaoyu could not help but shudder. Indeed, the hands of every warrior are stained with blood, yet we have no alternative to save this world. We must be even more ruthless than our foes. Nain remarked slowly. Bowing her head, Qin Xiaoyu fell silent, her mind a tumult of confusion at one moment. She pondered whether souls might indeed resemble these crystalline forms. At another, she questioned whether the so-called resistance was comprised of heroes or butchers. More than ever, she yearned to see Li Ling, to traverse and explore this world alongside him. She believed that the man who always resolved within silence and then bravely pressed forward would make the most accurate judgment. Suddenly, Nain called out unexpectedly. Qin Xiaoyu lifted her head to see the creature, remnant wing, soaring over from a distance, its wings flapping as it landed in the open space ahead. That it was accompanied by another, smaller yet broader-winged bat-like being. Remnant wing also noticed Qin Xiaoyu and Nain standing at the periphery, chirping a few sounds in their direction. Its bat companion removed a bundle from its back. Several entities, half the size of a human head, with long ears and pointed snouts tumbled out from the package, some black, others white, and some red. That is, Qin Xiaoyu could only utter 2 words before covering her mouth with her palm. They are my kin, Nain said solemnly. Now, do you believe my words? Unlike the dread evoked by witnessing the heads of the Forerunners, Qin Xiaoyu felt an absurd and eerie atmosphere enveloping her. Yet, she could muster no retort, merely nodding in bewilderment. Behind a broad, flat-mouthed, even-toed ungulate, 2 wobbly younglings were greedily munching on grass and seed heads from the ground, preparing to feast before the cold, dark night descended, and then head to the nearby crescent lake to satiate their hunger. They remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger beneath the facade of tranquility. Above them, in the treetops, a pitch-black arrow feather moved slowly in tandem with their steps, waiting for the opportune moment. With a swift whoosh, the black arrow sliced through the air, piercing the heart of the largest animal with a dull thud. A figure, agile as a monkey, descended nimbly from the towering tree beside him. With a gentle leap, he landed beside the lifeless creature. After a thorough inspection, he dragged the heavy carcass towards a nearby clearing. This was a man, clad in full leather armor and boots, with a quiver and longbow slung across his back. His forehead was smeared with brown earth, giving him the appearance of a seasoned hunter accustomed to the depths of this forest. He let out a long whistle in a certain direction. He had no reason to fear the approach of any ferocious beasts, for in recent days, he discovered the animals here to be astonishingly docile. Even the most fearsome predators would not recklessly attack a target capable of fierce resistance. A figure, equally agile but more slender, swept in from afar. She wielded a spear, her leather armor fitting her form perfectly, her hair simply gathered at the back of her head, and unlike the man, her fair face bore no camouflage of mud. "Haruko, look at what I've caught," the man exclaimed proudly, lifting the carcass adorned with arrow feathers. "This fellow is as plump as a wild boar. How about a delightful barbecue tonight?" Some even speculated that Haruko had been bewitched, suggesting she was no longer the shy girl who dared not meet anyone's gaze. Yet, regardless of her evolving character, her beauty remained constant, a factor that consistently garnered the attention and care of men. Especially for a youth like Mashiyu, he found Haruko even more captivating now. "Mashiyu," Haruko exclaimed, forcefully planting her spear firmly into the earth. "S.A. guardian, shouldn't you feel ashamed for speaking of indulgence?" Mashiyu's previously smiling countenance became rigid, yet he argued, "I understand this may not be the right moment, but we have braved the elements for so many days. Surely we deserve to treat ourselves just a little? Think of your companions. What agonies and torments are they enduring?" Haruko's tone sharpened, her fair visage revealing no trace of compromise. Very well, Lady Haruko, Mashiyu sighed, his shoulders drooping. His father had bestowed upon him a name imbued with profound meaning, rendering him unable to muster any anger in the presence of a beauty that it felt like a grave disrespect to his father. However, as Mashiyu's mind whirled, he bent down to drag the carcass to a concealed spot, thinking he would relish the meal alone once Haruko fell asleep. Yet, he maintained a serious facade, inquiring, "Have you made any significant discoveries nearby?" Indeed, to his surprise, Haruko nodded earnestly, once more grasping her spear, across that small lake. "I have found something that may temporarily divert your mind from hunger." Mashiyu ceased his efforts to cover the carcass with dirt, astonished as he raised his head, and said, "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." Before long, Mashiyu followed Haruko to a small rise near the lake's edge, where, close to a large rock, a rudimentary shelter fashioned from branches stood prominently before them. Though the cottage had fallen into a state of disrepair, teetering on the brink of collapse, it still retained its general form. Mashiyu bent down to inspect the area, discovering a jumble of ashes and unspoiled flower petals crammed within the crevices of the stones. This indicated that someone had once inhabited this place, perhaps for more than just a day or two. Indeed, it appeared that someone had resided here. Could it be Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Tai posed a rhetorical question. Yes, it must be them. Mashiyu immediately straightened up and gazed downstream. It seemed our course was indeed correct. We simply needed to quicken our pace and pursue relentlessly. Let us rest early. We shall set off before dawn. After Qi Tai spoke, she retrieved her sleeping bag from the nearby bundle and lay down beside the cottage. Chapter 48. Insomnia. Qi Tai was not Mashiyu's superior, yet her tone brooked no dissent. Mashiyu shrugged, casually nibbling on some provisions to stave off hunger, and lay down beside Qi Tai. The heavy night descended slowly, as if attempting to envelop the entire world, stifling the air around them. Fortunately, the distant starlight pierced the vast darkness, bringing illumination and hope to the beings of this realm. As time trickled by, Mashiyu gradually succumbed to slumber, while Qi Tai's tightly shut eyes slowly fluttered open. Gazing up at the starry sky, Qi Tai let out a gentle sigh, seemingly wishing to release the pent-up anguish and worries confined within her heart, allowing them to dissipate entirely in this chilly world. If fortune smiles upon us, as long as Mashiyu and I follow this river, we should soon find Li Ling and his girlfriend, she mused quietly, when setting out to search for the couple. She and Mashiyu had but a single clue, the words Li Ling had imparted to Qin Xiaoyu before his departure. When the sun rises above the horizon, we shall embark along the river, for the forest and valleys downstream should harbor what we seek. Mashiyu insisted that Li Ling had no reason to lie, asserting that this was indeed their destination. However, Qi Tai believed it merely to be poetic flirtation on Li Ling's part. In retrospect, it appeared Mashiyu was correct. Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu had certainly not strayed far from the river. This quaint cottage, nestled beside a beautiful crescent-shaped lake and once adorned with flowers and hay, served as the finest testament to that fact. The thought of Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu having once lived here joyously, hunting, bathing, frolicking, using flowers and hay as their bedding, ignited a flicker of jealousy within Qi Tai's heart, causing her to momentarily forget Li Ling's previous explanations for his departure. With increasing urgency, Qi Tai yearned to confront Li Ling, to demand of him, "Why? Why did you flee?" As a guardian among supporters, a commander among guardians, how could you irresponsibly depart with your beloved? Have you forgotten your identity? Have you neglected your mission? In the next moment, Qi Tai could not contain herself and cried out. She quickly sealed her lips and cast a furtive glance at Mashiyu. Fortunately, he remained undisturbed, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining the dirt upon his cheek. The young man, who claims to be compassionate and tender-hearted, now sleeps as soundly as a dead pig. Initially, Gujin adeptly led the supporters in expanding and fortifying their first base on the planet Surt, aptly named Longzhou Town, while the elevated terrain where the base was established became known as Pangu. The third commander, Kerbin, spared no effort in imparting combat skills to everyone and summoned them to gather and produce an ample supply of food and weapons. It was as if a grand battle loomed on the horizon. Though the fervor of Kerbin was met with some confusion, no one deemed it unnecessary to prepare for potential adversity. Under the seemingly wise leadership of the two commanders, Longzhou Town, while not yet possessing the scale and structure of a proper town, developed in a commendable manner, divided into distinct areas for artisans, reserves, livestock, rest, training, and more. Everything progressed rapidly in accordance with their original vision. However, this promising scenario was soon altered by reconnaissance teams dispatched by Kerbin. Without hesitation, Kerbin promptly gathered a majority of the supporters, numbering 200, including the battle-trained Qingzi, to march toward the designated target, leaving behind the indecisive Gujin and some elderly or weak supporters to guard Longzhou town. The battle was meticulously arranged for a night shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of any starlight to pierce through the heavy darkness. The entrance to the Batman's lair was astonishingly large, capable of easily engulfing an entire house. As night fell, a pitch-black void enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility non-existent. Yet Qingzi could distinctly sense its outline, resembling a gaping maw, poised to ensnare them. She wished to warn Kerbin, her instincts urging her to refrain from rash actions. Yet, no one heeded her words, and she could not even squeeze through to Kerbin, who was encircled by his guards. After tense and careful planning, Kerbin, along with his confidants, commanded everyone to ignite their torches simultaneously, howling as they charged toward the Batman's lair. Qingzi remained still, feeling as though they were enveloped by a colossal shadow as they approached the cave entrance. A multitude of startled Batmen surged forth, their broad wings extinguishing many torches, shrieking as they attacked the foremost among them with their sharp fangs and claws, amidst the supporters' blusterous roars and anguished cries. Injury and death erupted simultaneously with the onset of battle. Charge forward, throw the torches into the cave, and incinerate those beasts. Otherwise, we shall all perish in the darkness, Kerbin bellowed, directing the advance, utterly indifferent to the harrowing cries of his comrades ahead. It was only at this moment that the grim realization dawned upon them. On such a pitch-black night, if they could not contain the majority of Batmen within the cave and eliminate them with fire and smoke, once their torches extinguished, they would become living targets for these nocturnal predators, left to await their demise. Kerbin was indeed correct. This thought suddenly surfaced in Qingzi's mind, prompting her to shout for those lagging behind to follow her lead. Scarcely pausing to contemplate how Kerbin and his confidants could have conceived such a foolish plan to launch an attack in the darkness of night. Soon, many others grasped the gravity of the situation, recklessly charging toward the cave entrance, braving a barrage of oncoming Batmen. Yet, it was far from sufficient. Many timid supporters, illuminated by the flickering flames, beheld the gruesome sight of bodies torn asunder by the claws of the Batmen, causing their steps to falter. A young lad, youthful and innocent in countenance, trembled violently, retreating in fear as Haruko passed by him. She shouted for him to keep pace, preparing to hurl her torch into the lair of the Batman. Coward! A furious roar erupted from nearby. In an instant, Haruko saw Kerbin materialize beside the lad, unceremoniously raising his spear. Haruko stared in shock at Kerbin's fierce visage, uncertain of his intentions. The last moment, the young man turned his head, perhaps paralyzed by terror or unable to comprehend the unfolding horror, standing foolishly as he watched Kerbin's spear lunge toward his throat, piercing deeply for nearly half a meter. In that fleeting moment, Haruko felt her heart leap into her throat, as if gripped tightly by an unseen force, rendering her breathless and immobile. She watched, horrified, as Kerbin slowly withdrew his spear, then delivered a brutal kick to the young man's abdomen. Thud! The youth collapsed before Haruko, convulsing violently, blood gushing from his throat and splattering at her feet. As he gazed up at her, he reached out a trembling hand in search of aid, yet no sound escaped his lips. In a state of sheer terror, Haruko stumbled backward, only to awaken from her daze as she knelt down, frantically pressing her palm against his neck in a desperate attempt to stem the flow of blood. Behind her, the sound of spears piercing flesh resounded once more, accompanied by two brief cries of anguish, as Kerbin swiftly dispatched two more companions attempting to flee. Those who try to escape must die. Just like those savage beasts, Kerbin bellowed. Captain Ma Chong and several loyal followers erupted in frenzied cheers. Everyone raised their spears and sharpened stakes high, aiming towards the cave's entrance, determined to trap any Batmen that had not yet escaped. Simultaneously, part of the group braced themselves against the onslaught from above. The battle raged on throughout the night, and as the last of the Batmen ceased their emergence from the cave, their aerial assaults intensified. With the extinguishing of the final torch, the attacks reached a fever pitch. In the enveloping darkness, the survivors lashed out blindly at the skies, striving to thwart the Batmen's assault. Regrettably, the anguished cries of their comrades crescendoed, threatening to shatter their collective spirit. "Retreat into the cave," someone shouted amidst the chaos. Instantly, the crowd surged forward, trampling over one another as they rushed into the smoke-filled cave, finally stabilizing their footing against the Batmen's relentless attacks near the entrance. Perhaps the ferocity of the battle proved too much for the stars themselves, piercing through the clouds to cast a brilliant light upon the earth surrounding the cave. The Batmen, realizing the futility of slaying those who had taken refuge at the cave's mouth, circled overhead for a time before reluctantly retreating. The group remained at the cave's entrance, hesitant to make any impulsive moves, until dawn broke, when a few bolder individuals ventured deeper into the cave. Eager to ascertain how many Batmen had perished within the suffocating smoke, Haruko did not dare to enter. She could scarcely envision the grim scenes that lay within. Even if the adversaries were nothing more than savage beasts, she was unwilling to witness the horrific fates that befell them. Yet, she had overheard the accounts of others, who described the interior as a veritable hell for those wretched creatures deserving of extinction. Within, there were scarcely any adult Batmen. Perhaps they had all fled, leaving behind only the younglings who, suffocated by the acrid smoke deep within the caverns, were no larger than a fist, their delicate skin smooth as that of an infant. Yet their visages were utterly repugnant that a single battle had resulted in the loss of over 30 supporters, with the wounded numbering almost half. What was even more disheartening was that Kerbin and his confidants shamelessly reveled in victory, singing and dancing in the square of Longsho Town, hosting a bonfire celebration. Chapter 49. Learning. The retribution came with astonishing swiftness. As the group lounged contentedly by the bonfire, sated and at ease, a dark swarm of Batmen descended upon them, gutting many of the sleeping souls before swiftly retreating. The entire ordeal transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the supporters no time to raise their weapons. On the following night, all were on high alert. Yet the Batmen did not return on the afternoon of the third day. 3 supporters were attacked from above by Batmen while constructing a watchtower, all plummeting to their demise. Each time, Kerbin would bellow for blood to be repaid with blood. Yet the cunning Batmen evaded direct confrontation with the vigilant supporters. Henceforth, the Batmen emerged like a persistent plague, claiming 1 or 2 lives at a time, and despite the multitude of precautions taken, it remained futile. Gradually, the losses among the supporters escalated, leaving only a little over 200 souls, as a gloomy pall of despair began to envelop the Pango Highlands at this rate. Within half a year, all supporters would perish under the Batmen's frenzied vengeance. In desperation, Haruko sought out Gujin, only to be astonished to find the once robust man, akin to a grizzly bear, now utterly haggard, languidly curled upon the wooden floor. "Where is our escape route, Commander?" Haruko inquired, gripping her spear with a fervent indignation, feeling a potent frustration with no outlet. An escape route. Is there truly someone still curious about an escape route? Gujin replied with a sardonic grin. Seemingly taken aback by Haruko's question, it appeared that Kerbin had yet to earn the trust of all. Haruko understood the reason behind Gujin's remarks. In a recent skirmish, Kerbin had easily bested Gujin, almost fracturing his remaining arm. In such dark times, a single defeat could strip a once respected commander of his followers' confidence. Ignoring Gujin's lamentations, Haruko confronted him directly. Why not issue orders to set forth towards the Lingjin mountain range? Why not exhaust every means to rendezvous with the pioneers? Gujin scoffed with a grim smile, scratching his back with his only remaining arm, before mockingly gazing at Haruko. "Where are the pioneers? Do you possess their coordinates? How could I forget you?" Haruko stamped her foot in frustration, wishing she could thrust her spear against Gujin's throat. "Do you remember what Li Ling said before he departed?" Gujin paid no mind to Qingzi's furious gaze. Instead, he reclined against the fur pillow and languidly inquired. "Li Ling?" he exclaimed. After a moment's contemplation, Qingzi retorted, "Go to hell." "No, not that line." Gujin shook his head, squinting and mimicking Li Ling's tone. "I have a premonition that this world harbors immense peril. We must tread carefully." Upon finishing his statement, Gujin erupted into a hearty laughter, seemingly mocking Li Ling as a pretentious coward. "What good does it do? Everyone is already aware of the danger. What significance do such words hold now?" Qingzi shook her head in disappointment, pondering that Gujin merely sought an excuse for his own despondency. "And one more thing. Remain calm, and ensure everyone else does as well." Gujin fixed his gaze on Qingzi's eyes and spoke again. "This phrase holds some merit. I have already related to everyone. Yet they refuse to heed it, leaving me to persevere alone. It appears that, Unlike the madman of Kerbin, I have not succumbed to insanity, perhaps owing to Li Ling's sage advice at this juncture. Gujin scrutinized Qingzi from head to toe and remarked, "You have done well, but you have become somewhat restless now." "Indeed, I am on the verge of madness." Qingzi confessed, "that I cannot passively watch as my comrades perish one after another. We must take action." Raising her right hand, she executed a precise military salute and turned to exit. "Bring Mashiyu along. Li Ling saved his life. Moreover, he would be more than willing to accompany you," Gujin urged from behind. "Thank you," Qingzi replied. She silently committed this to memory, nodded, and resolved not to waste another second, striding out of Gujin's dwelling. Although she had resided in China since middle school, the memories of her childhood remained vivid and indelible. She recalled her parents and siblings, friends and companions, their squinting smiles and bows of apology, so warm and courteous. Particularly, those young girls, how obedient and timid they were, always yearning for a strong figure to lead and protect them. Gradually, Qingzi's chest heaved. Her breathing became labored, yet the small house and blooming flowers beside her stirred a whirlwind of thoughts, preventing her from closing her eyes. She began to confront her innermost feelings. Longing for the woman who once slept beside her in that humble abode to be herself, rather than Qin Xiaoyu. She even yearned for Li Ling's embrace and kiss that a profound sense of shame surged within Qingzi. Forcing a gasp from her lips, she had previously masked her emotions, focusing solely on Li Ling's injuries, genuinely wishing for the happiness of Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu. But now, in this unknown wilderness, in the chilling darkness of night, she felt another version of herself emerge, consumed by jealousy for the first time. "Suma Mason, Otisuk o Cake Shida," she murmured, parting her lips before succumbing to a deep slumber. In the Iron Wall Canyon, a grayish-white figure stood silently at the bottom of the desolate gorge, arms hanging by its side, eyes closed, as still as a stone sculpture, undisturbed even by the occasional mosquito landing upon it. With a swift punch, the figure remained motionless, maintaining the posture of its right fist thrust forward. A gentle breeze swept past his body, yet it could not stir the neatly cropped hair atop his head. The canyon once again fell into a state of tranquility. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds later, a sharp gasp escaped him. How excruciating. The young man doubled over, cradling his fists, drawing in quick breaths. Upon closer inspection, this pallid-skinned youth, grimacing in pain, was none other than Li Ling, who had subjected himself to self-inflicted torment for over a month within the canyon. At this moment, he was testing the fruits of his laborious training. Perhaps due to the overwhelming fatigue, he found his sensitivity to pain somewhat dulled, prompting him to furrow his brow. This was a perilous sign, especially in the throes of fierce combat or when confronted with danger. A keen sensory system was essential for timely responses to evade threats. However, reflecting on the benefits derived from his relentless training, Li Ling could not help but break into a grin. Over the past month, he had endured inhuman trials in the rocky gorge. There were several occasions when he narrowly escaped being swept away by a tempest into the abyss. Yet, each time, the myriad of tiny wounds on his body would miraculously heal by the following day. Even the most gruesome of injuries would mend within 3 days, leaving no scars behind. Subconsciously, Li Ling had begun to regard these mice as diminutive divine beasts, their flesh and blood invaluable, not to be wasted in the slightest. Gradually, his skin had grown remarkably resilient, rendering the fierce winds and swirling sands at the canyon's edge incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Consequently, his courage swelled, and he began to venture into areas with even higher wind speeds. In his final attempts, he stood nearly at the center of the most turbulent winds, where sand and stone flew about chaotically. Li Ling even found himself contemplating whether, with continued training, his body might become as tough as steel, enabling him to carve a path through the stone wall with his bare fists. Alas, the outcome did not meet his aspirations. Despite pouring all his strength into that last punch, the stone wall remained smooth and unyielding. While tears of pain streamed down his face, had it been in the past, he would have likely been drenched in cold sweat, even rolling on the ground in agony. It seemed that such training and growth were far from sufficient. Li Ling's thoughts turned anxious. Compared to the physical torment he endured, his worries for Qin Xiaoyu and his companions gnawed at him incessantly. That feeling intensified with the passage of time, depriving him of any semblance of peace and forbidding any hint of complacency. Frantically, Li Ling struck the stone wall with all his might, the skin on his fists splitting open, crimson blood splattering in all directions on the open ground by the riverbank. Qin Xiaoyu watched with a beaming smile as she focused on Nain and Kenyi. Nain resembled an extraordinarily plump rabbit, yet when it rose to its feet, its slender physique and elongated claws elicited envy even from women. Kenyi's appearance was peculiar, with round eyes, a protruding mouth, and a visage that was neither distinctly feline nor canine. That it possessed limbs but boasted bat-like wings, an appearance that struck a balance between cruelty and grotesqueness, yet bore an element of absurdity. Now, the gaze of both beasts was fixated intently upon her, eagerly anticipating her performance. Qin Xiaoyu smiled faintly once more, never having envisioned a day like this. Two beasts eagerly encircling her, coercing and enticing her to engage in study. She longed to share this extraordinary experience with Li Ling, to inform every relative and friend. Were there internet access, she would undoubtedly be the first to disseminate this remarkable sensation. Suddenly, Kenyi opened its gaping maw, revealing its sharp fangs. Its ferocious appearance was enough to frighten any child passing by to tears. Yet, Qin Xiaoyu remained unfazed, fixating on Kenyi's jagged teeth and its grotesque, fur-covered visage, pondering whether it was aware of the existence of such mundane practices as brushing teeth and washing faces. With a swift motion, Nain extended its claw, striking Qin Xiaoyu's head, expressing discontent. Concentrate during your studies. Kenyi has already issued a stern warning. Oh, Qin Xiaoyu, vexed, rubbed her head, pondering what was said. Chapter 50. Unrequited love. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, somewhat embarrassed, covering her face. Then, she pulled the corners of her mouth sideways, pressing her tongue against the roof of her mouth, exerting every effort to produce a sound reminiscent of a quacking duck. Kenyi jumped up and down, squeaking, feigning an intention to give Qin Xiaoyu a thorough thrashing. Nain promptly intervened, using its claws to pry Qin Xiaoyu's hands apart. Subsequently, a cacophony of piercing shrieks and quacking echoed across the riverside clearing, gradually subsiding only as night fell. By the time they concluded their lessons, Qin Xiaoyu felt as if her entire face had stiffened. The first time she attempted those peculiar expressions, she had deliberately practiced in the reflection of the water, nearly reducing herself to tears from the sight of her own unattractiveness. Following the directives of Kenyi and Nain, she was required not only to retract her neck and twitch her mouth but also to continually widen her eyes, curl her lips, and furrow her brow according to the nuances of meaning. In other words, if the bat people wished to convey even slightly complex statements, they had to rely on an array of expressive gestures while maintaining intense eye contact. This, of course, elucidated why communication among the bat people was not particularly frequent. Fortunately, during these days, Qin Xiaoyu was surrounded solely by these two creatures. After a lengthy struggle, she resigned herself to the task, extravagantly making various exaggerated expressions of wide-eyed stares, flaring nostrils, and raised eyebrows, which barely satisfied her two instructors. Yet, being a girl with an inherent appreciation for beauty, Qin Xiaoyu found it difficult to suppress her instinctive urge to cover her face whenever she executed those odd movements. This provoked Kenyi to jump about in exasperation, sometimes even soaring into the air and performing a few somersaults in frustration. As the days passed, while Qin Xiaoyu diligently pursued her studies, she also gained a deeper understanding of the bat people and the bosun. For instance, bosun were omnivorous, favoring cooked food, while the bat people were carnivorous, relishing raw and bloody flesh. Nain's catchphrase was maintain composure, whereas the bat people's equivalent could be translated as balance. Qin Xiaoyu invested considerable effort in learning about Kenyi. It was said that it had once been the leader of all bat people, but when confronted with an assault by the pioneers, it chose to retreat, resulting in betrayal by its kin and replacement by a brutal bat named Fane, who even tore its wing membrane as punishment. Yet, Kenyi did not mourn the loss of leadership. Instead, it revitalized itself through rigorous training in martial arts. It believed that this continuous ebb and flow of experience was a true embodiment of the path of balance. Just as day follows night, kindness exists alongside cruelty. All one must do is diligently cultivate their persona, regardless of the truth or falsehood. Before the reality is unveiled, Qin Xiaoyu chooses to trust. She believes in her intuition and the sights before her. In contrast to the deliberately enigmatic Nain, she prefers this seemingly grotesque creature, who is often consumed by rage. She even holds the conviction that this being possesses a genuine kindness. The morning sun dispels the chill, warming the white pebbles along the riverbank. The remnants of wings set off once more to forge their fate, hunting down the so-called fallen ones, while Nain embarks on a quest to gather delectable ingredients. Preparing to have Qin Xiaoyu concoct another pot of savory porridge, aside from the gentle murmurs of the flowing water, tranquility envelopes Qin Xiaoyu. No. It seems as though the entire universe has fallen silent. Time has elapsed. It has been over 3 months since parting ways with Li Ling. At this moment, loneliness crashes over her like a tide, suffocating her. It is not a sudden emotional outburst, but rather the peak of a long-suppressed solitude. Qin Xiaoyu clutches a piece of soft leather tightly, her thoughts swirling. Despite Nain and the others repeatedly assuring her that Li Ling was merely taken for training, destined to return after a year, she cannot help but worry. Does he feel as solitary as she does? Is he able to enjoy hot meals on time? Does he know that she thinks of him daily? Gently, she bites into her fingertip, carefully tracing her feelings of longing on the leather. Each time the blood ceases to flow, she bites again, feeling no pain. In her letters, she promises that when they meet again, they shall never part. She insists that Li Ling must kneel and propose to her for her to agree to marry him. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful. It takes her the better part of a day to finish writing. Remnant Wings has promised to help her send this letter. Qin Xiaoyu recites it over and over in her mind, imagining Li Ling's excited expression upon reading it, tears brimming in her eyes. Ma Xiu cautiously emerges from the crevice between several boulders and trees that he and Qingzi have traversed through the oppressive forest for half a day, now soaked and sticky, yearning for a bath. Unfortunately, Qingzi continually urges him forward, eager to kick him along. As he pushes aside a few strands of wormwood, a breathtaking view unfolds before him. At his feet lies a waterfall with a drop of over 10 feet. And in the distance stretches an endless expanse of open land, dotted with grass and stones. Under the sun's radiant glow, the small river shimmers like a silver ribbon laid upon a magnificent carpet, light and lively. In this idyllic moment, Ma Xiu is compelled to let out a joyous howl to the heavens. However, just as the sound escapes his lips, Qingzi swiftly covers his mouth. Hush! Qingzi places a slender finger against her lips. Pointing into the distance, Ma Xiu's eyes widen as he gazes in the direction of her finger. Hundreds of meters away, on a nondescript white boulder, there lies a subtle gray dot. Ma Xiu exerted considerable effort to discern that the gray speck was the figure of a seated person. He couldn't help but feel ashamed of his own carelessness, while secretly admiring Qingzi's meticulousness. Indeed, she was the woman he secretly cherished. In terms of appearance, physique, medical skills, agility, and character, she was nothing short of exceptional. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be her slightly excessive ambition. Just a tiny bit. As Ma Xiu pondered this, he turned his head to gaze at the woman he adored in silence. Noticing the glistening beads of sweat adorning her fair forehead, the rosy hue on her round face from their hurried journey, and her perfect figure enveloped in a simple yet well-fitted leather vest and shorts. For a moment, Ma Xiu was utterly entranced. What a kind of beauty was this? It embodied both the gentle elegance of civilized times and the primal allure of ancient eras, evoking a wild beauty. How could one not cherish such a captivating figure? Qingzi shot a curious glance at her companion, who was staring blankly at her, then disregarded him, bending down to stealthily navigate around the nearby thicket. Quietly moving towards the distant silhouette, it took Ma Xiu quite some time to regain his senses, and he hurriedly pursued her, whispering, "Qingzi, is it really necessary to be so cautious? Even if they aren't Li Ling and the others, they are most likely descendants of the pioneers. We are all human. Be quiet." Qingzi snapped impatiently, advancing another several dozen meters. Moments later, the two found themselves within a mere 100 meters of the person seated by the riverbank, who remained motionless. Based on the figure's physique, Qingzi had already deduced that it was Qin Xiaoyu. Strangely, despite her thorough scanning of the surroundings, she could not find any sign of Li Ling. Had the two become separated? Or had Li Ling encountered some misfortune? Qingzi was eager to approach and inquire, but another voice within her urged her to wait a moment longer. Not far off stood a solitary tree, and Qingzi set down her belongings, tiptoeing over to it, and swiftly climbing up to the treetop. Ma Xiu followed suit, inadvertently snapping a small branch while ascending. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyu seemed preoccupied with something else and did not notice the commotion. Now, Qingzi and Ma Xiu were less than 100 meters away from Qin Xiaoyu. She is none other than Ma Xiu exclaimed, pointing at Qin Xiaoyu, excitement radiating from him as he turned to look at Qingzi. Qingzi shot him a fierce glare, signaling with her eyes for him to remain silent. Qin Xiaoyu. Ma Shiyu realized he had uttered something redundant. Yet, the words were on the tip of his tongue, and he couldn't hold them back. Thus, the two remained perched in the treetop. After a brief moment, Ma Shiyu frowned deeply and murmured, "How strange. Where is Li Ling?" Qingzi couldn't help but roll her eyes. In that very instant, a small black dot in the sky rapidly enlarged, transforming into a shadow that swept past above the treetop, where Qingzi and Ma Shiyu were concealed. Both were startled, but they were soon left awestruck by the scene unfolding before them. A robust Batman landed beside the massive rock where Qin Xiaoyu was resting, seemingly exhausted as it collapsed onto the ground. As a physician, Qingzi quickly realized that Qin Xiaoyu was tending to the injured Bat-Man. Qin Xiaoyu painstakingly bore the injured Batman, laying it gently upon the flat expanse of a boulder. Ma Shiyu finally grasped the gravity of the situation unfolding before him. Good heavens, am I truly seeing this correctly? Qin Xiaoyu is, astonishingly, tending to a loathsome creature, the very embodiment of our mortal enemy. Could it be as Ma Shiyu faltered mid-sentence? He found himself at a loss for words. Qin Xiaoyu was the girlfriend of Li Ling, who had once saved his life. Shiyu was reluctant to voice, or even contemplate, the abhorrent possibility. Chapter 51. Possessed in the next moment, Qingzi's eyes seemed ablaze with fury, as if she were about to leap into action. Wait. Ma Shiyu intercepted her. What do you intend to do? I am going to slay that beast, and confront Qin Xiaoyu about her actions. I must tell her that one of our companions perished at the hands of this very creature she seeks to heal. Have you considered how to approach her? What if she is acting under duress? What if she remains unaware of our dire circumstances? Ma Shiyu displayed an unusual calmness. Deep down, he believed that Qin Xiaoyu would not easily succumb to coercion or deception. After all, she was a woman of both beauty and intellect in his eyes. Moreover, she was Li Ling's girlfriend. To be fair, I shall afford her the opportunity to explain herself, Qingzi asserted. The question is, do you believe she appears to be under duress at this moment? Ma Shiyu cast his gaze once more, witnessing Qin Xiaoyu drawing water from the riverbank to offer the injured Batman. Her movements were natural and practiced, devoid of any hint of coercion. Very well. It seems they are indeed well acquainted, Ma Shiyu admitted candidly. But how do you suppose she might justify her actions? Will she openly acknowledge that she is tending to our adversary? Will she confess to being a traitor to humanity? How could that possibly be? This avenue is closed, and that one likewise. Do you possess any viable suggestions? Shall we remain mere spectators? Qingzi exclaimed. Hush, do not be so agitated. Ma Shiyu raised a finger, taking a deep breath before continuing. Yes, it is prudent for us to remain here and assess the situation. I have faith in Li Ling's character. He once risked his life to save mine. Even if Qin Xiaoyu has erred, I trust Li Ling will handle it appropriately. Qingzi opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Seizing the moment, Ma Shiyu pressed on. Even if we harbor doubts about Qin Xiaoyu, we should place our trust in the integrity of Vice Officer Li. We have yet to locate him and remain ignorant of what has transpired between him and Qin Xiaoyu. It would be wise to wait until the matter clarifies before making any decisions. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, and I hope that Li Ling appears promptly. Setting aside personal feelings, Qingzi always felt that they should confront Xiaoyu directly rather than lurking in the shadows. Yet, Ma Shiyu's reasoning was compelling, causing her to question whether her desire to expose Qin Xiaoyu stemmed from jealousy. Realizing she could not be so selfish, she reluctantly acquiesced. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air from the nearby thicket. Qin Xiaoyu, supporting her damaged wing, advanced toward the source of the sound. Before long, Qingzi and Ma Shiyu observed wisps of smoke rising in the distance, accompanied by the distinctive shrieks and chattering of at least 3 different tones emanating from the Batman. It appears that there is no shortage of bat-like beings in this area. Perhaps there exists a nearby nest or some similar lair. We ought to exercise caution, Ma Shiyu firmly asserted. Qingzi's thoughts were somewhat disordered, and she merely nodded in response to in order to avoid alarming Qin Xiaoyu and the bat-like creatures that could appear at any moment. The two remained perched atop the treetops, as per Ma Shiyu's suggestion. This predicament proved to be quite torturous for Xiaoyu. The icy and unyielding tree trunk rendered her sleepless throughout the night, compelling her to stealthily attend to her needs only during the stillness of the night. Fortunately, their efforts bore fruit, as they soon made a significant discovery. At dawn, the pale light on the horizon banished the stars, yet the earth below grew darker still. A dim silhouette emerged from the woods. treading lightly, and it was none other than Qin Xiaoyu. This time, she stood much closer to them, barely 10 paces away. Qingzi and Ma Xiu quietly concealed themselves among the branches, scarcely daring to breathe, their minds racing with speculation about the purpose of her presence. Qin Xiaoyu did not halt until she reached the riverbank, where she stood motionless, lost in contemplation that in the desolate wilderness. Her solitary and delicate form appeared particularly otherworldly in the dimness before dawn. For a fleeting moment, Ma Xiu felt excessively suspicious, believing she had misjudged this unfortunate girl. Abruptly, a piercing scream erupted from Qin Xiaoyu, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Ma Xiu froze, nearly tumbling from her perch, but was thankfully caught by Qingzi in the nick of time. Ashamed, Ma Xiu clung tightly to a sturdy branch, her eyes wide with disbelief as she observed the frenzied behavior of Qin Xiaoyu. As if possessed, she swayed back and forth, shaking her head vigorously, seemingly struggling against an unseen force, emitting increasingly bizarre squeaks and shrieks from her lips. Qingzi covered her mouth, her eyes wide with alarm. She has succumbed to some malevolent force. I must save her. Wait. There's movement in the distance. Ma Xiu grasped her arm tightly and gestured towards the thicket. At a rustling sound emerged from nearby, revealing a robust, bandage-wrapped bat-like creature, alongside a peculiar being never before seen. Emerging from the underbrush, like a scene from a fantastical film, 3 utterly distinct creatures stood together, taking turns to emit strange cries, as if embroiled in a dispute. That is, Qingzi covered her mouth, shaking her head in disbelief. Could it be? They are conversing? Qingzi can speak the language of beasts. She has been possessed by a monster. Before she could finish her thought, tears welled in her eyes. Hush, let us observe further. Ma Xiu shook her head with difficulty, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Regardless, she was unwilling to believe that such a beautiful girl could transform into a monster. One condition: as long as Qin Xiaoyu can utter a single coherent human phrase, we shall immediately rush to her aid. After grappling with her internal conflict, Ma Xiu whispered into Qingzi's ear. Qingzi nodded vigorously. In the next moment, the sun broke free from the horizon's constraints, casting a beam of light upon the clearing by the riverbank, illuminating Qin Xiaoyu's lovely face. That moment, Ma Xiu beheld the somewhat pallid visage of Qin Xiaoyu, rendered speechless and utterly shattered by the sight before him. Never had he anticipated that such a beautiful young lady could contort her face into a myriad of grotesque and fearsome expressions, even baring her teeth while emitting a series of wild, unsettling shrieks. Indeed, it was true. She had become possessed. Deputy Li must have fallen victim to a nefarious hand. Under the weight of this overwhelming blow, Ma Xiu's tongue began to falter, as if in synchrony with his dread. A shadowy figure rushed toward him from the distance, joining the peculiar assembly of 1 person and 2 beasts by the riverbank. This tall, lanky creature with pointed ears had scarcely halted before discarding a bundle from its back onto the ground. From it rolled an object the size of a durian, adorned with golden fur. Qingzi and Ma Xiu scrutinized the item intently for a moment, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, silenced by fear. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyu, her companions were observing her every move from a short distance away. Otherwise, she would have rushed forth without hesitation, embracing them tightly. Now, in her quest to earn the trust of these beasts and secure the release of Li Ling, she was compelled to focus all her energies on mastering this primitive language. She had just vowed to herself that until she could communicate in Batfolk tongue with simplicity, she would temporarily forsake her mother tongue, resorting solely to this savage dialect. Thus, when Kais tossed another severed head at their feet, she stifled the impulse to unleash a torrent of curses and instead let out a few furious growls directed at him. Her voice was sharper and more harrowing than that of the long-suffering remnant. Even her expression contorted into something more fearsome and ghastly. Kais was taken aback, hastily retrieving his trophy to hasten toward the graveyard of the fallen. After a weighty discussion, the two resolved to cautiously scout the vicinity, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Ling 2 days later. At dusk, the two, having found nothing in their search, were compelled to broaden their range once more. Even catching sight of the fleeting figures of the Batfolk soaring above at dawn, within the ironclad gorge, Li Ling endured yet another onslaught of a cutting tempest and a violent barrage of flying sand and stones. When the wind finally abated, his skin bore the marks of torment, especially his back, which was nearly devoid of intact flesh. Yet, unlike before, he did not succumb to unconsciousness nor take refuge in a sheltered spot. Instead, He resolutely advanced step by step toward the edge of the deep pool. With a splash, Li Ling plunged into the water without hesitation. The excruciating pain jolted his mind, nearly rendering him dizzy. Swiftly, he bit down on his tongue, thrashing his limbs as he navigated through the underwater passage, arriving in a secluded haven on the gorge's side. With compassion, Li Ling dispatched a small beast, drenching himself in its blood. A tingling sensation coursed through his back, and he felt his skin rapidly healing, more effective than any legendary healing elixir. The sole source of his dissatisfaction lay in the realization that, aside from his skin becoming increasingly resilient and robust, its hue was gradually shifting, from an initial wheat-like tone to a pallid gray, and recently, an alarming trend towards a ghastly white. That it was not the fair, dewy complexion often associated with femininity, but rather the morbid whiteness reminiscent of lime and salt. This unsettling transformation had caused him considerable anxiety, compelling him to plunge repeatedly into the depths of the pool, scrubbing vigorously, nearly resorting to peeling his own skin off. Yet, even the skin that grew back, untouched by the application of rat's blood, swiftly succumbed to the same pallor. Eventually, Li Ling resolved to abandon his resistance and allow this condition to unfold as it made in the 52nd chapter. Engraving. It was not long before the scars adorning Li Ling's body had nearly healed. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he felt a peculiar whiteness enveloping his skin today, akin to a layer of white cocoon. Reminiscent of the ghastly makeup of zombies in certain films. Was this all preordained? He could only hope that Qin Xiaoyu would not be frightened by such a sight. With a bitter smile, Li Ling shook his head. While his handsome visage undoubtedly brought numerous advantages, the gravity of his current predicament left him little room for such considerations. His sole focus shifted towards survival, the enhancement of his abilities, and the desperate quest for escape that at present. He had made significant progress towards his first two objectives. However, the final and most crucial goal remained shrouded in uncertainty. Was this place truly an inescapable prison? A death trap devised by beasts to obliterate their foes? Each time he lay in the cave, recovering from the ravages of tempests and sandstorms, Li Ling found himself consumed by disquieting thoughts. Just as he meticulously surveyed the entire gorge, an overwhelming sense of impending doom would wash over him, convincing him that he would ultimately perish from hunger or age, only to be devoured by vermin or swept away by the winds. These harrowing musings would infiltrate his mind precisely when he sought to unwind and rest, propelling him to crave the tempest's cleansing once more, or to unleash his fists upon the stone walls until the agony of torn flesh filled his consciousness. Perhaps weariness had taken its toll, for Li Ling fell into an unusually deep slumber, the cold rock beneath him transforming into a warm and comfortable bed, with something feather-like continuously teasing him. What excited him further was the sensation of a soft, warm hand gently caressing his face, warming his frigid body and limbs. Li Ling strained to call out, yet he could not articulate even a single name fully. He struggled incessantly, yearning to rise and urge Xiaoyu to leave this place post-haste, lest she, too, become forever imprisoned in this desolate realm devoid of escape. Uncertain of how long he struggled, Li Ling began to feel a chill enveloping him, his consciousness gradually returning. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to behold the black stone walls, the bright starlight, and several furtive vermin lurking nearby. Fortunately, Qin Xiaoyu was not at his side, allowing him to exhale in relief. Glancing at the sky, he realized it was deep into the night. The Iron Cliff Gorge was ravaged by howling winds, yet an eerie silence prevailed, for the first time since his initial attempt. Li Ling had missed the tempest's cleansing at dusk. This stirred a sense of unease within him, prompting a decision to take action to atone for his past negligence. Drawing upon the insights of the master who posited that dreams are manifestations of one's desires, he realized the first truth. He did not wish for Qin Xiaoyu to be ensnared in this place, yet she occupied his thoughts incessantly, and he longed for her presence by his side. Thus, he drew her into the realm of his dreams. Even the cold and unyielding ground subconsciously commanded Xiaoyu to soothe him with her warm palms. But why not allow her to speak within this dreamscape? How he yearned to hear her gentle voice. Li Ling shook his head, pondering that perhaps even that esteemed psychologist could not fully comprehend these subconscious musings. Gradually, a foreboding sense began to take root in his heart. Perhaps there would come a day when Qin Xiaoyu would arrive here, trapped within the Iron Wall Gorge, just as he was. No, that thought was too terrifying. Li Ling shook his head in anguish. Yet he understood that if Qin Xiaoyu were to anger those wretches, she would likely share his fate, bound and cast into the gorge to fend for herself. Perhaps she was already on her way, or perhaps it would be an eternity before she arrived. Or maybe she had escaped the clutches of those beasts, never to return regardless of the scenario. It was not one that Li Ling wished to witness, irrespective of his own state, whether alive or dead. With this in mind, Li Ling retrieved his dagger from the cave and laboriously began to etch upon the surrounding walls, inscribing his name, his deeds, what he consumed and drank, even some trivial thoughts during moments of boredom. The stone walls, as hard as iron, bore witness to his efforts as day turned to night and night to day. It was not until the third day that his hands, swollen beyond recognition, compelled him to cease his labor. Shortly thereafter, he leapt into the pool, swimming to the opposite side of the gorge, where he carved another line of small characters into the stone. Crossing the pool leads to a wondrous realm. He believed that, aside from Qin Xiaoyu and other supporters familiar with the Chinese language, no one would comprehend the meaning of his words. This also served to prevent the tragic fate of those magical rodent beasts from being exterminated by ill-intentioned individuals. Only now did Li Ling finally relax, taking a few sips of water while gazing at the sun, which was poised to ascend to its zenith. Soon, the Iron Wall Gorge would experience its brightest moment of the day. At noon, the gorge lay in silence, devoid of wind or shifting sands. The scorching sun poured down, and the previously frigid ground had transformed into a sweltering surface. Li Ling lay unperturbed on his back, staring at the sun that hung in the narrow band of sky, eagerly anticipating its intensification, hoping for the searing heat to envelop his skin. That was Li Ling rubbed his eyes, when he discerned that there were two bat-like figures. He was nearly propelled to his feet with excitement. It seemed the two bat beings had also spotted him, their enormous wings flapping as they descended directly towards him. Could it be that they were here to rescue me? A possibility flickered in Li Ling's mind, yet he dared not confirm it, nor squander this rare opportunity. Regardless, should the situation take a slight turn, he would have to take the risk, in a moment of urgency. Li Ling lay back down, feigning unconsciousness. Soon, the sound of a loud splash echoed in his ears, followed by another. With narrowed eyes, Li Ling observed as the two bat-like creatures awkwardly approached him. He noticed that one of them seemed to be clutching a bundle with its claw. However, his focus remained fixed on the grotesque expressions and the gradually advancing figures of the bat beings. Accustomed to flight, these creatures did not possess the agile gait and robust physiques characteristic of those with severed wings. Yet their wings remained partially unfurled, exuding an imposing presence. Amid the anxious anticipation of Li Ling, the two bat beings halted a mere dozen meters away, seemingly unwilling to draw nearer. This only strengthened Li Ling's resolve. He lay motionless, even allowing his breath to gradually still. The bat beings continued their approach, emitting high-pitched calls as they scrutinized him from above. One of them lowered its body, probing for his breath with its coarse claw. There could be no further hesitance. As he opened his eyes, Li Ling abruptly raised his arm and delivered a powerful blow to the menacing visage above him, having exerted all his strength. The bat creature offered no resistance and collapsed lifelessly. The other bat being, taken aback, shrieked and spread its wings wide, simultaneously lunging at him with its sharp claws. Witnessing its choice to attack rather than flee filled Li Ling with elation, and he recklessly charged at it. The creature's claws painfully penetrated the skin of Li Ling's chest, leaving 3 shallow gashes, yet it was swiftly met with a barrage of Li Ling's fierce punches. Leaving it dazed and devoid of any will to fight, in swift succession, Li Ling seized a nearby vine and bound the fallen bat creature to a dark trunk within the canyon. These vines, which he had utilized to secure himself during the hurricane, were exceptionally resilient. The other unconscious bat being received the same treatment. Once finished, Li Ling meticulously inspected the bindings to ensure they were sufficiently secure. His training amidst the hurricane in recent days had honed his binding skills to a remarkable degree. It was only then that Li Ling noticed a small handkerchief floating in the pool of water, likely dropped during the intense struggle with the bat beings, and he reached out to retrieve it. The handkerchief, made of leather, bore some indistinct and faintly red patterns, now entirely obscured due to its soaking. With time still on his side, Li Ling contemplated utilizing the two bat beings to soar out of the canyon before the impending twilight hurricane arrived. As he surfaced, he found the two bat beings standing together, their crooked noses and eyes fixated on him. Upon noticing Li Ling's approach, they immediately let out shrill warnings, vigorously flapping their wings. One of them clawed desperately at the vines binding it. With a sinister grin, Li Ling advanced towards them, brandishing his fists a few times before tossing two small rodents before their feet, hoping to provide the pitiful bat beings with a morsel of sustenance. The bat creatures regarded him with expressions of loathing, then turned their heads away, embodying a defiant spirit of defiance. Li Ling, somewhat taken aback, turned to seek a stick to strike them with, when suddenly, a series of gnawing sounds echoed from behind him. Satisfied, he chuckled and stretched his limbs, stepping closer to the bat beings amidst their ominous shrieks. He was eager to test the fruits of his training over the past few months that, if I am not mistaken, the outcome should be quite favorable. Chapter 53. Building a House. Li Ling delivered a straight punch towards the head of the Batman on his right. This Batman had previously been struck by Li Ling and was now frightened, desperately flapping its wings in an attempt to take flight. The Batman on the left, however, was ruthless and decisive, swiftly extending its claws to launch a surprise attack from Li Ling's side. Simultaneously, the Batman on the right was struck in the abdomen by Li Ling's punch. He endeavored to minimize the harm inflicted, yet the creature still cried out in pain and fell to the ground. Upon turning around, Li Ling noticed the Batman behind him struggling to stabilize its form, its wings flapping furiously, yet the vine tightly constricting its neck made escape impossible. Glancing at his left arm, he observed a few shallow cuts on his pale skin. Perhaps they stung a bit, but the sensation was rather faint. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he randomly selected a Batman and lunged forward. With several thuds, one Batman cunningly collapsed to the ground, its claws raised high in a gesture of surrender. In astonishment, Li Ling realized that these creatures must have had prior contact with humans, appearing sufficiently intelligent, thus sparing him some potential communication difficulties. Reaching behind him, Li Ling retrieved the dagger he carried, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he approached the pitiful creatures. The setting sun cast a slanting light, painting the sky with hues of dusk. With a few piercing cries, two Batmen emerged in the canyon atop the mountain, desperately flapping their wings. Unlike before, these two Batmen seemed to lack something. Their sharp teeth and claws were absent, leaving behind only smooth incisions as if meticulously trimmed by human hands. Below the Batmen, gazing wistfully at the beautiful scenery on the horizon, stood Li Ling from his elevated vantage point. The Iron Wall Canyon resembled a vast crevice nestled within the towering peaks. Following the direction etched in his memory, Li Ling pointed. The Batman above him, receiving the command, immediately flew towards the direction indicated by Li Ling. Qin Xiaoyu. Wherever you are, please wait for me, Li Ling murmured softly. His fists clenched tightly. Nine, you are a great deceiver, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed angrily, staring at the heap of ingredients on the ground. What do you think I am, your maid? Remain calm, young lady, Nine replied awkwardly with a forced smile. Then, her expression fell as she spoke in a hollow, hoarse voice. The devil gazes upon your soul, and when it ripens, smack. A wild fruit flew in, striking Nine squarely in the face, yellow juice smearing her eyes. When the meal is ready, will it be swallowed whole? You devil! Oh heavens! This is humanity. This is womanhood. Nine angrily scratched at her face with her claws. What's wrong with women? Do you dare to skin me alive? This is precisely why the pioneers of humanity become lost in warfare and slaughter. When she spoke again, Nine had reverted to her usual calm demeanor. That I no longer believe you. You wretched rabbit. Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth. I shall not prepare another bowl of 8 treasure porridge for you beasts. This. Nine awkwardly tugged at her long whiskers. What exactly do you want? Can you not just say it plainly? Take me to see Li Ling. It is not permissible. He is undergoing rigorous training. Before the year concludes, it is best not to disturb him. Do you wish to render his arduous efforts over the past 6 months in vain? Qin Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback and had no choice but to amend her words. If I cannot see him, then take me to find the precursor, so I may witness firsthand just how terrifying this so-called fallen one truly is. As she spoke, Qin Xiaoyu once again reached down to pick a berry from the ground, weighing it casually in her hand. Despicable, she muttered under her breath, yet she ceased her banter with Nine and obediently went to prepare the meal. Huff, huff, Ma Xiu laboriously rummaged through the grass by Crescent Lake, gathering a large bundle of long mugwort. Filled with excitement, he clutched the bundle and climbed the small rise not far away. In the distance lay the small hut he and Qingzi had stumbled upon, now reduced to a heap of dead branches and weeds. What he was constructing was a larger, more spacious abode, a place ample enough for two to lie comfortably. sturdy enough that he could stand atop the roof and manipulate the mugwort without it shaking. As he carefully spread the mugwort atop the newly erected wooden shelter, he nearly lost his balance from overwhelming excitement. Once again, he glanced at the future mistress of this hut, Qingzi, who sat quietly on the grass below, her fair face and knees partially concealed among the foliage. Calculating the time, he realized he had secretly cherished this young girl for over a year and many days, until last night, when he finally heard the most enchanting words he had ever encountered. "Let us build a small hut, just like Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu." Indeed, Ma Shiyu appeared to nod composedly, yet within, he yearned to let out a triumphant cry to the heavens. What does building a house signify? Naturally, it means marrying a wife. After a relentless day of toil, he had completed his task before dusk descended. Although the modest hut could not be deemed a grand mansion, every blade of grass and timber was crafted by his own hands. In such trying times, he believed Qingzi understood the romance and significance behind it. Ishiyu stealthily approached Qingzi from behind, saluted with a flourish, and cheerfully declared, "Report, Commander, the task is complete." Qingzi was startled and was about to scold him when she noticed Ma Shiyu's disheveled hair, tangled with hay and leaves, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Have you ever heard a poem that goes, "A chicken rests upon the head, while a pig listens to the moon"? No, I have not. Ma Shiyu shook his head in bewilderment. Yet, he found her eyes, when she smiled, to resemble the crescent moon of Suerte's star. In the next moment, a surge of courage welled within him as he grasped Qingzi's wrist, exclaiming, "Stop laughing and behold my accomplishment." As Ma Shiyu had hoped, Qingzi nodded in satisfaction, casting him a look of approval. Though I mentioned it did not need to be this spacious, merely sufficient to ward off the cold. It is truly magnificent. Thank you. Do we still need to be so formal with each other? Ma Shiyu chided lightly, then courteously bowed, saying, "Please, do enter." However, Qingzi glanced around. "Where is your own resting hut? I do not see it." Like a basin of cold water poured over his head, Ma Shiyu shivered uncontrollably, yet mustered the strength to say, "No need. I can sleep outside. I am a person who cherishes nature, reveling in the embrace of countless stars and the gentle kiss of the night breeze." "Oh," Qingzi nodded in agreement. "Well, you should rest early." Ma Shiyu's heart bled, yet he was compelled to maintain his final semblance of composure. He thought to himself that Qingzi had clearly compared him to Li Ling and Xiaoyu. Yet here, it was evident that there was only one small room. As he turned away, the sound of a door closing behind him echoed, accompanied by Qingzi's quiet murmur, "It's so cold at night." It's truly bizarre. As dusk gradually descended, after a brief respite and satisfying his hunger, the two bat-winged beings had already flown with Li Ling for 2 hours. Now, the two bat-winged creatures were flying unsteadily, as if on the verge of collapse. However, Li Ling showed no inclination to allow them to rest, even occasionally waving his fists to urge them onward, for he had begun to recognize familiar sights: the lush forest, the meandering river, and the white boulders by the riverbank. They could not be far from where he had parted ways with Qin Xiaoyu. At this pace, he estimated he would reunite with her before the next day dawned. Yet, the more anxious Li Ling became, the slower the two bat-winged creatures flew, and their altitude continued to diminish. Several times, Li Ling's legs even grazed the branches of towering trees, with no other option. Li Ling commanded the two bat-winged beings to descend, tethering them to a sturdy trunk. After surveying the surroundings and ensuring there was no danger, Li Ling found a patch of dry ground and lay down. Fully clothed in the dead of night, Li Ling was startled awake by a cacophony of squeaks. Upon investigating, he saw the two bat-winged beings making grimaces towards the downstream of the river, appearing restless. Li Ling gazed in that direction and faintly discerned some flickering lights, reminiscent of a campfire. Someone was starting a fire in the distance. Perhaps it was Qin Xiaoyu or Nain, Li Ling thought. Regardless of who it was, he resolved to go see for himself. Grasping his dagger, Li Ling made his way towards the glow. Navigating the rugged terrain of the jungle, aided by the starlight, Li Ling cautiously advanced along the riverbank. In the distance, a vast expanse of shimmering white light caught his eye. He recalled this place and recognized the crescent-shaped lake before him. Qin Xiaoyu. Li Ling whispered the name, quickening his pace. Chapter 54. Reunion. Only when he could see the campfire and the bustling figures nearby did Li Ling cautiously slow his pace. Striving not to kick stones or snap branches, to his astonishment, the figure before him was neither Nain nor Qin Xiaoyu, but rather the silhouette of a man. Due to the night, and the man's back being turned toward him. Li Ling could not discern his face. However, he surmised that this man could belong to one of two categories, either a traveler forging ahead or a supporter who had become separated from the main group. Whichever the case, the mere presence of someone after nearly 4 months of solitude filled Li Ling with inexplicable excitement, and he strode directly towards the figure at this moment. Li Ling felt little need for excessive caution. He was confident that no one could easily harm him. As Li Ling approached within 50 paces, he beheld a man incessantly prodding the fire with a stick, striving to stoke the flames higher. The man muttered to himself, and Li Ling could discern his words clearly now. Oh dear, why is it so cold tonight? Why is it so eerily quiet? Ma Xiu, while mumbling, wiped his nose with trembling hands. Entirely oblivious to the movements behind him, upon recognizing the familiar figure and the plaintive murmurs, Li Ling could not help but smile broadly. He intended to surprise Ma Xiu, so he crept closer, extending his hands towards the warmth of the fire. The sudden appearance of pale hands filled Ma Xiu's heart with joy, as he mistakenly thought it was Qingzi, coming to keep him company out of concern. In an effort to appear composed, Ma Xiu refrained from rushing over and feigned indifference, stating, "You should rest. There's no need to come and keep me company. I am a soldier. I know what I ought to do and what I should not. Since you have not yet made up your mind." Before he could finish, Ma Xiu's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on the white, yet robust hands. Li Ling looked at Ma Xiu in confusion, pondering who he was speaking to, for he was alone here. Could it be that Ma Xiu had already discovered his presence? Just as he was lost in thought, Ma Xiu suddenly picked up a sharp branch from the ground and thrust it towards Li Ling. The unexpected turn of events startled Li Ling, prompting him to instinctively grab the branch that pierced through the fabric of his shoulder but was firmly held in his grasp. "Who goes there?" "Sneaking about," Ma Xiu exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury as he shouted. Simultaneously, he exerted force, attempting to impale Li Ling with the branch. Li Ling grinned, pushing the branch away from his body with a strong shove. Ma Xiu felt an immense force emanating from the branch, causing him to lose his footing and fall backward. Being a member of the guards, Ma Xiu was not lacking in agility. He rolled upon hitting the ground and immediately crouched in a defensive posture. His mind raced. What is this creature? Pale skin, unfathomable strength, appearing and disappearing in the pitch-black wilderness, a zombie. Ma Xiu cried out in alarm that I meant to give this fellow a surprise, but it seems it turned into a fright. Li Ling mused, glancing down at his own hands, which indeed appeared excessively pale. Unable to wait for an explanation, Ma Xiu looked around and shouted towards the direction where Qingzi was resting. "Zombie. There's a zombie. Qingzi, beware of the zombie." In the darkness, it seemed there were other companions nearby. Realizing that failing to clarify would only lead to greater misunderstanding, Li Ling hastily implored, "Ma Xiu, can you not be so rash? Take a good look at who I am." Amidst his frantic cries and leaps, Ma Xiu paused upon hearing the familiar voice. Under the flickering firelight, he scrutinized Li Ling carefully. You are Li Ling." "Lieutenant Li? Who else could it be but me?" Li Ling shrugged, grinning widely, hoping to reassure Ma Xiu that he did not possess the sharp fangs of a zombie. The expression on Ma Xiu's face transformed from panic to astonishment. After a few moments of hesitation, he suddenly saluted vigorously, exclaiming, "I have encountered you, my esteemed adjutant. I have searched for you with great difficulty." In that instant, memories of the hardships endured by his companions flooded his mind. Alongside the torment he had faced during the arduous journey of over half a month, and the sense of indignation stemming from Qingzi's merciless rejection, this robust man, Ma Xiu, unexpectedly felt tears welling in his eyes, forcing out 2 droplets. Witnessing such vulnerability from a once resilient young man, Li Ling understood that something grave must have transpired. He comfortingly patted Ma Xiu on the shoulder, striding a few steps towards the flickering campfire, and said, "Come, share with me the reason for your presence here." At that moment, a rustling of footsteps echoed, and Qingzi emerged from the thicket. Li Ling. She quickly recognized him. "Qingzi." Li Ling rose to his feet. Smiling warmly at her, he felt a surge of joy at the sight of both companions, especially the young woman who had once tended to him with such care. What has happened to you?" Qingzi gazed at him in astonishment, her eyes scanning his form, a mixture of excitement and trepidation causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. "It's a long story, Qingzi," Li Ling began to explain. "I have endured considerable trials, yet all were worthwhile that I remain Li Ling, unchanged, and certainly not a zombie." He smiled at Ma Shiyu as he spoke. Ma Shiyu, feeling awkward, lowered his gaze. Indeed, Qingzi nodded. Without further hesitation, she leaped from the underbrush and flung herself into Li Ling's arms like a little bird. Li Ling, somewhat taken aback, opened his arms wide as he noticed Ma Shiyu staring blankly at the two of them, his smile completely frozen. The unwavering affection in Qingzi's heart made Li Ling feel a twinge of shame, realizing that the young girl was simply overjoyed for him. With that thought, he too extended his arms, offering Qingzi a firm and resolute embrace. Only then did she realize the inappropriateness of the moment and gently pushed away from him, asking, What were you two discussing just now? Do. Ma Shiyu nodded in a defeated manner. Then let us continue, Li Ling replied. Having been away for so long, I am eager to learn about everyone's current situation. The situation is dire, far worse than you can imagine. As he delved into the serious matter, Ma Shiyu momentarily set aside his earlier discontent. Li Ling glanced at Qingzi, who anxiously nodded in response. Ma Shiyu continued, When you left, our base was flourishing, and we had even bestowed upon it a meaningful name, Longzhou Town. But who could have anticipated that just a few dozen miles from our base, those cunning and treacherous beasts were lying in wait to strike against us? Li Ling quickly surmised that it must be those despicable creatures who referred to themselves as Bat People, and perhaps also the fiends led by Nain and Kaisi, who called themselves the Bosun. He and Qin Xiaoyu had fallen victim to their schemes. The thought of Qin Xiaoyu stirred a sense of inexplicable agitation within him, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let us cut to the chase. Ma Shiyu, my time is precious. I did not come here to endure your ramblings. Ma Shiyu's face flushed crimson, caught off guard by the abruptness of Li Ling's words. It's those Bat People, Qingzi interjected, taking up where Ma Shiyu had left off. The once menacing bat monsters that had attacked us flitted about like phantoms, persistently tormenting our newly established village. Thus far, nearly 100 of our comrades have perished. What? As if struck by a bolt of lightning, Li Ling sprang to his feet, his voice turning hoarse. You say nearly 100? Indeed, Haruko nodded, seemingly anticipating such an intense reaction from Li Ling, yet she had not finished speaking, continuing. This was the situation 20 days ago. When we departed, our companions were still falling one after another, and now, gently shaking her head, Haruko dared not dwell further on the thought. Li Ling felt a buzzing in his head, taking a while to regain his composure before solemnly stating, So was it Gujin who sent you to find me? As the deputy commander, not only had I failed to remain with everyone, but I also had to send you out searching. Do not think of it that way, my dear deputy. It is not your fault. Perhaps this is all the work of fate. Ma Shiyu intended to offer some comfort to his superior. After all, he had once risked his life to save him. Yet he understood how feeble an excuse fate truly was. No, it was I who came to find you. I merely informed Lord Gujin before setting out. To his surprise, Haruko stood up and declared. Li Ling looked up in astonishment at the girl he once dubbed a priestess, who would blush at the slightest conversation. Now, she regarded him with the encouraging gaze of an elder addressing a child. But so many days had passed. Who could say dim? Shiyu muttered somewhat provocatively. Yet this echoed Li Ling's own thoughts. Just as he was about to nod, he caught Haruko glaring fiercely at Ma Shiyu. Chapter 55. Personal Affairs and Conspiracy. Conspiracy. Li Ling silently repeated the words, his mind a tangled mess. This journey had been fraught with hardship, and even the whereabouts of his comrades were shrouded in uncertainty, with only absurd tales to cling to. Even now, he could not ascertain what conspiracy he had uncovered. Yet the facts lay bare before him. The fate of their supporters hung by a thread. What was there to hesitate over? Blood for blood. Li Ling gritted his teeth as he uttered those words and immediately strode deeper into the jungle. Haruko and Ma Shiyu exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual anticipation, and promptly extinguished the campfire to follow him. The starlight shimmered above, yet the depths of the jungle remained shrouded in darkness, eerie howls occasionally echoing from afar. Bound to a large tree, the two bat-like creatures, stripped of their fangs and claws, trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter. Now, they had caught wind of rustling sounds nearby, seemingly foreseeing the impending danger as they fixed their gaze on the direction of the noise. Contorting their faces into various grotesque expressions, with a swish, Li Ling parted the branches obstructing his view and beheld the two beasts that had accompanied him thus far. Their neck fur bristled in panic. He had once contemplated how to deal with them, even considering releasing the two defenseless bat creatures to allow them to survive in this world. But now, he resolved to bring their wicked lives to an end. All beings that stand against humanity deserve death, Li Ling muttered in anger, raising the dagger clenched in his hand. Gradually, he plunged the blade into the body of the first Batman. The creature shrieked, fiercely flapping its wings and limbs in a futile attempt to assault Li Ling. Their cries resembled the whimpering of the timid, while their attacks were as feeble as the fists of an infant. Li Ling made no effort to evade. He allowed their strikes to land upon him. As if this might alleviate a fraction of the guilt festering within, he then thrust the dagger towards another struggling Batman. As he withdrew the blade, the two creatures continued to writhe in agony, yet their elongated claws could not staunch the blood gushing from their necks. Xiu and Qingzi watched him with fervor. As though Li Ling had committed the most righteous act in the world, justice would ultimately triumph over evil. Qingzi approached, excitedly linking her arm with his. The demise of these beasts served as undeniable proof. Ma Xiu had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Batmen on several occasions. In this moment, it was as though he had lost his sanity, ruthlessly slaughtering the two utterly defenseless Batmen. Overcome with remorse for his cruelty, Li Ling turned away, unwilling to gaze upon the barbaric scene. He recalled a phrase uttered by an unknown voice. If justice is accompanied by pleasure, how is it different from revenge? Was it Qin Xiaoyu? Qingzi immediately inquired. The image of Qin Xiaoyu, howling like a demon, vividly flashed before her mind, prompting her to carefully avoid discussions about her. She wished for this matter to remain forever a secret. Indeed, I must seek her out, Li Ling declared with an undeniable tone. You cannot go. Why? Li Ling furrowed his brow. Because, Qingzi pondered, you cannot disregard the safety of everyone for the sake of one person's personal affairs. Li Ling considered her words, then reached out to push Qingzi away. Stubbornly, she attempted to remain steadfast, but the force of his palm caused her to lose her balance, resulting in a thud as she fell to the ground. Ma Xiu finally noticed the discord between them, wiping the blood from her face as she rushed over to stand beside Qingzi, saying, Li Ling, do not forget our mission. Qin Xiaoyu is also a guardian. She should understand that her own safety pales in comparison to that of the entire support team. Xiu's voice dwindled to a near inaudible whisper. She observed Li Ling's complexion grow even paler, akin to frost. Bastard. Li Ling seized Ma Xiu by the collar. Had I thought this way earlier, you would have already become the dung of beasts. Who are you to lecture me? Ma Xiu's face flushed a deep crimson from shame, and she obediently stepped aside. Before their departure, Li Ling had left a parting remark for Qingzi. I prefer the bashful priestess girl over the overbearing version of you now, along the riverbank and the edge of the jungle. Li Ling pressed forward with all his might. He could hear the sounds of pursuit behind him. It was Qingzi and Ma Xiu chasing after him. Before long, their voices began to fade, almost disappearing. Li Ling did not pause to wait for them. He felt an urgent sense of time slipping away. He stumbled several times in the darkness, yet it did not hinder his relentless advance. In the early hours of the morning, Li Ling found the great tree to which he had once been bound, as well as the humble abode he had shared with Qin Xiaoyu. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sound. Shortly thereafter, Li Ling stood before the dwelling situated at the foot of the slope, established by Naiyin. Fearing that Qin Xiaoyu might be imprisoned within, he refrained from recklessly barging in, and instead chose to wait quietly outside. Time trickled by slowly, and as the morning sun illuminated the horizon, the house where Naiyin resided remained shrouded in stillness. Behind him, heavy breaths echoed, as Qingzi and Ma Xiu caught up, watching him from a distance. Clenching his fists, Li Ling strode purposefully towards the dwelling. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing the familiar furnishings before him. Apart from some dry firewood and a brazier, the place was utterly bare. Even the owner, Naiyin, was nowhere to be found. Li Ling's heart sank, as if plummeting into an abyss. Footsteps resounded, and Qingzi and Ma Xiu entered, their curiosity leading them to survey their surroundings. What is this place? Vice Officer, Ma Xiu inquired. Li Ling shook his head, leaning against the wall, as if he had lost all strength. The charcoal. It seemed not to have extinguished long ago. Qingzi crouched before the brazier. With a swift stride, Li Ling approached the brazier, thrusting his left hand into the ashes. There was still warmth. They must be nearby. Excitement trembled through him, causing the ashes to scatter across the ground. Qingzi's face flushed from the fervent glimmer igniting in Li Ling's eyes. She was certain that such a blazing gaze only resided in the most passionate of lovers. Alas, the object of his affection was not me. Qingzi thought wistfully. I will take a look. As Qingzi was lost in thought, Ma Shiyu dashed out as well. No need. Qingzi shook her head. Take care, Ma Shiyu cautioned before departing. Before long, Ma Shiyu returned, breathless, declaring, I've made up my mind. Let us wait for him here. Qingzi nodded numbly, pondering what might transpire when Li Ling and Qin Xiaoyu finally met, with time on their hands. She suggested, I shall fetch us something to eat. My stomach has been growling for a while now. Shiyu leaned in, offering her enthusiastic advice. Whatever you wish. No need to consult me. Qingzi replied somewhat impatiently. I am not being overly sentimental. Shiyu began, but halted mid-sentence. He had often jested about being tender-hearted, but now, it was evident to anyone, unless they were a fool, that Qingzi's thoughts were solely occupied by Li Ling. Chapter 56. The return journey. As time slipped away, Qingzi and Ma Shiyu anxiously ventured out to check several times. Finding no trace of either Li Ling or Qin Xiaoyu, it was not until the afternoon that Li Ling suddenly appeared before them. His clothing was tattered and torn from the thorns of the forest, and he bore numerous cuts. His expression was ominous, resembling a lion poised to unleash its fury. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Qingzi and Ma Shiyu wisely kept their mouths shut. Crack, crack. Li Ling seemed to have been famished for far too long, devouring the roasted meat with fervor, leaving no morsel behind, not even the tender cartilage and skin. Once she had finished, she began to crack the leg bones. Did you find her? Qingzi inquired cautiously. Li Ling's body stiffened for a moment before she gently shook her head, and Shiyu and Qingzi lowered their heads. Falling silent, they had long since resolved that they could never reveal to Li Ling the harrowing scene of Qin Yu's ferocious roar. The three of them fell into a moment of silence, with Qingzi and Ma Shiyu burying their heads even lower. For your protection, Ma Shiyu declared without hesitation this time. Immediately standing tall and saluting, Li Ling glanced at Qingzi again, seemingly doubtful of her ability to keep pace. Qingzi likewise straightened her proud chest, embodying an indomitable spirit. Very well. I have indeed observed you before, Li Ling remarked, her eyes glinting with determination as she led the charge forward. The vice commander intends to give us a lesson in humility. Ma Shiyu mused, watching Li Ling's figure swiftly recede into the distance. That we must not let him succeed. Qingzi exclaimed fiercely, sprinting after her. Incredible! Li Ling could not help but exclaim mid-run. Shiyu, and Qingzi beamed with pride, as it seemed a rare honor to gain Li Ling's acknowledgement. Yet, the subsequent words from Li Ling nearly made the two of them choke with disbelief. You've barely run half an hour, and you both are already gasping for breath, your steps unsteady. Simply astonishing. It struck Ma Shiyu like a heavy hammer, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Qingzi stumbled as well, but fortunately, Li Ling reached out just in time to support her. How are you holding up? Li Ling inquired with concern. Gritting her teeth, Qingzi replied defiantly, to be honest, I have already joined the ranks of the Guardians, no longer your pastoral maiden. Whenever she felt on the verge of exhaustion, Qingzi would recall the exemplary Qin Yu, a soldier who had once earned the title of queen among female soldiers. Little did she know the arduous journey it had taken for Qin Yu to achieve that honor. Otherwise, her feet might have faltered too. And you, Ma Shiyu? Li Ling asked again. I can still endure, but this is indeed a long trek. I suggest. You wouldn't let a girl outdo you, would you? Li Ling interjected. The sunset's afterglow warmed Li Ling's pale complexion considerably. In contrast, Ma Shiyu's face flushed a deep shade of liver, as he tore off his shirt and threw it to the ground, exclaiming loudly, At the very least, I am an elite among soldiers, a man among men. Let me show you what I can do. Qingzi stifled a giggle and quickened her pace, closely following Li Ling for half an hour. Li Ling had never once paused for rest. Shiyu could not bear the thought of repeatedly failing in front of the woman he cherished, and thus, even as he bit his lip, he refused to fall behind. His astonishment, Qingzi matched his resolve. Night descended, and the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. Li Ling finally halted. Shiyu and Qingzi collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for air. Wait for me here, Li Ling instructed, her figure vanishing into the darkness. No, I can't. My heart is racing. Breathing is labored. I'm going to die. Ma Shiyu gasped like a bull. Qingzi found herself overwhelmed, seeking a place to wring the sweat from her clothes. However, her body felt limp, rendering her unable to stand. Allow me to assist, Ma Shiyu exclaimed as she hurried over to help. Little did she anticipate that kindling a fire would prove to be such a cumbersome task. After a brief struggle, She muttered somewhat casually, "How troublesome." "What?" Qingzi and Ma Shiyu exclaimed simultaneously in astonishment. Truly, the vice officer is a person of great resolve. Ma Shiyu marveled with her hair standing on end. After their meal, Ma Shiyu crouched by the campfire, shivering, while surreptitiously observing Li Ling lying on the cold ground, devoid of any cover. Qingzi rummaged through her pack and selected a piece of her clothing. Approaching Li Ling to offer it to him, they engaged in a playful tug-of-war over it. Shiyu pondered how much endurance one must possess to engage in such pretentious behavior. She resolutely reaffirmed her decision to remain by Li Ling's side, willing to serve him tirelessly. Even if my beloved Qingzi occasionally flirts with the esteemed vice officer, as long as it isn't excessive. As the afternoon wore on, they could finally glimpse the tallest structure on the outskirts of Longzhou town. The Sentinel Tower. Of course, there also stood the towering Lingjin Mountains, beckoning them to join the pioneers. The wave of unease washed over Li Ling. There wasn't a soul in sight atop the Sentinel Tower, prompting him to murmur to himself, wondering what he should do if the support camp had transformed into a graveyard. Fortunately, upon covering just a few dozen paces into the campus perimeter, they heard the sound of voices shouting from within. The wooden gate swung open, revealing Niu Feijia, Han Xunyang, Wang Damon, Wang Yu, and many familiar faces appearing before them. Is that Li Ling? Someone asked. You look a bit pale. Vice Officer Li. Niu Feijia approached, concern etched on his face. Li Ling touched his cheek, finally grasping the reason behind their peculiar expressions, and inquired, "What is the situation? Where are the others in the camp?" "They're all at the training grounds," Niu Feijia replied. Everyone. Li Ling silently repeated, hoping that as he turned, lifted his head, or even daydreamed, he would suddenly catch sight of that familiar smiling face and hear that well-known voice. "Excellent." Ma Shiyu's friend Niu Feijia exclaimed loudly, leading the applause. "I'll go inform Lord Gujin," he called out, dashing off into the distance. Qingzi, Han Chunying noticed the girl standing beside Li Ling and excitedly rushed towards her. "What do you think you're doing?" "The vice officer's personal attendant is not someone you can approach so casually," Ma Shiyu intercepted Han Chunying, thinking to himself how shameless this fellow was, akin to a toad yearning for a taste of goose. Qingzi glanced between Han Chunying and Ma Shiyu, adopting Li Ling's nonchalant demeanor. She replied, "What does it matter to me?" And with that, she swiftly made her escape. Chapter 57. Preparing for battle. Half a year had passed, and the camp had undergone a remarkable transformation. The rudimentary fences had been replaced by towering logs arranged in rows, while the once overgrown, muddy ground had become a solid surface adorned with buildings. The name Longzhou Town was etched into a massive stone standing proudly beside the gate. Li Ling caressed the stone, envisioning the collective effort that had gone into transporting it here. How much blood, sweat, and tears had everyone poured into creating this home? If not for the conflict with the Bat people, perhaps this place could have truly blossomed into a thriving town. Li Ling murmured softly, contemplating how beautiful that scene would have been. Sudden footsteps interrupted his reverie. Li Ling looked up to see Gujin, who appeared significantly thinner than he remembered. "Deputy Li," Gujin exclaimed in surprise, then broke into a broad grin. "What on earth happened to you? After half a year, you look like a woman, all pale and delicate. Let us skip the pleasantries. Follow me." Inside the spacious room, only Gujin and Li Ling occupied the space. "Have you found it? The lurking dangers and conspiracies?" Gujin inquired impatiently. Li Ling shook his head in despair. Jin's question implied that he had not encountered you. "We simply lost contact. She will undoubtedly be safe. Otherwise, those beasts will come to regret it." Li Ling gritted his teeth, his pale face seemingly capable of freezing the air around him. "Yet those Bat people are ultimately mindless creatures. We cannot afford to suffer losses in such meaningless battles." Gujin countered, shaking his head. "What do you intend to do?" Li Ling asked. He shook his head again. He had received a fragment of information from Naiyin, but now, he could not ascertain the truth in Naiyin's words. "If all else fails, we must advance despite the danger. It is better than waiting here to die." "And you? What is the current situation?" "They prefer to strike at night. Perhaps they will let down their guard during the day. However, vigilance is still required, especially when many are moving together. Each of our hunts now feels like a fight for survival." "Will they come tonight?" Li Ling asked directly. "Yes, it is highly probable that even if they do not emerge in full force, they will send a squad. Then what are we waiting for? Prepare for battle." "What do you mean?" "Before we depart, let us teach these beasts a lesson. 1,000 miles away, a squad of bat people descended slowly in the twilight glow. Qin Yu and Nai leapt down from the backs of two particularly robust bat creatures, landing on a gravel path flanked by rows of trees. "Look at this road. It is the work of the pioneers," Nai murmured. "Following this path, will I be able to find them?" Qin Yu crouched down, feeling the cold, flat surface formed by the pressed gravel. "Indeed, it may not lead to their main city, but it will at least guide us to some towns or gathering points. Humans always prefer to connect their dwellings through such links. What are we doing here? Are we going to fight them?" Qin Yu asked. Regardless of what thoughts Nai instilled in him, he was unwilling to become an enemy of humanity. For that was her destined home. "Yes, we shall not foolishly rush into the town, but rather wait for them to unwittingly walk into our trap." With another voice, a tall, slender figure leapt forth from behind a great tree by the path. It was Kai's. Qin Yu recognized the suddenly appeared silhouette that, "I have been here all along, waiting for you and Nai. Now, we merely need to remain patient here at midnight. A grand spectacle shall unfold." Following this, Nai and Kai's began conversing in their unique guttural tones. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted by a resounding tremor that reverberated through the ground. Kai's called out and swiftly ascended a distant tree. "Hurry up!" Nai shouted to Qin Yu, vaulting onto a tree by the roadside, which was thick enough to be embraced by a single person. Qin Yu quickly followed suit, climbing up as well. The booming grew louder, akin to a torrential flood. Qin Yu felt the tree begin to sway, compelling her to grasp the trunk tightly with both hands, while she craned her neck to observe the source of the sound. Numerous bright points flickered in the darkness, swaying side to side. Enormous shadowy figures rushed towards them from afar, their thunderous footsteps echoing the commotion. They were a herd of colossal beasts, some resembling the woolly mammoths hunted by the supporters, while others were massive creatures with an unfamiliar ebony hide. In the blink of an eye, these behemoths passed beneath the tree where Qin Yu concealed herself. One-horned giant, in a fit of panic, collided with a nearby tree. The dull thud of the impact was accompanied by the splintering crack of the tree. The injured beast staggered to its feet, but could no longer keep pace with its companions. A mournful howl and the bright points followed closely behind the giants. The troop resembling medieval cavalry charged forth from the distance. There were perhaps 20 or 30 of them, clad in finely crafted armor, wielding glimmering long spears. Uniquely, their mounts were not horses, but rather horned ungulates. The luminous points were neither torches nor lanterns, but enormous moths that circled above the heads of these cavalrymen, their bodies radiating light. Upon spotting the injured giant, one of the riders let out a piercing cry, her sharp voice revealing her as a woman. All the cavalrymen converged, circling the wounded giant and thrusting their long spears fiercely at the lagging creature. Qin Yu held her breath in terror, fearing that one of the knights might inadvertently glance towards her hiding place and send her tumbling from the treetop. Glancing up at Nai, the large rabbit similarly pressed close to the trunk. Its red eyes narrowed as it focused intently on the scene below. Feeling a modicum of comfort, Qin Yu's racing heart began to settle. It was then that she recalled the purpose of their venture, to witness how Kai's and its companions stood against the fallen among humanity. The struggling giant finally succumbed to a defiant roar, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The knights cheered as they set off in pursuit of other giants. It was not until the surroundings fell silent once more that Kai's leapt down from its hiding place in the tree.